Chapter 1. The Puppet Emperor at the start. And to be cuckolded? Position is incorrect, a bit lower. Exactly. Yes, apply more strength. So delightful. Reclining on the soft couch of the palace, Qin Feng luxuriated in the moment, indulging in the meticulous massage provided by 5 exquisite palace maids, clad in thin gauze, their figures graceful and alluring. Indeed, Qin Feng had traversed realms. This world was known as the Jiuzhou continent, where martial artists held paramount respect. The strong could shatter mountains and rivers with a mere fist, while the weak were relegated to the corners of existence, desperately clinging to the hope of survival. Corresponding with this brutal law of nature was the incessant struggle for supremacy among nations. Among them, the Daxia kingdom of Qingzhou was but a trifling kingdom, easily overlooked. At this moment, Qin Feng's identity was that of the recently ascended emperor of the Daxia kingdom, merely a 16-year-old youth. In his previous life, Qin Feng was a novelist. Just last night, while engrossed in his writing, the plot had stirred him so profoundly that he unexpectedly snorted, causing his nose to leak. In the course of wiping it with a tissue, he inadvertently toppled a cup of water onto a power socket. Thus, enduring the shock of 220 volts, he trembled slightly to adjust his attire, then unplugged his computer, only to feel a wave of relief before losing consciousness. When he awoke again, he found himself in this new world. As the memories of his predecessor began to meld with his own, he became aware of his status as the newly crowned emperor of the Daxia kingdom. Qin Feng had anticipated a life of indulgence, with beautiful companions at his side and the kingdom firmly in his grasp. However, the subsequent memories delivered a staggering blow. While the title of Emperor of the Daxia Kingdom was indeed a position of immense prestige, granting access to the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, it was ludicrous that in this world, where martial prowess reigned supreme, his predecessor possessed no talent for martial arts whatsoever. He was beset with congenital blockages in his meridians, rendering him utterly incapable of cultivation, a mere parasite, living off the efforts of others. Yet, not all was bleak. The predecessor shared his name, Qin Feng, and bore a striking resemblance to his former self, equally handsome, nearly rivaling the reader's own charms. What on earth was I thinking? At this moment, the most pressing concern was that the Daxia kingdom stood on the brink of annihilation. External foes loomed ominously, their eyes fixed hungrily upon them internally. A scheming prince of Qi, Qin Yi, held the position of Grand Marshal, commanding a formidable army within the court. The powerful official, Feng Su, manipulated the kingdom's affairs, wielding unparalleled influence. This emperor, Qin Feng, was merely fortunate to find himself in such a position. The neighboring Dian kingdom had mobilized 30,000 troops to invade Daxia, and the late emperor, accompanied by the crown prince, had set forth to confront them, only to fall into an ambush, resulting in the demise of numerous generals. The late emperor had only 2 sons. His elder brother, the crown prince, perished alongside him, leaving Qin Feng as the sole surviving heir. Just 4 days prior, news of the deaths of the emperor and crown prince had reached the capital, and under the urging of others, this so-called useless prince hastily ascended to the throne. Tragically, he was nothing more than a puppet emperor. The late emperor and crown prince had been ensnared by the collusion of Feng Su and Qin Yi with the Dian kingdom, and it would not be long before Qin Yi and Feng Su plotted to usurp power, leaving this emperor with a meager lifespan. Goodness, this is utterly ridiculous. What's the point of this? I might as well await my demise. Qin Feng felt tears welling up, inwardly bellowing at the heavens. I was elated to traverse realms, but the identity you bestowed upon me is utterly wretched, clearly destined for an early demise. Is this how you treat me? Yet, despite his complaints, a tenacity within Qin Feng resisted the notion of being wronged. Never mind. Since I'm here, I might as well embrace it. After all, I am still an emperor. I shall relish this day. Thus, the scene at the beginning unfolded. Bang! At that moment, Feng Lin, the captain of the Imperial Guards, swaggered into the palace, disregarding the presence of Emperor Qin Feng, and made his way directly towards the palace maids behind him. Qin Feng's brow furrowed, his eyes alight with disdain and fury as he scrutinized this audacious intruder. Feng Lin had the appearance of a weasel, especially with his shifty, triangular eyes, revealing his lascivious nature. Long before, Feng Lin had cast a covetous gaze upon the beautiful palace maids in Qin Feng's residence. Every time he laid eyes on these enchanting, youthful maidens, his desires surged uncontrollably, akin to wild grass growing rampant. Yet, due to his Uncle Feng's CES schemes, Feng Lin had restrained himself until now. Just moments ago, he received orders from Feng Su to assassinate Qin Feng, and he felt there was no longer a need for restraint. He leered at the most beautiful palace made beside Qin Feng, a malicious grin plastered across his face. The maid, dutifully attending to Qin Feng, was oblivious to the impending danger as Feng Lin approached, extending his lecherous hand to caress her delicate face, uttering, "Ah, this little face looks so supple. Come, let me feel." "My lord, please don't," the maid exclaimed in terror, hastily retreating while shouting. Feng Lin, however, remained relentless, advancing with predatory intent, while the maid, panic-stricken, darted left and right, attempting to evade his grasp, her cries of fear echoing through the chamber. From his memories, Qin Feng recognized Feng Lin as a distant cousin of Feng Su, assigned as the captain of his palace guards merely 4 days ago. Though titled a guard, his true role was that of a watcher. Yet, this Feng Lin, a mere captain of the Imperial Guards, dared to disregard the emperor. It was known that everything within the palace, even a blade of grass or a grain of sand, constituted the emperor's private property, let alone the palace maids of his own residence. Feng Lin's actions were tantamount to publicly humiliating the emperor. This went beyond being disregarded. It was akin to rubbing the emperor's face in the dirt. How dare he? This is intolerable. If it comes to it, I shall fight. If I must die, so be it. I refuse to endure this humiliation. Ding! The ancestor summoning system is activating. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding! The ancestor summoning system has been successfully activated. Ding! As a reward for the initial activation of the system, the host receives a beginner's gift pack. Just as Qin Feng was prepared to take a stand, a cold, emotionless voice abruptly resonated in his mind. What the hell? What is that sound? Ding! The primary function of this system is to assist the host in becoming an unparalleled emperor of the ages. For every 5 minor realms the host ascends, a summoning opportunity will be granted. Additionally, the system will issue various tasks by completing them. The host may earn summoning chances and other treasures. Due to the host's Yanhuang bloodline, the primary summons will consist of military leaders and other exceptional talents from various periods of Huaxia, along with the potential for legendary weapons and rare treasures from Huaxia's history. The specifics of the summons will depend on the host's luck. Note, in this realm, which is a fantastical world allowing for cultivation, the strengths of summoned characters and items will be adjusted based on a composite ranking of popularity, status, achievements, contributions, and other factors. P.S. Martial artists are categorized into 10 realms: body refinement, martial disciple, martial warrior, martial master, martial sovereign, martial venerable, martial king, martial emperor, martial saint, martial deity. Each realm is further divided into 9 levels. The Zhuzhou continent comprises Qingzhou, Yuzhou, Yangzhou, Haizhou, Xianzhou, Shenzhou, Yaozhou, Mazhou, and Zhongzhou. Chapter 2. The Slaying of Feng Lin and 2 Summoning Opportunities. After listening, Qin Feng found himself momentarily stunned. The system's functionality was remarkably straightforward. It involved summoning his ancestral forebears from his past life in Huaxia to aid him in becoming an unparalleled emperor. However, there was a stark difference. His previous world was ordinary, while this realm was one of profound martial prowess. Qin Feng pondered to himself, if one were to consider the exquisite strategies and tactics employed by those illustrious ancestors from history, their arrival in this world would undoubtedly allow them to sweep across the land with ease. Yet, this world vastly differed from his past. In this martial-centric realm, possessing mere cunning without the corresponding formidable strength would ultimately render one powerless. Nevertheless, the system assured that the summoned ancestors would be adjusted and strengthened based on factors such as their popularity and achievements, which sparked a glimmer of anticipation within Qin Feng. Setting aside these tumultuous thoughts momentarily, he decided to open the grand gift package provided by the system to see what it contained, hoping it might assist him in eliminating the despicable wretch who sought to humiliate him. If he could not defeat such a minor character, it would surely indicate that the system was utterly worthless. With this thought, Qin Feng took a deep breath and silently conveyed his command to the system. System, activate the novice gift package. Ding, novice gift package is being opened. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving the novice reward. Emperor's Might. The Emperor's Might, a power that only the greatest emperors of all time can harness, possesses the ability to intimidate the disloyal and unjust. The intensity of this pressure is determined by the host's cultivation level and can dispel all malevolent supernatural forces. Ignores cultivation level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the novice reward. Ziwei Emperor's Decision. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the novice reward, a storage space of 10,000 cubic meters. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the novice reward, a 4-level increase in cultivation. Current cultivation at the 4th level of body refinement. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the novice rewards. 2 explosive talismans, 2 golden body talismans, and 2 divine movement talismans. These have been automatically stored in the storage space. The explosive talismans can instantly annihilate martial practitioners below the 9th level of martial disciple upon activation of true Qi. The golden body talismans can withstand attacks from martial practitioners below the 9th level. And the divine movement talismans can enhance speed, limited to martial practitioners below the 9th level. Qin Feng felt the surge of powerful energy coursing through his body, his face alight with joy. It was worth noting that this body had originally been a worthless waste incapable of cultivation. Yet now, with the system's assistance, he had directly ascended to the 4th level of body refinement. Most crucially, the blocked meridians within him had been unblocked, allowing him to cultivate in the future. This gift package was indeed impressive. Not only had it elevated his cultivation, but also provided him with explosive talismans capable of annihilating martial practitioners below the 9th level. Little Feng Lin, my lovely maiden, where will you hide now? Come quickly into my embrace, so I may treat you well. Suddenly, Feng Lin's sinister laughter echoed, blending with the sound of a palace maid's garments being torn apart. Reaching Qin Feng's ears, he lifted his gaze to see that Feng Lin had shredded the maid's outer clothing from behind, leaving only a gossamer-like bodice, her snow-white skin exposed, filled with terror and despair. Yet unable to resist. Witnessing this scene, Feng Lin laughed even more wildly, his laughter brimming with perverse delight and satisfaction, particularly before Qin Feng, who he found incredibly stimulating. His entourage joined in the laughter, knowing their leader's temperament. Perhaps tonight, they would also partake in the spoils. Stop! Qin Feng's voice rang out, imbued with an undeniable commanding tone. Simultaneously, he unleashed the Emperor's might, and in an instant, an invisible aura emanated from him, spreading outward. Feng Lin and his subordinates felt an inexplicable pressure bearing down upon them. Halting their movements abruptly, Feng Lin's expression shifted slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes, before he coldly fixed his gaze on Qin Feng, saying, Qin Feng, who gave you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? Do you not comprehend your own status? Presumptuous! You dare show disrespect to me. Prepare to die. Qin Feng thundered in fury. Feng Lin's subordinates trembled, sensing a hint of pressure emanating from Qin Feng, akin to a mountain pressing down upon them, instilling fear. However, they quickly regained their composure, exchanging bewildered glances, their eyes filled with astonishment as they regarded Qin Feng. Struggling to comprehend where this once docile puppet of an emperor had found his newfound courage to challenge their leader, in their memories, Qin Feng had merely been a worthless figure they could bully at will. Yet this sudden transformation left them utterly perplexed. Feng Lin was equally taken aback by Qin Feng's furious outburst, but he promptly regained his composure, mocking, Oh, you threatened to kill me, with your pitiful self, who cannot cultivate. Qin Feng smiled nonchalantly. Why not? Ha! Feng Lin gazed at Qin Feng, laughing once more. I had initially intended to allow you to live a little longer, but seeing your eagerness to seek death, I shall oblige you. Today, I will witness who claims whom's life. With that, he waved his hand, and his subordinates immediately drew their blades, glaring at Qin Feng with murderous intent. "Kill him. I will bear all consequences." Feng Lin commanded disdainfully, pointing at Qin Feng. "Yes, Commander." Feng Lin's elite soldiers advanced towards Qin Feng, their eyes filled with murderous intent. "You wish to kill me?" Qin Feng regarded the advancing soldiers with a cold smile, secretly mocking them. With a flick of his hand, he activated an explosive talisman with true qi and hurled it towards the group of elite soldiers. The soldiers stared at the explosive talisman. Confusion etched upon their faces, completely unaware of its nature. Some even attempted to slash at it with their blades. Bang! A resounding explosion erupted, a powerful shockwave radiating from the explosive talisman, swiftly obliterating all of them. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a martial practitioner of the 2nd level, earning 2,300 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a martial practitioner of the 8th level, earning 160 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a cultivation increase, current cultivation at the 9th level of body refinement. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing 5 minor realms, earning a summoning opportunity. Feng Lin's eyes widened in terror, disbelief washing over him as he beheld the unfolding events. He could scarcely fathom that Qin Feng possessed such terrifying capabilities. In his mind, Qin Feng had always been a powerless figure. Yet this drastic change filled him with dread and confusion that moment. Qin Feng ignored the system's notifications, seizing the opportunity while Feng Lin was in shock, retrieving another explosive talisman with a resolute glint in his eyes. Seeing Qin Feng's movement, Feng Lin snapped back to reality, frantically fleeing toward the palace exit. Trying to escape? Qin Feng scoffed. "Do you think you can get away?" With a swift motion, he activated the explosive talisman with true qi and hurled it forward. Feng Lin felt the murderous intent locking onto him from behind and desperately cried out, "Qin Feng, you cannot kill me. If you do, my uncle Feng Su will never let you go." He attempted to intimidate Qin Feng with the name of his uncle, hoping to instill caution in him. If he could just escape this place, his life would be spared. After all, he had numerous subordinates outside, and Qin Feng likely had few cards left to play for survival. Alas, bang! Another thunderous explosion erupted, flames shooting into the sky as Feng Lin was engulfed by the shockwave. He let out a piercing scream, his body torn apart by the violent blast, blood and flesh scattering into the air, dissolving into a mist of crimson. Huff! Qin Feng gazed at Feng Lin's complete annihilation, slowly exhaling a breath. This was his first experience with taking a life. Though the scene was horrifically bloody, he felt no discomfort within, only an exhilarating sense of release. Perhaps the martial spirit deeply rooted in the lineage of Huaxia had been fully awakened in this life and death moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the 5th level martial practitioner Feng Lin, earning 2,600 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up, current cultivation at the 1st level of martial disciple. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing 5 minor realms again, earning a summoning opportunity. Chapter 3. The Heroic Woman, Mu Guiying. What a thrill! Qin Feng beheld the series of notifications, an involuntary smile gracing his lips, revealing a sense of satisfaction. The joy brought by the continuous rise in cultivation was unparalleled, even surpassing the pleasures of indulgence. Most exhilarating of all were the 2 precious summoning opportunities. 2 summoning chances. Surely, he could summon an impressive ancestor with those. Otherwise, with his current meager cultivation at the 1st level of martial disciple, how could he possibly resolve the troubles before him? That would be nothing short of a jest. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached from outside the palace. The enormous explosion had alerted the remaining elite soldiers under Feng Lin, who surrounded the inner palace. What is happening? Why is there an explosion coming from within the palace? I just saw Commander Feng leading men into the palace. Your Majesty, they are all subordinates of Feng Lin. What should we do now? The recently departed palace maid, trembling with fear like a startled bird, clung to Qin Feng, her voice quavering as she inquired. Qin Feng, having also heard the tumultuous noise from outside, remained unruffled, for he held 2 chances for summoning at his disposal. He could summon assistance at any moment. As the Emperor, how could he be daunted by a band of mere lackeys with a confident stride? He exited the palace, Now that Feng Lin was dead, he doubted that all the Imperial Guards would remain steadfastly loyal to him. The night had already fallen outside the hall, and the bright moonlight cascaded down, draping the surroundings in a veil of silvery mist. Though it was not as bright as day, it provided sufficient illumination to discern shapes. Over 100 Imperial Guards, weapons in hand, stood in shadowy silhouettes outside the hall, effectively sealing off the sleeping quarters. Their gazes were fixed upon Qin Feng, who stood upon the steps, having just declared, "Feng Lin, who conspired against me, has been executed." Many of these guards were loyal to Feng Lin, some of whom were his trusted confidants brought from the Feng family. Their eyes were filled with unmasked hostility as they regarded Qin Feng. "Feng Lin is dead. If you can abandon the shadows and embrace the light, it is not too late. I shall overlook your past transgressions and grant you amnesty," Qin Feng said calmly, addressing the guards. His words stirred a subtle ripple of unrest among the crowd. Two sergeants stationed in the corner exchanged glances. One of them, slightly moved, lowered his voice to his companion. "We were originally the Emperor's personal guards. Now that Feng Lin is no more, it appears His Majesty is not as incompetent as rumored. Why not pledge our loyalty to him?" The other nodded in agreement. Soon after, they each led their 9 guards forward, knelt on one knee, and collectively proclaimed, "We pay our respects to your Majesty." Qin Feng acknowledged this with a slight nod, a trace of barely perceptible joy flickering across his face. However, the remaining 75 guards continued to glare at him, their murderous intent intensifying. "My brothers, Commander Feng treated us well. We cannot allow him to die unjustly. Let us kill this dog of an emperor and avenge our commander." Suddenly, one of the sergeants drew his sword with a fierce cry. Following suit, the other guards echoed his battle cry, drawing their weapons and charging forward like a relentless tide. "Protect His Majesty." The 2 sergeants who had just allied with Qin Feng, without hesitation, drew their swords and swiftly formed a defensive line at the steps, attempting to thwart the rebels' assault. Yet, the difference in numbers was staggering. In a single clash, 2 of Qin Feng's side fell, and the remaining 18, despite their desperate resistance, could only rely on the advantageous terrain of the steppes to hold their ground, the situation precarious indeed. Even before the rebels had launched their assault, Qin Feng had urgently relayed a command to the system in his mind. "System, initiate the summon. Summon me assistance immediately." Ding. Summoning commenced. Ding. Summoning in progress. Ding. Congratulations, host. Summoning successful. You have obtained the valiant woman general, Mu Ging, a heroine of the Northern Song dynasty in China. She was the daughter of Mu Yu from Muka village, exceptionally skilled in martial arts. Clever and courageous, it is said she was taught the art of divine archery by the ancient mother of Li Mountain. Race, human. Realm, martial master level 1. Note, Mu Guiying's original realm was martial sovereign level 6. Due to system limitations, she can only exhibit the power of martial master level 1 to unlock her 5 sublevels. The host must elevate to a higher realm, and may also cultivate normally, or the host may purchase a realm unlocking card. Martial skill, Phoenix Dance with flowing light / loyalty, 100. Note, with loyalty at a full value of 100, if it drops below 30, the summoned character may betray the host at any time. At 0, the character has already betrayed the host. Upon witnessing this, Qin Feng let out a sigh of relief, feeling immensely fortunate. The summoning had not yielded nothing. Not only had he successfully summoned a character, but Mu Ging also possessed the strength of a martial master at level 1. With her assistance, the current crisis should be easily manageable. From the memories of Qin Feng's previous life, the strongest individuals in the Daxia Kingdom were the martial master level 7 Prince Qin Yi, followed by the martial master level 6 power broker Feng Su. Although Mu Ging was currently only at martial master level 1, Qin Feng was confident that, given her illustrious status as a celebrated heroine in Chinese history, overcoming challenges beyond her current level would not be a daunting task for her. Even if he could not assert that she would be invincible in the martial master realm, he was certain she could protect him in the ensuing struggle, ensuring his survival. As Qin Feng contemplated this, he remembered he still had one summoning opportunity left, and given that Mu Ging had already been successfully summoned, the immediate threat posed by the rebel forces should be swiftly resolved. "Where's my Mu Ging?" Wasn't she summoned? Qin Feng looked around, but her figure was nowhere to be seen, causing a wave of confusion and anxiety to wash over him. System, come forth and provide a reasonable explanation. I have expended a summoning opportunity. Where is Mu Gang? Ding. The summoned character will be assigned a reasonable identity in this world and may not appear immediately. However, Mu Guiying is aware of the host's peril and is en route. En route? Qin Feng's anger surged, his frustration boiling over. What do you mean en route? The flames of danger are licking at my heels, and you tell me she is still on her way. Qin Feng's mind raced with a torrent of expletives for the system, which had proven to be unreliable. Your Majesty, be cautious. Just as Qin Feng harbored his grievances, a rebel sergeant broke through the defensive line, advancing toward him with a raised sword, intent on delivering a lethal blow. Adai! The rebel sergeant's face twisted with a triumphant and sinister smile. In his mind, if he could successfully slay this puppet emperor, accolades from the prime minister would surely follow, and wealth and status would be within his grasp. Yet, Qin Feng regarded this fearsome sergeant with an unruffled demeanor. Devoid of fear, he had activated the golden body talisman even before the battle commenced, for his promising life was just beginning, and it was wise to seek stability in all matters. The rebel sergeant, believing his powerful strike would surely claim Qin Feng's life, was astonished when his sword met Qin Feng's body, only to find it striking a surface as unyielding as steel. Leaving no mark whatsoever, Qin Feng stood unharmed. This is impossible. The rebel sergeant froze, bewildered, his mind blank as if ensnared by a spell. Fool! Qin Feng seized the opportunity, a cold smile gracing his lips as he swiftly drew his sword. Striking like lightning, with a sharp sound of steel, the rebel sergeant's head was severed from his body, blood gushing forth like a fountain, creating a gruesome and shocking scene. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating a level 1 martial apprentice. You have gained 1,100 experience points. The system's prompt sounded at the opportune moment. This sudden turn of events left all present in stunned silence. In their previous perceptions, Qin Feng was merely an emperor incapable of martial prowess. Who could have anticipated his formidable skills? Especially the two sergeants who had pledged their allegiance to Qin Feng. After their initial shock, they were overwhelmed with excitement and relief. The stronger Qin Feng became, the more it validated their decision to support him today. What are you still hesitating for? We have no way out. Today, either they die or we perish. At this moment, the sergeant who had first attacked Qin Feng roared once more. With his command, the rebels, realizing they were trapped with no retreat, became even more frenzied, recklessly charging toward the defensive line. Under their nearly crazed assault, coupled with the overwhelming difference in numbers, the defenses crumbled in an instant. From an initial 20 guards, only 7 remained, all of whom were injured, while the rebels sustained minimal losses and retained their high morale. As the rebels saw the defenses collapse, their assault intensified, surging forward like ravenous wolves. Their eyes gleaming with greed and desire, each vying to be the one to slay Qin Feng, hoping to claim the greatest accolades and rewards. Qin Feng, witnessing the ferocity of the oncoming rebels, felt a surge of anxiety. The protection offered by the golden body talisman was nearly depleted. Once it failed, he would face the rebels' blades directly, with his life hanging in the balance. How could he not be anxious? Mu Guiying, where are you? Why have you yet to arrive? You truly are a source of exasperation. As if by some celestial intuition, a clear and melodious feminine voice, akin to a heavenly melody, suddenly resonated through the night sky. How dare you harm my sovereign? Following this proclamation, a woman clad in striking red leather armor, wielding a long sword, seemed to descend from the heavens, soaring forth from the palace walls. Her form was graceful and ethereal. Wherever she passed, the sword's radiance flickered like a dancing red lotus. Her battle attire billowing in the wind, exuding an enchanting elegance and formidable spirit. Without a hint of fear, she charged straight into the ranks of the rebel forces, her sword dancing like a dragon emerging from the sea, leaving a trail of blood in her wake, initiating a one-sided massacre. In less than a minute, the previously formidable contingent of rebels lay lifeless on the ground, transformed into cold corpses. The onlookers, witnessing the spectacle, were rendered utterly speechless, frozen in place. How could the rebels, whom it found so difficult to resist, be dealt with so effortlessly. The prowess of a martial master is indeed terrifying. Qin Feng gazed at the scene before him, momentarily entranced, but after recovering from his stupor, he could not suppress his excitement. My gang at last has arrived. Your Majesty, this humble soldier has arrived late to your rescue. I beseech your forgiveness, after vanquishing the rebels. Mu Ging hastened to Qin Feng's side, kneeling on one knee, cupping her fists, and raising her voice in apology. When Qin Feng beheld Mu Ging's countenance up close, he was momentarily taken aback, his mind consumed by a singular thought. How beautiful! Her brows arched like distant mountains, perfectly framing a pair of bright, starry eyes that were deep and resolute, as if they could see through all worldly illusions. Beneath her straight nose lay a cherry-red mouth, naturally tinted and subtly smiling, as if perpetually graced with a touch of confidence and charm. Her skin was fairer than snow, illuminated by the silvery moonlight, radiating a gentle halo. Her lustrous black hair was simply tied back, adding an exquisite blend of valor and femininity to her unique allure. Observing her stature, tall and slender, the red leather armor clung tightly to her curvaceous figure, accentuating her delicate waist, evoking an irresistible allure. Her legs were straight and elegant. Qin Feng found himself momentarily entranced, silently marveling. Truly, she is breathtaking. It is worth noting that Qin Feng had previously resided in the technologically advanced Blue Star, having seen countless beauties from around the world without stepping outside his door, from Japan and Korea to the Caribbean and Europe regardless. None could compare to Mu Ging. Alas, my ancestors, forgive me. Quickly regaining his composure, Qin Feng's gaze softened, infused with a barely perceptible warmth, and he silently apologized to Yang Zongbao. He stepped forward, extending his hand to assist Mu Ging to her feet, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he softly remarked, Ging, you speak too humbly. Had you not arrived in time, my life may well have been forfeit. I must express my profound gratitude. Mu Ging's cheeks flushed slightly as she responded softly, Your Majesty, you overstate the matter. It is my duty. Qin Feng gently continued, Ging, you have truly opened my eyes today. Not only are you a master of martial arts, but your beauty is also unparalleled. Hearing this, Mu Ging grew increasingly bashful, softly replying, Your Majesty, you flatter me. Observing her shy demeanor, Qin Feng felt an unfamiliar warmth surge within him, instinctively reaching out to smooth a few errant strands of hair from her face, which had become disheveled in the battle. Mu Ging trembled slightly, but did not retreat. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. After all, this was not the 21st century of Blue Star, where societal norms were far more relaxed. Such an action was undoubtedly a bit reckless. Fortuitously, he was Mu Ging's sovereign. Had it been another, she would have likely drawn her sword. Clearing his throat, Qin Feng coughed lightly to mask his awkwardness. Then continued, Ging, you have rendered outstanding service today. Speak. What is it that you desire? Mu Ging promptly clasped her hands in respect, replying, Your Majesty, I arrived late to your aid and dare not request any reward. That cannot be. Merit must be rewarded. However, since Guing does not wish to articulate her desires at this moment, I shall record this merit for future recompense. Subsequently, Qin Feng's gaze shifted from Mu Ging to the 7 surviving Imperial Guards. Today I, Qin Feng, express my heartfelt gratitude for your trust and loyalty. I assure you, in the future, you shall not be neglected. This is my solemn promise as the Emperor of the Great Xia. The 7 guards, overwhelmed with gratitude, quickly knelt in reverence, proclaiming in unison, Serving your Majesty is our honor. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Feng announced, For every soldier who fell today while protecting me, a reward of 10,000 taels of silver shall be granted, and their immediate family will enjoy royal stipends, with descendants prioritized for official positions. Upon hearing this, the 7 guards were deeply moved, kneeling in unison, exclaiming, We thank your Majesty for your benevolence. We express our gratitude on behalf of our fallen comrades' families. They were filled with myriad emotions, even feeling a tinge of envy for their deceased comrades, whose families would receive state support, and whose children would be preferentially employed. Such generous treatment was truly touching. Yet, they understood that the emperor's generosity towards fallen soldiers indicated that their own loyalty would not go unrewarded. Qin Feng was acutely aware of the thoughts swirling in the minds of the guards. After all, he currently had no one to rely upon, and these 7 guards represented his first loyal subordinates. He knew well that rewards dictated loyalty. Who would willingly pledge allegiance to a leader who merely spoke empty promises? Mu Ging stood quietly nearby, observing Qin Feng's efforts to win the hearts of his subjects, feeling a surge of admiration. She understood that for an emperor to secure his reign, winning the people's hearts was paramount. And Qin Feng's actions were undoubtedly laying a solid foundation for his future rule. You need not thank me. You have all worked hard today. Please go rest. Also, send for a squad of guards to clear the corpses outside the palace. As you command, Your Majesty. I shall take my leave. Once the 7 guard departed, Qin Feng approached Mu Ging and said, Ging, you two have borne much today, that I know you are loyal and fearless. And I shall ensure you are doubly rewarded in the future. Mu Ging hastily clasped her hands and bowed, responding, Your Majesty, you overstate matters. Serving you is my honor, and I dare not seek rewards. Chapter 5. The Second Summons. Ganjiang and Mo Yi. A faint smile graced Qin Feng's lips as he gently extended his hand to assist Mu Ging, speaking softly, Ging, do not be so modest. I have witnessed your accomplishments. Ging, the current turmoil weighs heavily upon my heart, and I fear further attempts on my life may arise. After much contemplation, I wish to request your protection at my side. Would you consent? Qin Feng gazed sincerely into Mu Ging's eyes, filled with anticipation. Your Majesty's command, even if it entails traversing fire and water, I would not hesitate. Mu Ging replied without hesitation, her tone resolute. A sly smile crossed Qin Feng's face as he nodded. Excellent. From this moment forth, you shall remain by my side. Yes, you command, Your Majesty. Mu Ging respectfully clasped her hands in salute. Thereafter, Qin Feng led Mu Ging into the inner chamber of the palace, gently saying, Ging, after your arduous journey and fierce battle, you must be utterly exhausted. Here, you will find hot water and clothing. You may cleanse yourself and take a brief rest. Upon hearing this, Mu Ging hesitated. Washing in the emperor's inner chamber seemed somewhat improper, yet to defy the emperor's wishes would be even more inappropriate. After a moment of internal conflict, she sighed inwardly, deciding, Very well, I shall wash. Under the attentive care of the palace maidens, Mu Ging entered the inner chamber to clean herself, while Qin Feng strolled to the outer hall of the palace. He certainly could not remain idle while she bathed in the inner chamber. Though he was quite willing, he feared Mu Ging's sword would not agree. Qin Feng took a seat in the outer hall, gradually immersing his thoughts in the depths of his consciousness. Focusing on the system before gently opening his system panel. Host, Qin Feng Identity, Emperor of the Great Xia Kingdom Race, Human Realm, Martial Disciple Level 1 Cultivation Method, Ziwei Emperor Decision Weapon, none talent abilities, none martial skills, none battle beasts, none harem of 3,000 beauties, none summoning opportunities. One looking at the numerous none displayed on the panel, Qin Feng could not help but shake his head in resignation, silently lamenting. So many blanks. Presently, I am left with this solitary summoning opportunity. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng came to a decision. And without further ado, he issued the command. System, commence the summoning. Ding, summoning in progress. Ding, summoning successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the legendary swords Ganjiang and Mo Yi. Ganjiang and Mo Yi. The sword of deep affection quality. Top-tier celestial sword. Weapon grades. Yellow. Xian, earth, heaven, saint, divine, each divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. Ganjiang, a master swordsman from the state of Wu during the spring and autumn period, is a renowned figure in ancient Chinese legends, famed for his sword-making prowess. He crafted swords for King Wu and, along with his wife Mo Xia, was commissioned to forge 2 exquisite swords for King Chu, named Ganjiang and Mo Xia respectively. According to the historical records of Wu Yu Chunxiu, the Ganjiang sword was forged from the finest iron of the 5 mountains and the gold essence of the 6 harmonies, while the Mo Xia sword was created from the hair and nails of 300 young boys and girls. who were tasked with stoking the furnace, resulting in a blade of unparalleled quality. Both swords were adorned with intricate patterns. The Ganjiang sword bore the markings of tortoise shells, while the MO-CS sword featured rippling water-like designs. The legendary couple's swords symbolize a profound love. Just as I have summoned Muqing, the immediate appearance of these twin swords seems to suggest that I should bestow the MO-CS sword upon her. Although I had already contemplated this gesture, it seems the system is quite perceptive. Qin Feng felt a surge of joy within, despite not summoning other figures this time. The treasures acquired were indeed splendid. Being granted two swords at once was fortuitous, allowing him to wield one while presenting the other to Muqing. With the power of this sword, her strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights, enhancing his chances against Feng, Su, and Qinyi in the future. After a brief moment, Muqing emerged from the inner chamber, having completed her ablutions. The leather armor she had worn, stained with blood, had been sent for cleaning, and she now donned a palace gown. Upon hearing the commotion, Qin Feng turned to gaze at her, and as his eyes fell upon the unique gown she wore, he found himself momentarily taken aback, a glimmer of astonishment flashing across his eyes. It seemed that an attentive maid had prepared this gown, which was not an ordinary palace dress, but rather one designed for concubines, exuding an enticing allure. Clearly, this maid had acted on her own accord, and he resolved to reward and reprimand her in equal measure. How very perceptive, yet utterly inappropriate. Qin Feng silently chastised himself. At this moment, Muqing's cheeks, slightly flushed from her bath, resembled ripe apples, radiant and captivating. Clad in the diaphanous gown, her graceful silhouette was subtly revealed, the fitted waist accentuating her elegance. The neckline of the gown was slightly open, exposing a significant expanse of skin as fair as snow, smooth and delicate like mutton fat jade. Such ample and exquisite beauty. Qin Feng could not help but marvel inwardly. Muqing clasped her arms across her chest, attempting to shield her unintentional allure, the long hem of her dress trailing on the ground, swaying gently with her every step. Her gaze flitted about in a flustered manner, unsure of how to proceed. And upon meeting Qin Feng's eyes, her shyness intensified, nearly compelling her to bow her head in embarrassment. Two vivid blushes blossomed on her cheeks, akin to the splendid hues of a sunset. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, resembling the wings of a startled butterfly, her eyes shimmering with a mixture of shyness and anxiety. Her delicate lips were lightly bitten, portraying a state of utter bewilderment. "Your Majesty," Muqing approached Qin Feng, intending to pay her respects, but the gown posed a dilemma. How could she bow without revealing too much? The awkwardness was unbearable. Observing her predicament, Qin Feng promptly rose, gently took her hand, and smiled, saying, "Ging, there's no need for formalities. There are no outsiders here. You may treat this place as your own home, and no outsiders." Home? Muqing pondered silently, bewildered by the implications of his words. Before she could voice her queries, Qin Feng produced the MO-CS sword and presented it to her. Wearing a gentle smile, "Ging, this sword is named MO-CS, and today I bestow it upon you. Do see if it pleases you, a fine sword." The moment Muqing laid eyes on the MO-CS sword, her eyes sparkled with delight, clearly enamored by the blade. You like it?" Qin Feng inquired with a smile. "Indeed." Muqing nodded fervently, her gaze fixed on the sword, filled with longing. "That if you like it, then take it. You shall be the master of the MO-CS sword henceforth." Upon hearing this, she hastily waved her hand. Though her eyes brimmed with affection for the sword, hesitation tinged her response. "Your Majesty, such a precious sword is too much for me to accept." Yes, she waved her hand. The movement was slightly exaggerated, causing her figure to sway, and Qin Feng found himself momentarily captivated, silently admonishing himself. "What am I thinking? I am merely offering a sword. Accept it. Should you refuse, it would be seen as defying my will," Qin Feng said with a feigned sternness, Muqing bit her lip. Internally conflicted, her desire for the sword battled with her sense of unworthiness. When she finally mustered the courage to reach for the sword, her fingers inadvertently brushed against Qin Feng's hand. In that fleeting moment, an electric sensation coursed through them, causing Muqing's face to flush deeper, while Qin Feng's gaze grew more intense. Their hands lingered in a gentle touch, and the surrounding air seemed to grow thick with unspoken tension. With Qin Feng's persistent encouragement, Mu Ging ultimately blushed and cautiously accepted the Mo-CS sword, whispering, "Thank you, Your Majesty." The candlelight flickered, casting a soft glow upon them, creating a hazy yet enchanting atmosphere. They stood in silence, their gazes intertwined, as if time itself had momentarily ceased. Observing Mu Ging's bashful demeanor, Qin Feng's lips curled into a satisfied smile, reveling in his success. Chapter 6. A time for amusement, cradling the Mo-CS sword. Mu Ging slightly lowered her head, her focus fixated on the blade, her thoughts drifting elsewhere. Noticing this, Qin Feng gently approached her, his voice tender. "Ging, this sword suits you remarkably, much like you, and I to his words. Mu Ging's heart fluttered as if gripped by an invisible hand. Instinctively, she lifted her gaze, meeting Qin Feng's passionate and earnest eyes. A rush of warmth flooded her cheeks, leaving her feeling as though she were being scorched by flames. Momentarily at a loss for how to respond, that moment, Qin Feng delicately raised his hand, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear, and Mu Ging froze, as if enchanted, her breath quickening, her heart racing like a startled deer within her chest. Qin Feng's fingers brushed her cheek, lingering gently on her chin, elevating it slightly in a slow, natural motion that sent ripples through Mu Ging's heart like waves expanding outward. "Your Majesty," Mu Ging murmured, her voice barely audible, laced with shyness and bewilderment. Qin Feng's lips curved into a soft smile, his fingers remaining at her chin, unyielding in their touch. Just as he felt himself compelled to draw closer, Mu Ging seemed to regain her senses, taking a deep breath. Her cheeks, already flushed, turned a vibrant cherry red as she, blushing yet resolute, replied, "Your Majesty, this is progressing too swiftly. May I have a moment to consider?" Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of disappointment crossing his features, but he quickly reconciled with the realization that he had indeed acted impulsively. Nodding gently, he replied, "Very well. Thank you, Your Majesty." Mu Ging exhaled a sigh of relief, nodding lightly before clutching the Mo-CS sword tightly as she lowered her gaze. Just as she prepared to turn and leave, Qin Feng swiftly stepped forward and draped his outer robe over her shoulders. "It's cool at night. Do take care not to catch a chill." Mu Ging paused, warmth flooding her heart, yet she dared not look back, quickening her pace to depart, her figure swiftly fading from Qin Feng's sight. The room returned to its previous quietude, with Qin Feng standing still, his gaze following Mu Ging's retreating silhouette, lost in contemplation. "There is no need to rush. Time is on my side. The fish is already in the pot. It cannot escape." As the crowd eagerly awaited, the sound of footsteps echoed through the air. Upon hearing it, all eyes turned in unison towards the source of the sound, and there appeared Feng Su, clad in an intricately embroidered purple court robe, adorned with a uniquely styled and lavishly decorated official hat, approaching with a measured grace. The threads of his robe shimmered under the sunlight, radiating a dazzling brilliance that signified his noble and extraordinary status. With Feng Su's arrival, the court officials immediately bowed their heads respectfully, collectively exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Prime Minister." Their voices were harmonious and powerful, as if they were reverently worshipping the true emperor of the Great Xia at that moment. Their devotion palpable. Feng Su raised his hand slightly, exuding an air of authority that commanded respect. Signaling the crowd to rise, he then proceeded with steady and forceful strides towards the Golden Lawn Hall, his silhouette emanating an aura of power and majesty that instilled fear in onlookers. The ministers had already been informed of the day's court session, well aware that Feng Su intended to depose the young Emperor Qin Feng. It was known that those who had dared to oppose Feng Su had been systematically dealt with by him through various means. From a distance, Qin Feng observed the scene of his ministers bowing before Feng Su. Despite having mentally prepared himself for this, the blatant arrogance and unmasked demeanor of Feng Su incited a bitter laugh from him, filled with resentment. What a thief! Does he truly believe he is already the emperor of the Great Xia? He thought, "Just wait. If I do not bring you down, I shall not carry your name." The memory of Feng Su's attempt to arrange for Feng Lin to assassinate him the previous day sent a shiver down Qin Feng's spine. Fortunately, the system had appeared in time, and he had fortuitously summoned Mu King. Otherwise, Feng Su might have brazenly claimed the throne today. However, Qin Feng was acutely aware that, given his current strength, it was unrealistic to confront Feng Su directly. His only support lay with Mu Ging and the 100 or so Imperial Guards. Thankfully, after the return of the 7 Imperial Guards the previous night, they had managed to recruit several hundred more to Qin Feng's side. Yet, that was their limit, as those whom they trusted had already been approached, and attempting to sway the others without certainty could easily lead to alarming the enemy, resulting in a loss. Nevertheless, Qin Feng understood that the system was his greatest asset, and what he lacked most was time. Ding! Main quest activated. Eliminate Feng Su mandatory task. Quest description: Feng Su, the left chancellor of the Great Xia Kingdom, has long harbored ambitions of usurpation, first colluding with Prince Qi Yi to conspire with the Yin Kingdom against the Great Xia, resulting in the demise of the late emperor and the crown prince, then bribing court officials to suppress loyalists and seize control of the court. Now, he harbors murderous intentions towards you, the host, aiming for the throne. Quest objective: eliminate Feng Su and dismantle his faction. Quest duration: 45 days. Quest reward: 2 summoning opportunities, 1 designated summoning opportunity. Failure penalty: should Feng Su succeed in his usurpation, the host will be killed. The activation of the system's main quest was unexpected, yet the rewards were quite generous, offering a total of 3 summoning opportunities, one of which was designated. However, there was also a penalty for failure. But that mattered little. The relationship between him and Feng Su was one of life and death. The time constraint was present, but with 45 days allotted, he was confident it would be more than sufficient. By that time, he would have no idea how much his cultivation could improve, and undoubtedly, he would be able to summon formidable figures, making the task of eliminating Feng Su seem effortless. Qin Feng realized that to eradicate Feng Su and seize control of the court, the combined strength of himself and Mu Ging was far from adequate. The first step was to command military-powered in the capital. There were 2 significant military forces. One was the Imperial Guards responsible for protecting the palace, and the other was the City Defense Army, tasked with safeguarding the capital, each consisting of 100,000 troops. The previous day, Feng Lin had been a centurion within the Imperial Guards, so Qin Feng could begin his maneuvering from that front. After Feng Su and the ministers entered the Golden Yuan Hall, Qin Feng deliberately delayed before calmly leading Mu Ging and the 100 Imperial Guards into the hall. The attending eunuch raised his voice, announcing, "His Majesty has arrived." However, the ministers displayed a remarkably indifferent demeanor, only bending slightly at the waist, their lackadaisical attitude glaringly apparent as they half-heartedly chanted, "Long live the Emperor." There was none of the reverence due to Qin Feng as the Emperor, standing in stark contrast to their earlier deference towards Feng Su. Observing this, Qin Feng merely cast a passive glance, unfazed by their behavior. Once seated, he directed a cold gaze towards the commander of the Imperial Guards, his tone icy as he addressed, "Shan, do you no longer wish to serve as commander of the Imperial Guards? Yesterday, a centurion under your command dared to attempt an assassination against me. Are you aware of your crime?" Chapter 7. Advantage is mine. Then kill. Qin Feng was acutely aware that Feng Lin was closely related to Feng Su, being his nephew. However, it was not yet time to confront Feng Su directly, so he decided to make an example of Shan Jingyin, the commander of the Imperial Guards. After all, as Feng Su's confidant, holding him accountable would serve as a warning and prevent immediate escalation of conflict. The ministers present were taken aback by this turn of events. In their previous understanding, Qin Feng had always been an incapable puppet emperor, a mere figurehead, and during court sessions he had merely acted as a lackluster mascot, obediently following Feng Su's commands without a hint of defiance. Yet today, he dared to hold Feng Su's confidant accountable, which was a significant surprise to all. Curiosity and speculation filled the ministers' minds, pondering the underlying intentions behind Qin Feng's actions. Ding! Side quest activated. Eliminate Imperial Guard Commander Shan Jingyin, mandatory task. Quest success. Reward host with a profound level divine ability, critical hit. Divine abilities are ranked as Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow, with each rank further divided into inferior, superior, and exceptional. Quest failure. no penalty. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Qin Feng's heart soared with joy. He had already planned to eliminate Sun Jingyin to reclaim military power. And the arrival of this system task was serendipitous, offering him an opportunity to gain a divine ability without any cost. Faced with Qin Feng's inquiry, Sun Jingyin smirked disdainfully, his expression nonchalant as he casually concocted an excuse. Leisurely responding, "Your Majesty, I was truly unaware of this matter. That centurion has always been compliant. I cannot fathom why he would commit such an egregious act. Perhaps it is due to your Majesty's excessive strictness that he harbored ill intentions and murderous thoughts. How can you hold me accountable for this?" With a hint of provocation, he boldly challenged, "Your Majesty should not wrongfully accuse me. You cannot condemn me based solely on conjecture." A sharp glint flashed in Qin Feng's eyes, and he subtly signaled Mu Qing beside him, the meaning in his gaze unmistakable. Unable to contain herself any longer, Mu Qing shouted, "Sun Jin, you dare to show disrespect to His Majesty. You shall die." Without waiting for Sun Jingyin to respond, she immediately drew her sword. Mo Xie, her figure darting forth like lightning, the sword slicing through the air with fierce momentum as it aimed straight at Sun Jingyin. At that moment, the court officials watched in disbelief, internally believing Mu Qing's actions to be overreaching. In their view, Sun Jingyin possessed a martial artist level of 3, while Mu Qing was merely at level 1. Her audacity to strike at Sun Jingyin was undoubtedly courting disaster. Their expressions reflected a mix of disdain and skepticism, whispering among themselves that while the girl was indeed beautiful, her intelligence seemed lacking. Sun Jingyin, dismissively glancing at Mu Qing, wore an expression of mockery, as if to say, "You think you can challenge me? What a delusion!" However, in the next instant, Sun Jingyin's eyes widened in disbelief. This was due to the fact that Mu Qing's Moi sword had appeared before him like a specter, its speed far surpassing his imagination. Startled and alarmed, Sun Jin hastily drew his sword to defend himself. But as the Moi sword collided with his weapon, a sharp, crisp sound echoed, and his sword was cleanly severed, clattering to the ground, its fall resonating harshly in the silence of the Grand Hall. Yet, Mu Qing's assault showed no signs of abating. On the contrary, it intensified with ferocity akin to a tempest, the shadows of her sword weaving together in a dazzling display that left one bewildered. After merely 2 exchanges, Sun Jingyin appeared utterly overwhelmed. Beads of sweat the size of mung beans began to form on his forehead, cascading down his cheeks, the once arrogant expression replaced by sheer terror and confusion. In a deft sidestep, Mu Qing swung her Moi sword horizontally, the blade transforming into a silver ribbon that struck viciously at Sun Jingyin's waist. The impact forced him to stagger back several steps, nearly collapsing to the ground, his demeanor utterly disheveled. Despite his efforts to resist, Mu Qing offered him no respite, launching another swift thrust that left Sun Jingyin no time to evade. He felt a chilling sensation at his throat as the Moi sword pressed against his windpipe, the icy aura of the blade raising goosebumps on his skin. Sun Jingyin's eyes bulged like copper bells, filled with terror and despair, unable to fathom how he could so easily be subdued by Mu Qing, particularly in the presence of so many ministers, a blow to his pride of monumental proportions. Without a hint of hesitation, Mu Qing lightly waved the Moi sword, unleashing a fierce surge of sword energy that penetrated Sun Jingyin's body. This energy seemed to possess a will of its own, racing towards his meridians and obliterating his hard-earned cultivation. Sun Jingyin's face turned ashen, collapsing to the ground like a disassembled puppet, his anguished cries reverberating through the Grand Hall, piercing the hearts of all present like a sharp arrow. Instilling a palpable fear among the ministers, the sudden turn of events left the gathered ministers in shock, their mouths agape, unable to comprehend how Mu Qing had so decisively vanquished Sun Jingyin, a man of the 3rd layer of martial master, and rendered him powerless. The ruthlessness of her actions struck fear into their hearts, casting a shadow of trepidation over their gazes as they regarded Mu Qing. Standing aside, Feng Su internally cursed Sun Jingyin for his incompetence, filled with indignation that he had not anticipated that a man of the 3rd layer of martial master could be bested by Mu Qing, a mere 1st layer martial master, and in such a few exchanges at that. By the time he sensed something amiss and contemplated intervening, It was already too late. He could only watch helplessly as the events unfolded. Feng Su weighed his own fighting prowess against Mu Ging's, realizing that they were likely equals in strength. Though he had attained the 6th layer of martial master, 5 realms above Mu Ging, his preoccupation with court intrigues had left him lacking in combat experience compared to her. Moreover, Mu Ging wielded the Moi sword, a weapon of heavenly rank. Should a confrontation arise, he was uncertain of his chances against her. As these thoughts plagued him, Feng Su's expression darkened further. Contemplating a course of action, he understood that he must refrain from rash movements. Otherwise, he risked meeting the same fate as Shan Jing, a prospect too costly to entertain. With the Moi sword in hand, Mu Ging cast a cold, sweeping gaze over the assembly, her presence imposing and palpable, silencing the ministers into a state of apprehensive stillness, the grand hall so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Meanwhile, Qin Feng maintained an inscrutable demeanor, a subtle smile gracing his lips, clearly satisfied with Mu Ging's performance, silently commending her. Ging, splendid work. Yet, Feng Su was rife with confusion, his curiosity piqued, unable to fathom where Qin Feng had unearthed such a formidable talent. Since Qin Feng's ascension, he had been under constant surveillance, yet he had never caught a glimpse of Mu Ging, as if she had materialized from thin air. Was there someone supporting Qin Feng from the shadows? If so, the situation had grown increasingly intricate and precarious. Feng Su's mind raced with thoughts, striving to maintain his composure as he reevaluated the unfolding scenario, that he recognized that any hasty actions now could lead to dire consequences, and he must patiently await a suitable opportunity. His gaze flitted between Mu Ging and Qin Feng, searching for a potential opening that could alter the tide of events. However, the more he pondered, the more he felt the precariousness of his position, regretting not having brought more allies. Realizing that with adequate support, the current predicament might not have escalated so severely, he cursed himself for his negligence, lamenting how he had been deceived by Qin Feng's prior image of ineptitude. For too long, he had perceived Qin Feng as a hedonistic, weak puppet emperor, which had led him to drop his guard and overlook the possibility of such a dramatic turn of events. Reflecting on his past miscalculations, he chastised himself internally like a tea that moment. Shan Jing lay on the ground, his cultivation shattered by Mu Ging, his anguished cries echoing painfully in the hall, unsettling all who heard. Yet, Qin Feng remained unmoved, coldly addressing Shan. Commander Shan, do you now comprehend your error? Shan Jing, still clinging to hope, gritted his teeth against the pain coursing through him and shouted, Your Majesty, I truly had no knowledge of the captain's plot against you. I have dedicated myself to the nation, and while I may lack merit, I have endured my share of hardship. Do you not fear the discontent of the ministers for treating me so? A derisive snort escaped Qin Feng's lips, his disdain evident. Ministers, were they truly his? Were they not all Feng Su's men? Since they were not his, why should he care for their opinions? Furthermore, in this world, one could suppress all dissent with sufficient power. If one could not, it merely indicated their inadequacy. With the advantage in his favor, what was there to deliberate? The man must die. Chapter 8. The renowned General Chen Qingji and the 7,000 white-robed army. Qin Feng's expression was grim as he brandished the Ganjiang sword, methodically descending the steps until he stood before Shan Jing, his eyes glimmering with unmasked murderous intent. That moment, Shan Jing truly comprehended the gravity of the situation. Qin Feng was resolute in his intent to execute him on the spot. Overcome with terror, he cried out to Feng Su, Chancellor, save me. You cannot abandon me. We are allies. His voice, steeped in despair and helplessness, reverberated in the silent hall. Feng Su felt an involuntary tightening in his chest, instinctively gathering his energy, poised to act. But just then, a piercing, icy gaze shot towards him like an arrow. It was Mu Ging's glare, filled with provocation and disdain, as if silently challenging him. Will you dare to try? Feng Su hesitated. The strength of this woman was formidable, and he felt uncertain. Though he discerned that Mu Ging was a mere first-layer martial master, her possession of a heavenly ranked weapon elevated her combat prowess beyond mere appearances, leaving him without complete confidence in his ability to triumph over her. Reluctantly, Feng Su weighed the risks and ultimately decided against intervening to save Shan Jing. In his mind, Shun Jingyin was already a broken man. It was not worth jeopardizing himself for someone so powerless. Moreover, Shun Jingyin's demise would leave his wife. Feng Su's thoughts drifted to Shun Jingyin's enchanting wife, stirring a twinge of excitement within him. In that moment of exhilaration, the energy he had previously gathered dissipated unconsciously. He chose to close his eyes and cultivate tranquility, pretending the matter was none of his concern. Nevertheless, he reassured himself, "Do not worry. Shun Jingyin, I shall take care of your wife after you are gone." Realizing Feng Su's indifference, Shun Jingyin understood he had been completely forsaken. In that instant, despair engulfed him like a tidal wave, flooding his heart with sorrow and resentment. That old man had quite the patience. If he had acted, I could have justified allowing Mu Qing to eliminate Feng Su, thus alleviating many complications and seizing control of the court. As the winds of strategy lingered, Feng Su refrained from taking action. Should Qin Feng allow Mu Qing to execute me, a tumultuous upheaval would undoubtedly ensue within the court of the Great Xia Kingdom. Given my current capabilities, I am ill-equipped to navigate such a labyrinthine situation. However, since I cannot eliminate you just yet, I shall commence by dispatching one of your trusted subordinates to collect a modicum of interest. Qin Feng, lost in thought, approached Shun Jingyin, the commander of the Imperial Guards. With the Jian of Ganjiang firmly pressed against his neck, he coldly pronounced, "Shun Jin, commander of the Imperial Guards, you have neglected your duties and shown blatant disregard for the law of the land. Defying my will, your crimes warrant the gravest of penalties. Your Majesty, I acknowledge my transgressions. Please, do not take my life. I beseech you, spare me." Shun Jingyin, once brimming with arrogance, now appeared utterly terrified, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, "Your Majesty, I shall be your loyal servant, obeying your every command. Please, grant me mercy." Yet, Qin Feng remained impervious to his entreaties, executing a swift motion, the blade gleaming coldly as it severed Shun Jingyin's head from his body. Blood gushing forth like a fountain, pooling on the hall's floor in a glaring crimson stain. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the traitor Shun Jingyin, advancing 2 major realms and gaining 20,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host on leveling up. Current level is Martial Apprentice, 2nd layer. Ding! Congratulations to the host on leveling up. Current level is Martial Apprentice, 3rd layer. Ding! Congratulations to the host on leveling up. Current level is Martial Apprentice, 7th layer. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through 5 minor realms, granting 1 summoning opportunity. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a side quest and obtaining the Xian level ultimate divine ability, Critical Strike. What a thrill! It seems this system possesses considerable merit. This method of gaining strength without exertion is indeed suitable for someone like me, although it pales in comparison to the mere act of signing in to gain power. It is still quite acceptable. Qin Feng eagerly perused the description of the Critical Strike ability, which could instantly amplify his own power, unleashing a terrifying damage output of 10-fold. Its only drawback was the considerable consumption of true energy. With his current reserves, he could only employ it 3 times. Fortunately, proficiency could be increased through practice, thereby reducing energy consumption. Seeing that he had 1 summoning opportunity left, Qin Feng promptly instructed the system. System, initiate the summoning. Ding! The system begins the summoning. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a successful summoning. You have obtained the renowned General Chun Qingji from the period of the Northern and Southern dynasties. Chun Qingji, a distinguished general of the Liang Kingdom during the Northern and Southern dynasties, known for his humility and caution and his meticulous military governance, but he fought in over 100 battles. Adept at defeating larger forces with fewer troops, and boasted an almost flawless record, earning the reputation, a master general. His white robes command the respect of 1,000 troops. Race, human realm, martial master. 7th layer. Note, Chun Qingji's true strength is Martial King. 9th layer. Due to system constraints, he can only demonstrate the power of Martial Master. 7th layer. Unlocking his full potential requires the protagonist to ascend 1 major realm, after which Chun Qingji can cultivate normally, or the host may purchase a cultivation unlocking card for him. Army, 7,000 white-robed soldiers. Note, the soldiers of the white-robed army originally possess strength above Martial Master. Their power will gradually be unlocked over 3 months, and soldiers may also cultivate independently, or the host may purchase a cultivation unlocking card for rapid unlocking. Loyalty. 100. Allow me to interject. As for the system's marketplace, Qin Feng had previously inquired and learned that it has yet to meet the conditions for activation, but a surge of excitement coursed through Qin Feng. He had never anticipated such fortuitous luck in summoning the illustrious General Chen Qingji. In his past life, he had been astounded by Chen Qingji's illustrious military exploits, with even great figures declaring, upon reading this account, one is filled with yearning. Such accolades testify to Chen Qingji's formidable prowess. Now, having successfully summoned him as his subordinate, with a perfect loyalty rating of 100, Qin Feng felt assured, knowing he could trust Chen Qingji implicitly. Most importantly, Chen Qingji came equipped with 7,000 white-robed soldiers, granting Qin Feng a formidable military force of his own. Alas, their strength would take 3 months to fully unlock. Otherwise, with these 7,000 martial masters, Qin Feng believed he could easily dominate the entire Great Xia Kingdom. Chen Qingji, now that you are summoned, I shall provide you with a grander stage to showcase your talents. Drawing a deep breath, Qin Feng inquired expectantly, System, when will Chen Qingji arrive by my side? Ding! Chen Qingji is currently stationed just outside the hall. The system is impressively swift, having just summoned him, and he appears already. Commendable progress indeed. Qin Feng praised with satisfaction. It turned out that Chen Qingji was responsible for overseeing the city defense forces. Previously, Prime Minister Feng So had attempted to win his favor. Yet Chen Qingji had merely engaged in superficial pleasantries, neither fully agreeing to Feng So's overtures nor objecting to his attempt to place allies within the city defense forces. He remained focused solely on training soldiers in the city defense camp, feigning indifference toward court affairs. Over time, Feng So ceased to pay attention to Chen Qingji, believing him harmless. The reason for Chen Qingji's presence outside the hall was that he, too, had received word that Feng So had conspired with other ministers to force Qin Feng to abdicate today. Thus, he stationed himself outside the hall to protect Qin Feng, having prepared the 7,000 white-robed soldiers in secret. Should Feng So dare to usurp the throne and harm the emperor, Chen Qingji would act to rescue him, and then escape the palace to rendezvous with his soldiers. The reason Chen Qingji did not bring the white-robed soldiers with him was that any major movement within the city defense forces would alert Feng So, potentially compromising their plans. Thus, he ventured alone to the hall, intending first to save Qin Feng and then to eliminate Feng So and his accomplices. Little did he expect to witness Qin Feng display a commanding presence, shattering his previous image of incompetence, successfully suppressing Feng So's arrogance, and capturing Sun Jingyin, the commander of the Imperial Guards. Chapter 9. Consolidating 200,000 military powers, seizing this rare opportunity. Qin Feng caught Feng So off guard, summoning a eunuch without hesitation. Quickly summoned Chen Qingji to the hall. Yes, your majesty. The eunuch, fearing to delay even a moment, complied hastily and rushed out of the Golden One Hall. Before long, the eunuch returned, leading a refined and elegant general, who approached the assembly of ministers. Chen Qingji stood tall, resembling a towering pine, exuding an extraordinary demeanor that commanded respect, his presence as imposing as a majestic mountain. He knelt in the center of the hall and proclaimed loudly, I am Chen Qingji, commander of the city defense forces, paying my respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor! Qin Feng gazed upon this legendary general, whose name resounded through history, a smile gracing his lips. Chen Aiqing, please rise. Chen Qingji complied, standing tall, hands clasped respectfully at his side. Chen Aiqing, I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. Today, seeing you in person, it is indeed well-deserved. I wish to appoint you as the commander of the Imperial Guards, to safeguard the palace and the capital. Will you accept this grave responsibility? Upon hearing this, Chen Qingji immediately clasped his fists in salute, replying with unwavering determination, I am deeply honored by your majesty's trust and will devote myself fully to this duty, never betraying your expectations. I believe in you. I shall rely heavily on you in the days to come. Chen Aiqing, the stability of the palace and the capital rests upon your shoulders. To serve your majesty is a privilege. I shall dedicate my life and soul to this cause this moment. Feng Su harbored a secretive smirk, his expression unchanged, yet a subtle malice flickered in his eyes. Qin Feng, do you truly believe that by appointing Chen Qingji as the commander of the Imperial Guards, you can control them? How naive. Feng Su scoffed inwardly, having already infiltrated both the Imperial Guards and the city defense forces with his loyalists, ensuring his grip over them. Your efforts are merely futile. Though he felt a surge of anger, Feng Su suppressed it, contemplating, for now, I must endure it. I shall make you pay dearly once I return. Qin Feng observed Feng Su's restrained demeanor, inwardly snickering, fully aware of the Prime Minister's thoughts. Yet Feng Su remained oblivious to the fact that Chen Qingji commanded 7,000 of the most elite white-robed soldiers. With Chen Qingji's skills and his loyal forces, how could he not gain control over the remaining troops? Moreover, he was the emperor of the Great Xia Kingdom, the legitimate heir of the royal line. How many among those troops were genuinely loyal to Feng Su? They were merely driven by self-interest. And it was unlikely that many would truly desire to rebel alongside him. As long as he implemented a few strategies to win them over, many would willingly pledge their loyalty to him. And as for those unwilling to submit, how naive to underestimate Chen Qingji and his 7,000 white-robed soldiers. They would serve as invaluable experience points for my advancement. Qin Feng pondered silently within. Yet at this moment, he found himself in a state of inner conflict, deliberating whether to seize the opportunity to apprehend Feng Su. Presently, he held considerable power, with Mu Ging and Chen Qingji by his side. Capturing Feng Su at this juncture would be as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist. However, should he allow Feng Su to escape, the next attempt to subdue him would necessitate a genuine confrontation. Without concrete evidence, executing Feng Su outright would likely provoke resistance from the officials. While eliminating these ministers would not pose a significant challenge, such an action would undoubtedly plunge the nation into a state of paralysis. Furthermore, in the counties beneath the kingdom, there was no telling how many of Feng Su's supporters remained. It would be imprudent to eradicate them all at once, as this would only furnish Qi Wang Qinyi with an opportunity to exploit. Should he eliminate all the court officials, Qinyi could boldly return to the capital under the pretext of abolishing a tyrant, thereby placing Qin Feng in a precarious position. Reflecting on the earlier demise of the late emperor and the former crown prince, it was evident that Qinyi had refrained from immediately seizing the throne, precisely because he sought to position himself on the morally superior side. Qi Wang Qinyi was clearly scheming to have Feng Su ascend to power first, only to later raise the banner of vengeance for his imperial nephew Qin Feng, leading a righteous force back to the capital to eliminate Feng Su, ultimately reclaiming the throne for himself. The populace would undoubtedly regard Qi Wang Qinyi as exceedingly benevolent, especially given his royal lineage, thus rendering his claim all the more legitimate. This was a classic case of wanting to have one's cake and eat it too. Yet, it suited Qin Feng perfectly. Otherwise, should Qinyi disregard public opinion and directly march his border troops back to seize the throne, even with the support of his system, he would find himself lacking the time to grow and strengthen. It was likely that Feng Su was aware of Qinyi's machinations. Nonetheless, he still dared to strike at Qin Feng, attempting to usurp power. Did Feng Su truly believe that merely with the 100,000 imperial guards he previously commanded, he could withstand the might of Qinyi's border forces? Not to mention the 100,000 city defense troops. Together, they would still be no match for the border troops under Qinyi's command. Could it be that Feng Su had other forces to rely upon? Alas, it seemed his strength was insufficient. If only he were powerful enough, he would not need to deliberate so extensively, but could simply crush all opposition. With a silent sigh, Qin Feng ultimately resolved to spare Feng Su for the day. Furthermore, today's gains were already substantial. He had eliminated one of Feng Su's trusted subordinates, instilled fear in the officials, and gained control over the 100,000 imperial guards. With Chen Qingji's additional 100,000 troops, he now commanded a total of 200,000 soldiers, thereby possessing a measure of strength. The immediate priority was to seize this opportunity to root out Feng Su's infiltration within this army, firmly securing military power within his grasp. Additionally, he needed to focus on enhancing his own strength, as this would trigger more tasks and provide further summoning opportunities, once he attained sufficient power with numerous civil and military officials at his command. Would he still need to regard Feng Su and Qin Yi with trepidation? With this thought, Qin Feng took a deep breath, straightened his dragon robe, and surveyed the court officials with an air of authority, proclaiming, "Esteemed ministers, today's court session shall conclude here. You may disperse." Upon hearing this, the ministers hastily knelt, collectively exclaiming, "Long live your majesty! Long live! Long live!" Once the formalities were concluded, the court officials exited the Golden Yuan Hall in succession. Qin Feng then cast a glance at Chen Qingji, signaling him to remain. After the others had departed, Qin Feng spoke. "Chen Aiqing, I have matters to discuss with you. Please proceed to the imperial study and await my arrival." Chen Qingji clasped his hands in respect and replied, "Yes, your majesty." After the court session, Qin Feng returned to the palace with Mu Ging, changing into more comfortable attire, primarily because he intended to accompany Chen Qingji to the camps of the city defense troops and the imperial guards. Once Chen Qingji identified Feng Su's infiltrators, Qin Feng would take action to eliminate them. For this experience package must not be wasted, and he was also eager to witness the legendary prowess of the white-robed army. Chapter 10. Your Majesty is truly unfathomable. Dressed in casual attire, Qin Feng arrived at the imperial study, whereupon Chen Qingji, upon seeing Qin Feng's presence, immediately knelt in reverence, exclaiming, "This humble general, Chen Qingji, pays respects to your majesty. Long live, long live, long live." Observing this, Qin Feng swiftly interjected with a smile, "Qingji, there is no need for such formalities. I grant you permission to forego kneeling when you see me." In Qin Feng's heart, Chen Qingji was a capable general under his command, deserving of special treatment to convey his esteem and trust. "Thank you for your great kindness, your majesty," Chen Qingji responded, warmth swelling within him. For a general, nothing could evoke greater excitement than the trust bestowed by those in power. I could see that moment. Qin Feng's unreserved confidence ignited in Chen Qingji a fervor to lay down his life for such a worthy sovereign. Even if Qin Feng commanded him to take his own life, he would undoubtedly comply without hesitation. "Qingji, I summoned you today primarily to inquire about your grasp on the city defense troops and to ascertain how long it would take to gain control over the 100,000 imperial guards. I have publicly humiliated Feng Su today, and by appointing you as the commander of the imperial guards, Feng Su will undoubtedly retaliate against the troops under your command once he returns. If you cannot maintain firm control over them, he will surely use this incident to impeach you, compelling me to appoint another in your stead. Your majesty need not worry. Although Feng Su previously infiltrated many of his own into the city defense troops, believing he had nearly complete control over the 100,000 troops, the individuals he placed there are nothing but empty vessels, entirely ignorant of military affairs, preoccupied solely with indulgence. I have long since undermined their authority, and the soldiers under them are merely feigning cooperation to create the illusion that Feng Su has command over the city defense troops." Chen Qingji reported with a calm demeanor, systematically detailing the situation. As for the imperial guards, they were no longer the same as in previous times under the leadership of Shen Jingyan. Shen Jingyan was fond of flattery and particularly enjoyed frequenting entertainment venues, causing many capable and ambitious individuals within the imperial guards to be suppressed and rendered unfulfilled, with some even reduced to the status of ordinary guards. Chen Qingji furrowed his brow slightly and continued, "I have kept a watchful eye on these capable individuals and have cultivated good relations with them. Initially, I intended to recruit them into my city defense troops. Now that your majesty has appointed me to command the imperial guards, it has saved me considerable trouble. With their assistance, I estimate I can gain complete control over the imperial guards in less than a day." Chen Qingji spoke with certainty, exuding confidence. Splendid. Qingji, you have truly brought me great delight." Qin Feng could not help but laugh heartily, increasingly recognizing and appreciating Chen Qingji's capabilities. "Qingji, there is another matter for which I sought you out today. I have heard that you command a particularly unique force, known as the White-Robed Army. Is this true?" Qin Feng inquired with curiosity, directing his gaze towards Chen Qingji. Chen Qingji was taken aback, pondering silently. How does your majesty know of this? This army has been trained and assembled in secret. They merely appear to be my personal guards, and few are aware of their existence. Connecting this with the sudden appearance of Mu Ging, he realized that the emperor was indeed concealing his true capabilities. There must be other hidden forces at play. It was truly unfathomable. With this thought, Chen Qingji's regard for Qin Feng deepened. Your Majesty, it is indeed true. The white-robed army consists of my meticulously trained elite troops, possessing formidable strength. However, due to previous budget constraints from the court, I have only managed to train 7,000 men in total, Chen Qingji replied honestly. Qin Feng inhaled deeply and looked at Chen Qingji, saying, Qingji, upon your return, relay my orders to deploy 5,000 white-robed troops to reinforce the palace's defenses. I suspect that after angering Feng Su today, he will undoubtedly send people to create trouble at the palace. Furthermore, the current state of the palace is akin to being undefended, with the imperial guards lacking any semblance of guarding the palace. At the same time, I permit you to expand the scale of the white-robed army. Recruit as many as you deem appropriate, and I shall provide you with all necessary support. Chen Qingji was momentarily stunned, his face soon brimming with excitement, as he quickly replied, Thank you, Your Majesty. I will ensure that I train an unstoppable and invincible army for you. Qin Feng nodded slightly, instructing Chen Qingji, Then you may return to reorganize the troops. I shall proceed to the city defense troops camp shortly. After Chen Qingji bowed and paid his respects, he turned to leave, ready to execute the tasks assigned by Qin Feng. Meanwhile, Feng Su, having returned home after the court session, was in his study fuming. Within the study, priceless porcelain and exquisite paintings were mercilessly hurled to the ground, shattering into countless fragments, filling the space with a cacophony of destruction and chaos. After regaining some composure, Feng Su's eyes flickered as he promptly instructed those around him to contact Chen Qingji, attempting to win him over and warmly inviting Chen Qingji to his residence for a discussion. When the envoy sent by Feng Su located Chen Qingji, he had just stepped through the gates of the city defense troops camp. The envoy hurriedly conveyed Feng Su's message. General Chen, the Prime Minister has hosted a banquet and sincerely invites you to attend. Upon hearing these words, Chen Qingji's expression darkened instantaneously, his gaze imbued with a chilling frost as he coldly declared, I, Chen Qingji, pledge my loyalty solely to His Majesty. I shall never entertain treachery. The Prime Minister's good intentions, I fear, I am unworthy to receive. When the envoy attempted to persuade him further, anxiously exclaiming, General Chen, you must reconsider. You are well aware of the Prime Minister's methods. If you remain obstinate, it may lead to dire consequences. Chen Qingji interrupted sharply, his voice laced with ire. Enough. Do not utter another word. If you do not depart, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. With that, he waved his hand decisively, banishing the messenger without granting him another opportunity to persuade him. Feng Su, who had initially held firm belief that Chen Qingji would make the right decision, found himself plagued with numerous thoughts as he awaited the return of his subordinate. He mused that Chen Qingji ought to discern the gravity of the situation. His influence within the court was unparalleled. If Chen Qingji were wise, he would surely recognize the correct choice to make. After a while, the subordinate hurried back, trembling as he reported, My lord, Chen Qingji not only rebuffed your overtures, but also made it abundantly clear that he remains loyal only to His Majesty. Upon hearing this, Feng Su's expression soured dramatically. His face contorted with rage and disbelief. He bellowed, What? How dare he? In a fit of fury, he upended the meticulously prepared banquet set for Chen Qingji, the sound of crashing dishes and scattered delicacies echoing throughout the chamber, creating a scene of utter chaos. Subsequently, Feng Su stormed back into his study, only to find that the porcelain and artworks had just been arranged anew by his servants. In a frenzy, he hurled these items to the ground once more, shattering the porcelain into countless fragments and tearing the paintings to shreds. The study was once again engulfed in disorder, mirroring Feng Su's tumultuous state of mind. After expelling Feng Su's envoy, Chen Qingji swiftly set about executing Qin Feng's directives. He promptly mobilized his forces, commanding those already prepared to apprehend the individuals Feng Su had infiltrated into the city defense army, sealing their powers in the process. The expeditiousness of this operation stemmed from Chen Qingji's foresight in making prior arrangements. Should Feng Su attempt a coup, He was ready to protect His Majesty and facilitate an escape from the palace to rendezvous with the prearranged White Robe Army. Simultaneously, he ensured that all of Feng Su's agents within the City Defense Army were thoroughly eliminated. Once the captured individuals were securely contained, they awaited Qin Feng's arrival for further action, as Qin Feng had instructed him to detain them until he could personally address the matter. Although Chen Qingji was unaware of His Majesty's intentions, he understood that His Majesty must have his own considerations. As a subordinate, his duty was to execute orders with unwavering diligence. After the tumultuous events, Feng Su gradually regained his composure, gritting his teeth, his eyes glinting with malevolence as resentment brewed within him. Chen Qingji, how dare you? It seems my previous measures were far too lenient. He immediately dispatched his own agents to inform those placed within the city defense and imperial guards. Chen Qingji, you are courting disaster. The city defense army and the imperial guards are my men. I shall make you realize that aligning with Qin Feng is a grave error. Only by siding with me will you. Chen Qingji, find a path forward, lest you face utter ruin. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, accompanied by Mu Qing, stealthily exited the palace and made his way toward the city defense army's encampment. Chen Qingji had already been waiting respectfully at the entrance, and upon sighting Qin Feng, he immediately bowed and proclaimed, Your Majesty, I, Chen Qingji, await your arrival. General Chen, there is no need for formalities. Qin Feng waved dismissively. Your Majesty, the White Robe Army is prepared and awaits your inspection. Chen Qingji reported. Very well, lead the way, Qin Feng replied, anticipation flickering in his eyes. Chen Qingji hastened to guide him, and soon they arrived at the location of the White Robe Army. Before them stood 7,000 soldiers clad in white. Aligned like stately poplars, their figures erect as pines. The white battle robes billowed gracefully in a gentle breeze, resembling pristine clouds, yet exuding an air of formidable resolve. The weapons they wielded gleamed ominously, their sharpness silently proclaiming their lethality, evoking no doubt that these arms could effortlessly breach enemy lines. As Qin Feng approached the White Robe Army, the soldiers knelt in unison, their voices resounding like thunder as they proclaimed, Long live your Majesty! Long live! Long live! The resonance of their voices reverberated throughout the camp, a display of overwhelming spirit. Qin Feng beamed at this magnificent spectacle, a surge of pride swelling within him. He raised his hand and declared, Soldiers, rise! In an instant, the 7,000 soldiers stood in perfect unison, their disciplined demeanor inspiring awe. Following this, as Chen Qingji waved a banner, the White Robe Army adeptly shifted formations, their movements fluid and harmonious. Each transition was executed flawlessly, showcasing both Chen Qingji's exceptional command and the discipline and combat prowess of the White Robe Army. They surged forth like tigers descending from mountains, unstoppable in their momentum. At other times, they flowed like dragons emerging from the sea, agile yet powerful, their battle cries echoing as though 1,000 armies were clashing in fierce combat, vividly illustrating their indomitable spirit and formidable fighting capability. Standing atop a platform, Qin Feng gazed at the awe-inspiring scene before him, a wave of heroism washing over him as he marveled at the White Robe Army, a formidable force that had etched its mark in the annals of history over 8 millennia in Huaxia. Beside him, Mu Qing nodded slightly, clearly moved by the grandeur of the display, her eyes reflecting admiration. After the inspection of the White Robe Army, Qin Feng accompanied Chen Qingji to the main encampment of the City Defense Army. He took his place at the head seat and addressed Chen Qingji, the White Robe Army. Indeed, a fine force trained by you. Chen Qingji possesses an astonishing momentum. Given time, they shall undoubtedly become the sharpest blade of our great Xia kingdom. Expanding our territories, Chen Qingji humbly replied, It is all due to your Majesty's wisdom and leadership. I merely contribute a modicum of effort. Chen Qingji then continued, This morning, as per your Majesty's instructions, I have made significant progress. I have already contacted those previously suppressed individuals in the Imperial Guards and dispatched agents to assist in apprehending the generals who have already sided with the Prime Minister. We should receive news shortly. The individuals Feng Su infiltrated into the City Defense Army have been secured. Would your majesty like to see them? Yes, have them brought forth. Qin Feng nodded. At once, your majesty. Chen Qingji responded, instructing his subordinates to bring the captured individuals. Before long, a group of bound captives was brought into the main encampment, their mouths gagged, producing only muffled sounds, their eyes wide with terror and confusion as they struggled futilely against their restraints. Your majesty, should we remove their gags for questioning? Chen Qingji inquired. No need. Qin Feng declined directly, fully aware that he'd come not merely to witness the famed White Robe Army, but primarily to deal with these captured individuals. There was little need for inquiry. With that, Qin Feng unsheathed his sword, striding purposefully toward one of the captives. In a swift motion, he brought the blade down, and a flash of cold light heralded the severing of the man's head. Blood erupting in a gushing torrent, pooling upon the ground. The remaining captives gasped in horror, their struggles intensifying as they writhed against their bindings. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, a sense of perplexity enveloping him. He had anticipated hearing the familiar system notification upon slaying the enemy, along with the corresponding experience reward, yet silence reigned in that moment. Was the man not truly dead? He instinctively glanced at the severed head rolling at his feet. This man was undoubtedly lifeless. Was it a matter of system lag? Qin Feng dismissed the errant thought, yet upon reflection, the system had never exhibited such delays before. Could it be that the system had malfunctioned? Should he consider a reboot? Qin Feng mused inwardly, to ascertain whether the system had indeed crashed. Qin Feng decisively swung his sword again, the blade flashing as another head fell. Yet still, the system remained eerily silent. Just then, a commander hurried into the tent, bowing to both Chen Qingji and Qin Feng. I pay my respects to your majesty and General Chen, T's. Qin Feng responded, stating that all matters arranged by General Chen had been successfully completed. The generals of the Imperial Guard who had aligned themselves with Feng had all been apprehended, and they now awaited the Emperor's disposition. The general reported this, and Qin Feng waved his hand, signaling for the officer to withdraw. Preoccupied with concerns regarding the system, he found himself disinclined to continue conversing with Chen Qingji. Turning to Chen, he said, with matters here resolved, I shall return to the palace. Please arrange for 5,000 white robe troops to guard the palace. Moreover, ensure that those who have sided with Feng Su are dealt with. Chen Qingji respectfully clasped his hands and replied, Yes, your majesty. Qin Feng nodded slightly before stepping out of the tent, while Chen Qingji immediately began to organize the deployment of the 5,000 white robe troops to the palace. Upon returning to the palace, Qin Feng promptly dismissed all attendants and remained alone in the imperial study. System, why did I not gain any experience after slaying 2 6-tier warriors? He inquired, his voice tinged with dissatisfaction and confusion. Was there a malfunction, or have you consumed my experience points? The system's dispassionate voice responded. Ding! The system has detected that the enemies you defeated were utterly defenseless, thus they cannot be counted towards experience points. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, pausing momentarily before speaking again. Then why did I receive experience points when I killed Shun Jingyin? Was he not also rendered incapable of resistance by Mu Kang? Ding! That is because the assassination of Shun Jingyin was a task assigned by the system, and thus the host gained experience point for that kill. The system replied. Goodness, does that mean I can only obtain experience points through my own actions from now on? How wasteful to have lost so many potential experience points, Qin Feng lamented, initially hoping to elevate himself from 7th-tier martial artist to warrior by eliminating these defenseless foes. Now, however, that plan had evaporated, leaving him with a sense of futility. Yet upon further reflection, he recognized that the system's restrictions were, in fact, reasonable. Had there been no such regulations, he could have instructed Chen Qingji to continuously capture martial artists to amass experience points, enabling a swift ascension to the warrior realm, followed by the summoning of new characters. Moreover, the strengths of Mu Ging and Chen Qingji would have been further unlocked, leading to a rapid, snowballing expansion of power, potentially allowing him to dominate the world. Chapter 12. A simple push would suffice meanwhile. Feng Su received the disheartening news in his mansion. Upon learning that his operatives within the Imperial Guard and the city defense forces had all been thoroughly dealt with by Chen Qingji, he felt as if struck by a lightning bolt. The calm demeanor he had recently regained twisted into a grimace of rage. Feng Su was utterly undone, his fury driving him to smash the newly acquired vase and priceless artworks in his study. The sound of shattering echoed as porcelain shards flew and paintings were torn asunder, plunging the room into chaos once more. In his wrath, Feng Su summoned the assassins he had meticulously trained over the years. Gritting his teeth as he plotted to eliminate Chen Qingji and satiate his resentment. However, a sudden thought crossed his mind, causing him to hesitate, while he was uncertain of Chen Qingji's precise strength. He had encountered him before, and sensed that he was undoubtedly at the martial artist level. Even if his assassins could kill Chen Qingji, the latter was always within the heavily guarded city defense camp. Sending assassins there would likely result in their immediate slaughter by the military formation. As this realization struck, Feng Su's previously blazing fury was doused with cold water, and the madness in his eyes faded. Replaced by hesitation and contemplation, his mind raced with possibilities, leading him to a crucial insight. If he could not kill Chen Qingji, could he not target Qin Feng, the source of the issue? After all, it was Qin Feng, the emperor, who had orchestrated the current state of affairs. Without Qin Feng's sanction, how could Chen Qingji have become the commander of the Imperial Guard? Moreover, the palace's defenses were alarmingly lax. Even with Mu Ging's protection, she was but one person who required rest. Surely, she could not remain at Qin Feng's side at all times. With this thought, a glint of resolve flashed in Feng Su's eyes. He promptly commanded his assassins to proceed to the palace and eliminate Qin Feng. Without a moment's hesitation, the assassins set off to fulfill their mission, swiftly vanishing from Feng Su's estate. Shortly thereafter, Feng Su's informants, who were tasked with monitoring movements in the capital, reported significant activity within the city defense forces that a full 5,000 troops clad in white robes had emerged from a camp. Joining the ranks guarding the palace, Feng Su's expression changed dramatically upon receiving this news. He was suddenly reminded of the assassins he had dispatched and felt a sense of foreboding. Urgently, he sent someone to recall them, anxious that if they attempted to assassinate Qin Feng now, it would be tantamount to walking into certain death. Over the years, he had trained 50 assassins, each one a product of immense investment and effort, with the strongest having reached the martial artist level. Among those he had just sent out was an assassin who had attained the martial artist realm. Losing them would be a tremendous blow. As fate would have it, the attendant sent to retrieve the assassins soon returned with disheartening news. They had failed to catch up with them, as the assassins had already left Feng Su's estate. Feng Su's heart sank. He understood that once the assassins departed, they were required to sever all communication with the outside world during their missions. Thus, he could no longer reach them, a stipulation he had instituted to ensure secrecy and the resoluteness of their tasks. Feng Su's complexion darkened, alternating between shades of blue and white as he clenched his fists, pacing anxiously in his chamber. "Damn it! What a calamity!" he muttered, silently praying that his assassins would exhibit some wisdom and retreat upon realizing the futility of their mission. However, deep down, he knew this was unlikely. These individuals were not merely assassins. They were death warriors, absolutely devoted to executing his commands, even if it meant sacrificing their lives without hesitation. Once they ventured forth, they were truly gone. With this thought, Feng Su found himself utterly undone once more. Filled with regret, yet powerless to act, he could only watch as events unfolded in the most disastrous manner. Night deepened. The palace was enveloped in a profound stillness, save for the faint glow of light emanating from the imperial study. Qin Feng was diligently reviewing the piled-up memorials, as he slowly turned the pages. A heaviness settled upon him. The documents at the top extolled a fa of peace and prosperity, their text replete with embellishments that painted a picture of a harmonious era. These reports were penned by those who had already allied with Feng Su, intentionally concealing the truth to curry favor with him, only reporting good news while neglecting the dire realities. At the bottom of the pile lay older memorials, depicting the dire plight of the common people across the Great Xia Kingdom, with local governments desperately seeking support from the court. During Feng Su's tenure in power, loyal and talented individuals had been systematically suppressed and excluded from positions of authority, replaced by sycophants who merely sought to ingratiate themselves with him. Consequently, the already suffering regions had descended into further despair, and to expect these inept flatterers to govern effectively was akin to hoping that a sow could climb a tree. They would not only fail to empathize with the populace, but would also exploit them at every opportunity. Qin Feng was acutely aware that in order to alter the present circumstances, he must first dismantle Feng Su and his accomplices. However, he currently faced numerous challenges that at this moment, he lacked the sufficient manpower to fill the vacancies that had arisen. And he was also uncertain about the specific number of Feng Su and his followers. Clearly, this was not the most opportune time to take action. He needed to devise a strategy to compel them to reveal themselves. Nevertheless, he could methodically weaken Feng Su's influence step by step, systematically eliminating those courtiers who had openly pledged their allegiance to him. Qin Feng recalled that the imperial prison still held many loyal ministers who had been unjustly imprisoned by Feng Su on baseless charges. Now, it was time to release them. This would serve two purposes. Firstly, these loyal individuals could occupy the positions vacated by the courtiers who had betrayed the throne, thus ensuring the normal functioning of the court. Secondly, their presence in the court would at least divert some of Feng Su's attention, as these ministers harbored a deep-seated animosity towards him, by meticulously driving Feng Su into a corner. Not only would it create chaos in his ranks, but would also potentially expose any hidden cards he might still possess, thus achieving multiple objectives. As Qin Feng was lost in thought, Mu Ging gently placed a cup of fragrant tea beside him. Noticing the furrowed brow of Qin Feng, she could not help but express concern, softly inquiring, "Your Majesty, what troubles you so?" Qin Feng lifted his gaze, meeting her caring eyes, and a warmth blossomed within him as he slowly replied, "I am contemplating the state of affairs in the court. Feng Su's faction is currently rampant, and the common people are suffering greatly. Why heartaches for them?" Mu Ging nodded slightly, her eyes filled with tenderness as she gently advised, "Your Majesty, while you care deeply for the people, you must also attend to your own health, not overexert yourself." Qin Feng's lips curled into a faint smile, a hint of teasing in his tone as he replied, "Bing, I am overwhelmed with worry, and my body is aching all over. If only someone could give me a massage." Chapter 13. Touching achievements, Mu Ging was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing slightly as she playfully chided, "Your Majesty, you always jest with me." Yet despite her words, she tenderly moved behind Qin Feng and began to knead his shoulders. Qin Feng closed his eyes, savoring this moment of warmth, when suddenly an idea struck him. He opened his eyes wide, a mischievous glint flashing within them as he grasped Mu Ging's hand, gently yet firmly pulling her onto his LP. Mu Ging gasped, her face instantly turning crimson, reminiscent of a splendid sunset. Her heart raced, and she found herself at a loss, unsure of how to react. With a smile playing on his lips, Qin Feng embraced her slender waist, leaning closer to whisper in her ear with a voice imbued with languor and affection. "Ging, your gentle and charming demeanor is truly captivating." The warmth of his breath tickled Mu Ging's ear, causing her cheeks to redden further. Resembling a ripe apple adorned with a tempting blush, she lightly punched Qin Feng's chest, playfully scolding, "Your Majesty, you only know how to tease me." Although her tone carried a hint of reproach, it was more akin to the playful banter of a love-struck maiden, brimming with cuteness. Qin Feng laughed heartily, tightening his embrace as he gently rocked her, his eyes sparkling with joy as he declared, "I am not teasing. I am merely expressing my deep affection for you." Their laughter echoed within the study, infusing the otherwise solemn atmosphere with a touch of sweetness. Outside the hall, a general clad in white arrived at the study, seeking an audience. Moments ago, 10 assassins dispatched by Feng Su had attempted to infiltrate the palace. They believed themselves to be undetected, yet had been discovered by the vigilant white-clad guards just as they breached the outer wall. Although these assassins possessed superior strength, surpassing that of the white-clad soldiers, the latter quickly formed a cohesive formation thanks to their rigorous training. Despite the assassins' desperate attempts to break through, their assaults were thwarted time and again, while the white-clad guards retaliated with increasing ferocity, leaving the assassins powerless to counter. Ultimately, under the relentless siege of the white-clad soldiers, one by one, the assassins fell. The last two, realizing escape was futile, resolutely bit down on concealed poison, choosing death over capture. Hearing the report from the white-clad soldiers, Qin Feng couldn't suppress a contemptuous laugh, inwardly mocking. Did they truly believe the palace was unguarded? The mastermind behind these assassins is utterly foolish, not even bothering to conduct a proper investigation prior to sending them. With 5,000 white-clad soldiers stationed at the palace, it was far from easy to breach its defenses. Attempting to dismantle their security without an army of tens of thousands was sheer folly. After concluding the report, Qin Feng dismissed the white-clad soldiers. Yu Ging, who stood behind him, noticed that the report mentioned the assassins were all at least 9th-tier warriors, with one reaching the martial master level. This revelation startled her, prompting her to say, "Your Majesty, these assassins are indeed formidable. Their origins must be remarkable, yet the mastermind behind them seems rather inept." Qin Feng scoffed. "Those possessing such strength and harboring enmity towards me can only be Feng Su or Qin Yi. While Qin Yi remains at the border and maybe monitoring the capital, he would not send assassins at this moment. The mastermind is most likely Feng Su. However, you are correct. Feng Su may have truly made a grave mistake." Meanwhile, in the study of the Feng residence, Feng Su sneezed several times in quick succession, rubbing his nose in confusion as he murmured, "I am not ill. Why am I sneezing? Is someone speaking ill of me?" Just then, the voice of the housekeeper echoed from outside. "Master, news has come from the palace that a group of assassins attempted to infiltrate but were discovered and engaged in battle with the white-clad guards. The assassins have been captured, and the guards suffered no casualties. I suspect these are not your assassins. Given their strength, they should not have been so incompetent." Feng Su's face flushed with rage upon hearing this. He bellowed, "You fool! Who else could it possibly be besides the assassins I dispatched?" Trembling with fury, he pointed at the door, berating, "Get out, you imbecile! Leave this instant!" "Yes, master, I am the fool. Please do not be angry." "I will leave at once." The housekeeper, recognizing the danger of Feng Su's wrath, promptly prostrated himself and rolled out of the study in a comically exaggerated manner, hastily closing the door behind him to avoid further ire. Observing the housekeeper's ridiculous demeanor, Feng Su felt his composure waver, collapsing into a chair as a tumult of emotions surged within him. Though he had anticipated this outcome, hearing it confirmed shattered his resolve. He reflected on the events of the day, which had unfolded with relentless intensity. First, during the morning court session, Qin Feng had eliminated his confidant. Then he witnessed Qin Feng reclaim control of the Imperial Guards. Furthermore, Chun Qing had defected to Qin Feng's side, severely undermining his authority in the court. After the court session, all his agents embedded within the Imperial Guards and city defense forces had been ousted, leaving Qin Feng with complete control over the capital's 200,000 troops. Compound his humiliation. The assassins he had dispatched had met with utter failure, their record a disheartening 0-10-0. This was a blow too great to bear. Now, Feng Su began to doubt himself, questioning whether he could successfully mount a rebellion with such inept subordinates. Yet he quickly regained his composure, his eyes glinting with a sinister light as he resolutely thought, "This is merely a temporary setback, a trifling obstacle. I, Feng Su, have navigated the complexities of the Great Xia for many years. I shall not be so easily defeated, though you may have gained a fleeting advantage. I still hold my trump cards, and the advantage remains with me. Qin Feng, enjoy your moment of triumph, for when they arrive, it shall be your day of reckoning. I, Feng Su, will undoubtedly repay today's humiliation tenfold, ensuring that all shall recognize me as the true sovereign of the Great Xia Kingdom." The following morning, outside the Golden Throne Hall, over 100 court officials arrived as per usual, yet the atmosphere today was markedly different from that of previous days. They stood in quiet anticipation of Chancellor Feng Su's arrival, but their demeanor was notably more serious than the day before, as it was evident that they were aware of the unsettling changes within the Imperial Guard and the city's defense forces, a palpable unease lingering in their hearts. However, their interests had long been tightly entwined with those of Feng Su. Despite their inner turmoil, they had no choice but to follow him down a path fraught with uncertainty. For the fate of one was inextricably linked to the fate of all. Yet, as they waited, Feng Su's figure remained elusive. It was not until the time for court convening drew near that word arrived. Chancellor Feng was unwell and could not attend. Upon hearing this news, the officials erupted in discontent, muttering amongst themselves, "What a coward! He fears for himself and leaves us to languish here, utterly lacking in loyalty." Yet having already come, they could scarcely find an excuse to retreat. Did they truly believe that the palace was a place where one could come and go at will? If one were to attempt a hasty exit now, the white robe guards would swiftly teach them the grim consequences of such folly. Feng Su was apprehensive that Qin Feng might take direct action against him. Though he understood that the likelihood of Qin Feng turning on him was slim, given his current close ties with both civil and military officials, he was well aware that an unwarranted assassination would plunge the great Xia kingdom into utter chaos. Moreover, should Qin Feng act against both him and the court officials at this juncture, Prince Qin, you would undoubtedly march back to the capital under the pretext of eradicating a tyrant. Originally, Feng Su had intended to bring along some of the martial experts from his estate for protection, to avoid finding himself isolated and vulnerable. Little did he anticipate that Qin Feng would revoke military authority the day prior, leaving Chun Qing's subordinates armed with the elite white robe guards. Now, with the palace secured by the white robe guards, it was clear that Feng Su's men would be unable to infiltrate. And even if they could, they would likely meet a dire fate under the relentless onslaught of the guards. Thus, it was perhaps wiser to feign illness and refrain from attending court, for otherwise, he would find himself alone, coerced by force, and stripped of dignity. Better to remain at home in peace, where he would not be subjected to humiliation. Chapter 14. Purging the court, changing fortunes at this moment. The atmosphere within the court was solemn and grave. Qin Feng, clad in his dragon robe, sat majestically upon the dragon throne, exuding an undeniable aura of imperial authority. Below him, the ministers stood respectfully, heads bowed, breaths held, the hall enveloped in a silence, punctuated only by the faint sound of their collective inhalation. As the resounding summons for court echoed, the ministers collectively rallied, promptly advancing in an orderly manner according to their ranks. They knelt in unison, fervently proclaiming, "Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor for all eternity!" Their voices rang out in harmonious and robust unison, reverberating throughout the hall, starkly contrasting with the previous day's lackluster and perfunctory display. As though a new assembly of officials had taken the stage, Qin Feng, his expression unreadable, slowly surveyed the assembly before him, his gaze piercing as if he could see into their very souls. His awareness of the court's dynamics already acutely honed. Though he refrained from revealing his thoughts just yet, he raised a hand slightly and spoke in a measured tone. "All ministers, rise," upon hearing this. The officials exhaled in relief and subsequently arranged themselves in two lines, awaiting Qin Feng's next command, the court once again descending into silence, broken only by the occasional rustle of their garments. Qin Feng continued, "Do any of you have matters of importance to report?" As the words left his lips, the ministers momentarily hesitated, exchanging glances, none daring to be the first to speak. An air of trepidation settled among them, as they speculated on the underlying implications of Qin Feng's inquiry, fearful that a hasty response might bring misfortune, and thus they opted for silence. After a brief pause, one bold minister stepped forward, gathering his courage to say, "Your Majesty, with the Chancellor absent today, many affairs may prove difficult to resolve." His voice was laced with caution, eyes averted from Qin Feng, casting furtive glances before hastily lowering his head again. "Huh." Qin Feng let out a cold laugh, the sound reverberating harshly in the stillness of the court, causing a collective shiver to run through the assembly. "What? Does my court falter without the Chancellor? Are you all merely idle spectators?" His words landed like a heavy blow, silencing the ministers, who instantly fell mute, the atmosphere thickening with tension. "Oh, you truly have nothing to report. Has the great Xia reached a state of peace and prosperity, with the populace living in contentment?" Qin Feng's voice rang out again, tinged with inquiry and dissatisfaction, his gaze sharpening as though he sought to pierce through their facades. The ministers bowed their heads even lower, none daring to respond, the court echoing with an oppressive silence as if one could hear a pin drop, the weight of the atmosphere pressing heavily upon each individual's chest. Observing this, Qin Feng's inner contempt bubbled to the surface. He was already fully aware of the minister's machinations. Thus, he refrained from further pleasantries and directly addressed the Minister of Revenue with pointed inquiry. Yesterday, I perused the previous memorials and noted that the Hedong, Sanchuan, and Nanyang prefectures recently suffered from drought. The Treasury previously opened its granaries for disaster relief. Why have conditions in these regions shown no signs of improvement? You, as the Minister of Revenue, ought to provide me with a reasonable explanation. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the Minister of Revenue turned ashen, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, his countenance resembling that of a man confronted by a specter. He hastily fell to his knees, his body trembling uncontrollably, his voice quivering as he stammered, "Your Majesty, I'm unaware of the details." His tone reeked of guilt and fear, transparent to all present. Qin Feng's eyes bore into him with an icy glare as he scoffed. "Unaware? A fine excuse indeed. I possess irrefutable evidence of your collusion with the prefectural governors to embezzle disaster relief funds, thereby causing the suffering of the common folk. You are truly deserving of death." Qin Feng's tone was laden with rage and heartbreak, his disdain for officials who disregarded the plight of the populace in favor of personal gain palpable. The Minister of Revenue, now thoroughly terrified, repeatedly kowtowed, the sound of his forehead striking the ground echoing throughout the hall, his voice breaking with desperation. "Your Majesty, I was wrong. Please spare my life." His pleas were heart-wrenching but failed to sway Qin Feng. "Seize him and execute him." Qin Feng's decree had barely left his lips when a contingent of white-robed guards entered, swiftly approaching the Minister of Revenue and the already cowed governors, dragging them out as though they were mere chickens. The Minister of Revenue's desperate cries echoed, "Your Majesty, please spare me. I shall never dare again." His voice faded into the distance, while the governors murmured in despair, "It's over. It's all over." The other ministers turned pale, their hearts gripped by fear. They had not anticipated such decisiveness from Qin Feng today, who acted without a shred of mercy. The court now brimmed with a stifling atmosphere of dread. Each individual trembling, afraid to draw breath, as if the slightest movement might invoke a deadly consequence, their bodies frozen in place. Before long, anguished screams reverberated from outside the hall, piercing the air and sending chills down the spines of the ministers, their hearts racing in terror. Having dealt with the Minister of Revenue and the governors, Qin Feng's gaze suddenly locked onto the Minister of Rights. The Minister of Rights felt a chill run down his spine, as if a sword were poised above him, his legs nearly giving way beneath him. He struggled to maintain his composure, though his body trembled involuntarily, filled with trepidation. Qin Feng's icy stare lingered on the Minister of Rights for a moment before he spoke slowly. "And you, Minister of Rights, do you believe I am unaware of your underhanded dealings? During your oversight of the sacrificial ceremonies, you audaciously reduced the expenditure on ritual offerings for personal gain. Furthermore, during the selection process for talented individuals, you secretly accepted bribes, facilitating the advancement of the unworthy while stifling those of true merit. Your actions are a blasphemy against education." Each word Qin Feng uttered was like a dagger, exposing the Minister of Rights' misdeeds one by one. The Minister of Rights, aghast, could only stare wide-eyed, his mouth agape, utterly speechless, as if his very soul had been stripped away, standing there frozen, fully aware that he was now beyond salvation. At this moment, Qin Feng's gaze shifted to the Minister of Personnel, an ominous glint flashing in his eyes. As his expression hardened, he declared, "And you, Minister of Personnel, you have abused your position to accept bribes, favoring your acquaintances, placing the incompetent in positions of power, leading to chaos and disorder within the court. You have even withheld promotion orders for officials, exploiting your authority for personal gain, disrupting the normal functioning of the court." Continuing, Qin Feng, in the presence of his ministers, meticulously enumerated the transgressions of the Minister of Personnel, his voice resonating throughout the court. The ministers listened in trepidation, each secretly relieved that they were not the ones being exposed at that moment, yet increasingly fearful of becoming the next targets of scrutiny. The Minister of Personnel appeared ashen, collapsing in despair upon the ground, his body curled into a ball, and his eyes filled with hopelessness, having lost the former grandeur and arrogance he once possessed. Shortly thereafter, the white-robed soldiers burst in again, dragging the ministers of rights and personnel out of the hall as if they were lifeless carcasses. The ruthless nature of their actions stood in stark contrast to the desperate struggles of the two ministers, evoking a chilling sensation in all who beheld it. The ministers' inner fear intensified as the court felt akin to the realm of the underworld, with Qin Feng embodying the role of the sovereign of life and death. While they themselves were mere fish on a chopping board, powerless to resist their fate, the sounds of anguished cries echoed from outside, resonating like a tolling bell in the hearts of the ministers, causing their pulses to quicken involuntarily, cold sweat cascading down their spines. They all bowed their heads, too fearful to meet Qin Feng's gaze, terrified that they might be next to face retribution. A suffocating atmosphere of death enveloped the court, rendering it difficult to breathe. As the cries outside gradually subsided, an eerie silence pervaded the hall, so profound it seemed capable of swallowing sound itself, leaving only the hurried and stifled breaths of the ministers at that moment. The foreheads of the ministers of works, war, and justice glistened with beads of sweat, which gathered and trickled down their cheeks, their bodies trembling uncontrollably with fear. They realized with dread that today, Qin Feng appeared to have declared war on the six ministries, with the successive disposals of the ministers of revenue, rights, and personnel signaling a complete overhaul, likely aimed at regaining firm control over the six ministries. They felt as though they were sitting on needles, fearing they might be the next to be apprehended, fervently praying that Qin Feng would spare them. All the while acutely aware that they too were not without guilt, their anxiety growing ever more palpable, as anticipated. Qin Feng's piercing gaze, sharp as a hawk's, fell upon the Minister of Works. With a grim expression, he coldly stated, "Minister of Works, do you believe I am unaware of your embezzlement during construction projects, your negligence leading to numerous safety hazards?" The Minister of Works' legs buckled, nearly collapsing, and he barely managed to steady himself with the aid of a fellow minister. But the terror etched on his face was unmistakable, his eyes brimming with despair and helplessness. Qin Feng then turned his gaze to the Minister of War, his voice stern. "Minister of War, you are responsible for the military, yet you indulge in corruption, daring to embezzle military funds and substituting inferior goods for military supplies. Is there anything you do not dare to do?" The Minister of War turned pale, seemingly aging a decade in an instant, shaking his head in despair, muttering incomprehensibly, engulfed by extreme fear. Next, Qin Feng's gaze shifted to the Minister of Justice, whom he berated. "Minister of Justice, you oversee the law, yet you pervert justice, previously exiling many of your political adversaries on baseless charges and imprisoning them unjustly. You have utterly desecrated the law. Do you comprehend how many loyal officials have suffered due to your selfish desires? How many innocent lives have been ensnared?" The Minister of Justice was ashen-faced, unable to utter a single word, standing there, rigid as if paralyzed, fully aware that he would ultimately pay the price for his transgressions. Just then, a slight commotion was heard from outside. It turned out that Qin Feng had already arranged for loyal ministers, previously wrongfully implicated by Feng Su and imprisoned, to be brought forth from the dungeons. Awaiting outside the hall, Qin Feng had meticulously planned to replace the six ministers once he had disposed of them. The loyalists, having previously held significant positions within the six ministries, could seamlessly assume the roles of ministers temporarily until Qin Feng summoned suitable individuals to take their place. However, those wrong ministers waiting outside were experiencing a surge of emotions. This entire scenario was deliberately orchestrated for their benefit. Chapter 15. Do not rush. Let us take our time. His intention in summoning the white-robed soldiers to bring these wrongfully accused ministers outside was to allow them to hear him advocate for them, acknowledging their past contributions and vindicating them, restoring their honor. These ministers had endured the utmost injustice, suffering torment and humiliation in the dark confines of their cells, their days filled with unbearable hardship. Now, upon hearing Qin Feng's righteous words in their defense, a wave of warmth surged within them, emotions spilling forth, reflecting on the myriad of agonies they had experienced in the dungeons, the long and torturous days, and the moments of unwarranted slander and cruel torment. It all seemed to pale in comparison to this moment, as if all their grievances and suffering had finally found an outlet, granting them a profound sense of release. Making every past hardship feel worthwhile, they inwardly vowed to serve such a wise and formidable sovereign as Qin Feng was an unparalleled honor. Thus, they resolved to dedicate everything to him, repaying his kindness and efforts on their behalf. Even at the cost of their lives, soon, the white-robed soldiers charged in again with the ferocity of wolves, executing their actions with precision, approaching the ministers of works, war, and justice, seizing them, and dragging them toward the hall. The three ministers, already pale and weak, could muster no resistance, allowing the soldiers to drag them away. In an instant, the chilling cries echoed from outside once more, reverberating through the expansive palace like a summons from death, causing the remaining ministers in the court to bow their heads, not daring to utter a sound, their bodies stiff as statues. They were uncertain who Qin Feng would target next, each heart brimming with fear and unease. Yet they clearly recognized that the landscape of the Great Xia was about to change, and the former dynamics of the court would likely never return, as the cries gradually faded into the air. The entire court seemed shrouded in an invisible oppression, the atmosphere growing increasingly heavy, weighing down on the hearts of all present. The ministers' breaths became exceedingly shallow, as if even the slightest sound could shatter the eerie silence, inviting calamity, each one suffering in this suffocating ambience. Seated upon the dragon throne, Qin Feng's cold gaze swept over the assembly, his eyes sharp enough to pierce through the hearts of all. He had already devised a comprehensive plan, knowing that today's decisive actions were merely the commencement of his overarching strategy. He understood that to eradicate Feng Su entirely, he must first eliminate the malignant tumors within the court, replacing them with truly loyal subjects. After all, the individuals he had summoned thus far were still insufficient in number, necessitating the temporary appointment of those already loyal to the throne, thus stabilizing the court's dynamics and laying the groundwork for subsequent actions. At that moment, the wronged old ministers, led by Right Chancellor Shangguan Yi, awaited outside, all clad in tattered prison garb, stained and worn, though their hair was streaked with gray and their faces bore the marks of suffering. They were now filled with an unwavering resolve, whether from having heard Qin Feng's vindicating words or witnessing the downfall of their adversaries before them. In this tense atmosphere, time seemed to drag on interminably, every second a torment for the ministers within the hall. The remaining ministers speculated in hushed tones about Qin Feng's next move, each wondering, will it be our turn next? The anxiety swelled, threatening to engulf them. That moment, Qin Feng spoke, summoned the esteemed ministers from outside to enter the hall. His voice was steady and powerful, resonating through the silent court. The white-robed soldiers promptly ushered the wronged ministers, led by Shangguan Yi, into the grand hall. Upon entering, Shangguan Yi and his companions hurriedly knelt in reverence, their movements synchronized, exclaiming in unison, "Long live your majesty." Their voices were filled with excitement and reverence. Qin Feng regarded them, letting out a soft sigh, a sound laden with sympathy for their plight and a reflection on the current court situation. He then addressed them, "Esteemed ministers, you have suffered injustice. It is only today that your honor has been restored. Therefore, Shangguan, you shall be reinstated to your former post, while the remaining 6 ministers will temporarily assume the roles of acting ministers." "Thank you, Your Majesty," Shangguan replied, overwhelmed. "Your Majesty's keen insight has restored our innocence. We are eternally grateful." The other ministers echoed in agreement. Qin Feng descended the steps, personally assisting Shangguan Yi and the others to their feet, speaking with warmth. "Esteemed ministers, please rise." The actions displayed a profound respect and significance towards them, deeply moving Shangguan Yi and his companions. Rising to their feet, they gazed at Qin Feng with eyes brimming with reverence, collectively proclaiming, "Your Majesty, we are willing to bow and dedicate ourselves to your service until our last breath." The solemn oath resounded throughout the court, echoing their loyalty and determination. Qin Feng nodded, his demeanor grave as he addressed them. "Esteemed ministers, I restore your honor today to provide an explanation to the realm. From this moment forth, you must devote yourselves even more diligently to the court and the welfare of the people. Rest assured, Your Majesty, We shall wholeheartedly fulfill our duties and not betray your trust. After reassuring Shangguan, Yi, and the others, Qin Feng resumed his seat upon the dragon throne, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest. The rhythmic sound resonating clearly in the hushed court, akin to the beating of war drums, stirring the hearts of the remaining officials and heightening their anxiety. As the ministers pondered nervously whether Qin Feng would turn against them as well. He spoke meaningfully. I hope you all take today's events as a lesson, to serve the great Xia with utmost diligence, should there be any actions that jeopardize the state and its people. I shall not show mercy. Though directed at all present, his words bore the weight of a warning, sending a chill through the hearts of the courtiers. He then waved his hand, signaling the end of the court session. The ministers, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly withdrew, their steps betraying a sense of panic, as if lingering in the court for even a moment posed a danger. Soon, the hall was emptied of all but Qin Feng. As for why he had not acted against the remaining officials, he had his own considerations. There was no necessity to eliminate everyone at once. The crucial positions of the 6 ministries had already fallen into his grasp, and the remaining individuals could be gradually assessed and dealt with by Shangguan Yi and his associates, effectively replacing them over time, that if he were to dispose of them all at once, it would provide immediate satisfaction. Yet the court would plunge into a crisis of paralysis, for the functioning of governance required the collaboration of numerous officials. Moreover, some among them were merely opportunists, swaying with the winds. Yet their capabilities were still commendable. They could be temporarily retained to fulfill certain roles, as for those who had completely sided with Feng Su. Qin Feng intended to employ a slow and deliberate strategy, keeping them in a state of fear and vigilance, thereby compelling them to pressure Feng Su into action. However, it was evident to Qin Feng that Feng Su had very few cards left to play. He was curious about what hidden trump cards Feng Su might still possess, as he had already seized control of the military power in the capital and secured the loyalty of the 6 core ministries. Given some time, he would fully command the 6 ministries at present. It seemed that Feng Su had run out of options, yet his calm demeanor raised suspicions in Qin Feng's mind. Unless the forces he relied upon were not within the court, but rather external. But what could that external force possibly be? Shaking his head, Qin Feng resolved not to dwell on it. As long as he proceeded step by step, Feng Su would inevitably reveal his true colors in due course. After leaving the palace, the ministers split into 2 groups, that a significant portion hurriedly made their way to the residence of Prime Minister Feng Su, their steps quick and expressions anxious, filled with unease. Few among them were fools. Though they did not currently favor Feng Su, they were deeply entwined with him through mutual interests, making it impossible to extricate themselves easily. They had no choice but to press on, seeking Feng Su's guidance on how to navigate the unfolding situation, much like a drowning person clinging desperately to a final lifeline. Meanwhile, a smaller group was left awestruck by Qin Feng's decisive actions today. They were the type who had merely swayed with the prevailing winds. Initially drawn to Feng Su's might and tempted by his promises, they now perceived Emperor Qin Feng as having reclaimed his military authority and poised to firmly grasp control over the 6 ministries. A dramatic shift in the power dynamics to them. Feng Su appeared like a setting sun, his influence waning. Thus, they dared not approach him any further. Most crucially, through Qin Feng's actions over the past few days, they discerned that he was no benevolent ruler nor a puppet emperor easily manipulated. His previous demeanor resembled that of a lurking lion, gathering strength and waiting for the opportune moment to strike. He was undoubtedly a master of patience, cunning, and ruthless strategy. Consequently, they swiftly distanced themselves from Feng Su, seeking to protect themselves and await further clarity in the situation. Chapter 16. Visitors from Yunlan sect in the reception hall of the Feng residence. Feng Su occupied the prominent seat. Through reports from his ministers, he had become acutely aware of Qin Feng's decisive and ruthless actions in the Golden Lawn Hall earlier, where he had not only executed his most trusted subordinate, the minister of the 6 ministries, without mercy but also released his arch-nemesis, the Right Prime Minister Shangguan Yi, and had begun to assert control over the ministries with great fanfare. Yet, Feng Su's expression revealed little change. After enduring a series of setbacks, he seemed accustomed to the turmoil. Though deep within his eyes lay an unmistakable resentment and fury, he understood all too well that Qin Feng sought to dismantle the existing power structure, tightening the noose around him, attempting to provoke him into a rash counterattack. The forces he had painstakingly built over the years now faced the imminent threat of collapse, a reality that pained him greatly. Indeed, more than 20 officials who had previously allied with him had failed to appear, clearly demonstrating their opportunistic nature as they sensed the shift in fortunes and began to waver, that he knew he had to act decisively. Otherwise, he would risk losing the loyalty of those remaining that if he delayed any longer. And Qin Feng succeeded in purging all his supporters. What would be the point of claiming the throne if there were no one left to govern? Would he merely be a puppet emperor? Qin Feng, you are forcing me to reveal my cards. He mused inwardly, a glint of resolve flashing in his eyes. Prime Minister, you must think of a solution quickly. Indeed, we cannot afford to sit idly by. If we delay, it may truly be too late. Feng Su listened to the clamor around him, his brows furrowed, irritation boiling within him. Suddenly, he slammed his hand on the table with a resounding thud, causing the teacups to rattle. Silence! What is this chaos? The sudden outburst startled everyone into silence, the reception hall falling eerily quiet, save for the sounds of their hurried breaths. Feng Su's gaze swept over the crowd, his displeasure evident as he spoke in a measured tone. What is there to panic about? I, the Prime Minister, naturally have a plan. His succinct words seemed to reassure the ministers, temporarily calming their frayed nerves. Though concern still lingered in their eyes that moment. The steward of the Feng residence hurried in, his steps brisk, and leaned in to whisper something in Feng Su's ear. Instantly, Feng Su's tense expression softened, his brows unfurling. It turned out that upon sensing the potential presence of external forces backing Qin Feng, he had promptly sent a message to his ally, the Yunlan sect. Just moments ago, he received word that they had dispatched personnel to the capital, and they had already sent a message via a swift hawk, informing him they would arrive before tomorrow's court session. A smile crept onto Feng Su's lips, excitement glimmering in his eyes as he thought. With their assistance, what can Qin Feng do to me? Tomorrow's court will surely be a spectacle. Observing the change in Feng Su's demeanor, the ministers perceived a newfound confidence, and they collectively exhaled, their previously taut expressions easing. Feng Su looked at the gathered officials, his gaze resolute as he declared, "Do not worry, esteemed colleagues. I have a plan. Tomorrow at court, I will ensure that Qin Feng bows and relinquishes his position." The Deputy Minister of Personnel could not help but interject, "Prime Minister, Qin Feng's strength cannot be underestimated. Are we truly prepared to face him?" His words carried a hint of skepticism, for they had all witnessed Qin Feng's recent displays of power, which were indeed intimidating. Feng Su smiled slightly, responding with unwavering confidence, "Fear not. Though Qin Feng appears formidable now, I have my own contingencies. He is not a threat." The Minister of Works eagerly asked, "How should we cooperate with you tomorrow?" The others likewise leaned in, eager to learn how they could assist. Feng Su proclaimed, "You all need only to observe the performance tomorrow. Return home and rest easy for now." The word spoken left the assembly in a state of lingering doubt. Yet they dared not press the matter further. Considering the Chancellor's confidence in his assertions, they assumed he must possess ample assurance. Consequently, those courtiers who had aligned themselves with Feng Su found their spirits somewhat calmed by his unwavering demeanor, and proceeded to take their leave, eager for the spectacle that awaited them in the court the following day. Dawn the next day, as the ministers gathered for court, they were taken aback to spot Feng Su's figure at the palace gates. It was a sight they had never witnessed before. He had never been so eager to attend court, as it was customary for them to arrive first and await his presence. Why? They pondered. Was he here so early? Moreover, he seemed to be gazing into the distance, as if awaiting someone, which only heightened their curiosity about who could possibly warrant such an early arrival. The ministers speculated silently. 9 figures gradually emerged in the distance. 7 of them were youthful, accompanied by 2 elders, their forms becoming clearer as they approached. At the forefront stood 2 young individuals, a young man and woman, who commanded attention. The young man was Li Cheng, the eldest disciple of the Yunlan sect, though his appearance was somewhat unconventional and peculiar. The young woman, Feng Su's daughter, Feng Ling, wore a long gown as white as snow, its hem flowing gracefully in the breeze, akin to a celestial being descending to earth, exuding an enchanting charm with every elegant movement. Feng Ling had journeyed to the Yunlan sect at a young age to learn the arts. And due to her striking beauty and martial aptitude, she had captured the sect master's affection, becoming his favored disciple. Upon spotting them, Feng Su's face lit up with joy, and he hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Ling, father, have you been waiting long?" Feng Ling replied with a smile. "Not at all, my dear. It is worth the wait to see my beloved daughter," Feng Su responded warmly. Shortly thereafter, Feng Ling introduced the two elders, stating, "Father, upon receiving your message, I immediately informed my master T, knowing his own advancement was imminent, chose to enter seclusion and thus sent elders Wu and Lu to assist you in governing the court and securing the throne." The two elders presented a stark contrast. One was tall and gaunt, his features chiseled and exuding a chilling aura that intimidated onlookers, while the other was shorter and sturdier, his hair grizzled and his face lined with the marks of time, exuding a sense of calm composure. They were the fifth and sixth elders of the Yunlan sect, both esteemed martial artists, one at the 7th level and the other at the 6th, boasting considerable renown in the martial world. Feng Su bowed deeply to the two elders, displaying utmost respect as he said, "Thank you, esteemed elders, for descending the mountain to assist me. I have awaited your arrival with great anticipation." The fifth elder raised his chin slightly. His eyes filled with arrogance as he replied languidly, "Humph, Chancellor Feng, there is no need for excessive pleasantries. Now that we are here, we shall ensure matters unfold to your satisfaction." His tone carried an air of superiority, suggesting that their intervention would effortlessly resolve any issues. The sixth elder, arms crossed and exuding an air of aloofness, coldly remarked, "Yes, Chancellor Feng, simply attend to what is required of you." His words were terse, revealing a dismissive attitude, as if he regarded Feng Su as merely a formality. Indeed. Under the formidable presence of the two elders, I dare say Qin Feng will not dare to defy us. Feng Su hurriedly concurred, maintaining a smile, though internally he was somewhat displeased with their demeanor, knowing he still relied on their support. Just as Feng Ling was about to introduce the remaining young disciples, the young man who had taken the lead stepped forward with impatience, eager not to be overlooked. "Uncle Feng, greetings. I am Li Cheng, Linger's senior brother. My father is the sect master of Yunlan sect. Upon hearing that Sister Ling would return to assist you, I decided to accompany her. Fear not, with my presence. The emperor will surely bow his head." I Ching boasted with an air of pride, as if he alone could shift the tides of fate. Feng Su regarded the uniquely featured young man with a sense of incredulity, silently critiquing, with such abilities, he dares to speak so grandly. Nevertheless, he forced a smile, wishing to offer compliments, yet found it difficult to identify any commendable traits in Li Cheng. The young man's martial prowess was mediocre at best, merely attaining the first level of martial artist, and upon closer inspection, his energy felt hollow, clearly derived from an over-reliance on external resources rather than genuine skill. Feng Su feigned enthusiasm, remarking, "Young hero Li, to achieve such a level of cultivation at your tender age is truly remarkable." "Haha, uncle, you think so too?" "Linger, did you hear that? Your father believes I am impressive. I knew we were well matched," Li Cheng exclaimed, beaming with delight, and took the opportunity to boast to Feng Ling, embodying the archetype of an average man seeking validation. As Li Cheng appeared ready to continue his monologue, Feng Su quickly interjected, addressing Feng Ling and the two elders. "Linger, you are aware of the purpose behind your summons. I have already secured control over the court and the royal army, and I was on the verge of ascending the throne. However, 2 days ago, a woman of martial prowess emerged by Qin Feng's side, and the commander of the city guards, Chun Qingji, has also defected to him. Regrettably, my own experts are no match for Qin Feng, resulting in a loss of military control. Presently, he seeks to dominate the 6 ministries of the court once more. Fearing unforeseen developments, I reached out to you, hoping the Yunlan sect could send aid to help me seize the throne. Once I am in that position, I shall undoubtedly look to Yunlan sect with utmost loyalty." Feng Ling, upon hearing her father's words, smiled confidently as she replied, "Father, I understand your concerns. Not worry. With the support of Yunlan sect, Qin Feng will not stir up any significant trouble." Her smile radiated assurance, Reflecting her unwavering faith in the sect's strength, at this moment, Li Cheng hastily patted his chest in assurance, declaring, "Uncle, rest easy with me around. Qin Feng will not succeed, and you will surely have your wishes fulfilled." His fervent expressions and self-assured demeanor suggested he believed he possessed immense capabilities. The fifth elder interjected, "Enough talk. It is futile. Let us meet with Qin Feng first." His words were concise and authoritative, and with that, he led the group toward the palace, striding with a steady gait that exuded confidence, as if the palace were already within their grasp. Feng so hurriedly followed, all the while devising in his mind how, with the assistance of the Yunlan sect, the throne would surely be his. A smug expression crept onto his face as he envisioned himself seated upon the throne, receiving the homage of the ministers. The ministers observed with astonishment the chancellor's deference toward these individuals. They speculated amongst themselves about the origins of these guests, marveling at what could compel the chancellor to show such profound respect. As they drew closer, they noticed the insignia of the Yunlan sect adorning the waist tokens of the newcomers, and suddenly, everything fell into place. And no wonder the chancellor had so boldly claimed that Qin Feng would bow down today. He had the backing of the Yunlan sect. This was a sure victory, the ministers thought, their previously anxious hearts finding solace, with some even displaying expressions of eager anticipation, as if victory were already within their grasp. Across the Juzhou continent, amidst countless kingdoms, numerous sects flourished, some even wielding control over entire dynasties. Within the Daxia kingdom, one sect dominated the region, the Yunlan sect. As the entourage from the Yunlan sect approached the palace gates, they were met by a row of soldiers clad in white uniforms, forming a barrier to block their entry. The foremost soldier called out, "Who are you? Without the emperor's command, you cannot enter the palace." Thus, the members of the Yunlan sect were obstructed from proceeding. Observing this, Feng stepped forward promptly to reveal his identity, hoping to persuade the white-clad soldiers to grant them passage. "Esteemed soldiers, the Chancellor, have urgent matters to present to the Emperor today. I implore you to allow us entry." However, the white-clad soldiers firmly replied, "Chancellor, though you hold a high position, without the Emperor's orders, you cannot bring others into the palace. This is the protocol, and we ask you not to put us in a difficult position." Feng Su frowned, his displeasure evident, yet he refrained from expressing his anger, choosing instead to maintain his composure as he said, "We have urgent matters to discuss with the Emperor and cannot afford delays. I ask you to grant us passage." The white-robed soldiers resolutely replied, "No, my Lord Chancellor, without His Majesty's command, no one may enter at will." The members of the Yunlan sect, unaccustomed to such indignities, were taken aback. Li Chengliang immediately leaped forward, exclaiming loudly, "Have your eyes gone blind? Do you know who we are? We hail from the Yunlan sect. Step aside at once." His face flushed crimson, and his arrogant demeanor suggested he fancied himself a figure of great importance. Utterly shedding the obsequiousness he had previously displayed before Feng Su, the white-robed soldiers, their expressions impassive, stated, "And what of the Yunlan sect? This is the imperial palace, and without His Majesty's decree, no one may enter." Another member of the Yunlan sect shouted angrily, "You mere soldiers dare to obstruct us? Do you not know the might of the Yunlan sect?" The white-robed soldiers coldly responded, "Whoever you are, you must abide by His Majesty's rules." "Humph." The sixth elder of the Yunlan sect snorted disdainfully. In an instant, he darted forward like a phantom, rushing towards the two obstructing white-robed soldiers with astonishing speed that left onlookers momentarily blinded. One of the white-robed soldiers, witnessing this, immediately brandished a spear in an attempt to fend off the oncoming elder. However, the elder's swiftness was unmatched. In the blink of an eye, he was upon them. With a sudden strike of his palm, imbued with a tremendous surge of true energy, he sent the white-robed soldier, along with the spear, crashing violently away, causing him to fall heavily to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth as he lost consciousness. The other white-robed soldier hastily lunged forward with a spear aimed at the sixth elder, the spearhead radiating a fierce intent directed at the elder's vital points. Nonetheless, the sixth elder merely waved his hand lightly, unleashing a wave of energy that sent the spearhead flying. Immediately after, he delivered a powerful punch that struck the white-robed soldier squarely in the chest. The force behind that blow was akin to 1,000 pounds. The soldier felt as if he were being yanked backward by an immense power, collapsing to the ground, lifeless. The remaining hundreds of white-robed soldiers stationed at the palace gates, upon witnessing the scene, rapidly surged forward to attack. Yet, the disparity in their realms was too vast, compounded by the presence of two formidable martial masters on the opposing side, just as the white-robed soldiers' defenses appeared on the verge of collapse. Chun Xingji, who was on his way to the court, happened to arrive. With a swift motion, Chun Xingji entered the fray, his form agile and lithe, akin to an arrow piercing directly into the heart of the battle. As soon as he engaged, he found himself facing the sixth elder of the Yunlan sect. The elder's palms whirled like a tempest, unleashing torrents of true energy that crashed toward Chun Xingji with the ferocity of a storm. However, Chun Xingji's expression remained unperturbed. He moved with grace, as if strolling leisurely through a garden. His sword danced with exquisite precision, deflecting the elder's torrential attacks at the most skillful angles. Then, with a swift, decisive motion, he thrust his blade directly at the elder's vital points with blinding speed. His swordplay, so refined it left no room for defense. The sixth elder was taken aback, disbelief filling his eyes. He had not anticipated that this youth, so young, had already attained the 7th level of martial mastery, coupled with formidable combat prowess. An astonishing revelation. Realizing he had encountered a formidable adversary, he exchanged a glance with the 5th elder, both reflecting shock and trepidation. They understood that this young man was not to be trifled with that moment. The 5th elder joined the fray, and the two of them stood side by side. Launching a coordinated attack against Chun Xingji, they unleashed their respective ultimate techniques, their combined true energy amplifying their might in an attempt to subdue him at once. Yet Chun Xingji remained undaunted. His sword whirled in a mesmerizing display, forming an impenetrable barrier of sword shadows around him that diffused their fierce assaults. His gaze sharp and focused, he seized the opportunity and unleashed a powerful strike, forcing both elders back several steps, his momentum subtly overpowering their combined strength. The 5th and 6th elders were struck with fear. They had not anticipated that their joint efforts would fall short against Chun Xingji. Realizing the precariousness of their situation, the 5th elder hastily called out, "Young friend, there may be a misunderstanding. Might we cease hostilities?" Misunderstanding, cease hostilities? Chun Xingji internally scoffed, thinking to himself, "Now you seek to find a remedy as the tide turns against you." Akin to a child crying for milk when faced with adversity. With that, Chun Xingji's swordplay intensified, each strike imbued with lethal intent, relentless as a torrent, pressing the two elders with no respite. Under the onslaught of Chun Xingji's relentless attacks, the two elders of the Yunlan sect began to falter, their once cohesive maneuvers now riddled with flaws. The cracks in their defenses multiplied, and they could only struggle to fend off the onslaught. Growing increasingly disheveled, last, Chun Xingji seized an opening. With a deft flick of his wrist, his sword struck the 5th elder's shoulder. The elder let out a pained cry as his weapon clattered to the ground. The agony etched across his face, signaling the severity of the blow. The 6th elder, witnessing this, rushed to aid his companion, but Chun Xingji was quicker. With a swift motion, he held his sword to the 6th elder's throat, the cold blade pressing against his skin, rendering him immobile, eyes wide with terror and despair, scarcely daring to breathe. With the two elders of the Yunlan sect subdued, the morale of the white-robed soldiers surged. Their previously diminished spirits rekindled, battle cries echoing louder than before. In stark contrast, the remaining members of the Yunlan sect, now bereft of their elders' support, were thrown into disarray, faced with a white-robed soldier's relentless assault. They retreated step by step, and before long, they were each captured, the arrogance that once defined them now replaced by expressions of fear and disarray. Chapter 18. An apology? After successfully apprehending the members of the Yunlan sect, Chun Xingji hurried to the side of the two injured white-robed soldiers. He knelt beside them, his expression grave, placing his hands gently on their wrists, slowly channeling a stream of true energy to protect their heart meridians and preserve their lives. At this moment, Chun Xingji silently rejoiced, reflecting, "Thank goodness I arrived in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire." Though it was true that even had he not made it in time, the Yunlan sect would have struggled to breach the white-robed soldiers' defenses, as reinforcements from other white-robed soldiers would undoubtedly arrive. Once the formation was established, even martial masters would have no choice but to retreat lest they face death, though the white-robed soldiers would likely suffer considerable casualties as well. Initially, the captured members of the Yunlan sect remained defiant, their arrogance undiminished as they attempted to shout further provocations. However, when they encountered the murderous glint in Chen Qingji's eyes, it was as if their throats were gripped by an unseen force. They instantly cowered, their once agape mouths now magically sealed, daring not to utter a sound, their bodies trembling involuntarily, fearful of inciting Chen Qingji's wrath and inviting their own demise, a sight that was quite ludicrous. Subsequently, with a frigid expression, Chen Qingji commanded the white-robed soldiers to escort the members of the Yunlan sect, his voice as cold as the frost of winter, devoid of any warmth. Take them with me to the Golden Lawn Hall to meet His Majesty. Upon hearing his words, the white-robed soldiers immediately sprang into action, escorting the members of the Yunlan sect in an orderly fashion towards the Golden Lawn Hall, AS for Feng Su and Feng Ling. They had initially stood on the periphery, refraining from participating in the battle. They believed that the white-robed soldiers could not possibly contend with the two elders, and thus chose to observe, confident that once the elders dispatched the white-robed soldiers, they could stride into the palace to execute their plot for the throne. However, they were utterly unprepared for the events that unfolded. The two elders proved to be so easily subdued before Chen Qingji that they were left wide-eyed in astonishment, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Feng Su reflected inwardly. You were so arrogant just moments ago. Now it seems you are nothing to speak of, utterly insignificant before Chen Qingji. The ministers who had aligned themselves with Feng Su harbored similar sentiments. They had initially placed great hopes in the Yunlan sect, believing that with its intervention, the imperial throne would surely be firmly secured in Feng Su's grasp. Yet, at this moment, a sense of disappointment began to seep into their hearts, accompanied by a deeper awareness and apprehension regarding Chen Qingji's formidable prowess. They had previously regarded Chen Qingji as merely an ordinary martial artist of the warrior level. However, following the capture of the Yunlan sect members, their hearts swelled with shock and trepidation, rendering them increasingly hesitant to speak. With heads bowed, they followed behind in silence, scarcely daring to breathe. Meanwhile, Feng Ling, having been rendered powerless by Chen Qingji without having lifted a finger, was subsequently ordered to be guarded by two soldiers clad in white as they entered the imperial palace. Compared to the 8 members of the Yunlan sect being escorted, her situation appeared somewhat more dignified on the surface. Yet the resentment and fury in her eyes were impossible to conceal at this moment. Feng Su secretly reveled in his good fortune. He had previously worried that if Qin Feng were to bow to the Yunlan sect out of fear, he would find himself in a precarious position. Now, however, he need not fret, for Qin Feng had utterly offended the Yunlan sect, ensuring that it would steadfastly support him henceforth. Although Chen Qingji had attained the 7th level of warrior and possessed considerable combat strength, he remained but a solitary figure. While the Yunlan sect was not limited to just those 2 elders, there were many martial artists within its ranks of even greater prowess. Should the Yunlan sect dispatch more formidable experts, would not Qin Feng find himself inescapably doomed? Soon, Chen Qingji and his entourage arrived outside the Golden Lawn Hall, awaiting the arrival of Emperor Qin Feng for the morning court. After a brief moment, the sound of bells echoed throughout the palace, and the ministers entered in an orderly procession, taking their places according to rank. The entire process was quiet and organized, save for the subtle rustle of garments. Once all were in position, Qin Feng ascended the dragon throne amidst the throng of palace attendants, his imposing demeanor and measured steps embodying the essence of imperial majesty as he seated himself with authority. Subsequently, the chief eunuch called out loudly, "Morning court is now in session." The ministers promptly knelt, chanting in unison, "Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor!" Once the formalities of the morning court concluded, Qin Feng noticed Feng Su's unexpected presence and could not help but ponder. No wonder this cowardly Feng Su had the audacity to attend court today. It seemed he had found a backing. Previously, He had speculated about the source of Feng Su's boldness regarding his treasonous intentions, and it became clear that it stemmed from the Yunlan sect. A flicker of understanding crossed Qin Feng's eyes. He was aware of the Yunlan sect's reputation as the most powerful faction within the Great Xia Kingdom, filled with experts who had long sought to manipulate the realm, aiming to bring it under their dominion. Qin Feng's heart scoffed. The Yunlan sect was indeed ambitious, daring to extend its influence to the imperial court. Had he not traversed through time, it was possible that the sect would have already succeeded in its schemes. At this juncture, Chun Qingji stepped forward, cupping his hands in salute, and declared, "Your Majesty, I have a matter to report." Qin Feng nodded slightly, signaling him to proceed. Chun Qingji then recounted in detail the events that transpired outside the palace, stating, "Your Majesty, the members of the Yunlan sect instigated trouble without cause, and the white-clad soldiers retaliated. During the standoff, 2 of our soldiers sustained severe injuries, while over 10 suffered minor wounds. Fortunately, I arrived in time to subdue the Yunlan sect's group. Otherwise, the white-clad soldiers guarding the palace gates would have faced dire losses." Upon hearing that the Yunlan sect had injured over 10 of his soldiers, Qin Feng's expression darkened, and he remarked, "The audacity of the Yunlan sect is truly excessive. Daring to cause a commotion before my palace and injure my soldiers." He then ordered the white-clad soldiers outside the hall to escort the members of the Yunlan sect into the Golden Yuan Hall. As the Yunlan sect entered and beheld Qin Feng seated upon the dragon throne, they immediately began to threaten him, their arrogant demeanor suggesting they fancied themselves the true masters of the palace. They demanded their release and an apology. Otherwise, once their grievances reached the Yunlan sect, it would surely dispatch numerous experts to force Qin Feng to abdicate. Their words dripped with arrogance and disdain. Qin Feng, hearing this, could not help but chuckle internally, his face remaining impassive as he replied slowly, "Humph, the Yunlan sect dares to threaten me on my own territory. Do they truly think I would hesitate to act against you?" Li Cheng from the Yunlan sect boasted insolently, "Release me at once. Do you know who I am? My father is Li Xian, the sect master of the Yunlan sect. Once he emerges from his seclusion in a month and attains the martial sovereign level, you will find yourself unable to contend with me. Now, release me and apologize properly, and when my father returns, I shall intercede on your behalf." Qin Feng's lips curled into a slight smile as he replied coolly, "Oh, and how do you propose I apologize?" His expression was one of amusement, as if observing a jester performing that Li Cheng defiantly declared, "You must publicly incapacitate Chun Qingji before us, apologize to the Yunlan sect, and provide us with a substantial compensation to our satisfaction. Furthermore, you must acknowledge that the Great Xia Kingdom is a subordinate force of the Yunlan sect." With each outrageous demand, their arrogance grew, entirely disregarding the implications of making such claims before the emperor in the Golden Yuan Hall. "Ha ha!" Qin Feng laughed heartily, as though he had heard the most absurd of jokes, his laughter reverberating through the hall, laden with scorn and disdain. He then turned his icy gaze upon Li Cheng, slowly stating, "This is utterly ridiculous, the audacity of the Yunlan sect to act so brazenly before me, and to presume that I would apologize to you is simply a fool's dream. I shall see just what capabilities your Yunlan sect possesses that embolden you to act with such impunity. Do not think you can evade the consequences. When my father emerges, you shall not escape unscathed." Li Cheng continued to shout defiantly, attempting to maintain his threats toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng, dismissive, snorted coldly, "Even if your father is a martial sovereign, what of it? Am I, the ruler of Great Xia, to be intimidated by him?" The other members of the Yunlan sect began to jeer, continually threatening and insulting Qin Feng for his apparent folly. Qin Feng's lips curled into a cruel smile, signaling Chun Qingji with a glance. Understanding immediately, Chun Qingji approached the Yunlan sect members and with a swift motion of his hands, unleashed a barrage of fierce energies that manifested like tangible blades, striking toward the Yunlan sect members in an instant. Caught off guard, they felt their internal vital energies shatter in an instant, rendering their martial prowess null and void. Chapter 19. Retriggering the main quest, they stared in horror, their eyes wide with disbelief, unable to comprehend that Qin Feng had dared to strip them of their powers. In an instant, they descended into madness, with Li Cheng screaming curses at Qin Feng. Qin Feng, you tyrant, you dare to ruin my martial abilities. You shall not die the good death. My father will never let you off. Qin Feng, unfazed, replied, throw them into the sky prison and treat them well. I shall see how your father will deal with me upon his return. The Golden Yuan Hall fell into a profound silence, the ministers deeply shaken by Qin Feng's decisive and ruthless actions. However, just as the white-clad soldiers were about to drag the Yunlan sect members away, Li Cheng, still oblivious to his fate, continued to boast, this. Qin Qingji's eyes turned cold, and in an instant, he moved like lightning, seizing Li Cheng's chin and applying pressure. With a sharp crack, Li Cheng's jawbone shattered, the sound echoing painfully through the silent hall, leaving him pale and unable to utter a coherent word, only managing to emit pained whimpers filled with terror and rage. At this moment, Feng Ling, standing behind Feng Su, quietly observed the dire situation of the Yunlan sect members. Although these individuals were her senior brothers and predecessors, and one would normally feel sorrow for their plight, she felt no such remorse. Instead, she was relieved, grateful that she had refrained from intervening earlier and had held her tongue, thus narrowly avoiding the fate of having her martial abilities stripped away. After all, for any martial artist, losing one's powers and being reduced to a mere shell is an unbearable fate. At this juncture, Feng Su stepped forward, casting a gaze at the imposing figure of Qin Feng upon the dragon throne, and said, Your Majesty, your reckless actions have irreparably offended the Yunlan sect. In a month's time, when the sect master breaks through to the martial sovereign realm, he will undoubtedly come with numerous experts to seek retribution. Your Majesty, how do you plan to respond to them? Will you simply stand by and watch as the legacy of Great Xia crumbles? Feng Su's words were earnest, as if he genuinely cared for the stability of the Great Xia kingdom and its people. Oh. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded Feng Su, and then replied nonchalantly, Rest assured, when the Yunlan sect comes seeking vengeance, it will be I who bears the brunt of their wrath. Should I find myself unable to withstand their onslaught, I shall willingly abdicate and offer my life as an apology to quell their anger, ensuring that the innocent citizens of Great Xia are not implicated. How do you find this course of action, Chancellor? Upon hearing Qin Feng's response, Feng Su could hardly contain his inner delight, thinking to himself, once you're dealt with by the Yunlan sect, the throne will rightfully belong to me. However, he maintained a facade of feigned sorrow, furrowing his brow and letting out a long sigh as he remarked, Your Majesty is truly wise, but the power of the Yunlan sect is indeed formidable. It is imperative that Your Majesty prepares for the impending challenges, as I am solely motivated by the welfare of the Great Xia's realm and its countless citizens. His acting was nothing short of masterful. If one did not scrutinize closely, they might easily be deceived by his demeanor. Qin Feng was acutely aware of Feng Su's underlying scheming and silently chuckled to himself. Isn't it merely that he feels ill-equipped to confront the wrath of the Yunlan sect? He believes that the sect's leader will undoubtedly be a formidable martial master, rendering him an invincible force within the Great Xia kingdom. At that point, I would be forced to step down, while he, with the support of the Yunlan sect, would ascend to the throne. Even if Feng Su were to become nothing more than a sycophantic dog under the Yunlan sect, he would still be an emperor. Qin Feng saw through Feng Su's petty ambitions without exposing them, quietly contemplating his own strategies. With a month remaining until Li Xian's emergence, this time frame was more than sufficient. Qin Feng mused, setting aside the question of whether Li Xian could successfully break through to the martial master realm in the coming month. Even if he did, he would merely be a martial master. As long as they did not approach him immediately, there was nothing for him to fear. As for Feng Su, he had not yet taken action against him, but merely sought to fulfill his system's tasks by first eliminating his faction. Once he had control over a significant portion of the court, it would be time for Feng Su to meet his demise. When he successfully dispatched the envoy from the Yunlan sect, Feng Su would undoubtedly become desperate, possibly even colluding with the Yunlan sect to mount a coup d'etat. At that point, his supporters would naturally emerge, allowing for a convenient opportunity to eliminate them all in one fell swoop. Qin Feng had meticulously planned his subsequent actions in his mind, awaiting the opportune moment to put his plans into motion. Qin Feng pondered briefly before announcing, Let us pause our discussions for today. Any of you have matters to report? If not, we shall conclude this court session. His voice resonated within the silent Golden Lawn Hall, breaking the previously oppressive atmosphere. Noticing the lack of response from the ministers below, a nearby eunuch promptly called out, "Court dismissed." The elongated echo filled the hall, and the ministers gradually regained their composure. They respectfully bowed to Qin Feng, in unison exclaiming, "Long live our emperor." Following this, they exited the court in an orderly manner according to their ranks, the sound of their footsteps reverberating in the vast hall until only Qin Feng and a few attendants remained. Ding! Main quest activated. Annihilate the Yunlan sect. Quest description. The Yunlan sect is the most powerful sect in the Great Xia Kingdom, and its leader seeks to control the kingdom through Feng Su. Thus, this quest is triggered. This is a mandatory quest. Quest objective: ensure the complete eradication of the Yunlan sect within the borders of the Great Xia Kingdom. Quest duration: 6 months. Quest rewards: the host may receive 2 summoning opportunities and 1 divine weapon summoning opportunity. Failure penalty: the system will reclaim any previously granted rewards. Ding! Side quest activated. Eliminate the Yunlan sect members seeking revenge in 1 month. Quest description: since the host has crippled the cultivation of Li Cheng and his companions from the Yunlan sect, Li Cheng's father, the sect leader Li Xian, will break through in 1 month and lead the disciples to the royal capital for vengeance, thereby triggering this quest. This is also a mandatory quest. Quest objective: slay Li Xian and all disciples who enter the royal capital. Quest duration: 1 month. Quest rewards: the host may receive 1 summoning opportunity and 200,000 experience points. Failure penalty: the system will sever ties with the host, resulting in the host's untimely demise at the hands of Li Xian Dada. Look at this system. How considerate it is to issue me 2 quests again. Just look at these rewards. They are indeed quite enticing. Qin Feng internally mocked, yet he felt no apprehension regarding these tasks. Instead, he viewed them as an excellent opportunity to enhance his strength and solidify his position. While both quests were mandatory and accompanied by penalties, Qin Feng had ceased to contemplate the consequences of failure, deeming such thoughts meaningless. After all, if he truly could not contend with the Yunlan sect's members, it would end in death regardless. What difference did it make? Moreover, with the primary quest to eliminate Feng Su and his faction, the cumulative rewards from these tasks amounted to 5 summoning opportunities, alongside 1 specified summoning and 1 designated divine weapon summoning, as well as the 200,000 experience points to elevate his cultivation. Once he completed all 3 tasks, would he not soar to new heights? However, he needed to devise a plan to enhance his cultivation. In 1 month, Li Xian would emerge, and it was imperative that he reached at least the warrior realm within that time frame. By then, Mu Ging and Chun Qingji's cultivations would unlock 5 minor realms, with Mu Ging attaining the 6th layer of the warrior realm and Chun Qingji reaching the 2nd layer of the martial master realm. This way, dealing with Li Xian, who had merely just broken through to the martial master realm, would be a matter of ease. Chapter 20. A kiss seals the deal, yet Qin Feng remained unsettled. For the tropes of countless novels suggested that defeating the lesser often led to the arrival of the greater adversary. Who could say whether the Yunlan sect concealed formidable ancestors behind the scenes? Although Chun Qingji was undoubtedly powerful and capable of handling 1 or 2 opponents of the same level, what if the Yunlan sect unleashed a horde of ancient powerhouses? Ultimately, it was an uncertain gamble. Thus, Qin Feng reasoned that he needed to heighten his own cultivation further and summon formidable allies. By then, with his own strength increased and his summoned allies at a higher level, confronting the Yunlan sect would be a matter of crushing them without a second thought. As Qin Feng contemplated this, he realized that surviving in this alternate world required not only strength, but also the backing of powerful connections. The Yunlan sect may have its ancestors, but our Huaxia boasts an illustrious history spanning 8,000 years or more. When it comes to ancestral lineage, we surely have even more to boast about in a contest of backgrounds and ancestral might. Who would fear whom? At this moment, seated on the heated platform in the imperial study, Qin Feng had already devised a plan to enhance his cultivation. The Great Xia Kingdom bordered the 10,000 Great Mountains, and the system left no loophole for him to exploit. The system would not grant experience points for slaying captured warriors who posed no threat. Initially, Qin Feng had been undeterred, attempting to exploit a loophole by seeking out a warrior in the dungeons whose cultivation was slightly inferior to his own, reasoning that this would be safer. After unsealing the true energy binding them, he intended to strike them down, thinking he could evade the system's scrutiny. However, to his dismay, the system was not fooled and similarly did not grant him experience points. Much to his frustration, after much deliberation, he concluded that venturing into the 10,000 great mountains to slay beasts was his best option. Moreover, the mountains were teeming with countless beasts, and he could gain substantial experience by carefully hunting them. Qin Feng calculated that within a month, he could elevate his cultivation to at least the 5th layer of the warrior realm. Once he reached that level, he would gain 2 additional summoning opportunities. And if fortune smiled upon him, he might even summon 2 exceptionally powerful allies, which would bolster his confidence in dealing with future troubles. System. As an emperor, I cannot rely solely on myself to hunt monsters for experience points. That would be too undignified. Qin Feng couldn't help but grumble internally, venting his frustrations at the system. Ding, the host need not worry. The system's tasks typically reward significant experience points, and there will be channels through which the host can acquire experience without personal involvement. However, the host has yet to meet the requirements for activation. Please continue to strive. The system mentioned there are avenues for gaining experience without personal effort, suggesting that it harbors many hidden functions yet to be unlocked. It was akin to the system's shop, which he had yet to access due to unmet conditions. Never mind, I won't dwell on that, Qin Feng resolved, reminding himself to take one step at a time. Surely, there would come a day when he would unlock these features. After all, the system was not designed to harm him. If it truly intended to do so, he could do nothing to resist. Thus, there was little point in overthinking it. He should focus on the immediate tasks at hand. However, if he were to venture into the 10,000 great mountains, he needed to arrange some matters first, as it might provide an opportunity to draw out some individuals. Qin Feng had already formulated a plan in his mind that he soon instructed his aides to summon the right chancellor, Shangwan Yi, and the 6 ministers. Before long, they received the imperial edict and hurriedly made their way, entering the study to pay their respects before standing at attention. Awaiting Qin Feng's orders, I have summoned you today to discuss important matters. I intend to enter seclusion for a month, and during my absence, you must continue to suppress those court officials who have aligned themselves with Feng Su. Shangwan Yi and his companions had long harbored a deep-seated hatred towards the Feng Su faction, who had previously conspired against them. Upon hearing Qin Feng's command, their hearts swelled with eagerness as they hastily clasped their hands and replied, "Your Majesty, rest assured, we shall not disappoint your sacred trust." Qin Feng, however, had no intention of divulging his plan to venture into the 10,000 great mountains, for he understood the complexities of human nature. Although they had been saved by him, he could not be certain of their genuine loyalty. In this world, aside from the loyal beings he had summoned, he dared not place his trust in anyone easily. Qin Feng nodded slightly and continued, "Moreover, during my seclusion, should any urgent matters arise, you may contact Mu Ging, and she will relay the message to me." Shangwan Yi and his companions responded in unison, "Yes, Your Majesty." With a wave of his hand, Qin Feng instructed, "Very well, you may all withdraw." After bowing once more, they slowly retreated, and tranquility returned to the imperial study. Subsequently, Qin Feng summoned Chen Qingji. Upon his arrival, Chen Qingji bowed respectfully, and Qin Feng, with a smile, gestured for him to rise, saying, "Qingji, I have important matters to discuss with you." "Your Majesty, please proceed," he replied, "that I intend to journey alone to the 10,000 great mountains to enhance my cultivation," Qin Feng stated directly. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingji's brows furrowed tightly, his expression revealing concern. He hastily exclaimed, "Your Majesty, the 10,000 great mountains are fraught with peril. It is far too dangerous for you to go alone. Should I accompany you?" His genuine worry stemmed from the knowledge that the mountains teemed with fierce beasts and myriad unknown dangers. It was indeed a reckless endeavor for the sovereign to venture there unaccompanied. "That I appreciate your concern, but I have made up my mind to go alone. You must remain in the royal capital," Qin Feng replied with unwavering resolve. Chen Qingji understood the gravity of his responsibilities there. He could not accompany the emperor to the 10,000 Great Mountains, especially considering that Qin Feng was currently the strongest force and commanded the army. He needed to stay behind to deter Feng Su and his faction, as well as to be vigilant against any potential disturbances from the Yunlin sect. After careful consideration, Chen Qingji continued, "Your Majesty, should we not dispatch the white-robed army to accompany and protect you?" Qin Feng decisively shook his head, saying, "No need, Qingji. The cultivation levels of the white-robed army soldiers are similar to mine. Their presence would be unnecessary. Furthermore, a large group would draw attention, making it easier for others to detect my departure from the royal capital." Chen Qingji recognized the validity of Qin Feng's reasoning and reluctantly nodded, though he remained anxious for the emperor's safety. "During my absence from the royal capital, you must coordinate effectively with Shangguan, Yi, and the others. Additionally, ensure to eradicate the families of the 6 ministers who were previously executed, and safeguard the palace and the capital. The responsibilities you bear are indeed substantial," Qin Feng earnestly instructed, as these matters were crucial for the stability of the court and the unfolding of future events. Chen Qingji clasped his hands and assured, "Your Majesty, you can trust that I will fulfill my duties diligently." "Very well. You may depart," Qin Feng replied. "Yes." Chen Qingji responded and withdrew. Emily, who had been standing behind Qin Feng, expressed her concerns, saying, "Your Majesty, embarking on this journey to the 10,000 Great Mountains alone is exceedingly perilous. Perhaps I should accompany you. Our smaller number would be less conspicuous, and I could protect you." "That is not an option," Qin Feng firmly declined, explaining, "I need you to guard the palace and provide cover for me, that if both of us were to leave, others would certainly realize my absence from the royal capital." Not wishing to linger on this topic, he playfully remarked, "Ging, are you so concerned for my safety because you have developed feelings for me?" His tone was laced with teasing, and his eyes sparkled with mirth. Mu Ging's face flushed crimson at his words, and she retorted, "Your Majesty, what are you saying? My concern is solely for your safety." Internally flustered by his unexpected comment, she appeared adorably shy. Qin Feng feigned disappointment, saying, "It seems I have misinterpreted the situation." Seeing Qin Feng's expression of disappointment, Mu Qing's heart raced, and she quickly exclaimed, "Ah, no, I merely—" Before she could finish, she caught the glimmer of amusement in Qin Feng's eyes and realized he was jesting. This left her feeling both embarrassed and irritated, yet she found herself powerless against him. Her heart raced as she lowered her gaze, murmuring, "Your Majesty, you only know how to tease me." "Huh, but what is it? Speak it aloud." Qin Feng chuckled softly, gently lifting her chin to meet his gaze, his eyes brimming with affection. In that moment, it felt as though nothing else mattered, only the beauty before him. All right, I understand your feelings. I shall proceed with caution, and you must safeguard everything here for me." He reassured her, getting bit her lip, her eyes filled with worry, but she ultimately nodded, saying then, "Your Majesty, you must return safely." Qin Feng nodded seriously, his fingers lightly caressing Mu Ging's cheek before gently placing a kiss upon her forehead. "I will return. Just wait for me." Her cheeks flushed deeper, and she nervously clenched her hands, her gaze flickering with a mix of shyness and determination as she earnestly declared, "Your Majesty, I had previously asked for some time, and now I am certain. I have feelings for you. If you return safely from the 10,000 Great Mountains, I am willing to devote everything to you." Her words were imbued with profound affection for Qin Feng, and at that moment, she no longer hesitated, openly conveying her emotions. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with surprise upon hearing this, and he grasped Mu Ging's hand tightly, joyfully affirming, "I shall not let you down. I promise to return." Mu Ging slightly nodded, her gaze filled with tenderness as she softly responded, "I trust you, Your Majesty. I will pray day and night for your safe return." Then, on her tiptoes, she leaned in to kiss him. Although her action was somewhat hesitant, it was filled with deep emotion. Their lips brushed for a fleeting moment, yet it drew their hearts closer together. Qin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment, brimming with delight. He had not anticipated such boldness from Mu Ging. The sensation was utterly delightful, so soft, so smooth, and so fragrant. Chapter 21. the 10,000 great mountains as the sun dipped below the horizon. Qin Feng had already mounted his swift steed and departed from the royal capital. The pounding of hooves raised clouds of dust as he galloped towards Haishi County, which lies adjacent to the 10,000 great mountains. Riding tirelessly throughout the night, Qin Feng finally arrived at Haishi County in the early hours of the following day. The 10,000 great mountains stretch across Qingzhou, with numerous kingdoms having their own branches of these formidable ranges. On the side of the Daxia Kingdom, there exists a particular branch that was initially unregulated. However, as an increasing number of martial artists ventured into this branch to hunt ferocious beasts and acquire great treasures, a small market gradually formed. Consequently, the founding emperor of the Daxia Kingdom constructed a city named Haishi City to facilitate trade between merchants and martial artists, thereby allowing the kingdom to collect taxes from traders and entrance fees from the city, generating considerable revenue. After paying the entrance fee, Qin Feng entered Haishi City. As he wandered through the bustling streets, he observed that many powerful martial artists were present. Practitioners at the body refinement stage were hardly noteworthy here. Martial apprentices were commonplace, and even martial warriors were abundant. Qin Feng's gaze fell upon two martial masters, whose mere presence commanded the respect and deference of those around them, causing the crowd to part in awe. This scene instilled a sense of trepidation in Qin Feng. In the Jiuzhou continent, strength reigned supreme. One's prowess was the foundation of existence. Without strength, one was rendered inconsequential. This truth was universally applicable upon arriving in Haishi City. Qin Feng did not immediately venture into the 10,000 great mountains. Instead, he first sought information and then reserved a room at an inn to recuperate. Subsequently, he began to prepare the necessary supplies. With a storage space of 10,000 cubic meters and ample funds, he could afford to purchase everything he deemed potentially useful. Better to be overprepared than underprepared. Little did he realize that his extravagant shopping spree had drawn the attention of others. Having adequately prepared, Qin Feng felt a surge of confidence. Finally, after acquiring a map of the outskirts of the 10,000 great mountains, a compendium of ferocious beasts, and several survival manuals from a vendor, he returned to the inn. Through perusing these texts, Qin Feng learned that the 10,000 great mountains were home to a plethora of beast species, each categorized by strict hierarchies. Among the third-tier beasts were the Gale wolves, known for their swiftness and penchant for group attacks, and the flame foxes, capable of spewing fire with lethal force. The fourth-tier beasts included the ferocious bears, renowned for their immense strength and resilience, as well as the shadow leopards, swift and adept at ambush. As for the more formidable beasts, the compendium regrettably provided no insights. After all, the most formidable beings within the Daxia Kingdom were the martial masters. Fifth-tier beasts were comparable to martial sect leaders, and martial artists faced no advantage against beasts of the same tier. Those who had encountered them rarely lived to tell the tale. The text merely stated that fifth-tier beasts were immensely powerful, and one should hope for their own survival upon encountering them. After absorbing this information, Qin Feng felt a mixture of excitement and anxiety. He was thrilled at the prospect of entering the 10,000 great mountains and encountering various ferocious beasts. Having never seen such creatures in his past life, save for perhaps the tigers in a zoo. Yet he was also apprehensive about facing these beasts head-on, as he understood that even the fiercest tiger from his previous life was but a lowly creature within the realm of the 10,000 great mountains. After all, one was a ferocious beast, while the other was merely a common predator. After resting for several hours, Qin Feng donned his travel pack and departed the inn. This pack was primarily for the sake of discretion. Without it, he risked attracting the attention of those with ill intent. Upon leaving the city, he set his course towards the 10,000 great mountain. As he stepped into the mountains, he was immediately enveloped by an ancient and enigmatic aura. The towering trees loomed large and lush, with sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Taking a deep breath to calm his mind, Qin Feng proceeded cautiously. Simultaneously, he affixed the movement talisman from the novice gift pack provided by the system to himself. This way, whether he needed to activate the talisman to escape danger or utilize it for assistance in combat, it would serve as a means of preserving his life. Initially, as he had not ventured too deeply into the mountains, he encountered a few low-tier beasts along the way. However, upon assessing their low cultivation levels, Qin Feng deemed it unwise to expend energy hunting them, preferring instead to conserve his strength for potential future encounters. Continuing deeper into the mountains, it wasn't long before he came across a second-tier beast, the Azure Wind Bull. Upon seeing the beast, the information from the compendium flashed through his mind. The Azure Wind Bull, a peak second-tier beast, was characterized by its hard horns and great strength. Its weaknesses included irritability, low intelligence, and sluggishness. The Azure Wind Bull was massive, its azure hide resembling resilient armor. It glared at Qin Feng with eyes as round as brass bells, snorting aggressively as it fixed its gaze upon him. Qin Feng instinctively tightened his grip on his sword, the Ganjiang, as nervousness welled within him. This was his first true face-off against a ferocious beast. The Azure Wind Bull charged first, lowering its head and raising its horns as it barreled towards Qin Feng, creating a gust of wind in its wake. With a swift sidestep, Qin Feng evaded the attack. Watching as the bull crashed into a nearby tree, splintering it upon impact. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng lunged forward, driving the sharp Ganjiang into the beast, piercing its defenses and creating a deep wound. With a pain bellow, the Azure Wind Bull, enraged, turned to charge at Qin Feng once more. Qin Feng leaped and rolled, deftly avoiding the bull's onslaught while searching for a chance to counter as the skirmish continued. The bull grew increasingly agitated, and the wound he had inflicted began to bleed profusely, slowing its movements. When the Azure Wind Bull charged again, Qin Feng skillfully rolled to its side, channeling all his energy into the Ganjiang and executing a critical strike aimed at the beast's neck. The sound of impact echoed, followed by the sickening sound of blade piercing flesh. The Ganjiang, enhanced by the critical strike, pierced through the bull's neck. With a final agonized cry, the Azure Wind Bull collapsed to the ground, its life extinguished as its eyes rolled back in defeat. Chapter 22. Prince Qin Yiding, congratulations, host, for slaying the peak second-tier beast, the Azure Wind Bull, and earning 1,600 experience points, with the system's notification echoing in his ears. Qin Feng exhaled a sigh of relief as he withdrew the Ganjiang from the bull's neck. He promptly accessed his system panel and noted that he was a mere 100 experience points shy of leveling up. In a moment of frustration, he kicked the fallen Azure Wind Bull, muttering, "You truly are a worthless beast. If only you had trained harder, I would have had enough experience points to level up." The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Without delay, he swiftly began to dismember the bull, cutting away a portion of tenderloin and brisket to store in his space. He then made haste to leave the area. After all, this was the 10,000 Great Mountains, teeming with ferocious beasts, and the blood from the slain Azure Wind Bull could easily attract others. Having just engaged in battle, his stamina and energy were not yet at their peak. It would be unwise to confront another beast under such conditions, especially with the looming fear of encountering a far superior creature. That would spell disaster, an abrupt and ignoble end. Not long after his departure, several mid-tier, second-tier beasts arrived, drawn by the scent of blood, eager to feast upon the remains of the Azure Wind Bull to enhance their own cultivation. A chaotic clash was all but inevitable. In the commander's hall of the military residence in Jing City, the formidable General Qin Yi sat regally in his chair, the towering figure with a stern countenance. He bore sharp, hawkish eyes that seemed to pierce through the air. His hair was casually tied back, lending him an air of rebelliousness and authority. At this moment, Prince Qin Yi perused the intelligence report concerning Qin Feng. A look of confusion etched upon his face. Why would Qin Feng venture alone into the 10,000 Great Mountains at this particular time? It simply did not make sense. However, it was not long before a ruthless smile crept upon his lips, as he realized that this presented him with an exceptional opportunity. Without delay, he commanded the dispatch of a team of assassins to the depths of the Shirwanda Mountains, with the explicit intent of eliminating Qin Feng. To ensure the seamless execution of his plan, he meticulously contemplated and ordered the covert dissemination of information regarding Qin Feng's presence in the Shirwanda Mountains. This strategy would not only divert the attention of others toward the mountains, but also lay the groundwork for subsequent actions. Furthermore, he spread rumors that the Chancellor Feng so harbored intentions to assassinate Qin Feng, thus framing Feng Su for this pursuit. In this manner, he could rid himself of the looming threat posed by Qin Feng, while simultaneously tarnishing the Chancellor's reputation and profiting from the chaos. Qin Feng, along with Feng Su and the Yunlong sect, certainly makes for an entertaining spectacle. Nevertheless, the kingdom of Daxia shall ultimately belong to me. Qin Yi. Situated in the Shirwanda Mountains, Qin Feng remained blissfully unaware that his whereabouts had already been exposed in Haishi County. Nor did he know that his well-meaning royal uncle had arranged for assassins to take his life at this moment. He quietly concealed himself among the dense branches, his gaze fixed intently on the fierce battle unfolding below, where the Gale Wolf and the Flame Lion clashed violently over the coveted star Spirit Herb. The Gale Wolf, lithe and agile, boasted a coat of silvery gray fur that shimmered with a cold luster under the sun. Reminiscent of flowing mercury, its eyes sparkled like two deep blue gemstones, radiating a sharp and ferocious light, while its formidable fangs glinted ominously with a chilling gleam. In contrast, the Flame Lion exuded a commanding presence, its massive form cloaked in fiery red fur that appeared to flicker with an intense heat. Its powerful head was crowned with sharp claws that gleamed with a metallic sheen. Both of these beasts were at the initial stage of the third level of cultivation. Qin Feng pondered inwardly. If I were to intervene directly, what if these two beasts joined forces against me? With my nearly non-existent combat experience, I might not emerge victorious, even if I were to rely on my divine abilities to strike them down. My own condition would not be favorable. Wait, I seem to be on the verge of leveling up. If I can defeat one of them, I will recover my injuries and true energy to peak condition upon leveling up. However, why engage in a head-on confrontation when I can play it smart? Right, system, if I kill these beasts after they have exhausted each other, will I still receive experience points? Qin Feng suddenly recalled that when he had previously slain enemies who posed no resistance, the system had not granted him experience points, leading him to inquire apprehensively. Ding. As long as the host is not maliciously exploiting a bug, normal kills will yield experience points. Upon hearing the system's response, Qin Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He held his breath, his eyes glued to the fierce struggle below, silently awaiting the opportune moment to strike. As time trickled by, the battle between the two beasts grew increasingly brutal, both covered in wounds. Finally, the Gale Wolf let out a desperate howl before collapsing heavily to the ground. Although the Flame Lion emerged victorious, it was already on the brink of exhaustion, swaying unsteadily and gasping for breath. Now is the moment. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Qin Feng's eyes. The opportunity had arrived. Leaping swiftly from the branch, he unleashed a critical strike, his sword flashing with a chilling light. The Flame Lion sensed the impending danger and attempted to resist, but it was far too weak to put up a fight. With a swift and decisive movement, Qin Feng ended its life. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the Flame Lion, earning 4,400 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current cultivation level. Martial Apprentice, 8th layer. Qin Feng paid no heed to the system's notifications, but hastened to the Gale Wolf, which was clinging to its last breath, and swiftly delivered the final blow, fearful that it might perish before he could claim it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the Gale Wolf, earning 4,200 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current cultivation level. Martial Apprentice, 9th layer. Phew, that was close. With the system's notification ringing in his ears, Qin Feng let out a long sigh of relief, thinking to himself, it seems my speed was adequate. Had I delayed even slightly, this kill would have slipped away. After defeating the two beasts, Qin Feng began to scavenge the battlefield for valuable materials, such as the Gale Wolf's sharp fangs and the Flame Lion's sturdy claws, all of which could be used to forge weapons. Though he was not short on funds, he believed in not wasting resources. His gaze then settled upon the star Spirit Herb. The herb stalk was adorned with vibrant, emerald green leaves, round and lustrous, their edges shimmering with silvery light. At the pinnacle of the star Spirit Herb bloomed a delicate flower, its petals a dreamy pale blue, seemingly enveloped in a faint aura of spiritual energy. Qin Feng harvested it and added it to his collection. As a superior grade, Xian-level Spirit Herb, it was indeed a rare treasure. Chapter 23. Encountering the demon hunting team after gathering the materials. Qin Feng mused that slaying foes of a higher realm yielded significantly more experience points. Hunting creatures of a lower realm granted too little experience. This confounded system truly did not treat him fairly, practically forcing him to hunt those of a higher realm. However, having reached the 9th layer of Martial Apprentice, he needed only one more level to ascend to the Martial Warrior realm at that point. Not only would he receive another summoning opportunity, but Mu Ging and Chun Xingji would also unlock 5 small realms. It was worth noting that Chun Xingji's cultivation would rise to the 2nd layer of Martial Sovereign. By then, he should be able to overpower that Li Xian, though it remained uncertain whether the strongest members of the Yunlan sect would be able to contend with Chun Xingji. Meanwhile, Mu Ging would attain the 6th layer of Martial Master. And with her wielding the MOCS sword, she would virtually sweep through the realm of Martial Masters. The only issue was that he still needed a considerable amount of experience points, 8,000 to be precise, to level up. That if he were to hunt 2nd level beasts normally, he would need to slay approximately 8 to meet the requirement. Alternatively, he could opt to challenge 3rd level initial beasts, where perhaps 2 would suffice to gather the needed experience. Crack. Just as he was contemplating this, Qin Feng suddenly heard a faint sound in the distance. Instantly, he shifted his form and concealed himself once more among the lush branches. As the sound drew nearer, he gripped his sword tightly, his eyes blazing with focus, fixed on the direction from whence the sound originated. To his surprise, it was not the beast he had anticipated, but rather a 10-member demon hunting team engaged in a coordinated effort to take down a late-stage ghostly tiger. The demon hunting team was a group formed specifically for the purpose of hunting beasts. They undertook tasks assigned by merchants and employers or ventured into the mountains to hunt beasts and gather herbs, trading their spoils for currency to sustain themselves. Qin Feng scrutinized the hunting team, thinking, this team is not to be underestimated. Among the 10 members, there was 1 warrior at the 4th layer and 2 at the 3rd layer, while the rest were at the 2nd layer of cultivation. However, this composition may not be sufficient to conquer a late-stage ghostly tiger. A thought struck Qin Feng, and he mused, what a fortuitous opportunity, akin to finding a pillow when one is sleepy. Naturally, he had no immediate intention of rushing in to assist, nor did he plan to slip away unnoticed. He decided to observe the warriors' combat techniques, gleaning some experience from their battle, and perhaps seizing the chance to claim a kill for himself. As for their spoils, he did not covet them. Captain, this beast must be frightened. I shall put it down, exclaimed one of the warriors, a 3rd-layer fighter wielding a long spear, seemingly oblivious to the danger, as he charged directly at the ghostly tiger. Come back, the captain of the hunting team shouted urgently, but it was too late. Boom! With a deafening crash, the 3rd-layer warrior was instantly reduced to a mist of blood, dissipating into the air. Damn! This ghostly tiger is formidable. Qin Feng's expression turned grave as he witnessed the scene unfold. The power of the ghostly tiger was evidently far superior to that of the flame lion and gale wolf he had encountered earlier. It seemed this demon hunting team was doomed. Though they might have had a fighting chance against the ghostly tiger, losing one of their 3rd-layer warriors had rendered their chances utterly hopeless. As Qin Feng had anticipated, the ghostly tiger retaliated fiercely after claiming a life. Roar! The spectral tiger opened its gaping maw, unleashing a deafening roar that reverberated through the air, its sound waves seemingly materializing in the atmosphere. The sheer force of its fury sent the surrounding leaves rustling, as if to express its pent-up rage. Seizing the moment, another warrior from the demon hunting team, a practitioner of the 3rd tier, hurled a dark iron net in an attempt to ensnare the spectral tiger. However, the beast reacted with remarkable agility, leaping effortlessly to evade the massive net. In the same breath, it swung its razor-sharp claws, carving fierce arcs through the air that generated powerful gusts of wind. Those among the demon hunting team who were caught unawares were struck by this fierce wind, suffering grievous wounds that left them bloodied and battered. That moment, the spectral tiger suddenly surged forward, akin to an arrow released from its bow, targeting a 2nd-tier hunter. The hunter's eyes widened in terror, instinctively raising his shield to defend himself in a state of panic. Thud! The tiger's pounce collided violently with the shield. Producing a dull thud, the hunter was unable to withstand such tremendous force, being knocked backward and spitting blood, evidently near death. The remaining 8 members of the team were struck with shock, fully aware that they could not afford to remain passive any longer. Thus, they unleashed their various formidable skills, engaging the spectral tiger in an even more intense confrontation. As the battle raged on, the spectral tiger seemed thoroughly enraged, with a thunderous roar that echoed to the heavens. Its aura surged dramatically, unleashing an unprecedented level of power. The demon-hunting team found themselves in dire straits, as the spectral tiger seized the opportunity to pounce on one of their members with lightning speed. The unfortunate hunter, unable to evade in time, was tackled to the ground, where the tiger clamped its vicious jaws around his neck, ending his life on the spot. Following this, 2 more hunters were struck down by the tiger's blade-like claws, spewing blood and collapsing lifelessly. The remaining hunters, horrified, rushed to provide aid, but the spectral tiger launched a ferocious assault, claiming 3 more lives in the process. In the blink of an eye, the once 10-member team was reduced to a mere 4. Now, they comprehended the gravity of their situation. A third-tier late-stage beast was far beyond their capacity to contend with. Initially, they had believed that with their 4th-tier captain and their numerical advantage, they could easily slay the spectral tiger, yet it became painfully clear that they had vastly underestimated its might. "Captain, this is untenable. If this continues, we will all perish," one member exclaimed, his face ashen as he gazed at the 4th-tier captain. "Indeed, this spectral tiger is formidable. Captain, we should retreat." Another echoed in agreement. The captain's eyes glinted with resolve as he declared, "This beast is indeed powerful, but we," just as the demon-hunting team prepared to abandon hope. Qin Feng, who had been observing from the treetops, chose to intervene. He understood that if he did not act now, such an opportunity might never present itself again. His inner energy surged wildly as he unleashed a devastating strike. The Ganjiang sword enveloped in a fierce aura, shooting towards the spectral tiger like a rainbow, piercing the sky. Roar! Yet the spectral tiger, as a 3rd-tier late-stage beast, possessed extraordinary perception. In the nick of time, it evaded the lethal blow with an astonishingly agile sidestep, leaving behind a chilling scar in the air that shimmered with frost-like brilliance. Meanwhile, the 4 members of the demon-hunting team, seizing the moment of distraction, made a hasty retreat. Qin Feng caught a glimpse of their fleeing figures out of the corner of his eye, feeling somewhat speechless. However, he could empathize with their plight. After all, he himself had initially harbored thoughts of benefiting from their struggle. Their instinct for self-preservation was, in essence, quite understandable. Yet he hoped they had truly departed. Otherwise, they would surely regret their decision. Quickly recalibrating his stance, Qin Feng braced himself as the spectral tiger charged at him with a furious roar. Its massive claws flailed in the air, accompanied by a sound like the slicing of air that promised to cleave through anything in its path. Although Qin Feng only possessed basic sword techniques, he remained undaunted, wielding the Ganjiang sword with fervor. Drawing upon his accumulated hunting experience, he wielded these elementary moves with surprising effectiveness. The sword glimmered brightly as it collided fiercely with the tiger's claws. With a sharp crack, the tiger's iron-hard claws were severed, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The spectral tiger regarded its severed claw with a look of bewilderment, unable to fathom how such a resilient appendage had been so effortlessly cleaved. Its expression morphed into one of shock and fury. It could hardly believe that its most prized claw, which it had diligently cared for and honed over the past 2.5 years, was now lost to it. The tiger's desire for vengeance against the human before it intensified, longing to exact retribution for its mutilated claw. Yet, wary of the Ganjiang sword in Qin Feng's grasp, it dared not approach recklessly, resorting instead to ranged attacks from a distance. It opened its gaping mouth, unleashing balls of pitch-black flames that resembled cannonballs, hurtling toward Qin Feng in rapid succession. Qin Feng found himself at a disadvantage. Lacking any means of ranged defense, faced with the onslaught of flames, he could only dodge left and right, desperately evading the relentless waves of fire. Gradually, beads of sweat began to form on his brow, and a sense of urgency welled within him. After all, evasion could not be a sustainable strategy. His stamina would eventually wane, and he would find himself in genuine peril. As the spectral tiger, sensing Qin Feng's fatigue, intensified its barrage of fire. The flames rained down like a torrential storm. In the midst of his evasive maneuvers, an epiphany struck Qin Feng. He began to cleverly utilize the surrounding terrain and trees, weaving around the spectral tiger in an effort to close the distance and mitigate the effectiveness of its ranged assaults. The spectral tiger seemed to catch on to Qin Feng's strategy, roaring in anger, yet found itself powerless to thwart his movements, forced to watch as he darted about. Thus, Qin Feng and the spectral tiger entered a stalemate. Now was the time. He observed that after each of the tiger's attacks, there was a fleeting moment of pause. Seizing this opportunity, Qin Feng charged forward like an arrow released from its bow. The spectral tiger, taken aback, realized too late that it could not initiate another ranged attack. It could only watch as Qin Feng closed the distance. Without hesitation, Qin Feng gathered every ounce of his remaining energy, channeling it into a powerful strike. If he failed to land this blow, he would have no choice but to activate his escape talisman and flee. After all, prolonging the confrontation could lead to his own demise. It was imperative that he struck true. With a soft thud, the Ganjiang sword plunged deep into the spectral tiger's body. Roar! The spectral tiger emitted a heart-wrenching cry, its massive form thrashing violently. The combined force of the critical strike and the Ganjiang sword proved too much for even the formidable beast to endure. After a fierce struggle, the spectral tiger collapsed, breathless and lifeless. Exhaling deeply, Qin Feng gazed at the fallen tiger, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. This battle had been fraught with peril. A single misstep could have turned him into the tiger's next meal. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a third-tier late-stage spectral tiger. Experience points doubled, earning you 6,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for advancing your cultivation. You have successfully ascended to the first tier of warrior. Ding! Congratulations, host, for advancing 5 minor realms, granting you 1 summoning opportunity. Ding! Congratulations, host, for unsealing the prior summon character's strength by 5 minor realms. The unsealed realms will gradually improve over the coming days without drawing attention, but as the system's upgrade notifications echoed in his ears. Qin Feng's wounds from the fierce battle against the spectral tiger, along with his drained stamina and energy, restored to their full vigor in an instant. His ears perked up slightly, and a glint of intrigue flickered in his eyes. Someone was looking for trouble. Kid, you must be running low on strength by now. Hand over that precious sword of yours, and we might spare your life. The 4 demon hunters who had fled earlier had returned, their eyes glinting with ravenous greed, fixating on the tiger's corpse and the Ganjiang sword in Qin Feng's possession. They had not ventured far, having remained hidden in the distance, observing the battle unfold. Upon witnessing Qin Feng's successful kill of the spectral tiger, they assumed an opportunity had arisen and hastily returned. Qin Feng let out a derisive laugh, coldly retorting, "You think you can take my belongings? You courting death." The 4th-tier captain's face contorted with malice as he snarled, "Don't test our patience. Do you really think you can stand against the 4 of us in your current state? Hand it over, and save yourself the trouble." Qin Feng's eyes glinted with a chilling light as he replied icily, "If you have the guts, then come and try." The 4 demon hunters ceased their idle chatter and launched a direct assault on Qin Feng. However, upon engaging him, they were struck with panic as they realized that not only had Qin Feng not exhausted his true energy, but he was also in a peak state, even having ascended to the realm of a warrior. They were instantly thrown into disarray, and the captain, a 4th-level warrior, hastily cried out, "Spare us, young hero. We were blind to your might. We beseech you to show mercy and let us go." Was it not too late to plead for mercy at this juncture? As the 4 demon hunters failed to secure their reprieve and attempted to flee once more, Qin Feng would not grant them such an opportunity that a series of dazzling sword lights flashed, and 4 heads were sent soaring into the air. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a 4th-level warrior and gaining 2,800 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying 3 second-level warriors and earning 6,500 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for advancing in cultivation. Your current level is now 2nd-level warrior. Qin Feng regarded the corpses at his feet with an impassive expression, devoid of any compassion, before turning his gaze to the lifeless body of the phantom tiger and the sword in his hand. In this realm of the 9 provinces, one must indeed be wary of trusting others, for the treachery of human hearts far exceeded his expectations. Steeling himself, Qin Feng meticulously removed the fur, fangs, and tail of the phantom tiger, subsequently storing these materials within his system space that he then approached the 10 demon hunters' corpses, beginning a thorough search. Upon their bodies, Qin Feng discovered a modest sum of gold coins, healing potions, and several cultivation manuals, items of little significance to him. Yet, adhering to the principle that one should not kill without looting, which would diminish the enjoyment of the endeavor, he collected these items nonetheless. After the battle, Qin Feng calmed his mind and carefully analyzed his own vulnerabilities. His explosive power, bolstered by the critical strikes of his divine abilities and the assistance of his sword, was indeed commendable. However, his shortcomings in speed and defensive capabilities became glaringly apparent during combat. Take, for instance, the fierce confrontation with the Phantom Tiger. Had his speed been even slightly greater, the beast might have met its demise before it could react to his critical strike. Moreover, had he possessed a formidable defensive martial technique, he would have navigated the battle with greater ease, avoiding unnecessary injuries. As Qin Feng pondered these matters, the familiar alert of the system suddenly resonated. Chapter 25. The Ruthless Chen Yuding. Congratulations, host, for triggering a time-limited welfare mission. The Grief of Beasts. Mission description. This is a phased mission. If the host successfully slays 52nd level or higher beasts within the stipulated time, a reward of the heavenly grade lower-tier martial technique. Cloud-piercing steps will be granted. Slaying 102nd level or higher beasts will yield the heavenly grade upper-tier martial technique, golden body technique. This mission is a welfare task. Failure to complete, it will incur no penalties. Mission duration. Half a month. Upon hearing this news, excitement sparked in Qin Feng's eyes. There was no reason for hesitation. Accept. Ding. The host has accepted the mission. The timer begins. Just as Qin Feng was reflecting on his shortcomings, the system promptly presented him with this beneficial task. The system is quite considerate. He mused. Successfully completing this mission would not only grant him a martial technique for mobility, but also enhance his defenses. Truly a win-win scenario. The task itself was not overly difficult. After all, he had ventured into the 10,000 Great Mountains specifically to hunt beasts and elevate his own level. Now, by slaying these beasts, he could gain experience points to enhance his cultivation, while also reaping additional rewards from a system that IT was akin to working one job, yet receiving 2 salaries. However, the time constraint of slaying 100 beasts felt somewhat pressing. Initially, he had intended to target 3rd-level beasts for his hunts. As he had reached the warrior realm, which corresponded perfectly with the 3rd-level beasts, slaying those below that level would yield only 100 experience points. Yet, if he focused solely on 3rd-level beasts, he might not complete the task in time, for his true energy required recuperation after battles, and locating 3rd-level beasts demanded significant time and effort. In contrast, the 2nd-level beasts were far more numerous and easier to dispatch. Although the experience points were meager, the system's rewards were exceptionally enticing. Heavenly level martial techniques for mobility and defense. Even if the 100 beasts offered no experience points, the rewards would still be worth the effort. Sacrificing some experience for such powerful techniques was a small price to pay. Additionally, due to his recent advancement in cultivation, he had gained a summoning opportunity. He contemplated whether to summon now or wait until after leaving the 10,000 Great Mountains. Summoning immediately seemed somewhat wasteful, as the strength of summoned characters likely correlated with his own realm. Waiting might yield a greater chance of summoning a figure of the martial sage realm. Should he progress to that level, in that case, individuals like Qin Yi, Feng Su, and the members of the Yunlan sect would likely find themselves at the mercy of a martial sage's might. Yet, upon further reflection, Qin Feng deemed his safety paramount. The 10,000 Great Mountains were fraught with peril. A single misstep could cost him his life. Presently, he was virtually devoid of any trump cards. As the 2 teleportation talismans had lost their efficacy following his breakthrough to the warrior realm, in such circumstances, traversing the treacherous 10,000 Great Mountains without any safeguards would be exceedingly reckless. Should danger arise, relying on a summoning at that moment would likely prove futile, as the system's modus operandi indicated that even if a powerful ally were summoned, they would not instantaneously appear by his side. By the time assistance arrived, he could very well be beyond saving that if he were to lose his life. What worth would remain in that summoning opportunity? Summoning chances could be obtained later, but a life was singular. It was prudent to err on the side of caution. After much deliberation, Qin Feng resolved to proceed with the summoning now, prioritizing his survival. Without further hesitation, he declared to the system, "System, I wish to summon." Ding! Summoning in progress. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully summoning Chengyu. The ruthless man, what the... Upon hearing the system's notification, Qin Feng's expression morphed into one of incredulity. His luck had truly been exceptional this time. He had summoned a renowned gourmet of the Eastern Han dynasty. Chengyu, eagerly, he accessed Chengyu's profile within the system. Chengyu, courtesy name Zhongde, a distinguished minister of the Wei Kingdom during the Three Kingdoms period, he was also a top-tier strategist and military leader, as well as a founding figure of the Wei state. Race, human realm, second-tier martial zone. Note, Chengyu's inherent realm is 6th-tier martial emperor. Due to system constraints, he can only exhibit second-tier martial zone strength. To unlock his 5 minor realms, the host must elevate 1 major realm. Chengyu can also cultivate normally to advance, or the host may purchase realm unlocking cards. Martial techniques. Unknown loyalty. 100, the summoned character, barring special exceptions, will always possess full loyalty, ensuring their allegiance to the protagonist without betrayal. However, this does not imply they lack their own thoughts. Even ancient ministers and generals would test their loyalties before committing. Adding a powerful ally of the martial zone realm to his ranks was an exhilarating development, especially considering that Chengyu's original cultivation level reached the 6th tier of martial emperor. Most critically, Chengyu was a premier strategist, a fact that held immense significance for Qin Feng at this juncture. Although he currently held Feng Su in a precarious position, this stability was predicated on the strength of Mu Ging and Chen Xingji, coupled with his element of surprise. Had it not been for Chengyu's arrival, the cunning Feng Su could easily have outmaneuvered him. But now, with Chengyu in his corner, Qin Feng was curious to see how long the influential minister Feng Su could survive under Chengyu's strategic prowess. Chengyu's unparalleled talents in devising strategies and analyzing situational advantages would undoubtedly bolster Qin Feng's ranks. Filling a critical gap in his resources, he felt exceedingly fortunate. This summoning had proven immensely valuable. He chuckled to himself. Feng Su, the old scoundrel, Qin Yi, the insignificant, and the trifling Yunlan sect. You are all drawing ever closer to your demise. System, where is Chengyu at this moment? Surely he won't appear just when needed. Ding. Well done, host. You've learned to answer quickly. Qin Feng found himself utterly speechless. He was acutely aware that he was currently situated in the heart of the 10,000 Great Mountains, an isolated expanse devoid of human presence. What could possibly be the issue with his sudden appearance? Why must he engage in such convoluted maneuvers? Qin Feng couldn't help but mentally berate the abysmal system, lamenting its shortcomings. Surely, he mused, he wouldn't have to wait until he departed the 10,000 Great Mountains for Chengyu to materialize. What, then, was the purpose of his summoning at this moment? Initially, the intent behind the summoning was to enhance his safety, yet the system had orchestrated this perplexing turn of events. Very well, if this is how the system chooses to operate. Facing the system, Qin Feng felt utterly powerless, left with no choice but to vent his frustrations, for one cannot hope to contend with the might of the system. Its rules were immutable, and he could only acquiesce. Since Chengyu would not be making an appearance anytime soon, it was prudent for him to diligently focus on completing the system's welfare tasks. The sooner he could hunt down 100 second-tier or higher demon beasts, the sooner he could acquire celestial-level techniques for agility and defense, thus ensuring a modicum of safety within the treacherous 10,000 Great Mountains. Chapter 26. Assassin Strike. Understanding the urgency of his task, Qin Feng immediately dedicated himself to the hunt for demon beasts. After enduring 7 grueling days of relentless effort, he finally succeeded in advancing his cultivation to the 3rd level of warrior. On this particular day, upon successfully slaying 50 second-tier or higher demon beasts, a notification from the system chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host! On completing the first phase of the task, you have received the system reward, Cloud Penetrating Step. Shortly thereafter, another prompt followed. Ding! Will the host commence cultivation? Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng responded affirmatively in an instant. A mysterious force surged into his body like a tidal wave, and simultaneously, the method and techniques for practicing the cloud-penetrating step became vividly clear within his mind and body, as if they were inherently inscribed within his very bones, allowing him to learn them effortlessly. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully cultivating the martial technique. Cloud-penetrating step. Current proficiency. Level 1. After mastering the cloud-penetrating step, Qin Feng could no longer contain his exhilaration and eagerly began to demonstrate his newfound abilities. In an instant, he felt a remarkable increase in his speed, at least threefold compared to before. The cloud-penetrating step was indeed immensely powerful, truly deserving of its celestial grade classification. Qin Feng silently marveled, realizing that with this technique, his speed had surged significantly, elevating his capabilities to a new tier. After all, swiftness is the essence of true speed. Henceforth, his confidence in hunting demon beasts or fleeing from danger had greatly improved. With the acquisition of the cloud-penetrating step, Qin Feng's efficiency in hunting demon beasts noticeably surged. The second and third tier beasts became increasingly manageable in light of his newfound speed advantage, and he reveled in the exhilarating sensations brought forth by this enhancement. However, on this day, while he was immersed in the delightful thrill of hunting, misfortune struck as he unexpectedly encountered a fourth-tier demon beast, the Shadow Demon Fox, engaged in its own business. One must understand that within this peripheral forest, even third-tier demon beasts were a rarity. Typically, one would only encounter second-tier beasts. Who could have anticipated such misfortune today, to stumble upon such a formidable adversary? Qin Feng immediately sensed the danger and swiftly heightened his vigilance. However, upon reflection, he considered that he had already attained the warrior level. His previous encounters with third-tier beasts had not been overly daunting. Perhaps he could attempt a bold challenge against a fourth-tier beast. Without hesitation, he activated the cloud-penetrating step, propelling himself toward the rear of the Shadow Demon Fox with the swiftness of a bolt of lightning. His sword, Ganjiang, gripped tightly as he lunged forward with lethal intent. Thud! The blade struck down, but the Shadow Demon Fox had suddenly shifted its form, causing his attack to miss its vital target and veer off course. Qin Feng internally cursed. What a small target. How did I miss? This miscalculation enraged the Shadow Demon Fox, its fierce eyes blazing with fury. Clearly agitated by the failed assault, IT immediately launched a relentless counterattack against Qin Feng. The beast moved with astonishing agility, its sharp claws slashing and dark demonic energy shooting forth. Its offensive prowess formidable. In mere moments, Qin Feng realized with terror that he was utterly outmatched against the Shadow Demon Fox. Its speed was astonishingly swift, and its strength was overwhelming. Each strike left him perilously close to disaster, forcing him to evade desperately. This was dire. The Shadow Demon Fox was far too powerful. He could not afford a direct confrontation. Qin Feng swiftly assessed the situation and made the snap decision to flee. He unleashed the full potential of the cloud-penetrating step, darting away like a bolt of lightning in a desperate bid to distance himself from the Shadow Demon Fox. However, the relentless creature was not one to relent easily. It pursued him with fervor, its intent clear. It would not rest until it had torn Qin Feng to shreds, its furious roars echoing through the forest, chilling him to the bone. For such a small piece of meat, it poses no significant harm. Why pursue me so fiercely? Qin Feng lamented as he desperately fled through the woods, his mind racing to devise a means of evading this tenacious foe. He constantly altered his direction, attempting to utilize the complex terrain to hinder the Shadow Demon Fox's pursuit. After an intense and protracted chase, he finally managed to outpace the creature, the cloud-penetrating step pushing his limits as he nearly wore down his shoes in the process. Once confident that he had successfully evaded the beast, Qin Feng halted, panting heavily, his breaths coming in ragged gasps. That was close. I nearly met my end, he muttered to himself, recalling the harrowing encounter with a shudder of fear. At that moment, he gained a clearer and more profound understanding of his own capabilities. After acquiring the cloud-penetrating step, he had felt a surge of overconfidence, regarding third-tier demon beasts as mere trifles. Yet now, that inflated sense of superiority deflated like a punctured balloon. Solidifying his resolve to continue enhancing his strength, he silently vowed, "Next time we meet, I shall slay that insufferable fox," having narrowly escaped the shadow demon fox. Qin Feng sought refuge in a nearby cave, sealing the entrance before collapsing against the wall, utterly exhausted. Just as he was about to close his eyes and regain his composure, he heard faint voices emanating from outside the cave. Instantly, his heart raced. Given his current state, encountering ill-intentioned individuals akin to the demon hunting group would spell disaster. Moreover, he was no longer at the outskirts of the 10,000 Great Mountains. The deeper one ventured, the vaster the territory became, diminishing the likelihood of encountering humans. However, this also meant that any martial artist reaching such depths would undoubtedly possess formidable strength. Realizing this, Qin Feng quickly suppressed his presence, striving to make no sound as he stealthily approached the cave entrance to eavesdrop. He overheard them speaking in hushed tones. "We've searched this 10,000 Great Mountains for days and still haven't located that little emperor. It is quite troublesome. Humph, the Prime Minister has issued a death warrant. We must find Qin Feng, or we shall all suffer dire consequences. Indeed, everyone, be vigilant." Qin Feng could very well be lurking nearby. A chill ran down Qin Feng's spine as he discerned from their conversation that these were assassins dispatched by Feng Su to hunt him down. Cautiously peering through a crack, he counted 10 individuals outside. By assessing their auras, he noted that 6 of them were experts at the 9th level of warrior, while the remaining 4 were at the martial master level. Such a formidable assembly left Qin Feng gasping in astonishment. How did they know of his presence in the 10,000 Great Mountains? Where had he exposed himself? Was it in Blackstone City? Or perhaps in the royal capital? Qin Feng was engulfed in confusion, his mind racing as he struggled to recall any possible locations that might have revealed his whereabouts. Yet, in that moment, he could not deduce the reason. Just then, the system emitted a notification sound. Ding! Acknowledged. The host is currently being pursued, triggering a side mission. Eliminate the assassins sent by King Qi. Mandatory mission. Mission description. The host may utilize any means necessary to eliminate the assassins dispatched by King Qi. Mission duration, 7 days. Mission rewards. The host's cultivation level will increase by 5 tiers, and a designated summoning opportunity will be granted, along with a random reward of a low-grade heavenly martial skill. Failure penalty. The system will detach from the host, resulting in the host's immediate demise at the hands of the assassins sent by King Qi. Upon seeing the mission rewards, Qin Feng was nearly driven to madness. The rewards were exceedingly generous. Not only would his cultivation rise by 5 tiers, but this also effectively represented a summoning opportunity. Furthermore, the system offered a specific summoning chance, which was immensely advantageous. Previously, he had only received random summons, fraught with uncertainty. Sometimes, the summoned entities did not align perfectly with his immediate needs. However, this designated opportunity would precisely address the insufficiency of personnel under his command, making it incredibly practical. Lastly, he was rewarded with a low-grade heavenly martial skill. Although it was random, any heavenly skill was undoubtedly extraordinary. Take the cloud-soaring step, for instance. It was a low-grade heavenly skill, yet its effects were remarkably potent. It had previously enabled him to evade the pursuit of the shadow demon fox. At this moment, Qin Feng yearned to rush out and eliminate those individuals to claim the system's rewards, yet he was acutely aware that he must not act impulsively, given such bountiful rewards from the system. The crisis he faced was undoubtedly significant. Confronting such formidable foes necessitated a calm and strategic approach. He could not allow the allure of the rewards to cloud his judgment. Chapter 27. Protecting the Group. Good heavens. Qin Ye's scheme truly is a twofold advantage. If I were to perish, Mu King and Chun Xingji would undoubtedly engage in a relentless conflict with Feng Su and the Yunlan sect, leading to mutual destruction. Conversely, if I survive and return to the royal capital, my conflicts with Feng Su would only intensify, resulting in a life-and-death struggle, ultimately allowing Qin Yi to reap the benefits effortlessly. If it weren't for the system's mission revealing the truth, events might have unfolded precisely as Qin Yi envisioned. Nevertheless, the outcome would ultimately remain unchanged. The strength under my command now is incomparable to the past. And in the end, Qin would find himself with nothing but an empty basket for his efforts. But am I truly to be treated as a soft persimmon, trampled upon by anyone? It does seem that way. The main issue is that my current condition is rather poor. Judging by my present level of cultivation, I am certainly no match for these assassins. Acting rashly would be futile. The wisest course of action is to retreat and seek an opportune moment. The assassins were quickly closing in on his location, so he cautiously retreated deeper into the cave. However, just as he was about to reach a secluded corner of the cave, he inadvertently stepped on a small stone, producing an almost imperceptible sound. Yet, in the profound silence of the cave, that minuscule noise resonated with alarming clarity. What was that sound? The assassins outside immediately heightened their vigilance, and one of them strode purposefully towards the cave. Qin Feng's heart leapt into his throat. He pressed himself against the cave wall, scarcely daring to breathe, his mind racing with desperate strategies. The assassin drew closer, his weapon glinting with a cold light. Upon reaching the corner, he spotted Qin Feng instantly. "The young emperor is here," the assassin shouted, his voice echoing throughout the cave, prompting the others to rush in. Qin Feng's complexion changed dramatically. He understood that escape was no longer an option, and he could only grit his teeth and prepare for a desperate fight. It is better to lose a finger than to lose all 10. He swiftly drew his Ganjiang sword and unleashed his divine technique, determined to eliminate one assassin for a glimmer of hope. In an instant, a flash of cold light streaked through the air as Qin Feng lunged at the assassin who had discovered him. The assassin hurriedly raised his weapon to defend, but with a sharp clang, Qin Feng's strike severed the assassin's weapon. The assassin's eyes widened in terror, and before he could react, Qin Feng thrust his sword directly into his heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a 9th-tier warrior, earning 3,600 experience points. The remaining assassins, witnessing this, roared in fury and charged forward. Having learned from the fate of their fallen comrade, they enveloped their weapons in true energy to prevent Qin Feng's Ganjiang sword from damaging them. Qin Feng understood that his prior success in slaying the first assassin was due to the element of surprise. Combined with the tenfold attack power of his divine technique and the sharpness of his Ganjiang sword, that assassin had merely been a 9th-tier warrior. It had been a stroke of luck. Now, facing 9 opponents, the disparity in strength was overwhelming. Without hesitation, Qin Feng activated the cloud-soaring step, attempting to evade their relentless onslaught. In an instant, his speed tripled, allowing him to weave in and out of the narrow cave, evading the assassin strikes. Despite Qin Feng's exceptional abilities, the sheer number of assassins, all significantly more powerful than him, began to take their toll. He sustained several injuries, blood seeping from his wounds and staining his garments. Anxious and desperate, Qin Feng realized that this stalemate could not continue indefinitely. He needed to find a way to break free from the cave. Only then could he fully exploit his speed advantage. Yet the assassins surrounded him tightly, making it difficult to escape. Suddenly, Qin Feng spotted a protruding rock at the cave ceiling, and an idea sparked in his mind. He took a deep breath, channeled his true energy, and leaped upward, grasping the rock tightly with both hands. With a powerful swing, he propelled himself toward the cave's exit. The assassins were caught off guard by this maneuver, and by the time they realized what was happening, Qin Feng was already on the verge of escaping the cave. "Quick, stop him! We can't let him get out!" The leader of the assassins, a 3rd-tier warrior, shouted urgently. The assassins were acutely aware that, based on their previous encounter, Qin Feng's agility was extraordinary. However, the cave's confined space greatly limited his ability to maneuver. If they allowed him to escape, pursuing him would become significantly more challenging. Yet, the moment the leader recognized this fact and called out, it was already too late. Qin Feng concentrated all his true energy, activating the cloud-soaring step, and in the blink of an eye, he burst forth from the cave. His utter astonishment, as soon as he emerged, he spotted the shadow demon fox not far away. From various signs, it was evident that the fox had tracked him here by scent. Had it been before, Qin Feng would have undoubtedly turned and fled. He simply could not contend with it. However, upon seeing the shadow demon fox, instead of running, he accelerated directly towards it. The shadow demon fox was momentarily taken aback by Qin Feng's sudden approach. Before it could react, Qin Feng had closed the distance and swung his sword, unleashing a fierce blade of energy aimed at the Fox. In a hasty attempt to evade, the shadow demon fox sidestepped, yet still suffered a scratch from the sword's energy. After landing a hit, Qin Feng did not linger. He turned and rushed back towards the assassins, shouting, "I've lured it here. Let us surround and kill it." The shadow demon fox glared furiously at Qin Feng as he charged towards the assassins, mistakenly believing they were allies. It roared in anger, "Aru!" Without hesitation, it lunged at Qin Feng and the assassins. Just as Qin Feng approached the assassins, he accelerated past them, positioning himself protectively in front of them. The assassins, confronted with the suddenly charging shadow demon fox, and the Qin Feng now standing behind them, were left utterly astonished. One of the assassins, a martial artist, raised his sword and exclaimed, "The demon fox is mistaken. We are not allied with that kid." How could the shadow fox comprehend human speech? It merely perceived the assassin before it, brandishing a weapon as a provocation, which it could not tolerate, and thus struck out with a claw at the assassin. The assassin hastily raised his sword to defend himself, yet was still forced to retreat several steps by the overwhelming force, his footfalls leaving deep impressions in the ground. Observing this, the other assassins sprang into action, engaging in a fierce battle with the shadow fox. The shadow fox nimbly darted among them, continuously unleashing crimson crescent air blades from its mouth, each blade resembling a deadly scythe that howled as it flew forth, leaving the assassins scrambling to evade the lethal onslaught. Meanwhile, Qin Feng seized the opportunity to hasten his escape, his form akin to an arrow released from a bow, vanishing into the distance in an instant. The leader of the assassins, witnessing Qin Feng's flight, quickly instructed 2 martial masters and 2 warriors to detain the shadow fox, while the other 4 pursued Qin Feng. Chapter 28. Chunyu of Dihua in a bid to evade the pursuing assassins. Qin Feng plunged deeper into the 10,000 Great Mountains, fleeing for 3 days. During this time, he narrowly escaped the grasp of the 5 assassins on multiple occasions, but ultimately managed to elude them. It appeared that among the 5 assassins was a master tracker, and despite Qin Feng's caution and the use of his cloud-piercing step, he believed he had left no traces. Yet the 5 assassins, like phantoms, relentlessly trailed him. Throughout these 3 days, his true energy remained robust, thanks to the Ziwei Emperor's art, allowing for rapid recovery. However, his mental fortitude began to wane. The relentless pursuit left him no respite, and the prolonged tension and fatigue rendered his eyes weary. On the 4th morning, as dawn broke, Qin Feng leaned wearily against a large tree to catch his breath. At that moment, a faint sound reached his ears, causing his heart to race. Could it be the assassins had caught up again? Gritting his teeth, he mustered his strength to rise and continued deeper into the mountains. Suddenly, a wide river lay before him, its waters surging and roaring, sending up splashes like an insurmountable chasm. Gazing at the river, despair washed over him. With his current cultivation level, he could not fly, and the river's breadth far exceeded what he could traverse using the cloud-piercing step. He could only hope that the river narrowed upstream, perhaps offering a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, he would have to leap into the waters and gamble on his fortune. Though he could swim, the torrent was too fierce for him to manage even a little. As he looked upstream, he was unexpectedly drawn to a small wooden cabin by the river, where a middle-aged man sat peacefully fishing. Due to the distance and the man's bowed head, Qin Feng could not discern his features, only a vague silhouette. Nonetheless, this sight stirred something within him in this moment of dire crisis. Recalling the system's previous hints, he speculated that this middle-aged man was likely Chengyu. The system had mentioned that Chengyu would appear at a crucial moment. And perhaps this was indeed that moment. As Qin Feng pondered, the middle-aged man seemed to sense his presence, slowly raising his head with a smile, saying, "Why, Your Highness, the second prince after a year apart. Do you not recognize me?" The familiar tone brought a surge of joy to Qin Feng. He could almost ascertain that this person was indeed Chengyu. Overcome with emotion, he hurried towards the middle-aged man, thinking that with Chengyu by his side, he had nothing to fear. Chengyu regarded Qin Feng with a smile, inquiring with curiosity, "Your Highness, after our last parting at Hongxiu Zhao, it has been a year. What brings you to the 10,000 Great Mountains in such a state?" Upon hearing the name Hongxiu Zhao, Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Hongxiu Zhao? Wasn't he that the largest brothel in the capital? It was quite absurd that the system arranged for Cheng Yu to come at such a late hour, and even assigned him this particular identity, leaving Qin Feng both amused and exasperated. Ding! The system seemed to remark that this was consistent with the previous identity of a dissipated prince who was known for indulging in such places, and Cheng Yu was someone the former self had met while enjoying music at Hongxiu Zhao. Ugh! Qin Feng found himself at a loss for words, silently lamenting the former self's image and actions. Unsure how to respond, he could only awkwardly stand there with a helpless smile. Cheng Yu looked at Qin Feng with a puzzled expression. Your Highness, you have actually managed to cultivate and have reached the 4th level of warrior. Cheng Yu's face was filled with disbelief as he contemplated. He had initially viewed Qin Feng as merely an ordinary wastrel. But now it appeared that Qin Feng had been concealing his strength all along, and he had been oblivious to it. This realization made him aware that this seemingly carefree prince possessed an unfathomable depth. Far from being a simpleton, T.O. remained hidden for so long, among others suggested that his ambitions were likely profound. Originally, he felt a slight fondness for Qin Feng due to their shared experience of enjoying music. But now he could not help but regard Qin Feng with increased seriousness, that he mused that if Qin Feng were to ascend to the throne one day, his cunning and strategies would surely lead to great accomplishments, perhaps allowing his own talents and aspirations to flourish. Qin Feng sighed. I never anticipated encountering you here, so that I came to the 10,000 great mountains for cultivation, only to have my whereabouts exposed and be pursued by assassins sent by my royal uncle. To meet you in this dire situation is indeed my great fortune. Cheng Yu, unhurried, rebaited his fishing hook, calmly replied, Your Highness is blessed, and heaven watches over you. Now that we have met, there is no need for you to worry. Your Highness, he continued, there are 5 warriors approaching from afar. They should be the assassins pursuing you. Cheng Yu slightly raised his gaze, his expression calm as he looked into the distance, as soon as he spoke. The 5 assassins burst forth from the trees, quickly spotting Qin Feng and Cheng Yu standing side by side. Upon seeing Qin Feng, their eyes flashed with murderous intent, fixating on him with malice. The leader of the assassins, noticing Cheng Yu's mere martial master aura, felt a wave of disdain wash over him, brazenly exclaiming, Little Emperor, after fleeing for so long, why have you stopped? Can't you run anymore? Should we give you a moment to rest before continuing the chase? He then turned to Cheng Yu, threateningly stating, Friend, I advise you not to meddle in our affairs. We are here on the orders of the Prime Minister to hunt this man. If you refrain from interference, we may spare your life. Otherwise, do not blame us for being impolite. He thought that since they were currently disguised as assassins sent by the Prime Minister Feng Su, as long as Cheng Yu did not intervene in their assassination of Qin Feng, it would matter little if Cheng Yu lived. It might even solidify the rumor that Feng Su's men had killed Qin Feng. Another assassin chimed in. You won't escape. This is all you're doing. You have offended the Prime Minister, and we are merely following orders. You should prepare to meet your end. Qin Feng scoffed. You lot are truly the loyal dogs of Qin Yi, still masquerading as Feng Su's subordinates at this point. Upon hearing Qin Feng expose their identities, the 5 assassins exchanged glances, a flicker of panic crossing their eyes. The leader's face contorted with rage as he snarled at Qin Feng and Cheng Yu. I never imagined you could see through our guise. Friend, I had intended to spare you, but now you must accompany the little emperor to the grave. May you find companionship on the road to the underworld. However, Cheng Yu merely smiled indifferently, looking at the assassins and calmly stating, You think you can take my life with just the 5 of you? Truly overestimating your abilities. Furious at his words, the assassins lunged forward, but Cheng Yu remained unfazed. With a slight flick of his wrist, the previously pliable fishing line suddenly snapped taut, shooting forward like a lethal arrow. The line swiftly traversed the air, emitting a sharp sound, and in an instant, it ensnared the necks of the 5 assassins. Chapter 29. The 5,000 Imperial Guard Qin Feng considered the experience points. These assassins were targets of his mission, and regardless of their ability to resist, he could gain experience by eliminating them. Just as he was about to intervene and stop Cheng Yu, he watched as Cheng Yu effortlessly tugged the fishing line. In the next moment, the 5 assassins were rendered lifeless, their heads severed cleanly from their bodies, blood spraying forth in vivid arcs as they collapsed to the ground. Qin Feng's eyes widened in shock. He had not anticipated Cheng Yu to be so formidable, effortlessly dispatching the 5 assassins with nothing more than a common fishing line. Truly, the might of a martial grandmaster was terrifying. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the side quest. Retaliate against the assassins sent by the King of Qi and receive your rewards. Ding! Congratulations, host, for leveling up by 5 levels. Your current cultivation reaches the 8th level of Warrior I. In that fleeting moment of ascendance, a surge of warmth flooded through Qin Feng's body, instantly healing the wounds he had sustained and alleviating the fatigue accumulated during his flight. He returned to peak condition. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring a summoning opportunity in a specified direction. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the side quest. You have been rewarded with the Celestial Grade Inferior Martial Art, the Dominating Heaven Sword Technique. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have advanced 5 minor realms in your cultivation and gained 1 summoning opportunity. Are there not still 4 assassins left unresolved? Could it be that they were eliminated by the Shadow Demon Fox? Qin Feng inquired of the system, filled with confusion. Ding! Yes, host, those 4 assassins have indeed been slain by the Shadow Demon Fox. Thus, with the demise of these 5 assassins, your task has been completed. Alas, it is unfortunate that among these 10 assassins, I managed to claim only 1 life. Had I personally dispatched those 5 assassins, coupled with the system's reward of a 5-level increase, my cultivation would likely have reached the Martial Master realm by now. Nevertheless, it is fortunate that the 4 assassins left behind to delay the Shadow Demon Fox have perished. Otherwise, seeking them in this vast expanse of the 10,000 mountains would have proven quite troublesome. Ding! Would the host like to cultivate the Dominating Heaven Sword Technique? The system's prompt sounded once more. Qin Feng opened the system's introduction to the Dominating Heaven Sword Technique. Dominating Heaven Sword Technique. This sword technique consists of 6 forms, characterized by a fierce and formidable style, exuding immense power. Without hesitation, Qin Feng replied, I shall cultivate it. Instantly, a deluge of information regarding the Dominating Heaven Sword Technique surged into Qin Feng's mind, and under the system's guidance, he felt as though he had diligently practiced the technique for many years. However, due to his current cultivation realm, he was still unable to unleash all 6 forms. Ding! The host still possesses 1 designated summoning opportunity and 1 ordinary summoning opportunity. Would the host like to summon immediately? Anticipating the 2 summoning opportunities, Qin Feng intended to utilize the designated summoning chance first, saving the ordinary summoning for after he completed the Beast of Desolation task, but he surmised that by then, his cultivation would have improved further, and should he summon a character, their cultivation might also be elevated. Moreover, as he faced no immediate danger, there was no urgency for the summoning as for the designated summoning opportunity. Qin Feng had already deliberated thoroughly. The most pressing deficiency in his current faction was the army. The number of troops under his command was woefully inadequate, although there were instances like Chen Qingji, who came with an accompanying army. The probability of summoning such a character was exceedingly slim. The greater likelihood remained that he would summon a character without any attached forces, for the sake of caution. It was wiser to directly summon an army. System, I wish to designate the summoning of an army. Ding! Summoning in progress. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully summoned 50,000 Jinui embroidered uniform guard. A note, the Jinui soldiers originally possessed cultivation above martial sovereign. The army strength will gradually be unsealed over 3 months. Soldiers may also cultivate and advance on their own, or the host can purchase army cultivation unsealing card for expedited unsealing. All armies summoned directly possess maximum loyalty to the host. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's heart soared with joy. It is worth noting that the Jinui are indeed formidable. The Jinui first emerged during the Ming Dynasty, established by the Ming Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang to strengthen centralized rule. They answered directly to the emperor, wielding immense power and privilege. The Jinui played crucial roles in various capacities. They were responsible for intelligence gathering, case investigations, executing secret missions, and safeguarding the royal family. Now, with the addition of these 50,000 Jinui, Qin Feng firmly believed that his journey to dominate the 9 provinces would gain wings, making it significantly easier to confront dangers and expand his territorial influence. System. Where are these 50,000 Jinyui located? Ding! The 50,000 Jinyui are dispersed throughout the Daxia Kingdom, each concealed under distinct identities. The system contains information on their various strongholds, which the host may check at any time. There's no rush. Primarily, Cheng Yu is still present. It would be remiss to leave him waiting, even though operations within the system occur instantaneously at this moment. Cheng Yu, having concluded his killings, appeared unfazed, calmly retracting his fishing line and methodically reattaching the bait. He then raised his head, gazing at Qin Feng, and slightly cupped his fist, saying, "Your Majesty, there are no longer any concerns. I would also like to congratulate Your Majesty on ascending to the throne. The Daxia Kingdom is sure to flourish under your reign." After securing the bait, Cheng Yu casually remarked, "Your Majesty, the current state of the world is indeed ever-changing." Qin Feng's heart tightened, recognizing that Cheng Yu was testing him, and he boldly declared, "Now that I have ascended to the throne, I must possess the ambition to encompass heaven and earth. The 9 provinces shall inevitably fall under my control." Cheng Yu nodded slightly, a glimmer of subtle admiration flashing in his eyes, before inquiring, "How does Your Majesty plan to take the first step in this quest for dominance over the 9 provinces?" Qin Feng pondered briefly before responding, "I will embrace talent from all walks of life, employing individuals without prejudice, ensuring that the capable serve me." Cheng Yu's eyes glimmered more brightly, continuing to press. "What if we encounter some obstinate and outdated forces that obstruct our path?" Qin Feng's gaze narrowed, a resolute determination shining forth as he replied without hesitation, "Those who stand in my way shall face death without mercy. How could I abandon such grand ambitions due to minor obstacles? I will employ strong measures to eliminate all impediments, showing no leniency." Chapter 30. The flexible moral bottom line. Cheng Yu spoke again, asking, "But if the ensuing conflicts lead to widespread discontent among the populace, how will Your Majesty respond?" Qin Feng laughed heartily. "I will diligently attend to the welfare of the people, ensuring that they enjoy peace and security. They will ultimately comprehend my lofty aspirations, realizing that all my endeavors are aimed at forging a more splendid future for them." Cheng Yu fell silent for a moment before asking again, "If I were to serve under Your Majesty, how would Your Majesty treat me?" Qin Feng's expression grew serious as he gazed intently into Cheng Yu's eyes, speaking earnestly. "If you can sincerely dedicate yourself to me, I shall regard you as a trusted confidant, bestowing upon you supreme honor and authority, willing to share the riches and glory of this realm with you. All that I possess shall be at your disposal." At this moment, Cheng Yu posed another question, "Your Majesty, should the strategies I propose occasionally employ unscrupulous means, or even seem to contravene moral tenets, how would Your Majesty judge that?" Qin Feng frowned slightly, contemplating for a long while before slowly stating, "On this path of vying for supremacy, the methods employed may vary. However, as long as they ultimately contribute to my grand ambitions and garner the allegiance of the world, some unconventional strategies are indeed necessary." Deep within Qin Feng's heart, he mused that with the system space at his disposal, there would be no shortage of food supplies, rendering this gourmet's chances of preparing such delicacies throughout his life rather slim at this moment. Cheng Yu was already certain that Qin Feng was not only resolute and decisive, but also possessed great vision and strategy. He no longer hesitated, kneeling on one knee and respectfully declaring, "Your Majesty harbors such grand ambitions. I am willing to repay your kindness with my life and serve you, assisting you in achieving this timeless dominion." Qin Feng's heart leaped with joy, hastily helping Cheng Yu to his feet, exclaiming, "With your formidable support, I am like a fish in water, akin to a tiger gaining wings. I believe that through our joint efforts, Daxia shall undoubtedly stride towards brilliance." Cheng Yu nodded in agreement. "Your Majesty can rest assured. I shall spare no effort." After assisting Cheng Yu to rise, Qin Feng's expression turned grave as he said, "Since you have resolved to follow me, I must candidly disclose the current state of the Daxia Kingdom. Presently, Feng Su monopolizes the court, forming factions for personal gain, eliminating dissenters, and scheming to usurp the throne. In the military, Qi Wang Qinyi controls the kingdom's forces, intending to raise an army to rectify the situation once Feng Si usurps the throne. Furthermore, certain sects frequently instigate trouble, disrupting the peace of our daxia. Qin Feng continued. You have also witnessed, I came to the 10,000 mountains to enhance my cultivation, yet Qi Wang Qinyi sent assassins to pursue me. Intending to frame Feng Su and deliberately incite internal strife within daxia. Thus, he could ascend to the throne without hindrance. What insights do you have regarding this matter? Chen Yu pondered for a moment before responding. Does your majesty believe that daxia can exist independently of Qi Wang Qinyi? Qin Feng answered without hesitation, his gaze profound. It cannot. Indeed, I harbor a deep-seated hatred for Qinyi, yearning to eliminate him swiftly. However, the reality is that daxia currently cannot do without him. Qinyi, as the Grand Marshal of daxia, holds a command over 230,000 troops, aside from the 10,000 elite guards and 10,000 city defense forces in the royal capital. 130,000 troops are stationed in Jing City, primarily to defend against the invasion of the Yin Kingdom. It was because the previous emperor and the crown prince believed that our 130,000 soldiers had the advantage over Yan's 80,000 that they personally led the troops, never anticipating that there would be traitors within, leading to their demise. Moreover, Qinyi has likely consolidated his control over those 130,000 troops through years of strategizing at the border. Qin Feng paused for a moment before self-mockingly stating, I suspect that among the millions of soldiers in other regions, many have also been subjugated by him. The current army of the Great Xia may truly have become one that recognizes only Prince Qinyi and not Emperor Qin Feng. Were it not for Qinyi's lingering concern for his reputation and face, this throne of mine would have likely changed hands long ago. Moreover, the Great Xia cannot afford to be without Qinyi at this moment, as the Yin army looms menacingly outside Jing City. Should I rashly send skilled assassins to eliminate Qinyi now, it would surely incite chaos within the army. At that point, the Yin nation would seize the opportunity to invade, and Jing City would undoubtedly fall, leaving no refuge for us. The Great Xia would descend into turmoil, and the common folk would suffer, an outcome I cannot possibly tolerate. Thus, for now, Prince Qinyi must remain unharmed, at least until I possess absolute confidence in both capturing him and preventing the Yin invasion. Once I have control over the court, eliminate Feng Su and the Yunlan sect, and consolidate my power, then I shall gradually devise a strategy against Prince Qinyi. I believe that as long as Qinyi harbors aspirations of being the emperor of the Great Xia, he will not easily abandon Jing City to allow the Yin army to invade before he reaches a point of desperation. For if the Yin nation captures Jing City, the Great Xia would be his meat on a chopping block, and his imperial dreams would be irrevocably shattered. Cheng Yu, upon hearing this, displayed a glimmer of admiration in his eyes and remarked, Your Majesty's clarity of perception and long-term considerations are indeed a blessing for the Great Xia. Since Your Majesty has already discerned the current situation, I believe it prudent to temporarily set aside the matter of sending assassins after Prince Qinyi and instead focus on discreetly safeguarding against him. The immediate priority is to enhance Your Majesty's own strength while simultaneously cultivating a dedicated intelligence network, gradually infiltrating the court. This would allow for monitoring the actions of officials and employing various means to sow discord among ministers, such as spreading rumors to incite mutual suspicion, devising traps to turn them against each other, and arranging for personnel to infiltrate the military. It is also essential to embrace those loyal to Your Majesty who possess talent, granting them ample trust and opportunities for promotion to ensure their unwavering loyalty. As for the turmoil within the sects, it can be easily resolved. Your Majesty need only wield both grace and severity, striking down those sects that have committed egregious acts, annihilating their entire lineage to instill fear in the remaining sections. Meanwhile, for those sects amenable to cooperation, one may feign allegiance, and once their guard is lowered, secretly absorb them for Your Majesty's use. Once Your Majesty's foundation is secure, you can conscript the disciples of those sects into the military, for they are all excellent candidates for soldiers and should not be wasted. Once Your Majesty has complete control over the court and quelled the sect turmoil, you may quietly mobilize those previously infiltrated within the army. First, winning over those leaders who can be swayed. while finding ways to control the families of those who are resistant, compelling them to adhere to your majesty. Additionally, spreading various rumors detrimental to Qin Yi within the military would serve to diminish his prestige, laying a solid foundation for ultimate victory. After listening to Cheng Yu's stratagem, Qin Feng could not help but inwardly sigh, "Ah, Qin Yu certainly possesses a cunning mind, and this must be his first time advising me." Hence his somewhat cautious approach that I can finally relate to the mindset of the esteemed Cao Cao. Whenever I feel my moral standing is lacking, observing Cheng Yu and Jia Su instantly makes me feel like a sage. At this moment, Qin Feng secretly expressed his gratitude, relieved that such a remarkably astute and ruthless individual stood by his side rather than against him. He silently wiped the sweat off his brow for Cheng Yu's future adversaries, pondering, whoever is unfortunate enough to become Cheng Yu's foe will truly be doomed, likely to be tormented by his endless array of insidious tactics to the point of not even knowing how they met their demise. However, for now, Cheng Yu was on his side, prompting Qin Feng to smile and exclaim, "Well done," as he considered his own moral standards to be quite flexible. Chapter 31. This feeling is truly exhilarating. Qin Feng smiled as he gazed at Cheng Yu and said, "Zhongde, I actually command a secret force of 50,000 Imperial Guards dedicated to intelligence gathering that I have decided to appoint you as the commander of this Imperial Guard." Upon hearing this, Cheng Yu's face initially registered astonishment, as he had never anticipated that Qin Feng harbored such a substantial secret force. Reflecting inwardly, the Emperor possesses such a hidden trump card. It seems I have greatly underestimated his strategizing and planning. A newfound respect naturally glimmered in his gaze towards Qin Feng as he hastily bowed and earnestly declared, "Your Majesty's trust in me is a tremendous honor, and I shall spare no effort to fulfill this mission, ensuring that the Imperial Guard flourishes and becomes your Majesty's steadfast ally, ready to serve you with utmost loyalty." Seeing Cheng Yu's resolute demeanor, Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction, gently patting Cheng Yu's shoulder while speaking earnestly. "I believe you possess this capability. Henceforth, the Imperial Guard will be entrusted to you." Cheng Yu, with a serious expression, stated firmly, "Your Majesty need not worry. I will not betray your trust and will ensure that the Imperial Guard becomes the sharpest blade in your Majesty's hands." Qin Feng slowly turned his gaze towards Cheng Yu and spoke softly, "Zhongde, my purpose for coming to the 10,000 Great Mountains was initially to diligently cultivate my martial skills and enhance my own cultivation level. Yet I have been disturbed by the assassins dispatched by Qin Yi. Now, I must continue my journey to hunt down demon beasts for the sake of my training." Cheng Yu, quick-witted, instantly grasped the deeper meaning in Qin Feng's words and responded tactfully, "Your Majesty can rest assured. I shall secretly safeguard you. You need only focus on your cultivation." Cheng Yu thought to himself, "The Emperor's intentions are exceedingly clear. If I do not take the initiative to offer my protection, it would be a disservice to his trust and expectations. Furthermore, having the opportunity to serve him is a great honor." Qin Feng silently commended Cheng Yu, recognizing him as a capable minister who not only possessed exceptional intellect, but also high emotional intelligence. With just a slight hint, Cheng Yu understood and was already aware of how to proceed. "Zhongde, do you have any preparations to make?" Cheng Yu replied, "Your Majesty, I need no preparations. I am ready to set forth at any time." "Then I shall trouble you, Zhongde, as long as I do not encounter a life-and-death crisis. You need not intervene," Qin Feng concluded, taking a step deeper into the forest. Cheng Yu quietly concealed his form and followed at a distance. Once Qin Feng entered the woods, he began to contemplate his next actions, concluding that it would be more prudent to venture towards the area of second-tier demon beasts. After all, the time remaining for the task of demon beast slaughter was quickly running out. He had been pursued for nearly 4 days, and considering the previous 10 days, he now had only 1 day left. Targeting the last 20 demon beasts, opting to slay second-tier beasts was the quickest strategy, as this task prioritized quantity over quality, and there were indeed more second-tier beasts than third-tier ones that, of course, should he encounter a third-tier beast, he could slay it without hesitation, for his current cultivation had already reached the 8th level of warrior. Dispatching a third-tier beast would not consume much time. Throughout that day, Qin Feng truly relished the feeling of unrestrained freedom. With Cheng Yu, a formidable martial sovereign, by his side on the fringes of the 10,000 Great Mountains. He felt almost invincible, that he no longer had to worry about encountering powerful demon beasts that could threaten his life, for he had someone to safeguard him. Thus, emboldened by this confidence, Qin Feng roamed freely through the forest. Searching, battling, and honing his martial skills, he could train his abilities to his heart's content, raising the proficiency of his system without the need to remain vigilant about his surroundings or conserve his true energy. He unleashed his full power, executing devastating techniques without pause, utilizing the cloud-piercing steps, and employing the overlord swordsmanship. It was a swift slaughter of demon beasts. While locating the beasts took some time, eventually, nightfall descended. At this moment, Qin Feng successfully hunted down 17 second-tier demon beasts and 3 third-tier ones, thereby completing the system's welfare task of demon beast slaughter. Ding, congratulations to the host for slaying 100 demon beasts and completing the system task of demon beast slaughter. Receiving system rewards. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the system reward of the Heavenly Grade Superior Martial Technique. Golden Body Technique. Golden Body Technique. Grants immunity to attacks within the same realm. Attacks exceeding one's cultivation level, whether physical or energy-based, will be significantly weakened. Upon its application, one's strength can be tripled, providing the practitioner with a decisive advantage in combat. Ding, host, do you wish to begin cultivating the Golden Body Technique now? Cultivate. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of information flooded into Qin Feng's mind, as the system directly imparted the complete cultivation method of the Golden Body Technique to him. In that moment, Qin Feng grasped this profound martial art with remarkable clarity. His body began to autonomously operate the Golden Body Technique, emitting a faint golden glow that shimmered around him. As Qin Feng shifted his thoughts, this radiance seamlessly melded into his being to this juncture. The system task concerning the Beast of Woe had been accomplished, and Qin Feng had successfully learned the Golden Body Technique. Although his cultivation remained at the 8th level of warrior, he was not far from reaching the 9th. Calculating, he realized he had been within the 10,000 Great Mountains for over 20 days. He felt he could afford to stay no more than 2 additional days before he must return to the royal capital. After all, he could not afford to linger for the full 30 days. Leslie Xian from Yunlan's sect, accompanied by numerous experts, launch a preemptive strike against him. Consequently, Qin Feng began to contemplate how best to allocate these final 2 days. His primary objective in entering the 10,000 Great Mountains was to hunt beasts and elevate his cultivation, but he also sought to refine his combat skills. However, hunting third-level beasts would do little to hone his combat techniques. Apart from enhancing his proficiency in martial skills, it offered scant practical benefit. Only battles against equally matched foes could genuinely sharpen his fighting prowess. After much deliberation, Qin Feng ultimately resolved to hunt 4th-level beasts. Although slaying 4th-level creatures might not yield experience as swiftly as targeting 3rd-level ones, the time spent locating and hunting them could instead capture numerous 3rd-level beasts. Qin Feng remained resolute in his decision. Unwilling to become a mere practitioner of martial arts, lacking the ability to manifest his capabilities, a so-called genius nurtured in a greenhouse, Dawn's gossamer mist had yet to fully dissipate. The surroundings appeared shrouded in a veil of hazy obscurity. Qin Feng advanced cautiously, gradually disregarding Cheng Yu's protective presence, immersing himself fully in the most authentic state of being. Suddenly, he keenly sensed a familiar presence not far ahead. Chapter 32. The ambiguous shadow fox. He stealthily approached, discovering it was the ambiguous shadow fox. A jolt of surprise coursed through him. He had not anticipated encountering this creature here. Initially, he had intended to spare its life. Although the fox had once pursued him, it later aided in detaining the assassins, effectively saving him and eliminating 4 of them in the process. Qin Feng had previously resolved that as long as it did not provoke him, he would grant it mercy, and thus contemplated turning to leave. The appearance of a shadow fox here was evidently no coincidence. After successfully dispatching the 4 assassins left to hinder it, the shadow fox had sustained injuries from their desperate counterattacks. However, its remarkable recovery abilities should not be underestimated. After 2 days of recuperation, it had fully healed and astonishingly advanced from the initial to the later stage of the 4th level. Perhaps this was the result of a heart devoid of distractions. Allowing one to wield their blade with precision, Once its wounds had mended, it resumed its pursuit of Qin Feng's scent, arriving here after detecting his presence nearby. Just as Qin Feng resolved to turn away, the shadow fox caught sight of him and let out a furious howl, launching a fierce assault. Upon realizing the shadow fox was attacking, Qin Feng wasted no time in charging forward, though he had intended to spare it. Its renewed aggression rendered that consideration moot. He could only send it to its demise, for the enmity between beasts and humans was inherent, dictated by divergent allegiances rather than moral righteousness. Fury gleamed in the shadow fox's eyes as it emitted a low, menacing growl. Nonetheless, it recalled the sharpness of Qin Feng's sword, the Ganjiang, and thus refrained from engaging in close combat. Opting instead for ranged attacks, that IT unleashed a flurry of crimson crescent energy blades that sliced through the air toward Qin Feng like lethal beams of blood. However, Qin Feng was no longer the same as before. Having ascended to the 8th level of warrior, his enhanced cultivation significantly increased the speed of his cloud-shattering steps. He deftly evaded the shadow fox's ferocious ranged assaults, continuously closing the distance between them. Notably, he had also acquired a new sword technique and a defensive martial skill, rendering him nearly devoid of any apparent weaknesses. Executing the first form of the Overlord's sword technique, he unleashed a torrent of razor-sharp sword energy that collided violently with the shadow fox's blood-red crescent blades, producing deafening explosions. After a fierce exchange, the shadow fox realized that Qin Feng had grown exponentially stronger, and sensing its own inadequacy, it instinctively sought to retreat. Yet, Qin Feng would not allow the creature to escape so easily and pursued it with determined speed. Realizing its escape was futile, the shadow fox resolved to retaliate fiercely. Relying on the golden body technique, Qin Feng engaged the shadow fox in close combat, his movements swift as lightning, the Ganjiang gleaming with a chilling light. Each swing of his sword unleashed a torrent of fierce energy aimed at the shadow fox. The shadow fox, undeterred, swiftly maneuvered, its claws slashing through the air like phantoms, clashing with Qin Feng's sword energy and producing piercing sounds. Their battle intensified, creating a dazzling display of light and force, uprooting trees and trembling the earth beneath them. As the shadow fox realized it could not distance itself from Qin Feng, it disregarded the threat of the Ganjiang. Opting to exchange injuries in a desperate bid for survival, IT lunged at Qin Feng, braving his attacks while clawing fiercely at him. The clash between man and beast was fierce, leveling the surrounding trees completely. Finally, after an intense and unparalleled struggle, Qin Feng seized a crucial opportunity. He executed the second form of the Overlord sword technique, Sky-Shattering Blade, augmenting his strike tenfold. The Ganjiang erupted with terrifying energy as it thrust towards the shadow fox's vital points. However, in that critical moment, the shadow fox unleashed a final, desperate surge of power, pouncing at Qin Feng with its claws aimed at his chest. Qin Feng could not evade in time. Despite the protection of the golden body technique, he sustained several deep gashes, blood oozing forth. Yet, gritting his teeth against the agonizing pain, he drove the sword with renewed vigor into the shadow fox's vital area. With a heart-rending cry, the shadow fox collapsed to the ground, blood flowing freely and staining the earth crimson. Qin Feng gazed at the lifeless creature, feeling a slight relief wash over him. Though victorious, this battle exacted a significant toll. Had it not been for the golden body technique, he might have truly perished. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the 4th level late-stage beast, the Shadow Fox, and earning 12,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your cultivation has risen by 1 level. Now at the 9th level of Warrior 8T, the very moment when Qin Feng broke through to the 9th level of the Warrior Realm. A warm current flowed throughout his body, restoring his vital energy and spirit to their peak condition, while all his injuries had also completely healed. Over the course of 2 days, Qin Feng traversed the vast expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains, seeking out 4th level demon beasts that matched his own strength. Each fierce confrontation with these creatures served as a profound tempering of his vitality, spirit, and martial skills, although he had only managed to slay 2 4th level demon beasts during this period, and his cultivation remained fixed at the 9th level of the Warrior Realm. This was primarily due to the absence of the system's assistance in restoring his state. Engaging in intense battles with demon beasts of comparable strength inevitably led to injuries, which in turn slowed his cultivation progress considerably compared to before. However, Qin Feng's primary objective was to hone his combat skills, and thus he paid no mind to these setbacks. After 2 days, Qin Feng and Cheng Yu set off on their journey home. Preparing to leave the expansive and mysterious 10,000 Great Mountains, their figures gradually receded into the distance. The mountains behind them stood silently and resolutely. Qin Feng turned back to gaze upon them, his heart filled with profound emotions. This journey through the 10,000 Great Mountains had bestowed upon him invaluable benefits, both in terms of his strength and the tempering of his mindset, laying a more solid foundation for his future endeavors. Just as he was about to depart from the 10,000 Great Mountains, a thought suddenly emerged in Qin Feng's mind regarding the rewards he had received upon completing the assassin mission previously. That particular reward had elevated his cultivation by 5 levels, granting him a chance for an ordinary summoning. With the imminent farewell to the 10,000 Great Mountains, Qin Feng contemplated taking this opportunity, hoping for a stroke of luck to summon an impressive figure with an army at their disposal. Chapter 33. The Banner of 10,000 Souls? No, this is the Human Emperor's Banner. System, summon for me. And please do not disappoint me. Ding, the host has been deemed fortunate. The system's notification echoed in Qin Feng's mind, nearly causing him to stumble. System, have you revealed something? Ding, please refrain from interrupting me. Host, I am in the midst of summoning. After waiting for a while without hearing any further notifications, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel that this summoning process seemed to be taking much longer than before. Finally, a sound rang out. Congratulations, host. Summoning successful. You have obtained the Human Emperor's Banner. The Human Emperor's Banner? Is it the one I was thinking of? Isn't that an artifact from the myths and legends of Huaxia? To think it could be summoned as well. If this continues, could I perhaps summon the 7 fairies, or even Yuhua in the future? I find myself somewhat looking forward to TWY the way system. Shouldn't you provide an explanation? Ding. What is there to explain? Host, how can you be so certain that myths are false? You are of the human lineage, which was created by Yuhua herself, and Yuhua was born from the pure essence of Pangu. Thus, it follows that Pangu is also your ancestor, making the summoning of mythical items quite reasonable. Moreover, didn't you notice the disclaimer at the very bottom of the system's user manual? The final interpretation rights belong to the system. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Qin Feng's lips twitched slightly, feeling quite speechless. All right. That explanation is truly invincible. Ding. Host, you must understand that being able to summon the Human Emperor's Banner is a stroke of great fortune for you. Such a divine item is not something you should ordinarily be able to summon. However, there is a minor issue with the summoned Human Emperor's Banner. Qin Feng couldn't help but frown at a minor issue. This system certainly knows how to build suspense. However, since it was described as a minor issue, it likely isn't too serious. After hearing the system's words, Qin Feng pulled up the panel for the Human Emperor's Banner. Human Emperor's Banner, a treasure of the human race, an innate merit of immense power, capable of controlling the sun and moon and wielding the might of the universe. The Human Emperor's Banner was born from the endless soul abyss, crafted by a demon lord using his own blood as a catalyst, and merging the souls of countless beings through forbidden techniques. The most basic ability of the Human Emperor's Banner is to absorb all souls in the world. Once a soul is captured by the banner, it becomes imprisoned as a puppet, unable to escape. The owner of the Human Emperor's Banner can manipulate the captured souls to attack enemies at will. However, the power of the banner depends on the quantity and quality of the souls contained within. The more souls there are, and the higher their quality, the stronger the Human Emperor's Banner becomes, potentially allowing it to manipulate the flow of time and reverse yin and yang at its peak. Level: Yellow grade, low tier. Note: the Human Emperor's Banner was originally a divine item of the highest grade, but upon being summoned, all the souls within vanished, reducing its level to the lowest tier. To increase its level, the host must personally fill it with souls. As more souls are added, the level of the Human Emperor's Banner will gradually rise. Upon examining the appearance of the Human Emperor's Banner, he noted that its fabric exuded a dark, inky hue, as if it were a manifestation of boundless darkness. Countless distorted faces seemed to flicker on the banner, appearing to struggle and wail in anguish, sending chills down one's spine. The banner pole appeared to be crafted from some unknown, sinister bone, emanating a chilling aura, entwined with wisps of black mist that seemed to come from the depths of hell. The swirling black smoke resembled the malevolent breath of demons escaping from the abyss, imbued with a potent essence of evil and decay, threatening to corrupt and devour all in its vicinity. Enveloping the entire space in a foreboding atmosphere that instilled dread. Good heavens, is this truly what the system describes as a minor issue, setting aside the fact that its level has plummeted to yellow-grade low tier? Is this even a legitimate Human Emperor's banner? System, are you sure this is the Human Emperor's banner and not the banner of 10,000 souls? Which Human Emperor's banner emits black smoke like this? And crafted from bones, no less. As Qin Feng gazed at the appearance of the Human Emperor's banner, he couldn't help but twitch his lips, filled with skepticism. Ding, what banner of 10,000 souls? This is indeed the Human Emperor's banner. You have yet to upgrade it. Once you gather more souls, it will be different. And that black mist? That is the primordial purple energy. System, are you still trying to argue? Is your purple energy black? Ding, is it not acceptable for purple to appear black? Humph, you can keep making excuses. Ding, it is simply the truth. All right, you have a point. Regarding the current level of the Human Emperor's banner being yellow-grade low tier, requiring the collection of souls to enhance its level, Qin Feng found no reason to dwell on it. After all, as the Emperor of the Great Xia, he would undoubtedly strive for supremacy over the 9 provinces in the future, and he could easily gather the souls of those enemies who fell beneath his feet in battle, harboring no psychological burden whatsoever to in this chaotic world. The victor is king, while the vanquished are deemed criminals. Those enemies who dare to oppose him should be prepared for such consequences. Furthermore, entering his Human Emperor's banner could be considered a form of transcendence and rebirth. They ought to be grateful to him. Yet, it did feel somewhat strange for an emperor to wield a banner of 10,000 souls that emitted dark smoke. But then again, if they had been diligent in their training, perhaps they would have performed better. After all these years, had their cultivation truly improved? If they had not put in the effort, they would simply have to remain as my brothers within the banner of 10,000 souls. Should they wish to avoid being separated from their families in death, he could even assist them in reuniting within his Human Emperor's banner. I truly do have a kind heart. Wait, why am I calling it the banner of 10,000 souls? That habit is not good. This is clearly the Human Emperor's banner. From now on, if anyone dares to refer to it as the banner of 10,000 souls when I present it, I can only ask them to stay their hand. As he pondered this, Qin Feng couldn't help but emit a peculiar laugh. Cheng Yu, who had been following closely behind Qin Feng, was startled by this sudden outburst of laughter. Your Majesty, what is the matter? Could it be that you have developed a case of hysteria? Cough, cough. He cleared his throat a couple of times to subtly remind the Emperor, upon hearing Cheng Yu's cough. Qin Feng abruptly came to his senses, realizing his earlier lapse in demeanor, that he quickly suppressed his strange laughter, cleared his throat, and feigned calmness as he said, I am fine, merely reflecting on some amusing thoughts. Cheng Yu gazed at Qin Feng with a face full of skepticism, yet he dared not inquire further and could only stand silently beside him. Feeling a touch of embarrassment, Qin Feng absent-mindedly rubbed his nose, acknowledging that he had indeed become a bit too complacent. Fortunately, the old fox Cheng Yu refrained from prying, or else he might have compromised the dignity befitting an emperor. At this moment, a myriad of thoughts raced through Qin Feng's mind. He recognized that, as a sovereign, he must maintain the requisite authority and composure in front of his subordinates. Thus, he straightened his attire, restoring his imposing demeanor. Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards Cheng Yu, his eyes now reflecting a hint of authority and scrutiny, silently warning Cheng Yu to refrain from questioning the earlier incident, lest he face dire consequences. Cheng Yu, astute as ever, immediately grasped Qin Feng's intent. Thus, a day passed, and Qin Feng and Cheng Yu finally emerged from the 10,000 Great Mountains, arriving at Haishi City. Considering the need for another day's journey back to the royal capital, Qin Feng resolved to find an inn in Haishi City to rest temporarily. Having just settled into the inn, Qin Feng sat in his chamber, contemplating the arrangements for the journey ahead when, unexpectedly, a series of knocks echoed through the door. Knock, knock, knock. Instantly alert, Qin Feng instinctively grasped his Jian sword. Meanwhile, Cheng Yu, residing in the adjacent room, also sensed something amiss. Detecting that the intruder possessed significant prowess, he hurriedly dashed out of his room. Chapter 34. Rumors abound in a flash. Cheng Yu lunged forward, his right hand clawed, slicing through the air with a fierce gust, aiming directly for the intruder's shoulder with astonishing speed. The individual, equally alert, sensed the imminent danger and swiftly dodged to the side. However, Cheng Yu's speed was remarkable. In that fleeting moment of evasion, his left hand transformed into a fist, the wind of his punch howling as it struck heavily against the intruder's abdomen. Ugh! The individual let out a muffled groan. Pain etched across his face, and before he could recover from the sudden assault, Cheng Yu followed up with a vicious side kick, forceful enough to send the intruder crashing to the ground. Without pause, Cheng Yu swiftly sealed the intruder's meridians, his technique both skilled and precise, rendering the man immobile. Left to lie helplessly on the ground, at that moment, Qin Feng opened the door, and upon seeing the scene before him, both the intruder and Cheng Yu exclaimed in unison, "Your Majesty, be careful. There's an assassin." Qin Feng, momentarily taken aback, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes before he scrutinized the subdued It turned out that he was a disguised captain of the Jinyue, the elite guard, who had been stationed in Haishi County since the Jinyue were summoned. Upon learning of Qin Feng's venture into the 10,000 Great Mountains, he had arrived early at Haishi City, knowing that the emperor would inevitably pass through on his way back to the royal capital. Furthermore, he had stationed other Jinyue at the city gates, ready to report Qin Feng's whereabouts as soon as he emerged. Just moments ago, he received word that the emperor had departed the mountains and taken residence in this inn, prompting him to rush over to pay his respects and report on the events that had transpired in the daxia during the past 20 days. Yet he never anticipated that upon knocking at the emperor's door, he would encounter such a misunderstanding. Hearing the intruder caution him to be careful, Qin Feng was momentarily stunned. He then discreetly signaled to Cheng Yu to bring the man into the room. Once inside, Qin Feng fixed his gaze on the individual and inquired about his identity. However, Qin Feng had already formulated a rough hypothesis. This man was likely affiliated with the Jinyue. The man, displaying remarkable composure, promptly addressed Qin Feng with respect, stating, "Your Majesty, I am Zhao Gang, the captain of the Jinyue in Haishi County. I have come to report on the various events that have transpired in Daxia during this period." Upon grasping the situation, Qin Feng could not help but chuckle softly. Fortunately, Cheng Yu had intended to capture the man for interrogation regarding his dispatch, rather than resorting to lethal force. Otherwise, he would have lost the captain of the very elite guard he had summoned before they could fulfill their purpose. Moreover, the intelligence capabilities of the Jinyue were indeed impressive. They followed closely behind him and Cheng Yu without detection, and their intelligence network was so robust that it was astonishing he had barely made his presence known in Haishi City when he was discovered. He then instructed Cheng Yu to release the captain. After regaining his footing and adjusting his somewhat disheveled attire, Zhao Gang respectfully bowed deeply to Qin Feng and began to report systematically on the various occurrences in Daxia during his absence. Captain Zhao Gang conveyed to Qin Feng, "Your Majesty, during your time in the 10,000 Great Mountains, rumors have proliferated in the royal capital. Initially, it was said that you were not in seclusion, but rather that you had offended the Yunlan sect and, fearing retaliation, sought refuge in the mountains for your safety. Subsequently, it was rumored that your actions reflected a neglect of the common people, branding you a foolish monarch. Additionally, the officials in the court, eager to ascertain the truth of your absence, flocked to the palace, pleading for your return, and your continued silence has only served to validate these rumors, leading the populace to express their dissatisfaction with you, viewing you as an irresponsible ruler. However, further rumors have emerged claiming that Chancellor Feng Su intends to depose you, the foolish monarch, and usurp the throne himself. Having conspired with the Yunlan sect to send assassins into the mountains to eliminate you, as Zhao Gang relayed this information. His tone bore a hint of hesitation. After all, these rumors were profoundly disrespectful towards Qin Feng, and he feared his words might incite the emperor's wrath. Having heard the report, a faint smile curled at the corners of Qin Feng's lips, a knowing expression suggesting he had anticipated such developments. After a moment's contemplation, he turned to Cheng Yu and inquired, "Zhongde, what are your thoughts on these rumors?" Cheng Yu's expression grew serious, his mind racing through Qin Feng's previous actions. After a moment's reflection, he replied, "Your Majesty, this matter may not be so simple. These rumors appear to have been deliberately orchestrated to disrupt the stability of the royal capital. Moreover, some of your previous actions, such as your journey to the 10,000 Great Mountains for training, now seem intentional, perhaps part of a larger plan on your part to stir the waters. I suspect you have deeper strategies and considerations in mind, aimed at unearthing the hidden puppeteers or achieving certain significant objectives." Qin Feng nodded slightly, a glimmer of appreciation shining in his eyes. Truly, Cheng Yu was insightful. He had deduced my intentions from the slightest clues. Indeed, Zhongde, you are correct. My actions are indeed imbued with purpose. The situation in the royal capital may seem tranquil, yet it is fraught with undercurrents. I require this opportunity to discern the true nature of certain individuals and to compel those lurking in the shadows to reveal themselves. Cheng Yu's admiration was evident as he earnestly addressed Qin Feng. "Your Majesty, you are truly wise and formidable. Such strategic planning is beyond the capacity of ordinary minds." Then, leaning slightly closer to Qin Feng, he lowered his voice, filled with doubt, and asked, "Your Majesty, if this is indeed your arrangement, then the royal capital will necessitate someone capable of firmly managing Feng Su and those other ministers. You truly place such trust in Chen Qingji and Mu Ging?" Qin Feng's demeanor remained calm, his tone resolute. "Zhongde, my trust in them is akin to the trust one place in you. You are all among my most trusted individuals, and I firmly believe in their unwavering loyalty. I am confident that they will not betray my expectations and will steadfastly maintain the stability of the royal capital." Cheng Yu, upon hearing this, momentarily appeared startled, seemingly taken aback by Qin Feng's response. Before gradually nodding in contemplation, Qin Feng, seated on a stool in the room, gestured for Cheng Yu and Zhao Gang to take their leave, saying, "You may withdraw for now. Zhongde, rest well. After you have recuperated, we shall head back to the royal capital." Cheng Yu and Zhao Gang exchanged glances before responding in unison. "As you command." They then exited the room slowly. Once they departed, Qin Feng's gaze wandered off into the distance. Truthfully, he had no other thoughts, merely a longing for Mu Ging's massages. After the two had rested, they wasted no time in making their way back to the royal capital. After a day of travel, they finally returned. Qin Feng first led Cheng Yu to the Jinyui's stronghold in the royal capital, cleverly concealed in the rear courtyard of a brothel, seemingly a place of fleeting pleasures, yet harboring intricate secrets. Chapter 35. A rush towards death within the stronghold. A dozen or so individuals had already gathered, each possessing the prowess of martial masters. Upon Qin Feng's entrance, the crowd immediately knelt in reverence, collectively proclaiming, "Long live your Majesty." Qin Feng waved his hand, instructing, "Rise." The assembly complied, their gazes filled with respect as they regarded Qin Feng. He observed them, saying, "During my absence from the royal capital, I appreciate your hard work." One martial master of the 5th level stepped forward, his demeanor respectful, stating, "It is our honor to serve your Majesty." The others then bowed to Cheng Yu, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the commanding officer." They have already become aware, through the intelligence relayed by Zhao Gang, that Cheng Yu has been appointed by His Majesty as the commander of the Jinyui. Zhao Gang, in a remarkably considerate manner, has even included an image of Cheng Yu in the report, thus they are not unfamiliar with him. Qin Feng cast a stern gaze over the assembly and solemnly declared, "From this day forth, you shall all heed Cheng Yu's directives without fail. He is the Jinyui commander appointed by me personally, and you are to assist him to the best of your abilities in executing my orders. Any defiance shall be met with severe punishment." The last sentence was delivered with a sudden gravitas, a glint of coldness in his eyes that sent a shiver through the crowd, in unison. They responded, "We shall faithfully obey His Majesty's decree." Qin Feng nodded slightly, his expression softening, before addressing Cheng Yu. "Zhongde, these individuals shall henceforth be entrusted to your command." Cheng Yu clasped his hands in respect and assured, "Your Majesty, rest assured, I shall not fail in my mission and will strive to develop the Jinyui into the sharpest blade in your hand." I could see that moment. Sun Ming, the deputy commander of the Jinyui, who had attained the 5th level of martial mastery, stepped forward with a serious demeanor and respectfully reported to Qin Feng. Your Majesty, this morning our spies embedded within the Yunlan sect conveyed news that the sect master, Li Xian, emerged from seclusion yesterday and has successfully broken through to the martial sovereign level. Upon learning that his son, along with 2 elders and 5 disciples of the Yunlan sect, had their powers nullified by your Majesty, Li Xian was immediately filled with rage and led the remaining 8 elders and 3,000 inner disciples to the royal capital, vowing to seek an explanation from your Majesty, according to reports from spies along the route. The entourage from the Yunlan sect is nearing the royal capital. After listening to Sun Ming's report, Qin Feng smiled lightly, his expression nonchalant as he remarked, "Oh, it seems Li Xian is rather eager to meet his demise." A smirk played on Qin Feng's lips as a flicker of disdain danced in his eyes, contemplating that with his subordinates, including the 9th level martial master Mu King, the 2nd level martial sovereign Qin Xingji, and Cheng Yu, along with 50,000 Jinyue and 7,000 white robe army soldiers, Li Xian's arrival in the royal capital would be akin to rushing towards his own death. It would be one thing for him to come alone, but to bring 3,000 disciples along was truly reckless. Qin Feng then turned his gaze to Sun Ming and inquired, "What movements have been noted from Feng Su?" To which Sun Ming replied, "Your Majesty, Feng Su must have received news from the Yunlan sect, as he proactively contacted those court officials who have defected to him yesterday and has secretly gathered the private armies they command. It appears he intends to utilize the support of Li Xian and the Yunlan sect to dethrone your Majesty and seize the throne for himself, unaware that your Majesty has returned to the royal capital." Qin Feng could not help but chuckle lightly, saying, "Feng Su truly has a keen mind. However, their schemes are destined to fail." His expression grew increasingly profound as he continued, "I never expected that Li Xian would emerge from seclusion ahead of time, and with such haste to meet his end. Naturally, I shall grant them their wish and send the Yunlan sect's entourage to the afterlife, providing a stark warning to the realm of the consequences of offending me." Cheng Yu responded, "Your Majesty, I am willing to serve as your vanguard and will assuredly bring back Li Xian's head as an offering to you." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng nodded slightly. "Good. Zhongde, I have always had unwavering faith in your abilities. However, this matter must not be taken lightly, for the Yunlan sect possesses considerable strength. We may disdain the enemy strategically, but must regard them with caution tactically." Qin Feng recalled the system's task requirements, which clearly mandated the complete annihilation of all who dare to invade from the Yunlan sect. Defeating the Yunlan sect's entourage would not be difficult, but ensuring that not a single one escapes was paramount. After all, with over 3,000 individuals present, any single survivor would mean the mission's failure. Zhongde, since Li Xian from the Yunlan sect, has brought along 3,000 disciples. I wish to eliminate them all, without exception. Do you possess any clever strategies for this? Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, it would be most prudent to set the battlefield outside the city. The multitude of citizens within the city, coupled with the complex terrain, is unsuitable for large-scale military engagements. Furthermore, should the Yunlan sect find themselves at a disadvantage, the city's layout may aid their disciples in fleeing. I believe that in the open expanse outside the city, with General Qin Xingji's capabilities, it would not be a challenge to annihilate the 3,000 disciples of the Yunlan sect. Ensure absolute security. We could also deploy 5,000 archers around the perimeter. Should any enemy attempt to escape the encirclement, they would be swiftly shot down. Simultaneously, we shall station the elite members of the Jinyue on the outermost ring, as they excel in tracking and assassination, ensuring that not a single escapee slips through. Even if someone manages to elude the first 2 layers of encirclement, the Jinyue would be able to intervene and eliminate them, guaranteeing no survivors. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes brightened, secretly praising Cheng Yu's profound strategy. Zhongde, your arrangement is excellent. We shall proceed as you have outlined. Subsequently, Qin Feng began to dispatch orders to Qin Xingji to position the troops according to Cheng Yu's plan, while also instructing Mu King to head to the city gates to meet him. Lastly, he sent word to Feng Su and the civil and military officials, inviting them to witness a splendid performance that he had arranged just outside the royal capital. Once all arrangements were in place, Qin Feng, accompanied by Cheng Yu and a host of Jinyui, made their way toward the city gates. Meanwhile, upon receiving the edict, Chen Xingji swiftly set about executing the plan, commanding the White Robe Army and the city defense troops to position themselves outside the city. While ensuring that the Imperial Guards maintained order within, he also instructed the Imperial Guards to secretly monitor Feng Su and his faction's residences. Prepared to apprehend them at a moment's notice to ensure stability within the city, 5,000 archers quietly took their positions within the surrounding woods, each stringing their bows and preparing for action, their eyes glinting with lethal intent. Upon receiving the edict, Mu Ging felt a surge of excitement at the thought of Qin Feng's return, her cheeks flushing slightly, realizing that she was about to fulfill her promise. As for Feng Su and his faction, upon receiving the message, uncertainty clouded their minds. What scheme is Qin Feng concocting? Chapter 36. The setup completed. Feng Su could not help but speculate. Could it be that Qin Feng has learned of Li Xian's emergence from seclusion and his imminent arrival with 3,000 disciples? Could it be that he feels incapable of resistance and is afraid, thus intending to kneel before Li Xian at the city gates and plead for mercy? The more Feng Su pondered, the more convinced he became. After all, Li Xian has already broken through to the martial sovereign realm. Who in the Great Xia Kingdom could possibly contend with him? Not to mention the numerous elders and disciples within the Yunlan sect, each a formidable master. It would only be natural for Qin Feng to feel trepidation. While they were still caught up in speculation, atop the city tower, Qin Feng sat calmly before a brazier. The charcoal fire within crackling merrily, a pot of tea simmering atop, the fragrant steam mingling with the air, adding an unusual tranquility to the tense atmosphere. Qin Feng remained composed, his face serene, eyes deep and resolute, quietly awaiting the arrival of the Yunlan sect, as though everything was firmly within his grasp. Just then, Mu Ging hurriedly arrived at the city wall. Upon spotting Qin Feng, her eyes sparkled with excitement, reminiscent of radiant stars. Yet, mindful of Cheng Yu and the Jinyui present, she endeavored to temper her emotions, though her slightly flushed cheeks and quickened breath betrayed the turmoil within her heart. Qin Feng, seeing Mu Ging, felt a stir within himself, but due to the presence of others, he merely allowed his gaze to linger on her with profound affection. Soon after, Chen Xingji, having arranged everything, also ascended the city wall. He respectfully bowed to Qin Feng before reporting, "Your Majesty, all has been arranged according to plan. The White Robe Army and the city defense troops are in position. The 5,000 archers stand ready. And order within the city is stable and controllable. The Imperial Guards have also intensified surveillance on Feng Su and his faction, prepared to apprehend them at your command without hesitation." Qin Feng nodded slightly, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes as he said, "Well done, General Chen. Your efforts are commendable." Chen Xingji humbly replied, "It is my honor to relieve your Majesty's burdens with that." He stood quietly to the side, awaiting further instructions. Cheng Yu, upon seeing Chen Xingji, was inwardly astonished. This Chen Xingji had also reached the second level of martial sovereign, sharing his level of prowess. How deeply hidden were the talents surrounding his majesty. No wonder such a bold scheme was devised. I had previously underestimated his majesty's strength and means. Similarly, Chen Xingji, upon observing Cheng Yu and the martial artists of the Jinyui, harbored the same thoughts, each gaining a newfound understanding of the other's prowess and their respective standings in the eyes of his majesty. At this moment, Feng Su, his allies, and other civil and military officials led by Shang Wan, he gradually arrived at the designated location outside the city. They surveyed the surrounding silence, with only the whisper of the wind caressing their ears, exchanging puzzled glances, uncertain of what was to come next. Suddenly, a commotion arose in the distance, prompting everyone to look up. Amidst a swirling cloud of dust, Li Xian, the leader of the Yunlan sect, along with 3,000 disciples, galloped towards the city gates. The sound of hooves resonated through the air, exuding an air of invincibility. Li Xian sat astride a magnificent black steed, his tall and imposing figure radiating a chilling gaze. Behind him followed 8 elders of the Yunlan sect and 3,000 disciples, all exuding grace and vigor. They were uniformly clad in light blue attire, embroidered with the unique insignia of the Yunlin sect. Riding a fleet of brown steeds, their movements synchronized and sharp, embodying the essence of a well-trained army. Qin Feng observed the disciplined actions of the Yunlin sect's disciples from afar, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. It seemed the Yunlin sect had long plotted this. These disciples were clearly trained using military methods. Otherwise, a group of sect members would never exhibit such uniformity. Such a force, if not eradicated promptly, would inevitably become a great threat. Upon witnessing the arrival of the Yunlin sect, Feng Su and his daughter, Feng Ling, were instantly filled with delight and hurried to greet them. Feng Ling was the first to call out to Li Xian, "Master." Her voice was melodious and sweet, laced with a hint of playfulness. "Li Zhongzhu, you have finally arrived. We have been eagerly awaiting your presence." Following suit, Feng Su quickly extended his greetings to Li Xian, a sycophantic smile adorning his face that Li Xian, however, paid no heed to Feng Su and instead turned his attention to Feng Ling. A gentle smile gracing his features as he inquired, "Linger, how have you been lately?" Feng Ling responded cheerfully, "Master, I have been well, just longing for your arrival. It's just that senior brother Li Cheng has been rendered powerless. It is all my fault for returning to assist my father, which led to his misfortune. That I acknowledge my mistake. Please, master, punish me." As she spoke, Feng Ling feigned a pitiful demeanor, lowering her head and biting her lip, appearing as though she had suffered great injustice that on the city gate tower. Qin Feng lifted his teacup, taking a sip and remarking, "This truly is excellent." Li Xian nodded slightly, replying, "Yes, I am aware of everything. I will not hold Linger accountable, so rest assured." Feng Su nodded in agreement, his demeanor resembling that of an obsequious lapdog. Li Xian's expression shifted to one of sternness as he turned to Feng Su, his gaze piercing as he inquired with an air of authority, "Why have you all gathered here?" Feng Su's face instantly transformed into a mask of obsequiousness, his eyes squinting as he ingratiated. "It was Qin Feng who summoned us, claiming that there is a performance for us to witness, that I suspect the young emperor, Qin Feng, is afraid and has come to the city gates to welcome you and the members of the Yunlin sect." Intending to admit his fault, Li Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, a sharp glimmer flashing within as he pressed further. "If it is an admission of fault, where is Qin Feng?" Feng Su's smile faltered immediately, revealing his embarrassment as he awkwardly chuckled. "It seems the young emperor has not yet arrived. Perhaps he did not anticipate your swift arrival. Li Zhongzhu, I could see this moment." Feng Su inwardly lamented, realizing his flattery had gone too far, leading to an awkward situation. Li Xian's countenance darkened, a cold snort escaping his lips as he expressed his dissatisfaction. "This Qin Feng certainly has a sizable ego." Feng Ling, sensing the tension, quickly chimed in, "Master, do not be angry. Perhaps that young emperor will arrive shortly." Li Xian cast a glance at Feng Ling, his expression softening slightly, though his displeasure lingered. Just then, the city gates behind the civil and military officials abruptly closed with a resounding bang, startling everyone. Moments later, Qin Feng appeared atop the city wall, clad in a resplendent yellow dragon robe, casting an authoritative gaze upon the crowd below. As Qin Feng made his entrance, the officials led by Shangguan instantly knelt, collectively exclaiming, "Long live our emperor! Long live! Long live!" Interestingly, Feng Su and the officials allied with him remained standing, exhibiting no intention of bowing to Qin Feng, their chests puffed out, faces marked by disdain and provocation. Shangguan Yi, witnessing Feng Su and his cohort's blatant disregard for the emperor, widened his eyes in fury, rebuking, "How dare you? Do you not bow before his majesty? Are you planning a rebellion?" At this moment, one of the courtiers behind Feng Su, having reached his limit, boldly tore off the facade. "Qin Feng, the foolish ruler, has offended the Yunlin sect just days after ascending the throne. With such behavior, he will only bring endless calamity to the Day Summer Kingdom and plunge the common people into suffering. How can we still kneel before him?" The courtier's face was resolute, staring defiantly at Qin Feng atop the tower as he continued, "Qin Feng, since your coronation, has any of your actions been for the benefit of Day Summer? The Yunlin sect is a formidable force. Is this a power we can easily offend? Yet you act recklessly, antagonizing the Yunlin sect. What else can you be but a foolish ruler? Qin Feng, unfazed by the courtier's accusations. Merely cast a calm gaze over the crowd, asking the others present, "Is there anyone else who shares his sentiments?" Step forward, make tea this moment. Feng Su took a step forward, feigning righteousness as he addressed Qin Feng. "Your Majesty, now that Li Zongzhu has reached the Wuzong realm, he is indeed the foremost figure in Day Summer. You previously rendered Li Zongzhu's son, Li Cheng, powerless, creating a grave calamity for our kingdom. The populace is now murmuring that you are a foolish ruler. This is the prevailing sentiment, that I advise you to recognize the situation and abdicate, acknowledging your mistakes before Li Zongzhu. The Yunlan sect is magnanimous and may not hold it against our kingdom. Perhaps Li Zongzhu, in his mercy, might spare your life." That a mocking smile graced Qin Feng's lips as he replied, "Feng Su, you truly resemble a dung beetle caught in a garlic mortar. What pretense is this? Are you merely coveting my throne? Now that your master has arrived, you begin to flaunt your power?" Feng Su's face turned ashen, his lips trembling with rage, rendered speechless by Qin Feng's retort. Just then, the Grand Elder of the Yunlan sect stepped forward, issuing a threat. "Qin Feng, the dignity of the Yunlan sect is not to be challenged. You previously unjustly crippled the son of our sect leader, 2 elders and several disciples. Now, release them, kneel, and confess your sins to my sect leader, then abdicate your throne. Perhaps my sect leader will show you mercy. Otherwise, today will be your demise." Qin Feng burst into laughter at the Grand Elder's words, mockingly saying, "Haha, I almost forgot about Li Cheng." Suddenly, his expression turned icy as he commanded, "Bring Li Cheng and the others here." "Yes, your Majesty," the Jinyue responded promptly. Moments later, the Jinyue swiftly escorted Li Cheng and his companions, who had long been brought to the city wall before the gates. The sight was disheartening. Li Cheng and the others appeared disheveled, their once splendid garments now tattered and stained, their eyes hollow and devoid of spirit. Trembling uncontrollably, upon seeing his father Li Xian below, Li Cheng's eyes flickered with life as he cried out hoarsely, "Father, save me! Father, please help me!" Seeing his son in such a dire state tugged at Li Xian's heartstrings. And he addressed Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, if you release them now, I might consider sparing your life." Li Xian's expression darkened menacingly, his gaze brimming with threats, as if declaring that should Qin Feng refuse, he would strike without hesitation. However, Qin Feng wasted no words, directly commanding, "Li Xian, if you wish to save them, bow down with the members of the Yunlan sect and plead for forgiveness if I am in a good mood. Perhaps I will release Li Cheng and the others." Yet, despite any feelings he might have for his son, Li Xian deemed the importance of the Yunlan sect's future and his own interest paramount. With his power now at the Wuzong level, he could easily seek another heir. His disciple Feng Ling was quite commendable, being both young and beautiful, as well as obedient and understanding. Moreover, Li Cheng had been rendered powerless. What face did he have left, outweighing the grand ambitions of the Yunlan sect? After weighing his options, Li Xian had already silently abandoned Li Cheng and the others, merely stating coldly to Qin Feng, "Qin Feng, you are walking a path to your own demise." Upon hearing Li Xian's merciless words, Qin Feng could not help but let out a cold laugh, deriding, "Li Xian, you truly are a heartless and ungrateful wretch, so easily discarding your own flesh and blood. With such a disposition, do you even deem yourself worthy to converse with me?" With no desire to waste further words, Qin Feng decisively commanded, "Execute Li Cheng and the others." The genie Wei, holding Li Cheng and his companions captive, received the order and immediately unsheathed their embroidered spring blades, striking down towards Li Cheng's neck. Witnessing this dire situation, Li Xian sprang into action. Intent on rescuing Li Cheng, in an instant, his internal energy surged forth, and as a martial sect master, his formidable aura erupted, enveloping the surroundings in an overwhelming pressure that left everyone present in shock and terror. Feng Su, a martial artist of the 6th level, recognized the immense power emanating from Li Xian and felt a thrill of excitement. He was certain of victory, as he could scarcely imagine how he could possibly lose. Feng Su's heart raced with exhilaration. Li Xian had made his move, and soon Qin Feng would meet his demise. His aspirations of ascending to the throne were on the verge of realization. and he could hardly conceal his excitement, just as Li Xian took flight towards the city gate to save Li Cheng and the others. Cheng Yu intervened, seeing Cheng Yu standing in his way. Li Xian's eyes flashed with disdain as he bellowed, "What manner of churl dares obstruct my path? You shall perish." With that, he swept his sword with great ferocity, unleashing a blade of energy that tore through the air with a piercing sound. Yet, Cheng Yu remained unfazed, his demeanor calm as he raised his hand to dissipate the sword energy in his palm. With a cold snort, Cheng Yu propelled himself forward with astonishing speed, delivering a swift kick imbued with tremendous force, which howled through the Li Xian barely had time to react before Cheng Yu's foot struck him squarely in the chest. The impact sent Li Xian plummeting uncontrollably to the ground, his mind racing with disbelief. How could this be? As a martial sect master, was he not supposed to be invincible? How could he have been flung away so easily? His heart brimmed with resentment and rage. Yet Cheng Yu's kick had infused him with internal energy that disrupted his own, leaving him helpless as he fell, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud that sent dust billowing into the air. As Li Xian struggled to rise, he beheld Li Cheng and his companions, their heads severed by the genie Wei, rolling to a stop before him. The sight of Li Cheng's lifeless eyes, staring wide open in a grimace of horror, filled him with dread and fury, exacerbated by the chaotic energy swirling within him. He felt a rush of blood in his throat, and with a violent heave, he spat forth crimson, looking up at Cheng Yu atop the city gate. His gaze was filled with venomous hatred and disbelief, as though he wished to devour him alive. After striking, Cheng Yu no longer concealed his own power, and the oppressive aura of a martial sect master emanated from him, enveloping the Yunlan sect and Feng Su. Upon sensing Cheng Yu's presence, Li Xian gasped, "You too are a martial sect master." And at the second level, no less. His voice trembled with shock and incredulity. He had not anticipated such a formidable adversary lurking within Qin Feng's ranks at that moment. Feng Su's complexion turned ashen, astonished that Qin Feng's side harbored a martial sect warrior, and even more so that Li Xian had been so easily defeated. His mind was rife with shock and dread as the tides of battle shifted unexpectedly. Meanwhile, Qin Feng wore a smile, one tinged with mockery as he addressed the fallen Li Xian. "Oh dear, Li Sect Master, what are you doing sprawled on the ground like a turtle? Just moments ago, you were so formidable, and now look at you, spitting blood." Enraged by Qin Feng's taunts, Li Xian spat another mouthful of blood. "Qin Feng, do not revel too soon." Qin Feng laughed heartily. Li Xian, you are but a spent force now. Yet you still dare to speak defiantly. While I may not know where you found this second-level martial sect warrior, do you truly believe that my Yunlan sect cannot contend with him?" Li Xian retorted, "I could summon the ancestor to the stage." Suddenly, a figure appeared in the distance. Before anyone could react, this person swiftly materialized beside Li Xian. "Oh, you truly think that with merely a second-level martial sect warrior, you can humiliate my Yunlan sect? Is that not a tad presumptuous?" The members of the Yunlan sect gasped in delight, exclaiming, "It is the Grand Elder! The Grand Elder has come!" With the Grand Elder present, the threat of the second-level martial sect warrior was rendered negligible, for the Grand Elder's prowess was at the 5th level. Qin Feng was surely doomed now. Feng Su's expression shifted from pale to crimson, certain that the involvement of the 5th-level Grand Elder from the Yunlan sect would guarantee victory, sealing Qin Feng's fate. Beside Feng Su, Feng Ling sighed in relief. She had known that with her master's cautious nature, and given the significance of this plan for the Yunlan sect, he would undoubtedly summon the Grand Elder as a trump card. Yet Cheng Yu remained unfazed, showing no respect for the Grand Elder of the Yunlan sect. He turned to Qin Feng, declaring, "Your Majesty, I request permission to engage in battle. I shall slay this Grand Elder." Cheng Yu felt no concern for Qin Feng's safety, for there was another formidable warrior present, ensuring the monarch's protection. Though the Grand Elder was a 5th-level martial sect master, Cheng Yu estimated he would not require much time to defeat him. Qin Feng regarded Cheng Yu solemnly, inquiring, "Zhong De, do you possess confidence?" Cheng Yu clasped his hands, a wave of warmth washing over him as he replied earnestly, "Your Majesty, fear not. Slaying this man poses no issue." "Very well. Exercise caution." "Yes, Your Majesty." Cheng Yu stepped forward, fixing his gaze upon the Grand Elder of the Yunlin sect, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he declared, "Old fellow, today marks your end." The Grand Elder of the Yunlin sect replied nonchalantly, "It has been quite some time since anyone dared to speak so boldly to me. The last time I heard such words, it was from those who sought my life. Oh, you know what became of them. Does the Yunlin sect always indulge in such tedious chatter?" The Grand Elder continued, "They all ended up as shattered corpses beneath my blade. I see you wish to follow in their footsteps." His tone grew grave, a hint of murderous intent glinting in his eyes. Cheng Yu scoffed, "Cease your grandiloquence. Let our skills speak for themselves." Both warriors recognized that, as martial sect masters, a full-scale battle would inevitably endanger those present. Cheng Yu proposed, "Old fellow, let us withdraw to a distance for our duel." The Grand Elder of the Yunlin sect agreed. "That suits me well. Today, I shall teach you the perils of reckless speech." With that, they soared into the distance, vanishing from the sight of the crowd. The Grand Elder had initially believed that his cultivation level, 3 tiers above Cheng Yu's, would allow him to swiftly vanquish his opponent. However, upon engaging, he was astonished to find that Cheng Yu stood his ground without faltering, leaving him internally astonished. Cheng Yu's gaze intensified as he swiftly drew his sword, its blade glimmering with a chilling light under the infusion of internal energy. In an instant, he dashed towards the Grand Elder of the Yunlin sect like a bolt of black lightning, his sword technique fierce and direct, aimed at the adversary's vital points. The air was torn asunder, producing a sharp, whistling sound. The Grand Elder of the Yunlin sect wasted no time, drawing his sword as well. With a flick of his wrist, he conjured a flurry of sword shadows that formed a protective barrier, akin to an impenetrable fortress, successfully deflecting Cheng Yu's assault. In an instant, the two were locked in a fierce exchange, their swords clashing with resounding echoes, the powerful energy akin to invisible blades carving deep fissures into the earth below. Feng Su, witnessing the Grand Elder of the Yunlin sect lead away Qin Feng's martial sect warrior, felt a surge of secret delight. He mused that now, without a martial sect-level protector, it was the perfect opportunity to bring Qin Feng down. Li Xian, upon hearing Feng Su's counsel, exhibited a fleeting glimmer of ruthlessness in his gaze. However, reflecting on his recent injury, he was disinclined to take matters into his own hands. Moreover, Li Xian harbored the belief that without the protection of a martial sect warrior, Qin Feng would undoubtedly be incapable of withstanding an assault from the Yunlin sect. Thus, he commanded the elders and the 3,000 disciples of the Yunlin sect behind him. 3,000 disciples. Heed my command, follow the esteemed elders and seize the city gate. Capture Qin Feng. Witnessing this unfolding scenario, Qin Feng turned to Chen Qingji and instructed, "Chen Qingji, the next move is yours." Chen Qingji clasped his fist in acknowledgement, his posture erect as he declared with conviction, "Yes, Your Majesty. I shall ensure the complete annihilation of the Yunlin sect." Noticing that Li Xian refrained from intervening and merely directed the 8 elders to lead the 3,000 disciples into action, Chen Qingji opted not to lead a charge himself, instead choosing to oversee the battle from the city gate. After all, there was no need for him to personally engage with merely 3,000 Yunlin disciples. The 8,000 city defense troops were more than sufficient to obliterate them, let alone the additional 2,000 troops of the White Robes. While the individual prowess of the Yunlin sect's elders was formidable, the sheer number of the White Robes was overwhelming. Among the 7,000 White Robes, several martial masters had already emerged, with over 10 having attained the 3rd level of martial mastery, and the most formidable among them reaching the 5th level. Furthermore, as a commander, Chen Qingji was well-versed in military formations, a common practice on the Jiuzhou continent. Though their power varied, any cohesive military formation could unleash remarkable strength, the dynasty empire's ability to contend with powerful sects, even compelling some to submit, was largely due to its military formations. These formations enabled soldiers' attacks to coalesce, amplifying their might that a few individuals or even dozens might not seem particularly threatening. However, when thousands or tens of thousands unite in formation, their collective power becomes terrifyingly immense. What does individual strength matter, even if one is a martial sect master or even stronger, when faced with a formation of dozens of warriors? Yet, What if the number swells to hundreds or even thousands? Would one still be a match? Although the dynasty may lack the same number of top-tier experts as the sects, it certainly possesses a vast number of lower-tier warriors that, of course, forming such massive military formations is no trivial feat. It hinges on the military capabilities of the commanding officer, their ability to unify the troops into a cohesive force. And even if the formation is successfully established, it requires a capable leader to unleash its full potential. However, when it comes to formations composed of merely dozens or hundreds, the task becomes significantly simpler, and Qin Shingji was no ordinary commander. I could see that moment. The heavy city gates slowly creaked open, accompanied by a resounding thud. The 2,000 white robes emerged first, perfectly synchronized in their steps, clad in white battle garments and wielding razor-sharp weapons, appearing as celestial warriors descended from the heavens under the radiance of the sun. Following closely behind, the 8,000 city defense troops marched with a formidable cadence, their armor gleaming with a cold metallic sheen in the sunlight, resembling a moving forest of steel. Under Qin Shingji's command, the 2,000 white robes swiftly formed military formations by units of 100. As the formations moved, they struck forth like a barrage of arrows, propelled by an indomitable momentum towards the 3,000 Yunlong disciples. The 8,000 city defense troops swiftly maneuvered, encircling the 3,000 Yunlong disciples and establishing a tightly knit perimeter. In the instant the 2,000 white robes made their appearance, Li Xian, Feng Su, and the onlookers were rendered speechless by the sight before them. Feng Su's eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape as he murmured, "Is the White Robes' army truly this formidable? How can they possess so many martial masters? Are martial masters now as common as cabbages? Otherwise, how could there be so many within the White Robes, all working in such perfect harmony to form military formations? Is this truly the White Robes' army I remember? Is this still the great Xia kingdom I know? With such power, why didn't you mention it earlier? I wouldn't have contemplated rebellion. What am I even supposed to do now?" Li Xian, equally incredulous, felt his countenance darken dramatically, as he had initially believed victory was assured, only to be confronted with this unexpected turn of events. He understood all too well that his 3,000 disciples, although trained in a military fashion, lacked any exceptional commanders, merely boasting an overall cultivation level that appeared impressive, with most having achieved martial mastery. While their inability to form military formations may have seemed inconsequential, after all, in the Great Xia Kingdom, there are virtually no commanders capable of forming large-scale formations. This lack among all parties placed everyone on an equal footing, leading to a contest of cultivation levels. The greatest strength of sect disciples lay in their individual prowess, which initially gave Li Xian confidence that his 3,000 disciples could dominate within the Great Xia. Yet now, he faced a military force that not only surpassed his disciples in overall strength, but had also successfully formed a military formation, ensuring his disciples' inevitable defeat. Realizing his only recourse was to target the commanding officer as a breakthrough point, he thought that if he could subdue this commander, capturing Qin Feng thereafter would lead to victory for his 3,000 disciples, guided by the 8 elders. Moreover, this commander was merely at the second level of martial mastery. With his own status as a martial sect master, he believed success was guaranteed. Had Qin Feng been privy to Li Xian's thoughts, he would have merely scoffed, exclaiming, "Goodness, amidst so many, you choose the strongest to confront. Your aspirations are grand, yet reality is unforgiving." In an instant, Li Xian's figure flickered as his vital energy surged like a tempest, his garments billowing as he dashed towards Qin Shingji at an astonishing speed, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. Upon seeing Li Xian's advance, Qin Shingji maintained an air of calm, his gaze bearing a hint of mockery, as if regarding a fool oblivious of his own limitations. Li Xian, perplexed by this composure, pondered whether Qin Shingji possessed hidden trump cards that in response, Qin Shingji revealed his cultivation level without hesitation, emanating the formidable aura of a second-level martial sect master, which swept through the surroundings like a tempest, causing the onlookers to shudder as the air itself seemed to compress under his might. As Li Xian propelled himself through the air, he suddenly froze mid-flight. his expression crystallizing in shock as he inwardly lamented. What is this? Are there truly second-level martial sect masters available in bulk now? I was already in motion, and now I discover you are stronger than me. What am I supposed to do? I cannot retract my advance. Before long, Li Xian found himself face to face with Chen Qingji, stammering, "This is a misunderstanding. You must believe me." However, before he could finish, Chen Qingji delivered a swift slap that struck him hard. The blow's speed and force disorienting him, causing stars to dance before his eyes and his head to ring, his body swaying as he struggled to maintain balance. How dare you act so insolently in the presence of His Majesty? You deserve nothing less than death. Chen Qingji followed up with a strike, his spear slicing through the air like a dragon, its tip glinting menacingly as it bore down upon Li Xian's vital points. Intent on delivering a lethal blow, Li Xian, horrified, hastily channeled all his vital energy in a desperate attempt to block the deadly assault. However, his efforts appeared feeble against Chen Qingji's overwhelming strength, akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. With a sickening sound, Chen Qingji's spear pierced through Li Xian's body. Li Xian's eyes widened in disbelief, regret flashing in his gaze as blood gushed from his mouth, vitality swiftly ebbing away, and he fell from the sky, crashing to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. Simultaneously, the battlefield beneath the city gate had turned overwhelmingly one-sided. In mere moments, the 2,000 white robes, utilizing their tightly organized formations and ferocious assaults, scattered the 3,000 Yunlan disciples. Once brimming with confidence, the Yunlan disciples found themselves in disarray, fighting for their lives like headless flies as they realized they were no longer facing a mere army, but a well-trained, highly coordinated, and powerfully skilled force. This was no mere battle. It was a massacre. The 3,000 Yunlan disciples were swiftly cut down by the relentless charges of the 2,000 white robes. Leaving no survivors, blood flowed freely across the battlefield, severed limbs strewn about, and the stench of carnage hung thick in the air, reminiscent of a hellish purgatory, after the 2,000 white robes decimated the 3,000 Yunlan disciples. Those tasked with holding off the Yunlan sect's elders swiftly converged with the remaining 2,000 white robes. With the inclusion of these martial masters, the momentum of the military formation surged. Akin to a ferocious tempest, sweeping everything in its path, the 8 military formations advanced towards the 8 Yunlan elders, their overwhelming might rendering the elders breathless, their vital energies sluggish, their faces etched with terror and despair. They could scarcely fathom that they would suffer such a devastating defeat, and so swiftly that in just a few exchanges, under the relentless assault of the 8 formations, the Yunlan sect's elders fell one by one, collapsing into pools of blood, each death erupting in a spray of crimson. Their bodies fell, seemingly symbolizing the complete collapse of the conspiracy orchestrated by the Yunlan sect, with the demise of the 8 elders. Feng Su's heart, once suspended in a state of anxiety, finally succumbed to despair. His aspirations of becoming emperor and the years of anticipation he had harbored had all evaporated into mere illusions. Shattered beyond repair, that moment, Feng Su found himself engulfed in confusion. Where had Qin Feng discovered such a formidable martial artist from the martial sect, and how had Chen Qingji, previously merely a martial master, suddenly ascended to the rank of a martial sovereign? Furthermore, when had the White Robe army become so formidable? How had the situation, once so promising, transformed into an abyss of despair? Qin Feng had indeed orchestrated a splendid performance for him, a grand finale to his own life. Feng Su's complexion turned pale, his body trembling slightly, his eyes brimming with hopelessness and resentment. Gazing at the battlefield, strewn with devastation, he felt akin to a jester, having meticulously plotted for so long, only to realize it had all been for naught. He reminisced about the countless efforts he had expended to ascend to that coveted position, the intricate alliances he had forged, even sacrificing his own dignity to bow before the Yunlan sect. Yet now, all of it had been rendered meaningless. Not only had he failed, but he had also dragged the entire Feng family into ruin. Chapter 40. What is professionalism? This is professionalism, at this moment. Cheng Yu, holding the head of the supreme elder of the Yunlan sect, reported back to Qin Feng. Kneeling on one knee, he proclaimed loudly, "Your Majesty, I have fulfilled my duty. The supreme elder of the Yunlin sect has been slain." "Well done, Zhongde," Qin Feng replied. "The conspiracy between the Yunlin sect and the treacherous Feng Su has been thoroughly obliterated." Feng Su, witnessing Cheng Yu return with the head of the supreme elder, felt no stirrings within him. He stood there, numb, understanding that everything was clearly under Qin Feng's control. From the very beginning, he had been like a monkey toyed with, believing himself clever while never escaping Qin Feng's grasp. The court officials who had chosen to follow Feng Su in rebellion now wore ashen faces. They had initially believed victory was assured, that they could rise alongside Feng Su, only to realize they had chosen the wrong side and were on the brink of disaster. Some officials, their legs weakening, collapsed to the ground, muttering, it's over, everything is lost." Others attempted to sneak away, but were intercepted on the spot. After the complete annihilation of the Yunlin sect's followers, Qin Feng began to question Feng Su. "Feng Su, did you ever consider that you would meet such a fate? As the emperor of the Great Xia Kingdom, I shall not tolerate your reckless ambitions. What the Yunlin sect? Those who dare oppose me shall meet their end. Did you think allying with the Yunlin sect could unseat me? Such delusions are laughable. Under heaven, all lands belong to the king. On the borders of the realm, there are no subjects but the king." Feng Su simply stood silently, offering no reply, as if he had lost the strength to respond. Observing this, Chen Qingji inquired, "Your Majesty, now only Feng Su, the mastermind behind this usurpation, remains. Shall I execute him at once?" A glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes, his spear quivering slightly, as if he could hardly wait to slay Feng Su. Qin Feng, his gaze icy, replied without hesitation, "Kill him." Receiving the order, Chen Qingji, spear in hand, approached Feng Su step by step. Facing Chen Qingji, Feng Su showed no sign of resistance. He merely closed his eyes in a calm resignation, as if he had already embraced the inevitability of death. With a fierce shout, Chen Qingji declared, "Feng Su, today marks your end." With that, he swung his spear, a flash of cold light slicing through the air, and in an instant, Feng Su's head was severed, blood gushing forth like a fountain, tracing an arc in the air before staining the ground, turning it crimson. Thus, the era of the treacherous minister came to a close. After Chen Qingji executed Feng Su, those court officials who had conspired with him to rebel began to kneel before Qin Feng, pleading for mercy. "Your Majesty, spare us. We were momentarily foolish, deceived by that treacherous Feng Su. We are willing to pledge our loyalty to you, and henceforth we shall serve you faithfully. Your Majesty, you cannot kill us. We understand our mistakes. We beg for your mercy." The chorus of pleas echoed, the atmosphere descending into chaos. However, Qin Feng paid them no heed, directly commanding the White Robe Army, "Execute them all. Leave not a single one alive." These treacherous rebels sought to overthrow the Great Xia. Their crimes are unforgivable. At that moment, the Right Chancellor, Shangguan Yi, witnessed the scene and stepped forward to address Qin Feng. "Your Majesty, if you kill them all, the court will be left devoid of capable officials. Moreover, this matter has far-reaching implications. If you engage in widespread slaughter, it may jeopardize the very foundations of the kingdom. I implore you to reconsider." The ministers aligned with Shangguan. He immediately echoed his sentiments. "Your Majesty, the Chancellor speaks wisely. Though these individuals have sinned, their crimes do not warrant death. Many were coerced. If you grant them a chance for redemption, they will surely be grateful and serve you diligently. Your Majesty, the nation is in need of capable individuals. Executing them will leave many positions vacant, which could disrupt the functioning of the court." Numerous officials pleaded for leniency. Yet, Qin Feng could not tolerate the notion of traitors surviving within his Great Xia Kingdom. If he were to let them off so easily, what dignity would he have left? He resolved to set an example. Any who dared to rebel would face no mercy. Qin Feng coldly retorted, "My mind is made up. No further discussion is needed. If I spare them today, tomorrow others will follow suit. How can my reign remain secure? Kill." Determined to execute them, those who had been pleading attempted to voice their concerns once more. "Your Majesty, this..." Qin Feng shot them a fierce glare, bellowing, "Silence! Whoever dares plead for mercy shall share their fate. The officials fell silent, not daring to utter another word. After receiving the command, the white robe army charged at the ministers like ravenous wolves. Some, terrified, turned to flee but were swiftly brought down by the soldiers. Others attempted to resist but were besieged and stabbed mercilessly. The scene was one of bloodshed and brutality, screams and cries echoing through the in a short while. The battlefield was painted anew with blood. Those once treacherous officials lying lifeless in pools of crimson, their lives abruptly extinguished as they paid the harrowing price for their misguided choices. After the slaughter, Qin Feng noticed the absence of the system's notification and felt a twinge of confusion. Having eliminated them all, why had the system not indicated the completion of his task? At that moment, Qin Yu approached Qin Feng and suggested, "Your Majesty, you previously mentioned the need to annihilate all members of the Yunlan sect. Should I send the Jinyui to ensure that they are all finished off?" Upon hearing Cheng Yu's proposal, Qin Feng suddenly realized that there might still be survivors. Hence, the system had not confirmed the task's completion. It was imperative to ensure their demise, and after that, to search their bodies. There could be valuable items hidden on them. Once searched, they must be set ablaze to ensure nothing remained. Thus, he commanded Cheng Yu, "Yes, Zhongde, instruct the Jinyui to act swiftly. Ensure not a single one is left alive. Search carefully, and any valuables may be kept by you, with the rest submitted. Finally, burn their corpses clean." Following the orders, the Jinyui first took aim with their crossbows and unleashed a barrage of 3 rounds upon the battlefield. The sound of arrows whistling through the air was relentless, a torrential downpour of projectiles raining down upon the corpses of the Yunlan sect's members. After the 3 rounds, they rushed down, regardless of whether the bodies still breathed. They first struck at the neck, for stabbing the heart was unreliable. Some had their hearts on the right side, but a blow to the neck was infallible. One Jinyui approached a corpse missing half its body and, without hesitation, swung his blade decisively at its neck. Another Jinyui, seeing a body riddled with arrows, did not hesitate either, delivering a powerful cut to its neck. Once all had been finished off, the Jinyui proceeded to search the bodies. They expertly rummaged through the deceased's clothing, leaving no pocket unchecked. Some even unfastened belts and pulled down trousers to check for hidden treasures, precious jade, techniques, or silver. While the scene was somewhat unsightly, they paid it no mind, solely focused on completing their task. Throughout the process, though the sight of the deceased was harrowing, the Jinyui remained impassive, continuing their brutal and efficient actions of finishing off and looting the bodies. They had long since grown accustomed to this bloodshed and cruelty. In their eyes, it was merely part of executing their duties. Observing this scene, Qin Feng could not help but reflect. What is professionalism? This is professionalism. Truly, the Jinyui live up to their reputation. The more than 20 court officials who had defected to Qin Feng's side within the past month, now witnessing this grim spectacle, felt their hearts tremble with fear. Chapter 41. A surge in power, the ascendancy of the human emperor's banner. They watched the Jinyui's cold and ruthless actions, a tumult of terror and reverence swirling within. When had their majesty come to possess such a formidable force? Moreover, the overall strength of these individuals was no less than that of the White Robe Army. Yet their methods were exceedingly brutal. A minister quietly murmured to the person beside him, "Hush, speak not too freely, lest calamity arise from loose lips. His Majesty wields such formidable authority. We must exercise even greater caution henceforth, and we must not err even a single step." Qin Feng deliberately lingered here, not only to fulfill a system task, but also to deliver a stark warning to the surviving court officials. Allowing them to witness the dire consequences of betraying their own, he cast a cold, sweeping gaze over the trembling ministers, his eyes seemingly proclaiming, "What you behold today shall serve as a cautionary measure in your hearts. Should you dare harbor treachery, this shall be your fate." His gaze bore down upon them like a tangible weight, rendering the ministers unable to meet his eyes. Qin Feng. This was a necessary act to solidify his authority. Only by instilling a profound understanding of the grievous cost of betrayal could he secure his dominion. In this game of power, there was no room for mercy or weakness. Just after the 3 volleys of the Jinyui, the system's prompt resonated. Ding! congratulations, host, for completing the side quest of eliminating the vengeful members of the Yunlan sect who would come seeking revenge a month hence. You have received the following rewards. 1 summoning opportunity and 200,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your level has risen. Your current level is first layer Martial Master. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your level has risen. Your current level is second layer Martial Master. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your level has risen. Your current level is fourth layer Martial Master. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have ascended 5 minor realms, granting you an additional summoning opportunity. Ha! At last, I have achieved the realm of Martial Master. The exhilaration of such a surge in power is truly sublime. Who else can elevate their strength at such an astonishing pace? I ask you, who else? Ding! Host, I know there's still 7,000 white robe troops, 50,000 Jinyui, as well as Mu Ging, Chun Xingji, and Chengyu, the system responded. System, next time I do not require commentary. Kindly refrain from speaking. The system fell into a silence. Why have you ceased your responses? Qin Feng inquired upon noticing the system's lack of reaction. Ding, was it not you who said that if you did not permit me to respond, I should remain silent? The system replied meekly. Qin Feng broke the silence first, asking system, why has the task of eliminating Feng Su not yet been completed? Ding, host, you have only slain Feng Su and a portion of his followers. The news of Feng Su's death has yet to spread, and the families of those who allied with him within the capital are not yet eradicated, I understand. It is merely a matter of killing both the body and the spirit. Now that I have dealt with the physical, I must still address the spirit. Qin Feng nodded thoughtfully, a flicker of ruthlessness crossing his gaze, turning to Shangguan, Yi, and the 20 or so ministers. He commanded, you may withdraw for now. Return to rest, for there will be someone to summon you for court shortly. Shangguan, Yi, and the others, eager to depart, bowed and quickly exited upon receiving Qin Feng's orders. Qin Feng then instructed Chengyu, Zhongde, lead the Jinyui to confiscate the properties of Feng Su and those ministers who supported him, executing the entire Feng family. 1/10 of the seized wealth shall remain with the Jinyui, with the rest submitted to the national treasury. All males shall be turned into slaves, and the female shall be sent to the brothel. Should there be any resistance, show no mercy. Chengyu clasped his hands in acknowledgement, responding, yes, your majesty. With that, he swiftly set the Jinyui into motion. Qin Feng then directed Chun Xingji. Chun Xingji arranged for personnel to clean up the battlefield and remove the bodies and blood from the city gates. Chun Xingji bowed in reply. This subordinate shall obey. Once Chun Xingji had departed, Qin Feng suddenly felt a jolt, realizing, oh no, I almost forgot to summon the human emperor banner to absorb the souls. This is an opportunity not to be wasted. With a mere thought, the banner, shrouded in swirling black smoke, appeared before him. The human emperor banner seemed to sense the presence of numerous souls. The runes upon it flickered to life, glowing ominously, a sight that sent chills down one's spine. As Qin Feng urged it forth, an overwhelming, suffocating force erupted from the banner. Beneath the city gates, the cold corpses of the Yunlan sect and Feng Su were surrounded by ethereal souls, writhing in anguish as they struggled to escape. The banner, akin to a colossal beast, opened its invisible maw, voraciously consuming these souls. Their wretched cries echoed, piercing and heart-wrenching, as they fought desperately against the overpowering force. Yet were helpless against such terror, being drawn into the human emperor banner. Once absorbed, the runes on the banner became increasingly vibrant and distinct, thick black mist oozing from it, enveloping the surroundings, its darkness akin to thick ink, so profound that it seemed capable of swallowing one's soul whole. With the absorption of numerous souls, the once lower-grade human emperor banner now erupted in a brilliant black light, its quality soaring. The banner, reborn through flames, advanced to the upper tier of the Xian grade, emanating an even more sinister and dangerous aura, instilling a sense of dread in all who gazed upon it, as though an invisible hand of death had gripped their throats. Having completed the soul absorption, Qin Feng wasted no time in stowing the human emperor banner away, its malevolent appearance far too damaging to his image. Of course, those remaining at the scene were all summoned by Qin Feng, their loyalty unwavering, so there was no cause for concern. After securing the banner, Qin Feng turned to Mu Ging. Since his return, he had been occupied until this moment, and now he finally had the chance to converse with her. Mu Ging, her eyes glistening with emotion, leaped into his embrace, her exquisite face alight with excitement and joy, as if to make up for all the days of separation. She held him tightly, as though fearing that if she loosened her grip, he would vanish. The embrace was filled with boundless longing and affection. Qin Feng returned her embrace just as fervently, his usually stern visage softened with tenderness as he gazed deeply into Mu Ging's eyes. Filled with love, the two locked eyes, a torrent of unspoken words rushing forth, yet they were too overwhelmed to articulate their feelings. Joyous tears welled in Mu Ging's eyes as she opened her lips, only to be choked with emotion. "Your Majesty," Qin Feng, gazing at her with deep affection, gently brushed away the tears from her cheeks, his voice slightly hoarse. "Ging, I know your heart. I yearn for you as well." The Jinui stationed behind Qin Feng, tasked with his protection, lowered their heads, refraining from direct observation of this intimate moment. It was the emperor's private time, deserving of respect and discretion from his subjects. Qin Feng spoke to Mu Ging. "Let us return home first. We can discuss matters there." And Mu Ging nodded gently, her face alight with a blissful smile, and together they strolled towards the palace, in the inner palace. Qin Feng and Mu Ging reveled in the joy of their reunion. Wrapped in each other's arms, Mu Ging nestled against Qin Feng's broad chest, softly whispering, "Your Majesty, I have missed you dearly." Qin Feng tenderly caressed her silken hair, speaking soothingly, "I have caused you worry, but now I am back." Ging slightly tilted her head, her eyes shimmering with affection, as if they contained a galaxy of stars. "Your Majesty, did you suffer any harm while you were away? Was it a difficult journey?" "Indeed, the path was fraught with peril, and I faced life-threatening pursuits several times, nearly falling into despair. However, the thought of you waiting for me at home filled me with strength, enabling me to endure." The two continued to bask in each other's warmth, sharing whispered secrets. Qin Feng teased, "Ging, you promised me that upon my return, you would acquiesce to my every whim." A playful smile danced on his lips, his eyes glinting with mischief. Mu Ging playfully shot him a reproachful glance, her delicate cheeks blooming with a radiant blush, as she shyly replied, "Your Majesty only knows how to jest with your humble servant." With utmost seriousness, Qin Feng insisted, "I am not jesting, Ging. I genuinely wish for you to be my empress. Would you consent to this?" Mu Ging, bashfully lowering her gaze, responded in a voice barely above a whisper, "I leave all matters to your Majesty's discretion." Qin Feng was filled with joy, drawing Mu Ging into his embrace once more, declaring fervently, "Then from this day forward, we shall never part again." Mu Ging nodded gently, her voice tender as she vowed, "I believe in your Majesty and wish to accompany you for a lifetime, through thick and thin." She nestled closer to Qin Feng, as if to imprint this promise upon her very soul. After a moment, Mu Ging gently pushed Qin Feng away slightly, her gaze soft and filled with concern. "Very well, your Majesty, you have traveled far and wide. Please freshen up and tidy yourself, for you still have matters to discuss with the ministers in the Grand Hall." Qin Feng nodded, then proceeded to wash up. After refreshing himself, he promptly arranged for the ministers to be summoned to court. Before long, the ministers arrived at the court. Once everyone had taken their places, the eunuch's sharp voice rang out, "His Majesty has arrived." The courtiers knelt in unison, exclaiming, "Long live our emperor! Long live, long live!" All ministers rise. Qin Feng slightly raised his hand, signaling the crowd to stand at that moment. Cheng Yu hurriedly entered the Golden Lawn Hall and respectfully bowed to Qin Feng, then reported, "Your Majesty, I have led the Imperial Guard to complete the confiscation of the households." Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, a hint of curiosity glimmering in his eyes as he inquired, "Oh, how could it be accomplished so swiftly?" Cheng Yu clasped his hands and replied with a solemn expression, "It is largely thanks to General Chen's prior investigations, which thoroughly examined them all, and the strict surveillance imposed by the Forbidden Army. The smooth execution of this task is entirely attributed to General Chen's foresight and meticulous planning. He deserves the highest commendation." As he spoke, Cheng Yu turned to Chen Qingji, his eyes filled with admiration. This incident had deepened his appreciation for Chen Qingji, recognizing him not only for his profound cultivation, but also for his exceptional leadership abilities. Chen Qingji hastily waved his hand, stating, "Lord Cheng, you flatter me. Were it not for your decisive leadership of the Imperial Guard and your adept command, this task could not have been completed with such speed. You are truly deserving of this credit." Their earnest exchange, each striving to attribute the accolades to the other, transformed the atmosphere within the court into something uniquely vibrant. Qin Feng observed the two with amusement and could not help but laugh heartily. Interrupting, "All right, enough of this rivalry. Your mutual selflessness leaves me at a loss." Since neither wished to claim the credit, he declared, "I shall bestow the accolades of this confiscation upon the soldiers who participated in the surveillance and the operation, rewarding each of them with 1,000 gold pieces." Cheng Yu and Chen Qingji exchanged glances and bowed in unison, proclaiming, "Your Majesty is wise." Qin Feng, still smiling, asked, "Cheng Yu, how much wealth was seized in total?" Cheng Yu stepped forward, his countenance grave as he responded, "Reporting to your Majesty, we have confiscated from 76 noble households a total of 700 million taels in genuine gold and silver. Of this, the Feng family alone accounted for 200 million taels, and we have unearthed countless rare treasures, artifacts, and property deeds, which have yet to be fully accounted for. My preliminary estimation suggests that the total value will not be less than 12 billion. Cheng Yu's voice reverberated throughout the hall, each figure landing like a thunderclap, causing the ministers to collectively intake sharp breaths and tea that moment. Chen Qingji also stepped forward, clasping his fists in salute, reporting, "Your Majesty. Regarding the 6 ministers and the 3 county magistrates you ordered to be confiscated, I have recovered 100 million taels in gold and silver, alongside rare treasures and property deeds, totaling 250 million taels." Upon hearing Cheng Yu and Chen Qingji's reports, Qin Feng's expression darkened instantly, his previously mirthful visage now shrouded in frost, filled with fury and astonishment. Though he had anticipated this outcome, he had not expected the scale of their greed. He abruptly rose, bellowing, "These shameless scoundrels have embezzled such an amount. The annual tax revenue of our great Xia is barely 200 million taels, yet these individuals have pilfered sums equivalent to 8 years' worth of taxes. What does this signify? They are utterly deserving of death." His voice thundered through the hall, shaking the ministers to their core, as the palpable anger seemed to lower the temperature within the court. Under the oppressive weight of his wrath, the courtiers fell silent, each afraid to breathe lest they provoke the emperor's ire, reflecting on the droughts in Hedong, Sanchuan, and Nanyang counties where, despite the government's relief efforts, famine still plagued the land. Qin Feng's anger intensified. He gritted his teeth, lamenting, "No wonder the disasters in these counties have worsened. Now I understand that our officials care not for the suffering of the populace, but only for their own enrichment." Struggling to contain his fury, he endeavored to calm himself before slowly resuming his seat on the dragon throne, his gaze piercing through the courtiers, particularly those who had once been allies of Feng Su but had later shifted their loyalties. Clenching his teeth, he spoke each word with deliberate weight. "I care not how much silver you have embezzled. After today's court, you must voluntarily return the stolen funds to the treasury, that I shall overlook your previous transgressions. But if any of you dare to engage in corruption or bribery again, once discovered, the punishment shall be severe." Each word resonated like heavy stones within the Golden Lawn Hall, instilling fear in the hearts of all present. The ministers, drenched in cold sweat, felt their legs weaken, barely able to support their weight, and hastily knelt, banging their heads against the ground, pleading, "Thank you, your Majesty, for your mercy." The sound of their kowtows echoed throughout the court, their foreheads soon marked with red welts. Yet they paid no heed to the pain, desperately hoping to quell Qin Feng's wrath. In truth, Qin Feng had no intention of inflicting severe punishment upon them. After all, whether it be Shangguan, Yi, or the other ministers, they remained fundamentally loyal to Great Xia. Otherwise, they would not have so decisively aligned themselves with Qin Feng after his rise. Yet, they were not entirely innocent, as few officials can truly claim to have never accepted gifts from subordinates. They simply had not amassed as much as those who had been caught. Presently, whether among the courtiers or Shangguan Yi's faction, Upon hearing Qin Feng's decree, a collective sigh of relief was felt. They understood that Qin Feng was showing leniency. Should they continue to test his patience, they would be courting disaster. Qin Feng snorted coldly. Falling silent, the atmosphere in the Golden Lawn Hall becoming stifling. The ministers remained kneeling, awaiting Qin Feng's next directive. Just then, Cheng Yu stepped forward, lightly clearing his throat before respectfully bowing, and said, "Your Majesty, I have a word to speak. Though I am uncertain if it is appropriate. Speak, Your Majesty. The remaining ministers have already faced punishment and have acknowledged their crimes. However, with so many important positions now vacant due to the execution of numerous courtiers, if this continues, affairs will inevitably pile up like a mountain. I wonder how Your Majesty wishes to address this situation, and I hope you will make a decision soon." Qin Feng's gaze sharpened as he instantly grasped Cheng Yu's deeper intent. Cheng Yu was clearly offering him a way out, while subtly reminding him that relentless punishment would only alienate his ministers. The principle of rewarding with a sweet date after a beating was not lost on him. Though Qin Feng had received no formal education on ruling, he had watched countless dramas and researched historical accounts during his previous life, thus possessing a fair understanding of the matter. Qin Feng raised his hand slightly and declared, "All ministers rise." The courtiers, trembling, finally stood. Qin Feng surveyed the assembly, stating gravely, "Since I have declared that I will no longer pursue past matters, it means I have already forgiven you. However, should any further unlawful actions arise, I shall not be lenient." His gaze bore into each minister, the warning evident, causing a shiver to run through them. "The purpose of summoning you today is, in fact, to discuss rewards and merits." His tone shifted, softening somewhat, and the atmosphere in the hall began to ease. Qin Feng's attention turned to the Minister of Personnel, Wang Tao, and he said, "Minister Wang, you shall be responsible for arranging the vacancies for officials below the 4th rank. You may select suitable candidates from the current officials across the regions to fill these positions." Wang Tao hastily knelt, fearfully responding, "Your Majesty, I shall exert every effort and leave no stone unturned to fulfill your trust." His forehead nearly touched the ground, excitement coursing through him as he thought, "Your Majesty still values us. Such trust in bestowing this crucial task upon me is something I must seize." Qin Feng nodded slightly and added, "I hold high hopes for you. Act justly and do not engage in favoritism or corruption." Wang Tao promptly replied, "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall uphold fairness and select capable individuals for the court." He bowed once more to demonstrate his loyalty, by assigning Wang Tao this responsibility. Qin Feng was also providing a benefit to him and Shangwan, signaling his confidence in their allegiance as the first ministers to support him. As for whether they might become the next Feng Su, Qin Feng harbored no concerns. With the Imperial Guard monitoring the officials, every move they made was under control. Any sign of disloyalty would indeed lead to their downfall. Qin Feng then turned with a beaming smile towards Chen Qingji, saying, "Chen Qingji, your contributions have been remarkable. I hereby appoint you as the Grand Commander of the Great Xia's military forces." On Qin Feng's face lingered a satisfied smile. In his heart, he believed that Chen Qingji's capabilities and loyalty were well deserving of the position. The courtiers present, upon hearing Qin Feng's commendation of Chen Qingji, were all taken aback, for the position of Grand Commander of the Army held the same rank as that of the Supreme Commander of the military, both wielding the authority to command the armies of the entire nation. Currently, the Supreme Commander of the military of Daxia was Qi Wang Qinyi, and with His Majesty bestowing the title of Grand Commander upon Chen Qingji, it was evidently a direct affront to Qi Wang Qinyi. Could it be that His Majesty intended to take action against Qi Wang Qinyi at this very moment? A sense of dread engulfed the courtiers, led by Shangwan Yi, who feared that this move would incite the wrath of Qi Wang Qinyi. With the recent downfall of Feng Su and the purging of numerous officials, the political landscape of Daxia was still precarious. And with the limited military power at His Majesty's disposal, engaging in a contest with Qi Wang was far from a prudent course of action. Shangwan Yi furrowed his brow, contemplating inwardly. This decision by His Majesty is indeed perilously bold. The immediate priority should be to bide one's time and await the moment to strike against Qi Wang after consolidating strength. However, With His Majesty's impatience, it could very well lead to dire consequences. At this moment, the Right Chancellor Shangwan exchanged glances with Wang Tao, the Minister of Personnel, and Liu Jie, the Minister of War, who immediately stepped forward. Wang Tao was the first to speak. Your Majesty, General Chun has achieved remarkable military feats, and his accomplishments warrant his elevation to Grand Commander of the Army. However, I believe it would be more befitting for Your Majesty to confer upon General Chun the title of Duke of Loyalty and Righteousness, thereby highlighting Your Majesty's grace. His words seemed to advocate for Chun Qingji, yet were laced with ulterior motives, attempting to steer Qin Feng away from his original decision. Indeed, Your Majesty, Liu Jie chimed in, echoing Wang Tao's sentiments, both striving to achieve a subtle demotion while ostensibly promoting Chun Qingji. Upon hearing their counsel, Qin Feng's expression darkened immediately. These two old schemers, did they think him oblivious to their intentions? Yet his strongest allies were none other than Chun Qingji and Cheng Yu. They were his sources of confidence. Now, as he sought to reward Chun Qingji, these old ministers dared to obstruct him if he were to heed their advice without discerning their true motives. What would Chun Qingji think? Their actions were clearly aimed at undermining him. Though Chun Qingji and his companions were unwaveringly loyal, it did not mean they would remain untouched by feelings of disillusionment. Hearing Wang Tao and Liu Jie's suggestions, Chun Qingji could not help but ponder. With such profound favor from His Majesty, I ought to be grateful. Yet the current situation is unstable. Should I accept the position of Grand Commander? It may place His Majesty in a difficult predicament. Perhaps it would be wiser for me to step back voluntarily to spare His Majesty from any distress. Thus, Chun Qingji rose and with cupped hands said, Your Majesty, I feel my abilities are insufficient to fulfill the role of Grand Commander of the Army. I believe it would be more appropriate for me to be conferred the title of Duke. However, Qin Feng waved his hand resolutely, declaring, My mind is made up. Chun Qingji, I appoint you as Grand Commander of the Army. This is my trust and reward for you, and you must not refuse. His tone was firm and decisive, leaving no room for doubt, his gaze reflecting unwavering trust in Chun Qingji and dissatisfaction with those who sought to impede him. Your Majesty, this, Wang Tao and Liu Jie attempted to voice their objections once more, but were swiftly silenced by Qin Feng's furious rebuke. My decision is not to be questioned. Silence. Wang Tao and Liu Jie, pale with fright, quickly retreated, unwilling to speak further. Qin Feng turned once more to Chun Qingji. General Chun, I am aware of your humility, yet this position of Grand Commander of the Army belongs to you alone, that I trust in your abilities to safeguard our daxia and stabilize the court. As he spoke, Qin Feng took the tiger talisman, symbolizing the authority of the Grand Commander, from a eunuch beside him and solemnly extended it to Chun Qingji. Qingji, I bestow this talisman upon you. I hope you wield this power wisely to protect our daxia. Chun Qingji, feeling the weight of Qin Feng's trust, was deeply moved that he knelt once more, raising his hands high above his head to receive the talisman, proclaiming loudly, Your Majesty's overwhelming favor compels me to devote my life and loyalty without hesitation. Chapter 44. The seal remains unbroken. Qin Feng raised his hand slightly. Commander Chun, rise. Chun Qingji, gripping the talisman of supreme power, slowly stood up, each movement imbued with caution and reverence. After rising, he retreated 3 steps and bowed deeply once more to Qin Feng. Seeing Chun Qingji's profound respect, Qin Feng felt a surge of satisfaction. His decision to entrust such significant responsibilities to Chun Qingji was not merely because he was a capable leader, but also due to his unwavering loyalty, that in such circumstances, what reason did he have not to promote him? Would he prefer to elevate those old ministers instead? That would undoubtedly lead daxia to ruin, and himself to peril. Qin Feng's gaze shifted to Cheng Yu. Cheng Yu, your valiant rescue of the throne and your slaying of the elder of the Yunlan sect are commendable. I have decided to appoint you as the Left Chancellor. I trust you will assist me in governing the realm and together create a prosperous era for daxia. Cheng Yu was momentarily taken aback, genuinely surprised that Qin Feng would bestow upon him the title of Left Chancellor. Although Qin Feng had previously mentioned he would assign him significant responsibilities, he had not anticipated such an arrangement, and he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. However, he soon considered that Qin Feng's appointment of him as Left Chancellor might incite resentment among others, and thus hesitated, wanting to decline. "Your Majesty, I fear my qualifications are insufficient to shoulder such a heavy responsibility." The group of ministers led by Shangwan Yi, upon hearing this, wore expressions of discontent, feeling as if their hopes had been dashed. They had presumed that with Feng Su's demise, the position of Left Chancellor would surely fall to one among them. Yet they were astonished that Qin Feng would appoint Cheng Yu, a newcomer with no established foundation in the court. This unexpected move left them both surprised and indignant, yet they dared not express their displeasure openly, only grinding their teeth in silent fury. "Cheng Yu, my decision is final. You need not decline. Accept your command." Cheng Yu, sensing the underlying intention of Qin Feng's words, realized that His Majesty intended to prevent the old ministers from dominating the court, favoring new blood to disrupt the established power dynamics. With such confidence bestowed upon him by His Majesty, what was there left to hesitate about? Therefore, he no longer wavered, kneeling in gratitude. "Your Majesty's grace is overwhelming. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to serve you and live up to your high expectations." At this moment, the elder ministers, led by Shangwan Yi, recognized that this new emperor was undeniably domineering, unwilling to tolerate dissent, and sought absolute concentration of power, unwilling to be shackled by any individual or faction. Qin Feng, recalling that Cheng Yu had only just arrived in the capital and likely lacked a residence, and considering the recent confiscation of numerous officials' estates, continued, "Cheng Yu, I acknowledge your recent arrival in the capital and your lack of a domicile. You may choose any residence among the confiscated estates of those officials." Cheng Yu hurriedly knelt again in gratitude. "Your Majesty's generous provision moves me deeply. I shall serve you with unwavering loyalty." His face shone with joy and appreciation. He had not expected His Majesty to consider even such personal matters. "Your Majesty is truly benevolent." Qin Feng nodded slightly, saying, "Zhongde, rise." Cheng Yu then stood respectfully to the side. And Qin Feng did not forget the likes of Shangwan Yi and others. Though their abilities were mediocre and they were somewhat disobedient, considering they had previously assisted him, Qin Feng decided to reward them as well, promoting Right Chancellor Shangwan Yi to the title of Earl of Thousand Households. The remaining 6 acting ministers were officially appointed as the 6 departmental ministers. Shangwan Yi and the others quickly knelt in gratitude. "We thank your Majesty for your great favor. We shall serve diligently and loyally." Although they still harbored some resentment regarding Cheng Yu's appointment as Left Chancellor, they dared not reveal any dissatisfaction at that moment, merely expressing gratitude before contemplating their next course of action. Following the conclusion of the conferral, Qin Feng withdrew from the court, accompanied by Mu Ging to the study en route. Mu Ging queried Qin Feng with concern, "Your Majesty, are you not afraid that treating those old ministers so will incite disloyalty?" Qin Feng smirked disdainfully. "Dare they? These old ministers are notoriously cowardly. When Feng Su wielded power, they immediately capitulated to him. As long as I remain formidable, they will not harbor rebellious thoughts. Even if they did, what of it? The Jinyui are monitoring them in the shadows. Moreover, if it weren't for the current lack of personnel in the court, given their corrupt behaviors, I would have long since executed them all. I hope they do not stray from the path ahead. Otherwise, I shall show no mercy." As Qin Feng spoke, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, causing Mu Ging to shiver slightly, for she knew well that once Qin Feng made a decision, he would not waver. Should those old ministers dare to entertain treachery, their fate would undoubtedly be grim. Upon returning to the study, Qin Feng instructed the waiting eunuch outside, "Xiao Gizi, convey my edict, and summon Cheng Yu and Chen Xingji to the study to see me." The eunuch Xiao Gizi promptly bowed in response. "Yes, your Majesty." Having said that, he hurriedly went to convey the imperial edict. His footsteps quickened, not daring to delay even for a moment, while waiting for Cheng Yu and Chen Xingji. Qin Feng examined his system panel. Ever since Cheng Yu had dealt with the family of Feng Su, the system had signaled that the main quest to eliminate Feng Su had been accomplished. This primary task had rewarded him with 2 summoning opportunities and 1 designated summoning chance. Qin Feng realized that it had been quite some time since he last accessed his system panel, and promptly opened it. Host, Qin Feng race, human realm, martial master level 4 cultivation technique, Ziwei Emperor's art divine ability, critical strike martial skills, cloud piercing step, level 3 proficiency, overlord sword technique, level 2 proficiency, golden body technique, level 1 proficiency, battle beast, none concubines, Muging, pending, summoning opportunities, for regular summoning chances, 1 designated summoning chance, summonable characters, Muging, Chun Xingji, Chengyu summonable items, Ganjiang, and Moyi sword. Human Emperor banner. Upon seeing his system panel once more, Qin Feng felt a surge of emotions. It had already been a month since he had crossed over. His panel was no longer filled with emptiness, as it had been previously. Now, only the Battle Beast section remained blank. He clenched his fist, resolving to strive harder. After all, he had already been here for a month, which could be rounded up to nearly a year, and he had yet to dominate the Jiuzhou continent. He was still too slow. Why is the concubine section still pending? Qin Feng furrowed his brows, perplexed. Ding, this is because the host has only verbally agreed to a lifelong commitment with Mu King, but has yet to hold a proper ceremony to announce it to the world. Moreover, the most crucial point is that you have not yet broken the seal. Qin Feng was momentarily speechless. Not expecting there to be so many stipulations, he glanced at his summoning opportunities, a smile creeping onto his lips, reflecting on how he had now achieved a preliminary level of summoning freedom. The 4 regular summoning opportunities were rather straightforward. He had no choice in the matter, and whatever he summoned would be left to chance. However, the designated summoning opportunity required careful consideration regarding what direction he should take, as it was a rare chance that needed to be utilized wisely. At that moment, Chang Yu and Chun Xingji arrived at the Imperial Study. The 2 men were about to kneel and pay their respects upon seeing Qin Feng, but he quickly waved his hand, speaking warmly to them. Let us forego the formalities in private. From now on, when you meet me in private, there is no need for such elaborate courtesies. Let it be more natural. Qin Feng wished for them to feel more at ease in private, to avoid excessive formality, which would facilitate more comfortable discussions. Chang Yu and Chun Xingji exchanged glances. Their eyes filled with astonishment at the Emperor's unexpected cordiality, and they hastily responded, "Your Majesty is magnanimous. We are truly overwhelmed." They had not anticipated such an amiable demeanor from the Emperor, which further deepened their sense of closeness to Qin Feng, while also silently reminding themselves not to lose their composure due to his friendliness. They must always uphold their duties as ministers. Qin Feng smiled and said, "There is no need for such tension. Please relax." With that, he gestured for them to take a seat. Chang Yu slightly bowed and carefully sat down, his face still bearing an expression of reverence. Chun Xingji, on the other hand, sat upright, his countenance resolute yet grateful, feeling that the Emperor's treatment of him was a sign of trust and importance. Thus he must serve the Emperor diligently. Chapter 45. For major troubles, Qin Feng's expression turned serious as he slowly addressed Chang Yu and Chun Xingji. Currently, the Great Xia Kingdom is facing 4 pressing troubles. Firstly, the political situation is unstable. Previously, I eliminated numerous ministers involved in Feng's rebellion, resulting in a near paralysis of the court, with many matters piling up and departments functioning inefficiently. The immediate priority is to restore the court's operations. Secondly, although the Yunlan sect has suffered severe losses, its foundation remains intact. It claims to have 10,000 disciples, and we do not know if there are hidden experts within its ranks. This is akin to a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, capable of striking a deadly blow at any moment. We must remain vigilant. Thirdly, the noble families of the kingdom run rampant, exploiting the populace and causing immense suffering for the common people. Lastly, and most crucially, Prince Qin Yi commands an army of 1 million, eyeing my throne with covetous intent, having previously dispatched assassins to take my life, revealing his ambitions quite clearly. Qin Feng's brow furrowed as he inquired, "What do you think, esteemed ministers, should be done to resolve these troubles?" Cheng Yu pondered briefly before cupping his hands and replying, "Your Majesty, let us first address the relatively simpler issue of the Yunlan sect. There is no need for excessive worry at this time. The Jinui already have spies embedded within the Yunlan sect, and their every move is under our control. The Yunnan sect has been significantly weakened by the blows it has received from Your Majesty. And those sects that were previously suppressed will no longer be willing to remain beneath its heel. They will surely seize the opportunity to cause trouble for the Yunnan sect in the world of martial arts. It has always been a case of the weak being preyed upon by the strong. Everyone wishes to take a step on a rival's decline and gain a share of the spoils. We merely need to discreetly fan the flames and observe the developments. Once Your Majesty is ready, we can eradicate the Yunnan sect in one fell swoop and simultaneously deal with other sects within the Great Xia territory. As for the noble families, Your Majesty's foundation is not yet stable, and hasty actions would be unwise. It would be prudent to send the Jinyui to various locations to investigate evidence of the noble family's misdeeds. Once Your Majesty's position is secure and the court is stable, we can gradually address them based on the evidence collected. Regarding court matters, I believe it is essential to recruit talented individuals. Your Majesty could issue a decree to post notices in various regions, inviting those with ambition to come forward regardless of their background. Merit should be the sole criterion for selection. Additionally, we should select outstanding student from the Taishiwa to bolster the court. After pausing briefly, Cheng Yu added, "However, Your Majesty, I must admit that I am not particularly adept at the specifics of internal governance. I am merely skilled in strategy and planning, and should any mismanagement occur, I hope Your Majesty will show mercy." Qin Feng nodded and reassured Cheng Yu. "This matter is indeed a challenge for you. Rest assured, should problems arise, I will not place the blame upon you." "Thank you, Your Majesty. You are wise." Cheng Yu let out a sigh of relief upon hearing Qin Feng's response. It is always better to prepare for the worst. One must not dig their own grave. And if there is a pit, one must fill it first to prevent falling in. Qin Feng understood that although Cheng Yu was skilled in both literature and martial arts, his greatest strength lay in strategy. As for managing the internal affairs of a nation, that would indeed be a challenge for him. The key issue was that he currently lacked capable personnel to delegate responsibilities to, when there was no one else to rely on. He had no choice but to put Cheng Yu in a difficult position. After all, he couldn't make things difficult for himself. Qin Feng then turned to Cheng Yu and asked, "Lastly, what are your thoughts on Prince Qinyi?" "Regarding Prince Qinyi, this matter pertains to warfare, and it is best left to Commander Chen for his insights," Cheng Yu replied with a smile, secretly thinking, "I cannot take all the credit for this. Besides, Chen Qingji is indeed more professional when it comes to commanding troops. Very well. Then let Qingji speak." Chen Qingji clasped his fists and said, "Your Majesty, although Prince Qinyi commands an army of several 100,000 elite soldiers, if Your Majesty provides me with 50,000 troops, I am confident I can defeat him. However, if we must also guard against the invasion from the Yan Kingdom, I would need 80,000 men to ensure absolute certainty in defeating Prince Qinyi while simultaneously repelling the Yan forces. If Your Majesty could grant me 100,000 troops, I could not only defeat Prince Qinyi and fend off the Yan invasion, but I could also assure you that we could counterattack Yan, and even reach their capital would not be a problem." Hearing Chen Qingji's response, Qin Feng chuckled and jested. "If I had that many troops, would I still be troubled enough to summon you here to discuss solutions? Speak plainly about your true thoughts. There is no need for such roundabout expressions." Chen Qingji felt a bit embarrassed, a flush of color rising to his face as he said, "Your Majesty, our current forces, including the Forbidden Army and the City Defense Army, along with the newly recruited City Defense Army, amount to only around 25,000 troops that we simply do not possess sufficient manpower to engage in battle with him. Even under optimal financial conditions, and with everything proceeding smoothly, it would take at least 6 months to recruit enough soldiers and train them into elite forces. Therefore, it may require Your Majesty to endure a little longer." As Chen Qingji spoke, a hint of trepidation shone in his eyes, genuinely concerned that his words might displease the emperor. At this moment, Cheng Yu echoed Chen Qingji's sentiments. "I too believe that now is not the time to confront Prince Qinyi. Due to the threat posed by the Yan Kingdom, we must not act against Prince Qinyi until we have absolute confidence. If Prince Qinyi opens the gates of Jing City, it would render Great Xia completely defenseless against the Yan Kingdom. At that point, the Yan army could march in unopposed, and the consequences would be dire." Cheng Yu's brow was furrowed, his face filled with worry as he feared that Qin Feng might act impulsively, eager to strike against Prince Qin Yi. Qin Feng smiled gently. There is no need for such anxiety. I am not one to lose my reason for the sake of appearances that I in that case. Let us focus on resolving the issue of troop recruitment for now, and strike only when we are fully prepared. Qin Feng recalled the disaster-stricken Hudong Prefecture, Sanchuan Prefecture, and Nanyang Prefecture, and remarked, I intend to recruit soldiers from the millions of disaster victims in those areas. As long as one is willing to enlist, I shall exempt their entire family from taxation, and their kin shall also receive enlistment fees, that in this manner, we not only address the issue of military recruitment, but also provide a lifeline for the disaster-stricken populace. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Cheng Yu's eyes lit up, and he promptly responded, Your Majesty's plan is indeed brilliant. It resolves the issue of military personnel while winning the hearts of the disaster victims. Truly a strategy that achieves dual objectives. However, I have a few supplementary suggestions. Only one member from each disaster-stricken family should be allowed to enlist. Furthermore, the funds allocated for the enlisted soldiers' families could be exchanged for food and seeds, as the victims currently suffer from a dire shortage of food and the means to replant. With food, they can weather the immediate crisis, and with seeds, they can have hope for the future. Additionally, extending the tax exemption for 5 years would further incentivize the disaster victims to enlist. Qin Feng nodded slightly and remarked, What you say, Zhongde, is indeed correct. Qingji, I entrust you with this recruitment task. I shall issue an edict for the Ministry of Revenue to fully cooperate with you. You may now depart to recruit new soldiers from these 3 counties that I accept the decree, Chen Qingji said respectfully as he withdrew from the imperial study. Chapter 46. Xiangyang. Is this not the will of heaven? After Chen Qingji exited the imperial study, Qin Feng turned to Cheng Yu and said, Zhongde, I hope you will continue to expand the Jinyue. I have but one request. I aspire for the Jinyue to become the largest intelligence organization across the 9 provinces one day. That I will support you wholeheartedly, providing funds and personnel without restraint. I entrust this significant task to you. Can you accomplish it? Cheng Yu was profoundly moved by Qin Feng's words. He felt an overwhelming admiration for the emperor's grand ambitions. It is worth noting that the 9 provinces comprise Qingzhou, Yuzhou, Yangzhou, Haizhou, Xianzhou, Shenzhou, Yaozhou, Mazhou, and Zhongzhou, while the Great Xia Kingdom is merely a small realm within Qingzhou, insignificant in the vast expanse of the 9 provinces. The emperor harbors such lofty aspirations, which is truly astonishing, even if he ultimately fails to achieve them. His audacity to attempt such a feat surpasses that of the ordinary man. Although the emperor had previously spoken of unifying the 9 provinces and the 10,000 Great Mountains, Cheng Yu had initially dismissed it as mere jest. For no one had ever unified the 9 provinces, not even Qingzhou. However, at this moment, the emperor's resolve was unwavering and sincere, leaving Cheng Yu utterly astounded. In that instant, Cheng Yu felt an unshakable determination. Regardless of whether the emperor ultimately succeeded, he was willing to give his all in this endeavor, that he believed that as long as he followed the emperor, even if he could not achieve the grand undertaking of unifying the 9 provinces, he would undoubtedly accomplish extraordinary feats that would be remembered throughout history. Thus, Cheng Yu hastily knelt, his knees striking the ground with a thud. With a solemn expression and a resolute tone, he declared, Your Majesty's grand vision shall be my guiding principle. I will exhaust every effort to establish an intelligence organization spanning the 9 provinces to assist you in your great undertakings. Qin Feng's face broke into a smile of satisfaction as he took 2 steps forward and helped Cheng Yu to his feet, saying, Zhongde, I have faith in you, Your Majesty. I shall not fail your trust. The 2 continued their conversation for a moment longer before Cheng Yu took his leave with a respectful bow. After Cheng Yu departed, Qin Feng once again opened his system panel, noting that he still had 4 summoning opportunities and 1 designated summoning chance, which prompted a wave of contemplation. Previously, Cheng Yu had mentioned his lack of skill in internal affairs, and the court was in dire need of restructuring its internal governance to stabilize its foundations. Thus, he pondered whether he should try summoning someone. Perhaps fortune would smile upon him, and he might summon a renowned minister skilled in internal affairs. System, I wish to summon, Qin Feng silently declared. Ding host, have you considered a designated summon? Not considering it. I don't wish to use the designated summon opportunity right now, Ding host. I mean, you could merge 3 ordinary summoning chances into 1 designated summon. It can be operated this way. Why didn't you mention this before? Ding host, you had never had more than 3 summoning opportunities before, so there was no point in informing you. Well, I suppose you have a point. Ding, do you wish to combine the 3 chances into a designated summon? System, if I merge the 3 chances into 1, am I not at a loss? I previously summoned 5 times and already encountered 3 historical figures. I feel the drop rate is exceedingly high. Ding host, do not indulge in wishful thinking. You must understand that the previous high drop rate was due to your cultivation level not having surpassed the first 3 realms, hence being in a novice protection period. Your current status as a martial master means the summoning probabilities have returned to normal. Ding host, furthermore, the character summoned afterwards will no longer possess a fixed level 2 realms higher than yours, but will instead be randomly generated? System, are you deliberately messing with me? I want to file a complaint. How can you be such an inadequate system? Qin Feng exclaimed in frustration, feeling that this was an intentional hindrance to his ambitions of unifying the 9 provinces. Ding host, I apologize. This system has not yet opened a complaint channel. System, I sense you've changed. You're not the cold and indifferent system you once were. Have you been swapped out? I found your previous, more mechanical demeanor to be more comforting. Qin Feng couldn't help but express his annoyance. Ding host, spare me your ramblings. Do you wish to proceed with an ordinary summon or merge 3 ordinary summons into 1 designated summon? No merging. Then I shall use the designated summon opportunity now. I wish to summon a renowned minister in internal affairs from the 3 Kingdoms period. After much contemplation, Qin Feng ultimately decided to proceed with the designated summon. After all, with the drop rate returning to normal, an ordinary summon could lead to the appearance of mundane treasures, wasting valuable summoning opportunities. Thus, a designated summon seemed more pragmatic. Furthermore, Qin Feng had a clever idea in mind, specifically designating the summon for the 3 Kingdoms period, hoping for a stroke of luck that might bring forth Zhuge Liang. Should he succeed, it would be nothing short of spectacular. After all, it was Zhuge Liang, the martial marquis. It is said that due to Zhuge Liang's legacy, the mere mention of the surname Zhuge evokes notions of wisdom, which speaks volumes of his esteemed reputation. Ding host, the designated summon cannot be precisely targeted by dynasty, but only by direction. The system coldly shattered Qin Feng's little scheme, dousing his hopes with a bucket of cold water. Ding host, would you like to begin the summoning now? The system inquired once more. Yes, commence the summoning, Sai. Although I never held high hopes, I still feel somewhat disappointed. I wasn't able to exploit the system's loophole, and now the chances of summoning the Martial Marquis have diminished again. Ding, summoning in progress. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the legalist Xiangyang. What the heck? Qin Feng couldn't help but exclaim, utterly astonished by the result. Xiangyang. He was the greatest contributor to the rise of the Qin state. Through his reforms, Xiangyang propelled the Qin state to prominence, laying a solid foundation for its eventual unification of the 6 states. Xiangyang advocated for the abolition of the hereditary nobility system, implementing a merit-based aristocracy that greatly stimulated the populace's enthusiasm and combat prowess. His establishment of the commandery county system strengthened central authority, making governance more efficient. Economically, Xiangyang promoted agriculture while suppressing commerce, rewarding farming and weaving, thus fostering agricultural development. The legal codes he formulated were meticulous and stringent, ensuring social order in the Qin state. Xiangyang's prowess lay not only in the comprehensiveness and depth of his reforms, but also in his unwavering determination and decisive execution. Faced with overwhelming resistance, he pressed on with a resolute approach, bringing about transformative changes in the Qin state in a remarkably short time. That he possessed a keen insight into the prevailing circumstances, accurately identifying the Qin state's pain points and needs, and prescribing effective remedies, demonstrating exceptional political acumen and strategic foresight. However, the evaluations of Xiangyang in later generations were mixed. Some praised him as a great reformer whose measures were epoch-making, enabling the Qin state to evolve from a weak feudal domain into a formidable power. Others criticized his methods as excessively harsh, leading to social discord. Regardless, Shang Yang's reforms left an indelible mark on the development of Chinese history, his contributions undeniable. Qin Feng felt that summoning Shang Yang was indeed the will of heaven. The ancient Qin state and the present Great Xia bear striking similarities. Currently, Great Xia faces both internal and external strife, desperately in need of a reform to solidify its foundations and bolster its national strength. Chapter 47. Undercurrents Rising. Qin Feng opened Shang Yang's system panel. Shang Yang, a politician, reformer, and thinker from the Warring States period, representative figure of the legalist school, and the greatest contributor to the rapid rise of the Qin state. Race, human race. Realm, martial sect, level 3. Note: Shang Yang's original strength was martial saint level 5. Due to system limitations, he can only exhibit strength at martial sect level 3. That further unlocking of his strength requires the protagonist to advance a major realm, after which Shang Yang can also cultivate normally for advancement, where the host can purchase a cultivation unsealing card to unlock his potential. Loyalty, 100. Alas, my luck seems somewhat unfortunate. Shang Yang's strength has randomly landed at martial sect level 3. If only it could have reached martial venerable. However, Shang Yang's true cultivation level is indeed quite high, having attained martial saint level 5, indicating that the system holds him in very high regard. The utmost importance lies in loyalty, which must be unwavering. As long as Shang Yang remains steadfastly devoted, other matters may be gradually strategized. Now that I have summoned this extraordinary talent in internal affairs, I foresee a significant alleviation of my burdens in the future. I shall entrust the governance of the Great Xia's internal affairs to him, allowing me to devote more energy to confronting external threats, thus granting myself a modicum of respite. After all, since my arrival in this realm, I have yet to indulge in any enjoyment. Having toiled diligently for a month, I now finally possess a capable assistant, and it is high time I allowed myself to breathe. For when Shang Yang will make his appearance, I have resolved not to inquire with the system any longer. Such questions yield only the same answer. He will appear at the opportune moment. I shall simply wait, trusting that what is destined to come will indeed arrive, that my primary concern is the fear of being accused of padding my words, and I hardly dare to frequently access the protagonist's system interface. After a day of fermenting events, the news of Qin Feng eliminating the Yunlan sect and over 70 court officials spread throughout the Great Xia, akin to a colossal stone cast into a serene lake, instantly stirring up tumultuous waves. Various factions began to move in secret, each harboring their own intentions. In Jing City, Prince Qin Yi received this information while seated in his opulent residence, initially taken aback. A smirk of derision soon graced his lips as he remarked, "My nephew is no simpleton. He commands a formidable cadre of experts, likely a legacy from my deceased brother." The strategist beside him, upon hearing this, stepped forward and bowed respectfully, saying, "Your Highness, with Feng Sun now deceased, circumstances have shifted. Additionally, the young emperor has gathered a number of skilled individuals and regained some military authority that in my humble opinion, we must deliberate further." What is Qin Feng compared to me? I command an elite army of 100,000, with 50,000 of them being cavalry. What can he possibly contest against me? Qin Yi scoffed, his expression brimming with disdain, his eyes reflecting his contempt for Qin Feng. He believed that with the death of so many of Feng Su's associates, primarily from noble families, these clans would be filled with animosity towards Qin Feng. All he needed to do was reach out to these families, and they would surely rally to his side. Furthermore, with Qin Feng having slain so many court officials, the governance would undoubtedly falter, plunging the Great Xia into chaos. That he need only bide his time until those noble families acted and until Qin Feng lost the people's trust. Then, it would be the perfect moment for him to seize the throne. The strategist hastily flattered, "Your Highness possesses foresight and exceptional strategy. Qin Feng is merely a brash youth enjoying a fleeting moment of success, far from your wisdom and cunning, with your military strength and support from numerous noble families. The fate of the realm is already sealed. When you ascend to the throne, you will undoubtedly usher in an era of peace and prosperity, becoming a revered sovereign through the ages." Upon hearing such sycophantic praise, A triumphant smile spread across Qin Ye's face. His spirits lifted as he laughed heartily. Huh. Well said. Should I succeed, you shall not be forgotten. After a day's time, the reputation of Qin Feng among the populace had plummeted, with various negative rumors spreading swiftly across the Great Xia, leading the people to view the new emperor with disdain. The accounts of his slaying of Feng Su and over 70 court officials had birthed numerous versions in the public domain. Some claimed that Qin Feng was a madman with an insatiable thirst for power, willing to concoct schemes to falsely accuse Feng Su and the other officials of baseless crimes, subsequently executing them in cold blood to eliminate any potential obstacles to his tyranny. Others spoke of Qin Feng's infatuation with the beauties of the harem, particularly the enchanting Mu Qing, who seduced him into believing that Feng Su and others conspired against him, leading the confused Qin Feng to order their execution without discerning truth from falsehood. Even more scandalous rumors suggested that Qin Feng was inherently a cruel and tyrannical individual, deriving pleasure from bloodshed. This latest massacre was merely a fleeting whim, seeking any pretext to treat Feng Su and the other officials as mere playthings, devoid of any genuine justification, purely to satiate his own sadistic desires. Naturally, the rapid dissemination of these rumors stemmed from the machinations of the noble families working behind the scenes in a tavern within the capital. A young scion of a noble family, clad in lavish attire, spoke animatedly. Qin Feng is nothing but a debauched tyrant. He spends his days in indulgence, neglecting state affairs, leaving the court in disarray. Lord Feng Su, devoted to the nation, was unjustly executed on fabricated charges, and one of the 70-odd officials, who among them was not loyal. Yet Qin Feng showed no mercy, executing them without hesitation, utterly deranged. Under his rule, the Great Xia faces calamity, with the people suffering in heavy taxation. It is only a matter of time before this nation collapses. His fervent rhetoric drew the attention of many, some nodding in agreement. Swayed by his words, a nearby window, a young man dressed in a sword and standing tall, upon hearing this disinformation, cast a furious glare, his eyes filled with indignation and disdain, unable to tolerate such blatant slander against the emperor. Nonsense, you ignorant child, spouting sheer drivel. His Majesty possesses unparalleled talent and vision, wholly dedicated to the prosperity of the Great Xia. Lord Feng Su conspired for personal gain, attempting rebellion and disturbing the court. His faction is riddled with crimes. His Majesty, with keen insight, eradicated treachery for the sake of lasting peace in the Great Xia. You, who only knows how to spread lies and slander, cannot fathom His Majesty's grand ambitions. What are you, to dare defend that Qin Feng? Retorted the young nobleman. I hail from a prominent family, privy to far more than you. The young man responded with a cold smile. Prominent family? Ha! It is precisely those like you, from noble families who only seek personal gain and oppress the common folk, now attempting to tarnish His Majesty's reputation and invert truth. His words struck a chord, revealing the vile nature of these noble families, prompting many commoners to nod in silent agreement. The noble scion, irate, exclaimed, "Do not slander our noble families. Without our contributions, where would the Great Xia's prosperity and stability arise?" Contributions? The young man countered. Your so-called contributions serve only to consolidate your power and wealth. You have never sincerely sought the welfare of the people. His Majesty's measures aim to dismantle your monopolies and restore clarity to the realm. His words resonated powerfully within the tavern, invigorating many who felt that he spoke with great sense. The noble scion's face flushed with anger. You are merely making excuses. Without our noble family support, could the Great Xia have achieved its present state? The young man replied earnestly, the prosperity of the Great Xia relies on His Majesty's sagacious decisions and the diligent labor of the people. Should your noble families continue down this path of wrongdoing, a day of reckoning will inevitably come. Enraged, the noble scion slammed his hand on the table. You arrogant fool, dare to slander the noble families. Just wait. I shall make you pay for this. Undeterred, the young man straightened his posture. What have I to fear? I, Xiangyang, have nothing to dread. It is your noble families, through your unjust deeds, who will ultimately meet your demise. Chapter 48. Truly a great talent indeed. Well said. Just as he finished speaking, Chen Yu entered the tavern with a retinue of imperial guards. Having overheard the debate between Shang Yang and the noble scion, Chen Yu held great admiration for Shang Yang's insights and resolved to recommend him to His Majesty. Upon seeing the distinctive attire of the imperial guards and the gleaming spring knife, the noble scion's legs turned to jelly. Nearly collapsing to the ground, he was acutely aware that just the previous day, the imperial guard had raided the homes of those court officials, executing their families. They were but executioners. Now that the imperial guard had arrived, had they overheard his derisive comments about the emperor? Shang Yu bellowed, to speak such nonsense, to slander His Majesty and disturb the peace of the people, is a crime punishable by death. The noble scion, seeing Shang Yu and the imperial guards, turned pale but stubbornly retorted, You have no grounds to arrest me. I merely spoke a few truths." The crowd within the tavern fell silent, each person holding their breath, afraid of attracting trouble. What had once been a lively and noisy establishment now echoed with silence, all eyes fixated on Shang Yu and his men. Shang Yu scoffed. "Truth, to maliciously defame His Majesty and spread rumors is your notion of truth. Guards, seize him and take him to the Imperial Guard's prison." At Shang Yu's command, the Imperial Guards swiftly moved, apprehending the noble scion with efficient precision, offering him no chance to resist. Before escorting him out of the tavern, this moment, Shang Yang recognized Shang Yu's identity. After all, in the capital, besides His Majesty, the only one who could command such respect from the Imperial Guards while donning a civil servant's attire was none other than Shang Yu. The commander of the Imperial Guards, Shang Yang, respectfully clasped his hands and said, "You have arrived at a timely moment, my lord. Such treacherous individuals should indeed be punished." Shang Yu gazed at Shang Yang, his eyes brimming with admiration. This man not only possessed profound insights, but also demonstrated exceptional capabilities. At a time when His Majesty was in dire need of talent, it would be prudent to recommend him, allowing him to contribute to the flourishing of the great XI.M. My young friend speaks with righteous candor and possesses lofty aspirations, which is truly commendable. I can introduce you to His Majesty. Should he be pleased, you may enter the court as an official, thus bringing honor to your ancestors. What say you?" Shang Yang was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for such a proposal from Shang Yu. Soon, however, a smile of gratitude crossed his face. "To be esteemed by Lord Shang is indeed a fortune beyond measure for Shang Yang. To be candid, I have long harbored intentions of serving in the court and pledging my loyalty to His Majesty." Shang Yu chuckled. "Ah, you truly are extraordinary. You deduce my identity merely from the Genie way. Lord Cheng's renown has spread throughout the kingdom overnight. It would be nearly impossible for me to remain oblivious." "Renown, or perhaps infamy," Shang Yu replied with a wry smile. Shang Yang remained silent, for it was indeed a reputation tainted by scorn. Under the influence of various noble families and literary figures, Qing Yu was often depicted as the sycophant of the tyrant Qin Feng, a reputation that hardly lent itself to honor. Enough of this. Since you are also inclined, let us proceed to the palace to meet His Majesty. Indeed. Thus, Shang Yu led Shang Yang away from the tavern. Before departing, Shang Yang cast a sympathetic glance at the young nobleman, now imprisoned in the Genie way, a fate that surely rendered him worse than dead. The towering walls of the palace loomed majestically, akin to a great beast lying in wait. The vermilion gates stood firmly shut, exuding an air of mystery and solemnity. Upon arriving at the palace gates, Shang Yu presented his waist token to the guards, who immediately saluted respectfully, their movements synchronized. They then opened the gates, granting him entry. As he stepped into the palace, he traversed the stone-paved path flanked by meticulously trimmed flowers and trees, a testament to royal grandeur and meticulousness. Passing through numerous palaces and corridors adorned with intricate carvings and opulent decorations, Shang Yu finally arrived at the palace housing the imperial study. Outside the palace, 2 rows of soldiers in white stood in perfect formation, their postures erect and their gazes resolute, resembling statues standing guard, which added an air of solemnity to the palace. Shang Yu halted and addressed the eunuch at the entrance. "Might I trouble you to inform His Majesty that Shang Yu requests an audience?" His tone was courteous and respectful, lacking any hint of arrogance due to his status. Holding his waist token, Chengyu approached the entrance of the imperial study and reiterated his request to the eunuch. Chengyu, before the eunuch could announce him, Qin Feng, having overheard the commotion, set aside his documents and called out, "Come in." "Yes, your majesty." Chengyu adjusted his attire, pushed open the grand doors of the study, and, with a beaming countenance, prepared to bow. Qin Feng raised a hand with a smile. "Zhongde, no need for excessive formalities. Your face is alight with joy. Do you have good news to share? Your majesty is perceptive." Instantly discerning my thoughts, Chengyu replied with a grin. "Enough of that. When did you start flattering me so?" Qin Feng laughed heartily. "Now, what is this good news? Today, I encountered a remarkable talent in internal affairs of the tavern, and I have brought him to your majesty," Chengyu announced with excitement. During their conversation on the way, Chengyu had learned that Xiangyang was indeed a person of great capability, particularly in matters of governance, far surpassing his own abilities. This brought him immense joy, for he had been troubled about how to manage the chaotic affairs of the great Xia court, and now Xiangyang had appeared as a solution. A talent in internal affairs? Could it be Xiangyang? It is rare to find someone whom you deem extraordinary, Qin Feng mused, his interest piqued as he leaned forward slightly, curiosity flickering in his eyes. "Do you know his name?" "His name is Xiangyang," Chengyu replied promptly. Upon hearing the name, Qin Feng's heart soared with delight. It seemed the system had finally delivered a worthy individual, maintaining a composed demeanor. He nodded and ordered, "Very well. Let him enter." "Yes, your majesty," Chengyu responded, exiting the study to usher in a plainly dressed young as Qin Feng raised his gaze to Xiangyang. He beheld a tall and upright figure, exuding an air of integrity and resolve. Though clad simply, Xiangyang emanated an extraordinary presence that marked him as no ordinary individual. "Commoner Xiangyang, paying respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor." Xiangyang immediately knelt in reverence upon seeing Qin Feng. "Rise," Qin Feng said, lifting his hand slightly. Xiangyang complied and stood respectfully to the side. Qin Feng regarded Xiangyang, saying, "Xiangyang, I have heard from Lord Cheng that you are a talent in internal governance. So, I shall put your abilities to the test." Xiangyang bowed and confidently inquired, "Should I be able to respond satisfactorily and please your majesty, what reward might I receive?" This question momentarily startled Qin Feng, who thought to himself, "Truly, this is Xiangyang, bold enough to request a reward in person." Beside him, Chengyu felt a pang of anxiety, secretly worrying. Why is Xiangyang so reckless? The emperor has yet to witness his talents, and he is already hastening to seek rewards. Does he not realize this may leave a poor impression? How will he still aspire to serve in the court? Qin Feng spoke with conviction. "As long as you can provide satisfactory answers, rest assured the reward will certainly be to your liking." "Please, your majesty, present the questions," Xiangyang said with unwavering confidence. "The IT is not a difficult query," Qin Feng replied, shaking his head with a smile. "You should be aware of the events that transpired yesterday. Our great Xia court is currently short-staffed. While Zhongde has offered some advice, it is unlikely to yield results in the short term. In your view, how can we restore the court to its normal operations?" After a moment of contemplation, Xiangyang replied, "Your majesty, I believe this is not a challenging task. The current number of officials is nearly sufficient. The key lies with the lower-level officials. As long as they are not lacking, the court can function normally. Furthermore, this approach would concentrate a significant amount of power in the hands of a few ministers. If your majesty can maintain control over these ministers, you will effectively govern the entire Great Xia Kingdom. In doing so, not only can you curb the corruption of high-ranking officials, but it will also facilitate the consolidation of power. However, these ministers must be individuals whom your majesty trusts deeply." Once Xiangyang finished speaking, both Qin Feng and Chengyu were momentarily stunned. They exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting surprise and admiration. Qin Feng mused inwardly. Indeed, this is Xiangyang, truly a remarkable talent. Chengyu silently marveled. Xiangyang is indeed a genius in governance. If he can serve under his majesty, it would be a blessing for our great Xia. Regaining his composure, Qin Feng spoke. "Xiangyang, your words have opened my eyes." Xiangyang slightly bowed, responding, "Thank you for your praise, your majesty." Chapter 49. The invasion of 1,000,000 troops from the northern desert Xiangyang. How did you conceive this solution? Shang Yang slightly inclined his body, stating, Your Majesty, my ancestors once held positions in the court, but alas, our family fortunes declined, and no one from my lineage has been able to serve. However, I have harbored a passion for court affairs since childhood, always yearning for the opportunity to serve Your Majesty. Though Qin Feng maintained an impassive facade, he felt a sense of satisfaction within. Being an emperor certainly had its perks. Even an extraordinary talent like Shang Yang sought to flatter him, of course. This presupposes that one is an emperor worthy of loyalty and that one possesses a capable system. Shang Yang, I am determined to entrust you with full responsibility for the court's reforms. Shang Yang promptly knelt in gratitude, his forehead touching the ground as he proclaimed, I am deeply honored by Your Majesty's trust. I shall spare no effort. As he slowly raised his head, his eyes sparkled with anticipation. Your Majesty, you previously assured me that should my answer satisfy you, I would receive a reward. Might I inquire if Your Majesty still remembers? Qin Feng fixed his gaze on Shang Yang, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he thought. This Shang Yang is quite eager. After all, I summoned you, so I shall certainly arrange for your success. Rest assured, I will honor my promise, he began, but before he could finish, the eunuch outside the study urgently called out, Your Majesty, urgent military news from Liaodong Prefecture, 800 li away. Qin Feng's brows furrowed, and upon hearing the words, 800 li urgent, his expression grew grave. The expressions of Shang Yang and Sheng Yu also shifted to one of utmost seriousness in an instant. Come in. Qin Feng commanded. The eunuch rushed into the study and, upon kneeling, reported breathlessly, Your Majesty, the Northern Desert's General Yiliochi has led an army of 1 million to the borders of Liaodong Prefecture, preparing to attack our great Xia. What did you say? Qin Feng sprang to his feet, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. The relationship between Great Xia and the Northern Desert had always been amicable. During the reign of the late emperor, the Northern Desert even sought to ally through marriage. Although thwarted by Feng Su and Prince Qi, the relationship between the two nations had generally remained positive. Now, why would the Northern Desert suddenly mobilize to invade our Great Xia? Having just eliminated Feng Su, the political landscape remains precarious, with incessant disputes among the noble families. Prince Qi is lurking nearby, and the Yin Kingdom has long stationed troops along the borders of Daxia. Now, to add insult to injury, the forces from the Northern Deserts have seized this opportunity to intervene. Qin Feng is genuinely feeling a sense of urgency. Your Majesty, Sheng Yu noticed Qin Feng's unusual demeanor and hurriedly called out. Upon hearing the voice, Qin Feng took a deep breath, striving to suppress his flustered mind. Asked the Emperor of Daxia if he lost his composure at this moment. How could the court's officials and military personnel respond? What would become of the countless subjects of Daxia? With a heavy exhale, Qin Feng slowly released a breath of frustration, his expression softening as he looked at Sheng Yu and smiled faintly. Zhongde, I am fine. Sheng Yu exchanged a glance with Shang Yang, both nodding in agreement. It was commendable that Qin Feng could stabilize his emotions so swiftly. This was the hallmark of a wise ruler. Regaining his composure, Sheng Yu stepped forward, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect. Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, it would be prudent to summon the soldier who delivered the message and inquire about the situation in Liaodong County. Qin Feng inclined his head slightly, responding in a deep tone. Bring him in. Before long, the soldier from Liaodong County was brought before the emperor. He was drenched in sweat, his attire marred with dried blood. Upon seeing Qin Feng, he fell to his knees with a thud. Speak of the situation in Liaodong County. Qin Feng commanded, his gaze piercing into the soldier. Your Majesty, 2 days prior, the Princess of Liaodong received word from the border troops indicating unusual movements, suggesting the mobilization of a large army. Without much thought, considering that the Northern Deserts had always maintained amicable relations with Daxia, the princess led 20,000 soldiers to investigate. To her dismay, they encountered an ambush en route. The princess was struck by several arrows and fought desperately to break through, managing to return to Fushan City with only a few thousand soldiers. Shortly thereafter, the Northern Desert Vanguard, numbering 300,000, launched a fierce assault on Fushan City. The princess commanded the 8,000 soldiers within the city to resist valiantly. After a day of fierce combat, half of the soldiers within the city were either dead or wounded. At this point, the brawny man could no longer contain his sorrow and began to weep openly. Qin Feng's countenance darkened, and he barked, "What are you crying for? Daxia has not fallen, and Liaodong County still stands. The enemy has yet to step foot into the heart of Liaodong County. Why do you weep so? Your Majesty, the princess, she has been struck by 88 arrows." The soldier sobbed even more grievously. "The princess of Liaodong County is dead." Qin Feng clenched his jaw, his fists tightening in rage, his heart brimming with grief that he recalled the princess, having had a few encounters with her at court banquets. She was a loyal member of the royal family, the only one among the princesses steadfastly devoted to the emperor. And now, she was gone. Your Majesty, I implore you to dispatch troops to avenge the princess and the soldiers, and to save the millions of citizens of Liaodong County. The soldier pleaded, prostrating himself on the ground, weeping loudly. "I understand the situation. Troops will be dispatched immediately. This vengeance shall be taken," Qin Feng declared, forcefully suppressing the fury within him. "You may leave now and rest." "Thank you, Your Majesty." After the soldier was taken away by Shao Gizi, Qin Feng turned to Cheng Yu and Shang Yang, his gaze steely. "What are your thoughts on this matter?" "I only wish to hear how we can eradicate the Northern Desert's million-strong army. There is no need for talk of retreat or concession." For Qin Feng, who had been influenced by his past life, the sanctity of national territory was inviolable. Lives may be sacrificed, reputation may be lost, but territory, whoever dares to touch it, I shall annihilate. Even if we cannot win, we must fight to the death. Cheng Yu and Shang Yang exchanged glances, both recognizing a hint of helplessness in each other's eyes. They had both intended to advise the emperor to temporarily yield, to withdraw from Liaodong County, to lie low and prepare for a counterattack after bolstering their strength. After all, they currently commanded only a little over 200,000 soldiers. How could they confront the Northern Desert's million-strong forces? However, witnessing Qin Feng's resolute attitude, they felt a shiver of apprehension. They dared not utter another word of retreat. Cheng Yu steadied himself and stepped forward, cupping his hands. "Your Majesty, forgive my bluntness. Our current forces, when combined, number merely over 20,000, while the Northern Desert has mobilized 1,000,000 troops, creating a vast disparity in strength. In such circumstances, we must deliberate carefully and devise a sound strategy. We must deploy troops by the day after tomorrow at the latest." Qin Feng insisted without room for debate. He was well aware that time was of the essence. Yet, Liaodong County could not afford to wait. The soldiers and millions of citizens there could not afford to wait either. The matter of dispatching troops was no simple feat, yet Qin Feng had made up his mind. What more could they say? "Your Majesty, 2 days is far too short a time. Preparing provisions and military supplies is no easy task. Our national granaries are already lacking, and to complete the preparations in such a brief period is an immense challenge. Furthermore, gathering provisions requires the cooperation of officials from various regions, and coordinating this will also consume a considerable amount of time." Qin Feng's gaze remained resolute, no matter how great the difficulty. "We must find a way to accomplish it. I cannot bear to watch the citizens of Liaodong County suffer in desperation. They are my subjects, and I have a duty to protect them." Cheng Yu nodded in agreement. "Your Majesty speaks wisely. If that is the case, we must plan meticulously. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall never be defeated. At present, we know very little about the Northern Desert Army's specific tactics and the characteristics of their commanders, and we must immediately dispatch scouts to gather intelligence, so we can formulate an effective response." "Very well." Qin Feng first addressed Shang Yang. "Regarding the provisions and military supplies, I grant you absolute authority. 20,000 Imperial Guards, plus 5,000 Shadow Guards, are at your disposal. You must ensure that the supplies for this campaign are foolproof." "Can you accomplish this?" Shang Yang replied solemnly. "Your Majesty need not worry. Even if it costs me my life, I will ensure that the provisions and military supplies are secure." Chapter 50. Those who advocate peace shall be executed without mercy. Qin Feng turned his gaze to Cheng Yu, his expression grave. "Cheng Yu, as the commander of the Shadow Guards, you shall personally oversee the gathering of intelligence that I give you 3 days." "Yes, Your Majesty." Within 3 days, I will certainly uncover the truth. Although the time was short, Cheng Yu understood that the time for Liaodong County was even shorter. Qin Feng then inquired, now that the issues of intelligence and provisions are addressed, "Do you have anything else to add?" Cheng Yu replied, "Your Majesty, the remaining matter pertains to the attitudes of the ministers. I fear there will be very few courtiers willing to support the expedition, for the disparity in strength is significant. Most will likely lean towards seeking peace." Qin Feng frowned slightly, speaking in a deep voice. "Arrange for those ministers to be notified that they shall convene in half an hour." Understood. Half an hour passed swiftly in the Golden Throne Hall. The summoned ministers were perplexed. Unsure of the sudden call to assemble, they whispered among themselves. Qin Feng strode into the hall with the demeanor of a dragon or tiger. The ministers, upon seeing him, were about to pay their respects, but Qin Feng raised his hand to stop them. Given the urgency of the situation, there is no need for formalities. Taking his seat upon the dragon throne, he surveyed the gathered ministers and spoke in a deep voice. "Just half an hour ago, I received urgent military intelligence. The Northern Desert Kingdom has dispatched 1,000,000 troops, advancing aggressively towards Ardaxia's Liaodong County. The situation there is dire. I wish to hear your opinions." "What? The Northern Desert Kingdom is attacking Daxia with 1,000,000 troops? What can we do?" "1,000,000 soldiers. This is certainly the end. Daxia currently lacks the strength to contend with them. Perhaps we should abandon Liaodong County and offer some treasures in exchange for peace." They surely would agree. Listening to these discussions, Qin Feng's fury surged, his expression darkening as if he could wring water from it. The kingdom was in crisis, and these ministers were not contemplating solutions, but rather discussing abandonment and appeasement. Was this the talk of a royal minister? How could these subjects be so unworthy of their roles? Bang! Unable to contain himself any longer, Qin Feng slammed his hand on the armrest of the dragon chair and bellowed, "Silence! You, as ministers of the kingdom. How can you be so flustered? What a disgrace!" Seeing Qin Feng's wrath, the ministers fell silent, not daring to utter another word. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng's gaze swept over the assembly once more as he asked, "Now, speak up. How should we resolve this predicament?" Yet, the hall was shrouded in silence, with no one stepping forward. Qin Feng's brow furrowed deeper, his gaze fixed on the head minister, Chancellor Shangwan Iching. "As Chancellor, you must possess strategies. Do share your thoughts." Shangwan Yi stepped forward, first bowing respectfully to Qin Feng before speaking. "Your Majesty, with the 1,000,000-strong army of the Northern Desert at our doorstep, it is folly to think we can resist with our mere 20,000 troops." Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering Shangwan Yi's intent. Shangwan Yi continued, "Your Majesty, I believe that since we lack the strength to resist, it may be best not to resist at all, that we may well relinquish the Liaodong Commandery. When necessity dictates, we might even consider presenting gold, silver, jewels, and charming maidens to the Northern Desert in pursuit of peace talks. Simultaneously, we could fortify our defenses in the rear, recuperate our strength, and amass resources that I am convinced that under your Majesty's sagacious leadership, within 5 years, our great Xia shall surely regain its former glory. At that time, we shall decisively vanquish the Northern Desert Kingdom and reclaim Liaodong Commandery, thus elevating your Majesty to the status of an eternal sovereign of our realm." Seeking peace, offering tributes, recuperation, an eternal sovereign. Qin Feng scoffed inwardly at Shangwan Yi's words that if he were to heed such counsel, his demise would be imminent. He would undoubtedly lose the people's support, and foreign nations would perceive Great Xia as weak and vulnerable, leading to incessant invasions. Qin Feng understood the wisdom of striking first to preempt a multitude of blows. If Great Xia were to retreat now, what would follow? The realm would be plunged into perpetual turmoil, forever subjugated, ultimately leading to its ruin and the obliteration of its heritage, reduced to mere dust in the annals of history. Moreover, with 1,000,000 troops from the Northern Desert bearing down upon us, could their sole aim truly be Liaodong Commandery? Only a fool would believe such a notion, yet he suppressed his seething anger and maintained a composed facade while regarding Shangwan. He continued to inquire, "What of the soldiers stationed in Liaodong Commandery and the millions of citizens there? shall we abandon them to the merciless slaughter of the northern desert, your majesty? I too am acutely aware of the desperation of this course of action, yet great undertakings do not concern themselves with trifles. For the long-term strategy of Great Xia, we must temporarily forsake those soldiers and citizens. Their sacrifice would not be in vain, as it would afford us the time to reorganize our defenses. In that moment, they shall be regarded as heroes. Furthermore, as long as we preserve the foundation of Great Xia, there will undoubtedly come a time to avenge them, and I trust they will comprehend your majesty's predicament. As Shangguan, he spoke eloquently. Cheng Yu and Shang Yang, both already privy to the situation, gazed at him with pity in their eyes. Ha ha ha. Qin Feng, incensed by Shangguan Yi's words, was fueled to the point of mockery. Upon hearing this laughter, Shangguan Yi felt an ominous shift, beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. Qin Feng stifled his mirth, his gaze as frigid as the stars, sweeping across the other ministers in the hall, coldly demanding, "Is there anyone else who shares the sentiments of Prime Minister Shangguan?" The hall fell silent, no one daring to respond to Qin Feng's inquiry. In a fit of rage, Qin Feng rose from his dragon throne, voice booming with ire. In Fushan City, the princess of Liao Dong Commandery, pierced by numerous arrows, led the soldiers and citizens of Liao Dong into battle, fighting valiantly for a day and a night, ultimately spilling their blood upon the battlefield. 80,000 defenders, battling for 3 days, suffered heavy casualties, all to prevent the ferocious troops of the northern desert from stepping even a single foot into Great Xia, to spare the millions of citizens of Liao Dong from a gruesome fate. To shield the billions of Great Xia's citizens from slaughter, they're defending the dignity of our Great Xia with their lives. And you, Shangguan Yi, dare to propose abandoning the land and people they have valiantly protected with their very existence. Where is your conscience? Such behavior is no different from treason. Qin Feng let out a cold snort, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Shangguan Yi, stating, "Shangguan Yi, your proposal for peace is tantamount to trampling upon the dignity of Great Xia. I would rather embrace death than engage in such a disgraceful act of surrender. Considering your past contributions, I shall spare you from death today. However, you shall face a demotion to commoner status. And I hope you will conduct yourself wisely in the future." Genie Wei, present. Seemingly out of thin air, several members of the Genie Wei appeared within the Golden Lawn Hall at that moment. Shangguan Yi's complexion turned ashen. His suggestion had provoked the emperor's wrath, and it was a stroke of fortune to survive that he hastily knelt, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, your majesty, for sparing my life." Qin Feng refused to cast another glance at Shangguan Yi. Once the Genie Wei had dragged him away, he resumed his seat upon the dragon throne, coldly glaring at the ministers below, proclaiming, "Today, I solemnly declare to you all, regardless of past grievances, under my reign, Great Xia shall never cede territory, pay reparations, enter into marital alliances, or offer tributes. The dignity of Great Xia shall not be trampled upon, and our sacred territory shall not be violated. Henceforth, anyone who dares to propose peace shall face execution without mercy. Convey my decree. The nation shall prepare for war, stockpile provisions. I shall personally lead the charge against the northern desert." Chapter 51. Do they deserve it? The ministers, each pale-faced, dared not respond to this moment. The emperor was engulfed in fury. Even those who wished to dissuade him from leading the expedition remained silent. "What? Do you not comprehend my words? Or is my voice too soft? Or perhaps your hearing has failed you?" Qin Feng demanded angrily. "We obey your command." The ministers hastily knelt, trembling in fear. Qin Feng regarded these individuals with disappointment, at a loss to understand how the late emperor could have deemed them worthy of serving as ministers of the realm. Alas, this Great Xia kingdom is truly riddled with afflictions, and the world into which I have traversed is undeniably peculiar. Though he silently chuckled in bitterness, he felt helpless. After all, should Great Xia fall, he too would find it impossible to survive. Their fates were irrevocably intertwined. They would either prosper together or perish together. In this conflict, he resolved to exert every effort, sparing no cost to achieve victory. It must be victory, and victory alone. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a side quest. Annihilate the invading forces of the Northern Desert Kingdom and slay the Northern Desert's renowned General Yel Chi. Quest duration, 3 months. Quest rewards, 2 random summoning opportunities, 1 designated summoning opportunity, and 800,000 experience points. Failure penalty, system disengagement, and the obliteration of the Great Xia Kingdom. Indeed, every time a significant event occurs, the system invariably triggers a mission. And this time the rewards are quite substantial. It seems the impending crisis is considerable. Qin Feng surveyed the ministers in the hall, proclaiming in a resonant voice, "This expedition against the Northern Desert hinges on the commander's position, which is critical to our success. Chen Qingji is both wise and courageous. Although he is yet to return from the 3 commanderies, the urgency of the situation compels me to appoint him as the commander of this expedition. Once he returns, we shall promptly mobilize our forces." Upon hearing this, no one dared to voice dissent. After all, Chen Qingji's reputation was formidable, and all recognized him as the best candidate. Moreover, they understood the emperor's temperament well enough to refrain from opposition. Thus they echoed in unison, "Your Majesty is wise." Qin Feng nodded, addressing the ministers below with a commanding voice. Cheng Yu, Shang Yang, step forward, present. The 2 promptly advanced. Cheng Yu, I am fully aware of your exceptional strategic acumen, your capacity for decisive military judgment, and your meticulous thought process. For this expedition, I appoint you as the military strategist accompanying the forces. I accept the command. Cheng Yu knelt to accept the decree. Subsequently, Qin Feng turned his gaze toward Shang Yang. Shang Yang, I hereby appoint you as the right Prime Minister of Great Xia. During my absence in the Northern Desert, you shall remain in the capital, overseeing all affairs of Great Xia on my behalf. Having said this, Qin Feng paused briefly, unfastening his personal sword, his tone imbued with deadly intent. This is my sword, a symbol of the kingdom's absolute authority. During my campaign, you shall safeguard it. You shall be the highest authority. All matters must prioritize the overarching goal of the expedition. Should anyone dare to defy this, regardless of who they are, they shall face execution without mercy, exterminating their entire lineage. Shang Yang was initially taken aback, his expression one of astonishment, but soon his heart surged with elation. He had never anticipated that upon entering the court, he would ascend to the esteemed position of Right Prime Minister, entrusted with the monumental task of overseeing the realm's affairs. What profound trust this entailed. He steadied his trembling form, respectfully kneeling, hands raised high to accept the sword, his voice quivering with excitement. Your Majesty, rest assured, I shall not betray your trust, and I will do my utmost to ensure stability at home, providing a solid backing for the front lines. With this appointment, the ministers erupted into fervent discussion, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves. Who exactly is this Shang Yang? His name had never been heard before. How could he rise to the position of Right Prime Minister of Great Xia upon his debut, commanding the affairs of the entire realm? The crux of the matter was that now Shang Yang wielded the emperor's decree for execution, placing the lives and fortunes of the ministers entirely within his grasp. A few bold ministers considered opposing Qin Feng's appointment. Just as they were about to speak, images of the gruesome fates that befell those who had opposed the emperor flooded their minds, and the words were forcibly swallowed. After all, one's life is paramount. The importance of the situation was clear. After entrusting the sword to Shang Yang, Qin Feng waved his hand. Dismissed, simultaneously he exchanged a knowing glance with Cheng Yu and departed. Cheng Yu understood and followed closely behind. And no sooner had Qin Feng left than several audacious ministers, oblivious to their impending doom, turned toward Shang Yang, speaking with veiled disdain. Humph, who does this upstart think he is? Suddenly elevated to the Right Prime Minister, one wonders what underhanded means he employed to achieve such a position. Hearing this, Shang Yang's gaze sharpened, a cold smile gracing his lips. Are you gentlemen perhaps envious? If you possess the courage, go speak to the emperor directly. Speaking ill of me here could lead to regrettable consequences. The ministers, intimidated by Shang Yang's formidable presence, found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. Yet their dissatisfaction lingered. One of them, defiantly raising his chin, remarked, "Do not think that you can act recklessly just because you have gained the emperor's favor for a moment. The rules of the court are not for you to trample upon at will." Shang Yang stepped forward, his gaze piercing, confronting them. Rules? I know only that the Emperor's will is the rule, that I bear a grave responsibility. Should you dare to obstruct the Emperor's plans, do not blame me. Shang Yang, for being merciless, I am indeed capable of taking lives. Do not be too arrogant. Beware of making too many enemies, for it may not end well for you. Shang Yang laughed heartily, gazing skyward. What do I, Shang Yang, have to fear? With the Emperor's trust and the sword in hand, who dares to impede my actions? They would be courting death. Having concluded his remarks, Shang Yang let out a cold snort. Brandishing his sword and strode out of the golden long hall. The remaining elderly ministers exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words, until they turned their gaze towards Wang Tao, Lu Jie, and the other 6 secretaries. On his way back to the study, Qin Feng walked with his hands clasped behind him, his stride steady. Cheng Yu followed closely, cautiously inquiring, Your Majesty, are you not concerned that those ministers may harbor dissenting opinions? Without pausing, Qin Feng smiled, the corners of his mouth lifting, and replied, Zhongde, I initially expected you to ask why I place such trust in Shang Yang. Cheng Yu responded, I believe, Your Majesty, that your confidence in Shang Yang must be grounded in your own reasoning. As your loyal subject, my duty is not to question you, but to alleviate your burdens. Ha ha ha. Well said. Qin Feng laughed heartily, then mockingly added, Now you should understand why I am unconcerned about the opinions of the ministers. They, as my subjects, should not be preoccupied with their own interests rather than striving to solve my problems or seek the welfare of Diaxia. Do they deserve to voice their opinions? At this point, Qin Feng halted his steps, his gaze sharp and fists clenched, stating, Shangguan Yi and those ministers, upon hearing of the impending invasion from the northern armies, are understandably inclined to avoid conflict given the vast disparity in our forces. However, their audacity to contemplate sacrificing the innocent people of Daxia and the loyal soldiers defending our land for a moment's peace is utterly intolerable to me. Moreover, do they genuinely have my best interests at heart? I think not. Zhongde, I ask you, in your capacity as the head of the Jinyue, after my appointment of Wang Tao as the Minister of Personnel, do you think some ministers have already placed their confidence within the court's various departments? Qin Feng turned to Cheng Yu, meeting his gaze directly. Cheng Yu, displaying a resigned expression, nodded with a wry smile and replied, Your Majesty, your assessment is accurate. Indeed, some ministers are arranging for their loyalists to infiltrate various departments. While these individuals possess some talent, their loyalty does not lie with you. If this continues, they may become the next Feng Su. Therefore, I have ordered the Jinyue to monitor them discreetly. Chapter 52. The Mightiest General of the Three Kingdoms. Elbu Qin Feng sighed deeply, his countenance darkening, disappointment evident in his eyes. Alas, Zhongde, do you believe they are still worth my consideration? Some among them were rescued from the clutches of Feng Su by my hand. Others I have chosen not to pursue for their previous rebellion alongside him. I could be considered their savior. Yet how do they repay me? I thought that after sparing them, they would remain steadfastly loyal, but I have realized that these individuals are nothing but ingrates. Loyal only to their own interests and power, Qin Feng said through gritted teeth. Your Majesty, there is no need for excessive worry, that I firmly believe these old ministers will surely find their way back to the right path and not remain lost in their misguided ways. Let's hope so. Otherwise, my blade may soon fall upon them. A glint of coldness flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng addressed Cheng Yu. You may leave now and prepare accordingly. Yes, Cheng Yu bowed and exited. Upon returning to the study, Qin Feng began to meticulously strategize the current situation. Presently, he still held 4 summoning opportunities, and the most pressing need was undoubtedly for military forces. After much contemplation, he concluded that the most prudent approach would be to combine the 3 ordinary summoning opportunities into 1 designated summoning opportunity, thereby ensuring the successful summoning of troops. With his decision made, Qin Feng hesitated no longer. System, I wish to combine the 3 summoning opportunities into 1 designated summoning, with a focus on military forces. Beep. Understood, host. The system is now summoning. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have summoned 100,000 Bingzhou Iron Cavalry, along with Elbu, the mightiest general of the 3 kingdoms. What? Elbu. System. While I am pleased with the 100,000 Bingzhou Iron Cavalry, how did Elbu also arrive? Is this a buy one get one free deal? Surely, there cannot be a catch. Beep. Shouldn't the host be delighted? This is an extra bonus. Of course, I am thrilled. After all, he is the mightiest general of the Three Kingdoms. It's just a bit unexpected. Qin Feng had not anticipated summoning Elbu at such a critical moment. Elbu, renowned as the mightiest general of the Three Kingdoms, had a notorious reputation, famously associated with the phrase about the Fangtian Huaji, which is said to have pierced his adoptive father. However, for Qin Feng, this was of little concern, as the characters summoned by the system came with maximum loyalty. Immediately, Qin Feng opened Elbu's profile. Name: Elbu, courtesy name Feng Xian, a renowned general of the late Eastern Han dynasty. One of the prominent warlords of the late Han period, Elbu was famed for his extraordinary martial skills and fearless valor, earning the title of the mightiest general of the Three Kingdoms. Realm: Martial Sovereign Level 7. Note: Elbu's original power was Martial Saint Level 9, but due to system restrictions, his current power is Martial Sovereign Level 7. To unlock the subsequent 5 minor realms, the protagonist must elevate his own major realm, allowing Elbu to cultivate normally, or the host can purchase a realm unlocking card to expedite his release. Race: Human weapon. Fangtian Huaji martial skills. Breaking the sky with the halberd divine ability. Invincible battle soul loyalty. 99 huh? Wait a moment, system. Why is Elbu's loyalty at 99? Shouldn't it be 100? Qin Feng furrowed his brows, perplexed as he questioned the system. Beep. Host, I never stated that Elbu's loyalty was 100. That was merely your assumption. Beep. As for the reason, please refer to the VCR, specifically the content in the parentheses following Cheng Yu's loyalty in Chapter 25 that thus, Elbu was a special character, and his loyalty did not necessarily equate to 100 points. Although Elbu's loyalty reached an impressive 99 points, considering his past achievements, Qin Feng could not help but worry that one day he might face a betrayal himself. Beep. There is no need for concern. Host, as long as you refuse Elbu's request to recognize him as an adoptive father, his loyalty will naturally increase to 100 points, the system prompted. What if I agree? Qin Feng inquired with curiosity. Beep. What do you think? His loyalty would gradually decrease, and you know the eventual outcome. Ah, truly, this is Elbu. Even the system cannot alter the attribute of the Fangtian Huaji piercing the adoptive father. Qin Feng could not help but exclaim. Now aware that simply rejecting Elbu's request for paternal recognition would suffice to achieve maximum loyalty, Qin Feng felt a sense of relief. Next, he opened the introduction page for the 100,000 Bingzhou Iron Cavalry. 100,000 Bingzhou Iron Cavalry. The Bingzhou Iron Cavalry places great emphasis on cavalry archery training, with its horsemen renowned for their proficiency in mounted archery. The soldiers possess exceptional horsemanship, capable of engaging in close combat from horseback, particularly adept at executing decapitation tactics with small units, striking at the enemy's vital points with speed and maneuverability. Loyalty. 100 Note: the soldiers of the Bingzhou Iron Cavalry originally had cultivation levels above Martial Master. The army's strength will gradually unlock within 3 months, and the soldiers may also cultivate and advance on their own, or the host can purchase a military realm unlocking card for expedited release. Qin Feng mused to himself that these 100,000 Bingzhou Iron Cavalry might prove to be the decisive factor in Daxia's battle against the northern armies. Recalling that the last time he summoned the Jinyue, the system had provided him with their specific location, which he could check at any time, he inquired, System, where are Elbu and the 100,000 Bingzhou Iron Cavalry now? Beep. Host, they are currently situated on the grasslands behind Yang County. The system has marked their location for you, and you can check it at any time. Understood. Qin Feng acknowledged, then proceeded to examine his system panel. Host, Qin Feng race, human identity, Emperor of Daxia Realm. Martial Master Level 4 Cultivation Technique. Ziwei Emperor's Art Divine Ability. Critical Strike Martial Skills. Cloud Piercing Step, Heavenly Grade Low Tier. Level 4 Proficiency. Overlord Sword Technique. Heavenly Grade Low Tier. Level 3 Proficiency. Golden Body Technique. Heavenly Grade Upper Tier. Level 2 Proficiency. Battle Beast. Non-Palatial Beauties. Move Ging. Pending. Summoning Opportunities. One summoning opportunity remaining summoning weapons. Ganjiang and Mo Yi Sword. Human Sovereign Banner summon characters. Mu Ging, Chen Xingji, Cheng Yu, Shang Yang, Elbu, Zhang Liao summon army. 7,000 White Robe Army, 50,000 Jinui, 100,000 Bingzhou Iron Cavalry upon seeing the transform system panel. Qin Feng felt a surge of satisfaction. Particularly as he gazed at the lineup of summon characters, he found it hard to believe that with Mu Ging, Chen Xingji, Shang Yang, Elbu, and the additional 75,000 troops, along with the more than 200,000 local forces, together with himself, such a lavish assembly could possibly falter against the northern army of 1 million. Right? He still had one summoning opportunity left. Should he use it now? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng decided to hold on to it for the time being, waiting until he accumulated 3 opportunities before summoning again. Moreover, it was prudent to keep this last chance for a critical moment. Based on the system's usual tendencies, the items summoned during times of crisis were often quite exceptional. Subsequently, Qin Feng habitually glanced at his panel again, only to notice an unexpected addition in the summon characters section. Why is there a Zhang Liao? When did I summon Zhang Liao? Chapter 53. Mobilizing the troops. Beep. Zhang Liao is a general that came as a bonus with Elbu. A bonus. Haha. Does that mean I've struck gold with this summoning? This is not merely a buy one get one free deal. It's a buy one get two. Qin Feng was so exhilarated that he nearly leaped from his feet, his face brimming with uncontainable joy. Ding! This is a hidden setting of the system, when the character summoned by the host exceeds the 6th level of Martial Saint. There is a probability of an additional character appearing. Qin Feng recalled that in his past life, he always eagerly anticipated another bottle of Master Kang's drink during his childhood, so he inquired of the system, if I am fortunate enough to summon an accompanying character who is also above the 6th level of Martial Saint, would it not mean I could continually summon many others? The system did not respond to his query, falling into silence instead. Seeing this, Qin Feng refrained from pressing further and instead asked, System, is the accompanying character related to figures like Elbu and Zhang Liao? Ding, no, it is random. This time was merely a coincidence. Furthermore, do not inquire about Zhang Liao's current whereabouts. He is now Elbu's deputy general. Understand? Ding, as you've already summoned 5 characters, you are rewarded with an additional summoning opportunity. Oh, splendid. I did not expect such a delightful surprise. I have received yet another chance to summon. How exhilarating. Subsequently, Qin Feng opened Zhang Liao's attribute panel to inspect. Zhang Liao, courtesy name Wen Yuan, hailing from Yanmen, Mai, present-day Shuazhou, Shangxi, he was a renowned general of the Chao Wei during the Three Kingdoms period and the foremost among Cao Cao's 5 outstanding generals. Race, human realm. Martial zone, 3rd layer. Note, Zhang Liao's original strength was at the 9th layer of Martial Emperor, but due to system restrictions, he can only exhibit the strength of the 3rd layer of Martial Zone. Further unlocking of his 5 minor realms requires the protagonist to elevate to a major realm, or he may cultivate normally to advance, or the host may purchase a realm unsealing card for him. Weapon, Crescent Moon Halberd Martial Skill. Crescent Moon penetrates the Sun Divine ability. Wind Shadow Assault Loyalty, 100. After reviewing Zhang Liao's panel information, Qin Feng was thoroughly satisfied with this additional gift of Zhang Liao. In his previous life, he often watched historical educational videos on Douyin, becoming well acquainted with Zhang Liao's illustrious military exploits in history. During the Battle of Ziyajin, Zhang Liao achieved a stunning victory against a larger force, nearly capturing Sun Quan, instilling fear in the children of Eastern Wu who dared not cry out at night upon hearing his name. His fearless combat style and exceptional military talent left an indelible mark in that tumultuous era. With such a fierce general, how could there be any worry about conquering the northern deserts? Qin Feng's heart surged with ambition, and he felt increasingly confident about the forthcoming battle against the northern forces. The next day, as dawn broke, Qin Feng donned a dark black battle armor and mounted a snow-white steed. Followed closely by Mu Ging and 1,000 Imperial Guards, the procession made its way towards the training grounds outside the capital, the training grounds outside the eastern gate of the capital. Flags fluttered in the breeze, creating a resounding rustle. Chen Xingji, Cheng Yu, Shang Yang, and numerous ministers had long awaited their arrival. Behind them, 7,000 soldiers of the White Robe Army stood in impeccable formation. With an additional 100,000 city defense troops and 80,000 Imperial Guards also neatly lined up, exuding an imposing aura. Long live the Emperor! When Qin Feng's figure appeared before the crowd, over 100,000 soldiers knelt in unison, their voices resounding like thunder, echoing across the training grounds. Standing atop a high platform, Qin Feng gazed down at the spirited soldiers, a swell of pride rising within him. With such a formidable army at my command, how could I fear an unpeaceful world? All ministers and soldiers, rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. With a swish, over 100,000 soldiers and numerous court officials rose simultaneously. Their movements synchronized, the clash of armor creating a symphony of sound at that moment. The sun began to rise, casting golden rays upon the magnificent array of troops, illuminating their shining armor, weapons glistening like a forest of steel in the cold light. The flags danced in the wind, rustling loudly, as if cheering for the impending battle. Brave soldiers! The northern barbarians have invaded our Liaodong territory and disturbed our people. Today, I shall personally lead the charge alongside you. Behind us lies our homeland and our loved ones. We have no retreat. As men of the great Xia, how shall we defend our kingdom and our Liaodong? Advance! 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 The voice of the army thundered in unison. The sound was so powerful that it seemed to alter the very heavens, causing the faces of those treacherous ministers to turn pale. Where is Chen Xingji? I am here. Chen Xingji hastily approached the platform, kneeling on one knee, his voice booming like a bell. Chen Xingji, I command you to lead 180,000 troops at once to the Liaodong region to confront the million-strong army of the Northern Kingdom and rescue the people there. This subordinate, Chen Xingji, obeys the command. With that, Chen Xingji rose and turned to face the 180,000 soldiers, commanding fiercely, "Soldiers, heed my orders. Advance to Liaodong at full speed. Rescue the people and repel the invaders." "As you command, General." The 180,000 soldiers responded in unison, their voices shaking the heavens, reverberating through the skies. "Advance!" With a single command, the 180,000 troops set forth in an orderly fashion, marching towards Liaodong in an instant. The sounds of hooves, footsteps, and clashing armor intertwined. Dust billowed, obscuring the sky. Long spears stood like a forest, swords gleamed brightly. Qin Feng stood atop the platform, his gaze tracking the distant retreating army until the magnificent procession faded from view, before slowly descending to approach Xiangyang. Xiangyang stood with a solemn expression, respectfully awaiting Qin Feng's instructions. Xiangyang, as I depart the capital to confront the northern forces, those lurking traitors within the kingdom will surely emerge. I have left 20,000 Imperial Guards and 5,000 Imperial Guards in the capital. You know how to handle this, correct? Xiangyang slightly bowed, replying earnestly, Your Majesty, rest assured there will be no issues at the rear, and the supply of provisions to the front will be ensured without fail, so that you may have no concerns. Very well. I trust you. Qin Feng nodded, mounted his horse, and addressed Mu King and Cheng Yu. Let us depart. With that, he rode away from the training ground alongside Mu King, Cheng Yu, and 1,000 Imperial Guards. In truth, Qin Feng was not worried about the supply of provisions. Long before, he had stored away a quarter of his system space, 1,000 cubic meters, filled with provisions. Initially, this was a precaution for future warfare, amounting to nearly 3,000 tons of food. It is worth noting that 1 ton of food can sustain approximately 200 adults for 10 days. Thus, this 3,000 tons would suffice for 200,000 troops for a month. Qin Feng had not anticipated that the war would arrive so abruptly, yet it was essential to ensure logistical support. The food on his side would only be utilized in emergencies, reserved for critical situations. Shortly after leaving the training grounds, Cheng Yu noticed that Qin Feng was not following Chen Xingji's route. Instead, it seemed they were heading towards Yuyang County. Your Majesty, this route seems a bit roundabout. Cheng Yu subtly cautioned Qin Feng. After all, as a subject, it was not appropriate for him to directly point out that Qin Feng was going the wrong way. However, Qin Feng merely smiled enigmatically in response. Indeed, we're taking this route. Do not fret. You will understand in half a day's time. Cheng Yu, although curious, restrained himself, nodding to Qin Feng without further inquiries. Chapter 54. A Chance Encounter Without Conflict. Half a day later, Qin Feng and his companions arrived at a place known as Blood Wolf Plain. This plain lies at the border between two kingdoms and earned its name due to the frequent sightings of ferocious blood wolves. These wolves, known for their savage nature, often move in packs, causing great trepidation among passing merchants and warriors, leading to the area being desolate for years. The terrain here is complex with intersecting ravines, making it a strategically advantageous yet difficult to attack location. Upon arrival, Cheng Yu and Mu Ging furrowed their brows, sensing the traces of large-scale military movements on the plain. With his formidable perception as a seventh-layer martial zone, Cheng Yu immediately detected a distinct aura of military presence emanating from a distance. Cheng Yu's expression hardened, and he felt a wave of dread wash over him as the commander of the Imperial Guards. Responsible for gathering crucial intelligence for the Emperor, he was essentially the Emperor's eyes and ears. Yet, the emergence of a military force on Blood Wolf Plain, this was still the territory of the Great Xia. If this army harbored ill intentions, they could reach the capital in less than half a day. And he would be completely unaware. Despite the desolation of Blood Wolf Plain, as the commander of the Imperial Guards, his failure to notice this was a serious dereliction of duty. Cold sweat broke out on Cheng Yu's forehead as he hurriedly knelt, pleading for forgiveness. "Your Majesty, this is my oversight. I failed to detect the presence of an army here. I humbly request your punishment." "Your Majesty," Cheng Yu intended to advise Qin Feng, saying, "Your Majesty, given the current uncertainty, for safety's sake, I implore you to retreat first." However, before he could utter these words, Qin Feng interrupted him. Qin Feng secretly chuckled to himself. "Ha! Cheng Yu is flustered, but it is not his fault. How could he know that this army has been summoned by me, appearing here so suddenly? It is quite normal for the Imperial Guards to lack intelligence on this force, but Cheng Yu remains oblivious." Qin Feng maintained a facade of calm, first glancing at the red dot marked in the system, then turning to Cheng Yu and Mu Ging with a reassuring smile, saying, "Do not panic. This army belongs to me." Upon hearing these words, Mu Ging and Cheng Yu were initially taken aback, but their tense expressions gradually softened. Qin Feng continued, "Rise, Zhongde. Ignorance is no sin. This plan has been in preparation for quite some time, and I have not disclosed it to anyone." Cheng Yu then stood up, feeling a slight alleviation of guilt, yet still wary of becoming complacent. Before long, the distant sound of thunderous hoofbeats echoed, growing increasingly clear and intense as it approached. Soon, at the edge of their vision, a formidable mass of figures appeared. The leader, adorned with a tri-pronged purple-gold crown, was clad in a resplendent red brocade robe and draped in a beast-faced armor. With a finely crafted lion belt at his waist and a banner strapped to his back, exuding an imposing aura. Mounted on the mighty steed Red Hair, he wielded a Fong Tianhua halberd like a deity of war. It was none other than the unparalleled war god, Elbu. Behind him marched 100,000 iron cavalry from Bingzhou, equally majestic, each clad in black armor, donning helmets, bearing powerful bows, and equipped with long swords. Their steeds galloped fiercely, their hooves thundering like a surging black tide, unstoppable in their advance, as the wind howled around them, seemingly intent on sweeping everything away. The Emperor has arrived. Upon spotting Qin Feng, Elbu hastily urged Red Hair forward, dismounting nimbly and preparing to approach Qin Feng with swift steps. "Your Majesty, be cautious," Cheng Yu exclaimed, darting in front of Qin Feng. Although he knew Elbu was on the Emperor's side, he was still unfamiliar with him and instinctively sought to protect the Emperor, shouting, "Halt! No one may approach the Emperor." "Humph! Who dares to obstruct this general from paying his respects to the Emperor?" Elbu growled, infuriated by the interference, and swung his Fong Tianhua halberd towards Cheng Yu, the blade slicing through the air with a piercing whistle, demonstrating its formidable power. "Stop!" Qin Feng called out urgently. He was acutely aware that while Cheng Yu was also at the 7th level of martial arts, Elbu was a peak martial artist renowned for his valor, with combat prowess that was exceptional. If a confrontation were to ensue, Cheng Yu would likely not stand a chance against Elbu, and any unfortunate incident would be exceedingly awkward. Upon hearing Qin Feng's command, Elbu sheathed his halberd and knelt on one knee. clasping his fists respectfully and bowing his head, proclaiming, "I am El Bu, paying my respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor." Qin Feng observed El Bu's imposing attire and noble demeanor, finding him exceedingly impressive, and noted that El Bu's strong features and handsome visage added to his formidable presence. With a slight nod and a smile, Qin Feng responded, "There is no need for such formalities. Feng Xian, rise quickly." "Thank you, your majesty." El Bu complied, standing respectfully before Qin Feng. Subsequently, Qin Feng gestured towards El Bu, introducing him to Cheng Yu and Mu Ging. "This is El Bu, my great general, a master of martial arts. Valiant in battle, capable of taking the heads of enemy commanders in the midst of 1,000 troops with ease. Now, this is Cheng Yu, my left chancellor and commander of the Jinyui, who serves as the strategist for this campaign. Renowned for his wisdom and having contributed significantly to my plans. And this is Mu Ging, my beloved concubine, who, though a woman, possesses both courage and intellect, rivaling any man, upon hearing herself referred to as the emperor's beloved concubine." Mu Ging's fair cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness that El Bu, realizing Mu Ging was the emperor's consort, immediately knelt once more, cupping his fists and stating, "I was unaware of the princess's identity and failed to pay my respects. I hope she will forgive my oversight." Mu Ging, flustered by El Bu's gesture, felt uncertain about how to respond, instinctively glancing at Qin Feng with a look of plea. Noticing her discomfort, Qin Feng, understanding her shyness, addressed El Bu, saying, "Feng Xian, please rise. Ignorance is no fault. My beloved will not take offense, so you need not feel remorse." After El Bu stood, he reflected on Cheng Yu's esteemed position as the left chancellor, a title that placed him just beneath the emperor, and felt a pang of alarm. He quickly apologized to Cheng Yu, saying, "Chancellor Cheng, I was reckless earlier and inadvertently offended you. I hope you will exercise your magnanimity and not hold it against me." Qin Feng was surprised by El Bu's humble demeanor. His historical counterpart was known for his pride and arrogance, yet he appeared markedly different now. Perhaps it was due to the system's influence, which was indeed a fortunate turn of events, as a humble and courteous general was far preferable to an arrogant one. Cheng Yu regarded El Bu with a discerning gaze, wary of his formidable strength. Had the emperor not intervened in time, he doubted he could have withstood El Bu's earlier strike. This encounter further impressed upon him the complexity of their emperor, who, despite being El Bu's subordinate, had remained shrouded in mystery from the Jinyui. This only confirmed Qin Feng's status as a formidable ruler with many undisclosed strategies and hidden strengths. Although Cheng Yu's thoughts raced, it was merely an instant. He looked at El Bu and smiled gently, saying, "General El, you are too modest. We are merely acquaintances who have yet to fight. This misunderstanding is trivial, and I would not dwell upon it from now on. As we serve the emperor together, we ought to unite our efforts." El Bu felt a wave of relief at Cheng Yu's response. After all, offending the left chancellor before officially entering the court would have cast a shadow over his future. "Indeed, Chancellor Cheng, your generosity is commendable. I greatly admire your character." After a brief pause, El Bu turned to Qin Feng and respectfully stated, "Your Majesty, 3 years ago, I received your secret orders to begin assembling the cavalry. Now, I have successfully organized 100,000 iron cavalry. I humbly request your Majesty to inspect them. Is that so?" "System, when did I order El Bu to form a cavalry?" Qin Feng inquired, puzzled. Each summoned character is assigned a reasonable background by the system. The system responded. Nodding and understanding, Qin Feng replied, "Now I comprehend. You are quite considerate. Ha, splendid. I too am eager to witness the splendor of the 100,000 cavalry you have assembled." "Feng Xian." Qin Feng laughed heartily. With that, El Bu led Qin Feng, Mu Ging, and Cheng Yu to a slope on the Blood Wolf Plain. From their vantage point, they beheld countless horsemen on their majestic steeds, their expressions stern, yet their formations impeccably organized. "A magnificent army, truly a magnificent army," Cheng Yu exclaimed, his eyes alight with admiration at the sight. The Bingzhou cavalry presented a disciplined and grand spectacle. Their cohesion and order amidst 100,000 troops were striking, a testament to El Bu's exceptional training. "General El, you are indeed a masterful commander." Cheng Yu praised it. El Bu chuckled. Chancellor, you may not know, but I have poured immense effort into training this 100,000 cavalry. 3 years ago, following your majesty's decree, I secretly began assembling 500,000 cavalrymen, rising at dawn each day for relentless drills. From horsemanship and formations to combat techniques, all were rigorously trained. This area, the Blood Wolf Plain, often required engagement with beasts and skirmishes with northern tribes, providing invaluable experience for the troops. Ultimately, only these 100,000 remained. Yet I can confidently assert that these 100,000 cavalrymen would stand their ground even against 1,000,000 troops from the northern deserts. Cheng Yu, hearing Elbu's words, felt a surge of respect for Qin Feng. Clearly, the emperor was wise and capable. Those who once deemed him inept were, in truth, foolish. What incompetent ruler could covertly assemble such an elite force? Cheng Yu mused that with such a formidable army under proper command, they could expand the emperor's territories. Though Elbu was impulsive, he possessed genuine talent, and Cheng Yu resolved to collaborate closely with him to alleviate the emperor's burdens. Thus, Cheng Yu smiled and remarked, "General L, your diligence and commitment are truly admirable. Witnessing the demeanor of this army, one can readily perceive the fruits of your labor. I feel quite ashamed of the earlier misunderstanding when we first met." Qin Feng, observing the 100,000 Bingzhou cavalry, added, "Feng Xian, you have worked hard over the years." Elbu's eyes glistened with emotion as he replied, "Your Majesty, had it not been for your intervention 3 years ago, I would have perished. Your great kindness I cannot repay. If your Majesty does not disdain, I wish to acknowledge you as my adoptive father, pledging my life to serve you without hesitation." As he spoke, Elbu prepared to kneel in reverence. "What are you doing? Why the sudden desire to acknowledge me as your adoptive father? Is that something one can just do? This is a perilous position. Those who wish to take it may do so, but I would rather not be involved." Qin Feng quickly interjected, raising a hand to stop Elbu. "Feng Xian, I appreciate your sentiments. However, I believe that the bond we share, akin to that of sovereign and subject, in pursuit of great endeavors, is far more pure and steadfast than the relationship of adoptive father and son. You have fought valiantly for me, and I place my trust in you, which is more than sufficient. Furthermore, I hope to witness you gain renown through your illustrious military exploits rather than relying on the title of adoptive son. Feng Xian, let us speak of this matter no more." Cheng Yu, standing to the side, felt somewhat puzzled. Why does His Majesty not acknowledge Elbu as his adoptive son? Would that not solidify their bond even further? Why does His Majesty refuse? Cheng Yu found himself unable to comprehend. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Elbu was taken aback for a moment, then clasped his fists and said, "Your Majesty's insight is profound." Elbu was indeed narrow-minded. "Henceforth, I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to serve your Majesty's empire." Ding! Congratulations to the host. Elbu's loyalty has increased by 1 point, current loyalty, 100 points. Hearing the system's notification, Qin Feng let out a sigh of relief, as Elbu now posed no hidden threat. He nodded in satisfaction and said, "Excellent. With Feng Xian's words, my heart is greatly comforted. Now that we have assembled these 100,000 iron cavalry, it is time for them to shine on the battlefield." Cheng Yu stepped forward and cupped his hands, saying, "Your Majesty, I have a strategy that can not only annihilate the million-strong army of the northern desert, but also expand the territory of our great Xia." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback and quickly urged, "Zhongde, please elaborate." "Your Majesty, as I understand it, although the enemy boasts a vast number of troops, they are predominantly infantry, lacking mobility. If our cavalry were to launch a surprise attack with these 100,000 iron steeds, we could easily disrupt their formations and seize the initiative." "Continue." "Your Majesty, Yelchi would never suspect that we still command 100,000 iron cavalry. After all, the northern desert's audacity to mobilize 1,000,000 troops against our great Xia indicates they have thoroughly assessed the situation and are aware that our cavalry primarily lies in the hands of King Qi. Qin Yi, who is at odds with your Majesty. Thus, Yelchi assumes that your Majesty has no cavalry at your disposal, which is why he dares to position 1,000,000 troops on the plains. This is our opportunity." "Indeed, quite right." Qin Feng nodded slightly in agreement. Your Majesty, that was the first strategy. The next is the decisive one. Chengyu, while speaking, unfurled a map on the ground. Qin Feng, Mu Ging, and Elbu squatted down beside the map. Chengyu pointed to a valley marked on the map and said, Your Majesty, behold, this valley, known as Heifeng Valley, has treacherous terrain that is easy to defend yet difficult to assault, an impenetrable barrier for the northern desert against our great Xia. Essentially a vital choke point. Qin Feng furrowed his brow and inquired, Such an important location, Yelchi must surely have heavy troops stationed there? Chengyu nodded and replied, Naturally, Your Majesty, Yelchi is well aware of its significance and will have conventional defenses in place. However, this valley is exceedingly narrow, unable to accommodate 1,000,000 troops, so Yelchi will likely station his 1,000,000 forces on the plains before Heifeng Valley, enabling them to guard the valley while also facilitating troop deployment and combat. This, however, presents us with an opportunity. Then how shall we breach this defense? Qin Feng pressed on. Your Majesty, for our first step, we can send a small elite force to feign harassment of the enemy's main camp on the plains, diverting their attention. In the meantime, while the enemy is distracted, we shall dispatch General Elbu to lead the cavalry in a rapid strike from both flanks against the enemy's positions, while simultaneously sending another elite cavalry unit to launch a surprise assault on Heifeng Valley. If we can swiftly capture Heifeng Valley, we shall gain control over the course of this war. Qin Feng questioned, Can we succeed with just a cavalry charge? Chengyu responded, Your Majesty, General L's cavalry is well-trained, excellently equipped, and possesses formidable combat strength. Moreover, the terrain of the plains greatly favors cavalry, and given the surprise nature of the attack, the enemy will find it difficult to prepare. With merely 50,000 elite cavalry, we can disrupt the enemy's formation and throw their deployment into disarray, creating an excellent opportunity for us to seize Heifeng Valley. Chengyu asserted, Your Majesty, this will allow us to form a three-pronged assault that will surely defeat the enemy and capture Heifeng Valley. Once we secure this valley, the hinterland of the northern desert lies just 600 kilometers beyond, rendering them unable to defend against our great Xia any longer. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes lit up, and he continued along Chengyu's line of thought. At that point, as long as we hold this valley, Yelchi's 1,000,000 troops will become isolated, and they shall be as meat on our chopping block. Chengyu smiled and said, Indeed, Your Majesty, not only can we annihilate them, but if you wish to conquer the northern desert in the future, you can march forth from this valley and strike directly at their capital. Not so fast. Qin Feng shook his head and said, If there are heavy troops guarding the rear of Heifeng Valley, it could become perilous. Chengyu replied, Your Majesty, there is no need for concern. We are all cavalry, possessing great mobility, as long as we scatter Yelchi's 1,000,000 troops, even if we do not capture Heifeng Valley in the end. We can retreat at our leisure to preserve our strength and seek another opportunity. Chengyu paused briefly before continuing. Even if there are heavy troops at the rear of Heifeng Valley, our cavalry's speed and agility will allow us to swiftly adapt our tactics, either feigning a retreat to lure the enemy into pursuit for a counterattack or bypassing Heifeng Valley to strike at other weak points in their formation, causing them to be caught off guard. Ha! Zhongde, you are truly remarkable. Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh heartily. With Chengyu's detailed plans, there was little left for him to understand. He gave Chengyu a thumbs up and said, Truly worthy of being my chief military advisor. You strategize from within while securing victory from afar. Chapter 56. Mu Ging requests to battle. Fushan City in peril. Chengyu shook his head and smiled. Your Majesty, you flatter me. After speaking, Chengyu knelt on one knee and said, Your Majesty, this opportunity must not be missed. I implore you to make a prompt decision. Elbu, recognizing the immense benefits that would arise from the success of this strategy, also knelt and requested, Your Majesty, I, Elbu, am willing to be the vanguard. Qin Feng pondered for a moment, understanding that opportunities are fleeting, and he resolved firmly, Very well, we shall heed Zhongde's counsel. Let us seize the moment. Chengyu, I am here. I shall grant you half an hour. I desire a perfected battle plan. I shall obey your command. Elbu, at your service for this operation, you shall reserve 10,000 cavalry for me. I have other uses for them. I shall comply. The 10,000 cavalry that Qin Feng allocated were intended to support Fushun City, as intelligence from the Jinui indicated that fewer than 30,000 defenders remained there. This was only possible because reinforcements from other cities in Liaodong had been dispatched. However, the intelligence suggested that without support, Fushun City could only hold out for another day before falling. Most of Chen Qingji's army comprised infantry, and even if they rushed with all their might, they could not reach Fushun City in a day. Only our cavalry could arrive in time to provide support. These 10,000 cavalry need only hold out until Chen Qingji's forces arrive. While El Bu and Chang Yu deliberated the detailed battle plan, Mu Ging tugged at Qin Feng's war robe, appearing hesitant but ultimately resolved. Your Majesty, I too wish to take the field and strike down the enemy. Upon hearing Mu Ging's request to battle, Qin Feng, though aware of her commendable martial prowess and leadership skills, felt concern for her safety and contemplated a refusal. That I recognize your capabilities and your aptitude for command. Yet the chaos of the battlefield can change in an instant, and I do not wish to place you in harm's way. And Yu Ging's gaze was resolute as she replied, Your Majesty, I have trained in martial arts since childhood and studied military texts. Now, with the nation in peril, I wish to fight valiantly for you and for our great Xia. I understand your concern for my safety. Yet having committed myself to you, I am prepared to face the trials of war together, for retreat is not an option. Seeing Mu Ging's determined expression, Qin Feng understood her intentions and realized that confining her would not be the life she desired. Very well, Guiying, I had initially intended to assign Deputy General Zhang Liao to this task, but now I entrust it to you. Lead these 10,000 Bingzhou Iron Cavalry immediately to Fushun City for support. I do not expect you to defeat them. Simply harass their forces on the periphery, preventing the 30,000 vanguard troops of the northern desert from focusing their assault on Fushun City, thereby buying time for the approaching army led by Chen Qing. To this point, Qin Feng paused briefly and added, However, your safety must come first. If the situation becomes untenable, prioritize your own preservation. I do not wish for you to encounter danger. Can you manage this? Mu Ging, touched, replied, Your Majesty need not worry. I will ensure my own safety. Qin Feng nodded slightly, choosing not to speak further. He merely dispatched half of his 1,000 Imperial Guards to protect Mu Ging, ensuring that she would not come to any harm. The Imperial Guard had been summoned nearly a month prior, and many among them had already reached the Martial Master realm. Furthermore, this contingent of 1,000 was specifically selected by Chang Yu from a total of 50,000, making their assembly quite formidable. Half an hour later, Qin Feng stood atop a slope, watching as Mu Ging led her 10,000 Iron Cavalry and 500 Imperial Guards towards Fushun City. A look of concern etched upon his face. Your Majesty, can Miss Mu truly bear such a heavy burden, having never commanded troops before? Chang Yu voices apprehensions from behind Qin Feng. I have faith in her, Qin Feng declared resolutely. Seeing this, Cheng Yu glanced at him and chose to remain silent thereafter. Zhongde, promptly send the Imperial Guards to contact Chen Qingji. He must arrive at Fushun City within 2 days, without fail. Yes, Your Majesty. Cheng Yu immediately arranged for an Imperial Guard to deliver the edict. Qin Feng nodded, refraining from further comment, as he continued to gaze at the receding figure of Mu Ging leading her forces until they vanished from sight. Only then did he slowly turn to face Chang Yu and El Bu. At this moment, El Bu clasped his fists before Qin Feng and spoke, Your Majesty, all plans have been thoroughly arranged, and the soldiers are prepared, that we now await your command. Very well, let us depart, this time. We shall decisively crush the enemy and seize Heifeng Valley, thus proclaiming the might of our great Xia. Indeed, Cheng Yu and El Bu replied in unison. With that, Qin Feng mounted his horse, followed closely by Cheng Yu and El Bu. Behind them, 500 Imperial Guards and 90,000 Iron Cavalry began to traverse the Blood Wolf Plain, intending to bypass Liaodong Prefecture and head towards Heifeng Valley. The following day, atop Fushun City, the defending soldiers had just repelled yet another probing attack from the northern border. After several days of relentless combat, fewer than 10,000 weary soldiers remained within the city. Exhaustion was evident on their faces. Their armor stained and tattered from the ongoing battles. They lay sprawled in various positions, seizing this rare opportunity to rest and recuperate. This was due to the enemy's vanguard general, Yelfong, employing a strategy of attrition, sending 30,000 men to attack Fushun City every hour. Although the numbers were not overwhelming and the assaults lacked intensity, the primary objective was to prevent the defenders from resting, thereby wearing down their resolve and stamina. At the forefront of the city wall stood 3 pale-faced generals clad in armor, their garments soaked in blood, obscuring the original color of their armor, now darkened by the dried blood. "Have we received any news from the court?" The middle-aged general at the forefront inquired, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the enemy encampment outside the city. "Your Majesty has sent word that General Chen Qingji is leading an army of 180,000 to our aid. However, even with the utmost haste, it will take at least 4 days for him to reach Fushun City on foot. Which means we have 2 days left to be why then. Fushun City may very well have fallen." The young deputy general replied with a bitter smile. This middle-aged general was Wang Meng, the acting governor of Liaodong Prefecture, now the highest authority following the death of the prefectural lord. Upon hearing this, Wang Meng fell silent, a flicker of despair crossing his eyes, soon replaced by determination. "Even if we have but a moment left, we must hold our ground. As long as the city stands, so do we. Should the city fall, we perish. Every moment we endure is a moment of hope," he stated resolutely. He then turned to another deputy general beside him. "Have you reached out to the prominent families of Liaodong? Are they still unwilling to send troops?" The deputy general shook his head, an expression of helplessness on his face. Cursed families in this national crisis. "They only care for their own interests. I shall report to His Majesty and demand the annihilation of these families. Only then will my heart find peace," Wang Meng shouted angrily, striking the city wall with his fist. In truth, Liaodong was not devoid of combat power. Within the prefecture, there were dozens of families, both large and small, each maintaining numerous private soldiers, some of the larger families even commanding thousands, should these families agree to send troops. Fushun City could undoubtedly hold out until the court's reinforcements arrived. Yet, despite Wang Meng's repeated commands, these families had chosen to ignore his pleas, refusing to assist. Chapter 57. In a single round, nearly killed thrice. "Not good. The enemy is attacking the city again." A panicked voice rang out atop the city wall. "Damn it!" Wang Meng exclaimed as he beheld the dark mass of northern soldiers swarming towards Fushun City. Realizing that this time, the assault was no mere feint as before, observing the enemy's formation, he noted that this attack was bolstered by at least 80,000 troops. Despair clouded his features. It was worth noting that, apart from the initial assault, the northern forces had previously committed 300,000 troops in a single push to capture Fushun City. Yet due to the prefectural lord's valiant resistance, they had managed to hold their ground. Although the defenders had suffered heavy losses, the enemy had also incurred significant casualties. The subsequent assaults had primarily focused on attrition, with around 30,000 troops attacking at a time, the highest number being 50,000 during yesterday morning's skirmish, which they had successfully repelled. However, after such a prolonged back-and-forth struggle, fewer than 10,000 combat-capable soldiers remained within Fushun City, and that included the wounded, though the enemy had dwindled from 300,000 to just under 120,000. The defending forces had been thoroughly exhausted by the ongoing attrition and harassment tactics. Now, Yelfong had sent 80,000 troops to assault Fushun City, the largest contingent since the first attack. It seems Yelfong intends to make one final push. Should we show any signs of weakness, he will undoubtedly unleash his remaining forces to seize Fushun City in one fell swoop. Wang Meng asserted solemnly. "General Wang, what shall we do now?" the young general asked, gazing at the disoriented soldiers who had just awakened, despair evident on their faces. Wang Meng, noticing the expressions of his men, took a deep breath. Standing tall atop the city wall, he drew his sword and called out, "Brave sons of Liaodong, we have reached a moment of life and death. Behind us lies our homeland. Our loved ones, our parents and wives stand in peril. The enemy is like ravenous wolves. Should they breach our gates, our families will be slaughtered. Our wives will be violated. Tell me, do you wish to witness such a fate?" "No, we do not." Though they were but a remnant of soldiers, the fewer than 10,000 still roared in defiance. These defenders were born and bred in Liaodong, and as they thought of their families behind them, their resolve solidified, each man displaying a fierce determination. Charge, below the walls, the 80,000 northern troops began their assault. Brave soldiers, for our wives and children, for our homeland, let us drive these scoundrels back to their lair. To the death! To the death! Wang Meng shouted, turning to the remaining soldiers with a voice full of valor. Fight to the death. We shall not yield until the last drop of blood is shed. Fight to the death. We shall not yield until the last drop of blood is shed. The nearly 10,000 remnants echoed in unison on the city walls. There were no longer any siege weapons. Each soldier, summoning their last ounce of strength, gripped their weapons tightly, awaiting the enemy's ascent up the ladders to engage them in battle. Kill! With a roar, they swung their swords down with ferocity. Each time an enemy fell, the defenders released a furious roar. Kill! 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 General, ahead lies Fushun City. At the northern gate of Fushun City, Mu Ging, accompanied by our 10,000 Bingzhou Iron Cavalry and 500 Imperial Guards, arrived. Upon noticing the absence of defenders atop the northern gate, coupled with the distant sounds of battle cries, she quickly deduced the dire situation. Fushun City's forces were clearly insufficient, with troops concentrated at the southern gate, indicating that the battle had reached a critical juncture. Mu Ging made a swift decision, ordering the 20 most skilled Imperial Guards to leap over the city wall and open the gates from within. Upon receiving the command, the 20 Imperial Guards exerted their strength, leaping into the air, using the momentum to clear the wall and open the northern gates. With her brow furrowed and her dignified visage now laden with gravity, Mu Ging commanded, "Relay the order. The entire army shall proceed cautiously, concealing our movements. Upon reaching the southern gate, we charge." "Yes," her deputy responded before hastily relaying the order to the troops as they approached the southern gate. The scene atop the wall was one of utter carnage. This moment, Wang Meng surveyed the battleground. Once over 10,000 defenders remained, yet now fewer than 5,000 stood, and this was merely the first wave of Yel Feng's 80,000 troops. It was clear that Yel Feng had resolved to capture Fushun City at any cost. "Your Majesty, I will lead these 5,000 iron-blooded men to fight until the last moment. Not a single drop of blood shall flow in vain. And we shall not retreat. Not a single drop of blood shall flow in vain, and we shall not retreat." The remaining 5,000 defenders roared in unison, their voices reverberating with a deafening intensity. Their blood-stained faces etched with resolute determination. In their eyes, there lingered not a trace of fear, but rather an indomitable courage and a steadfast resolve to face death head-on, though their bodies were wearied and battle-scarred. It appeared as if fierce flames burned within their gaze, intent on incinerating all foes that dared to approach. The vanguard commander of the northern desert, Yel Feng, upon hearing this, could not help but burst into laughter, declaring, "They cannot hold out much longer. All troops, advance. Let us seize Fushun City with a single, powerful charge. Whoever is first to breach the city gates shall be awarded with a third-grade title, a bounty of gold, and 10 beautiful maidens." Instantly, all soldiers of the northern desert kingdom surged forward towards Fushun City like men possessed. "You three, go forth and slay Wang Meng. If he falls, Fushun City will be ours." Yel Qi instructed the 3 martial masters beside him. They were royal champions of the northern desert, each possessing the prowess of the 3rd-level martial arts. General Yel has spoken wisely. The 3 ascended into the air, soaring towards Fushun City, intent on confronting Wang Meng. As Wang Meng beheld these 3, a heavy dread filled his heart. In recent days, he had clashed repeatedly with them, each encounter ending in a stalemate, bolstered by the support of his troops and his own mastery of martial arts, allowing him to stand firm against 3 adversaries. However, now he found himself unable to summon his army's formation. Left to confront them alone, Wang Meng knew he was facing certain death. Wang Meng, fear not death. Even if I perish, I shall take you with me. Come, let us battle," he bellowed. With a powerful leap, he charged at the 3, his long blade gleaming with a cold light, radiating a fierce intent to kill. Yet at this moment, Wang Meng was utterly exhausted, his vital energy severely depleted from the previous skirmishes. Upon engaging the three, he immediately felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him. The trio fought in perfect harmony, their strikes sharp and unyielding. Wang Meng exerted all his strength, yet found himself at a disadvantage in mere moments. He narrowly escaped death thrice. Once, a sword grazed his shoulder, missing by mere inches. Another time, a gust of wind from a palm strike brushed against his neck. And yet again, a long blade thrust towards his chest, which he barely evaded by sidestepping. Chapter 58. The cultivation of the foot soldiers is comparable to my own. Inside Fushun City, Mu Ging observed the battle unfolding in the skies and spoke gravely to the Jin Yi behind her. All of you, ascend the city walls to provide support, and some of you should go assist the defending commander. Your Majesty has tasked us, Jin Yi, with ensuring the general safety. Those who disobey shall face execution without mercy. Mu Ging's eyes glinted coldly at the Jin Yi. In this moment, she was no longer the young woman trailing behind Qin Feng, but a decisive and formidable female general, the Jin Yi. Upon hearing her command, dared not refuse. Those of martial master rank soared into the air, while those yet to reach that level swiftly ascended the towers. General Wang, reinforcement from His Majesty have arrived. We come to assist you. At that moment, 20 of the highest-ranking Jin Yi flew the fastest, charging towards the 3 royal champions of the northern desert. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of 20 martial masters flying towards them, the 3 royal champions turned pale, beads of sweat erupting on their foreheads as they prepared to flee to BY heavens. Before they could fully turn, they noticed nearly 100 martial masters following closely behind the 20 and could not help but curse. Wang Meng, witnessing this scene, was equally astonished, momentarily dazed. Our great Xia so powerful. His Majesty must have mobilized all forces to provide support. Truly, a wise ruler. While Wang Meng was lost in thought, the 20 Jin Yi caught up with the fleeing 3 royal champions. Their weapons glinted coldly, their movements precise and swift. 3 agonizing cries rang out, and the champions hardly had time for further resistance before they met their demise. Opened the city gates at that moment. Mu Ging, accompanied by 10,000 troops from Bingzhou, arrived at the southern gate. The Jin Yi promptly opened the gates. With her spear pointed forward, Mu Ging commanded with fury, "Bingzhou cavalry, charge with me. Kill! Kill! Kill!" The 10,000 Bingzhou cavalry roared in unison. Like a torrent, they surged out of the city gates, wreaking havoc upon the northern desert soldiers who were assaulting from outside. Leading the charge, Mu Ging, with the cultivation of a martial sovereign, wielded her spear like a dragon emerging from the sea. Wherever she struck, enemies fell in droves. Her spear technique was devastatingly fierce, its tip glinting with a cold sheen. With each sweep, she severed the heads of several northern desert soldiers, in an instant. A vacuum of space surrounded Mu Ging, as none dared approach her. Wang Meng, witnessing this spectacle, was filled with disbelief. Who could have imagined that a woman could possess such prowess? He pulled a nearby Jin Yi and inquired, "Who is she?" "General Mu is the beloved consort of His Majesty." The Jin Yi replied with deep respect. "What?" Wang Meng was taken aback, never expecting the one who had come to their aid would be the emperor's consort. He could no longer ponder why the consort was present. He was eager to lead his men out to assist. The commander of the Jin Yi looked at Wang Meng as if he were foolish and said, "General Wang, you should rest. General Mu is immensely courageous and requires no assistance from you. You have already fought valiantly and are gravely injured. Exiting the city now would not only be unhelpful, but could also become a liability. Disrupting our formation, it would be better to recuperate here for a while, regain some strength, and then consider our next move." Upon hearing this, Wang Meng realized his condition was indeed poor and reluctantly decided to stay put. Observing the battlefield from the city walls, it was then that he came to the realization that the consort cultivation was at the martial sovereign level and that many of the cavalry below were also martial masters. Wang Meng could not help but gasp in astonishment. "By heavens! The cultivation of those foot soldiers is comparable to my own, so I am equivalent to a mere foot soldier. Damn, There is no need for me to assist. He finally understood how ludicrous his earlier impulse to support had been. Given the current situation, the consort and her cavalry were more than capable of controlling the battlefield. Where did this damned cavalry come from in the great Xia kingdom? Aren't all the cavalry under Prince Qin Ye's command? Yell Feng fumed. General, we must quickly devise a plan for our next move. This 10,000-strong cavalry could easily breach our formation, his companion urged. I shall see if this 10,000 cavalry can breach my formation. Yell Feng waved his hand, preparing to consolidate his troops to withstand the cavalry charge. General, we have already committed all available forces to the siege. Now, we are left with only 20,000 infantry in the center. The formation we can establish will be utterly incapable of resisting this 10,000 cavalry, especially since every soldier among them is at least of martial warrior rank. What? This is utterly futile. A commander could not help but exclaim. Yell Feng's expression darkened significantly. General, we must retreat. No, we cannot retreat. Absolutely not. Facing cavalry on the plains, our infantry would be doomed if we withdraw hastily. We might have a slim chance of survival if we defend. All troops, heed my command. Archers prepare. Shoot down those damned cavalry. Yell Feng gritted his teeth and issued the orders. Swish, swish, swish. Mu Ging, leading her 10,000 Bingzhou cavalry, faced the rain of arrows with unwavering resolve. Form up. The 10,000 cavalry instantly aligned, blocking the arrows. Accelerate the charge. The cavalry surged forth like an unstoppable torrent, quickly penetrating the ranks of the Northern Desert Army. Kill. Eradicate these Northern Desert scum. Kill. Wherever the cavalry went, Northern Desert soldiers fell as if they were mere stalks of wheat being harvested. In an instant, the Northern Desert formation shattered, leading to a massacre by the 10,000 cavalry. The battle concluded swiftly, lasting less than half an hour. General, the casualty report is in. Ajin Iwei approached Mu Ging. Speak. In this battle, our forces defeated an enemy of 118,000, slaying 86,500 of them. Our own losses are 45 heavily wounded, over 200 lightly wounded, and 500 warhorses lost, with no fatalities. Yu Ging's brows relaxed at this news. The victory was indeed monumental. However, she was acutely aware that the magnitude of this success was not solely due to the might of the Bingzhou cavalry, but also because Yell Feng had not anticipated the existence of such cavalry in Great Xia. Caught unprepared, this allowed for such an overwhelming result. Had Yell Feng been prepared, while victory would still have been hers, it would not have been so easily achieved, and there would have been some losses. Unlike this battle with no deaths. Yet, Mu Ging did not relax her guard. If the Northern Desert's reinforcements arrived, the situation would once again turn unfavorable. Send word. Treat the severely wounded with all our might. Attend to the lightly wounded, and the rest shall scour the battlefield for usable equipment and supplies, especially those useful for defending the city, and transport them into Fushun City to guard against the enemy. Yes, all present executed Mu Ging's orders. I am Wang Meng, paying my respects to the Empress. At this moment, the city commander of Fushun, Wang Meng, descended from the city tower and knelt before Mu Ging on one knee. Upon hearing this, Mu Ging's face flushed crimson. How could Wang Meng address her as Empress? After all, she was still a young maiden. Yet, she merely blushed without offering any explanation. Chapter 59. 90,000 cavalry against 300,000 infantry, casting a glance at Wang Meng. She spoke in a solemn tone. General Wang, you have distinguished yourself in the defense of the city. Please rise. Furthermore, I hope you will henceforth refer to me as General Mu. Wang Meng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded. Yes, he then stood, chuckling wryly. Your Highness, General Mu, I truly feel unworthy of the credit for this defense. Had it not been for the princess's decisive action in deploying 8,000 defenders that day, Fushun would have surely fallen to the first wave of the Northern Mongolian Kingdom's assault. General Wang, do not be overly modest. The fact that you managed to hold out with a mere 40,000 remnants for 6 days speaks volumes to your merit. His Majesty will undoubtedly remember all those who have contributed and will confer honors upon the Princess of Liao. Wang Meng's heart was heavy with bittersweet thoughts. The truth was, Fushun's endurance was largely due to the fact that the Northern Mongolian Kingdom's vanguard general, Yell Feng, had suffered significant losses on the first day, resulting in lessened subsequent assaults. Otherwise, Fu Shun would have fallen long ago. "Thank you, General," he said, willing to accept the praise, and bowed once more to Mu Ging. Mu Ging gazed at Wang Ming, pondering for a moment before inquiring, "What is the main army of the Northern Mongolian Kingdom expected to return?" According to reports, the subsequent army of 700,000 from the Northern Mongolian Kingdom was still 2 days away from Fu Shun. Wang Ming paused briefly, casting a glance at Mu Ging before asking, "General Mu, when can we expect the reinforcements led by the Grand Commander?" Grand Commander Qin Qingji had already set out with 180,000 troops 2 days prior. However, even with the Grand Commander's full speed, it would take at least 4 days for the infantry to reach Fu Shun, meaning they would arrive in another 2 days. It remained to be seen whether the Grand Commander's reinforcements would arrive more swiftly or if the Northern Mongolian Kingdom's 700,000 troops would prove faster. Upon hearing this news, Wang Ming felt a sense of relief. 180,000 reinforcements comprised the most formidable troops of the Great Xia Kingdom, the Imperial Guards, and the city defense forces of the capital. Ensuring Fu Shun's defense would hold, however, refrained from informing Wang Ming that Qin Feng had personally led a large army to seize Haifeng Valley. The fewer people who knew about this matter, the safer it would be. She had to keep it confidential. "General Wang, I will leave 2,000 iron cavalry behind. You are to organize them to repair the fortifications in preparation for any further enemy incursions." Wang Ming was taken aback, about to inquire further, when Mu Ging continued, "I will personally lead 8,000 iron cavalry to harass the Northern Mongolian Kingdom's forces and buy time for the Grand Commander's reinforcements." "This, General Mu, we should—" "You need not say more. This is an order from His Majesty, and I must carry it out." With that, Mu Ging led 8,000 iron cavalry from Bingzhou, accompanied by 500 Jin Wei, in pursuit of the retreating vanguard of the Northern Mongolian Kingdom. However, this time, they proceeded at a slower pace, allowing the horses to rest and the soldiers to replenish their strength with some food. A day later, Qin Feng, Elbu, and Cheng Yu led over 90,000 iron cavalry, now less than half a day's journey from Haifeng Valley. "Your Majesty, after a relentless day of travel, our soldiers are utterly fatigued. Let us allow them a moment to rest." Elbu urged Qin Feng that, in their haste to reach Haifeng Valley, the army had barely rested for an hour throughout the journey, leaving the soldiers exceedingly weary. Qin Feng, understanding that a fatigued army would lack combat effectiveness, nodded and commanded, "Relay the order for the troops to rest for 4 hours." "Yes." Elbu bowed in acknowledgement and went to convey the order. Zhongde arranged for the Jin Wei to act as scouts. "I need to know the route between our position and Haifeng Valley, as well as any pertinent information." "Understood. I will make the arrangements immediately." Dismounting, Qin Feng found a spot to sit and closed his eyes to rest. He had scarcely taken a moment to recuperate during the journey. Report. Less than 2 hours into their respite, the voice of the Jin Wei startled Qin Feng awake. Cheng Yu and Elbu were at his side. "Speak." As the three opened their eyes to regard the Jin Wei, he reported, "Your Majesty, 100 miles ahead, we have spotted the Northern Mongolian Kingdom's army. Approximately 300,000 strong." "What?" Qin Feng, Cheng Yu, and Elbu exclaimed in astonishment. "How could the Northern Mongolian Kingdom's army be in this region? Whose banner are they flying?" "Your Majesty, they're flying the banner of the Yuan clan." "Yuan?" Cheng Yu pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "The Northern Mongolian Kingdom has only one general of the Yuan clan, the Northern General Yuan Xian." Qin Feng frowned slightly. "Is this Yuan Xian particularly formidable?" "Not exceptionally so, but he commands the only cavalry unit of the Northern Mongolian Kingdom, totaling 300,000. I never anticipated that they would dare to deploy their northern elite forces, which are meant to withstand the northern barbarians." Qin Feng's expression shifted. The audacity of their advance indicated that the Northern Mongolian Kingdom had no cavalry. Yet now, a cavalry unit had unexpectedly emerged. "Cavalry?" The Jin Wei replied with confusion. "What? Cavalry? There are no cavalry. They are all infantry." "What? No cavalry?" Cheng Yu was taken aback and then elatedly asked, "Are you certain they lack cavalry?" "Sir Commander, how could I possibly return with such news without being certain?" "I assure you, there is no cavalry," the Jin Wei affirmed. "Splendid news." "Your Majesty, It appears Yuan Xin's forces are headed to support Yelfeng. This presents us with an excellent opportunity. Indeed, it is a fortuitous chance. The faces of Qin Feng and his companions broke into cold smiles. The 300,000 troops of the northern Mongolian kingdom were practically falling into their laps. An army of 300,000 without cavalry stood no chance against 90,000 iron cavalry. The outcome was a foregone conclusion. Mass slaughter. It would be a one-sided massacre. In the age of cold weapons, infantry could not contend with cavalry. Cavalry could dominate infantry, with small formations of 1 cavalryman facing 5 infantrymen. Medium formations 1 cavalryman against 10, and large formations 1 cavalryman against 20. This meant that a few hundred cavalry could equate to 500 infantry, a few thousand cavalry to 10,000 infantry, and over 10,000 cavalry to 20,000 infantry. It was better to have 50,000 iron cavalry than 1,000,000 infantry. The combat effectiveness of 50,000 iron cavalry surpassed that of 1,000,000 infantry. While 100,000 cavalry were virtually invincible, of course, this invincibility was not absolute. If the enemy also had cavalry, if only 1 or 2,000, they could significantly diminish your combat effectiveness. That a few thousand cavalry could delay the infantry just long enough for them to form ranks. Once the infantry had formed ranks, the combat effectiveness of the cavalry would be severely compromised, especially when supported by archers and crossbowmen. If the cavalry attempted to charge at that moment, they would have to consider who would emerge victorious. Now, the absence of cavalry among the northern Mongolian kingdom's 300,000 troops effectively handed Qin Feng's 90,000 Bingzhou iron cavalry a golden opportunity. Your Majesty, I shall relay the order to prepare the troops for battle at once. Elbu exclaimed, excitement evident on his face. This was to be his first battle alongside Qin Feng, and it had to be a resounding success. Not just yet. Qin Feng, considering that Yuan Xin's 300,000 troops were still 100 miles away and would take half a day to reach, decided to allow the weary soldiers to rest fully to regain their strength. They would only prepare when half an hour remained before the battle commenced. Cheng Yu suggested that there was a slope 5 miles ahead, with a gentle gradient but ample space suitable for the cavalry to deploy. A charge could breach Yuan Xin's army in less than half an hour. Qin Feng promptly agreed and instructed everyone to make the necessary preparations. Chapter 60. The entire army charges as the sun began to set. Qin Feng led over 90,000 iron cavalry, stationed on the slope, ready for battle point 10 miles away, lay Yuan Xin's army. And the Jin Wei were constantly relaying the latest intelligence on the enemy. Is Yuan Xin truly such a fool as to march without sending scouts? How did he become the northern general? Elbu scoffed at Yuan Xin's apparent negligence. Qin Feng merely smiled faintly and replied, it is not surprising. Yuan Xin is unaware that we have 90,000 cavalry here, and this area is under the control of the northern Mongolian kingdom. Naturally, he has let his guard down and failed to dispatch scouts. However, this is advantageous for us. We need not charge prematurely, but rather wait until they draw closer to catch them off guard. Indeed, Your Majesty is correct. Had Yuan Xin known of our cavalry's presence, he would likely have turned back to Haifeng Valley by now. Cheng Yu added with a grin. Very well. They are now less than 10 miles away. It won't be long before they arrive. Feng Xian, as cavalry combat, is your forte. Please outline our strategy. Your Majesty, I will lead 50,000 cavalry in a frontal assault. You will take 2,000 cavalry around to their rear to cut off Yuan Xin's escape route, ensuring no one can return to Haifeng Valley to report. The Chancellor will command 10,000 cavalry from the left flank, while I will arrange for another 10,000 cavalry to attack from the right flank. In this manner, Yuan Xin's 300,000 troops will be ours for the taking. Feng Xian, your plan is commendable, yet I am not entirely satisfied. Qin Feng shook his head. Elbu was startled and quickly inquired. Your Majesty, what do you mean? While my cultivation may not match yours, there is no need for me to hide in the rear as a spectator. Assign someone else to cut off their retreat. I shall lead the right flank. Qin Feng understood well that in a cavalry charge, the chances of infantry escaping were slim as for retreat routes. Could they outrun the cavalry? Elbu hastily implored. Your Majesty, you must not. The battlefield is fraught with uncertainty. How can you, a treasure of unparalleled worth, take such risks? Qin Feng's gaze was resolute as he declared, Feng Xian, cease your entreaties as the sovereign of the great Xia. I must lead by example. The subordinate bowed in obedience, and Elbu swiftly altered their strategy, assigning others to lead 10,000 iron cavalry to secure their rear, while Qin Feng commanded 20,000 iron cavalry to launch an assault from the right flank. Once the orders were issued, the troops sprang into action in less than half an hour. They had traversed 10 miles, and Yuan Xian's forces had arrived. "General, look ahead." "What do you see?" A trusted aide beside Yuan Xian noticed a dark mass on the slope. Upon discerning it was cavalry, Yuan Xian's complexion shifted drastically. "Cavalry? How can there be cavalry here? This is our territory in the northern desert. How could they possibly appear? Moreover, I have received no prior warning." At that moment, Yuan Xian could have slapped himself in frustration for his oversight, having assumed the route was free of enemies and neglected to send scouts. Now, he could only silently pray that the enemy cavalry was not numerous. "Why are we standing idle? Form ranks, quickly!" Yuan Xian shouted furiously. Orders were relayed, but moving an army of 300,000 was no trivial task. Meanwhile, Elbu stood upon the slope, observing the infantry below beginning to mobilize. With a cold sneer, he shouted, "Bingzhou Iron Cavalry, charge forth! Today, let these northern barbarians have no return." Elbu galloped down the slope, leading 5,000 iron cavalry in a thunderous charge, their hooves pounding like thunder. Shaking the earth beneath them, the infantry of the northern desert, confronted by such a ferocious cavalry charge, turned pale, utterly devoid of the will to resist. Many were so terrified they dropped their weapons and fled. Let alone forming ranks. "Kill!" Seeing this, Elbu let out a chilling laugh, unleashing a fierce battle cry. Like a sword piercing through, his Fangtian Huaji swept through the ranks, claiming hundreds of lives, with blood splattering like a torrential downpour. His steed, the red hare, seemed almost sentient, galloping with the force of a tempest, driving deep into the enemy's heart. The 5,000 Bingzhou Iron Cavalry surged into the disarrayed infantry like a tiger among sheep. Wherever the cavalry advanced, the northern soldiers screamed in agony, limbs flying in all directions. The slaughter had begun. Fortunately, Yuan Xian was indeed the northern desert's grand general. Quickly regaining his composure, he understood that against such elite cavalry, only by forming a cohesive formation could they hope to mount any defense. Otherwise, they would be slaughtered. "Steady yourselves. Whole formation." Yuan Xian wielded his general's sword, desperately attempting to bolster the morale of his men. However, the collapse of the front lines ignited chaos like a spark igniting a powder keg, and the center rapidly spiraled into disorder. Only the rear remained somewhat organized, but with the chaos in the front and center blocking their path. Even a formation could not be effectively deployed. They could not strike at their own men, lest they further exacerbate the turmoil. Originally, 300,000 men in formation possessed formidable combat strength, yet now they had devolved into a one-sided massacre. Elbu pressed deeper into the enemy ranks and soon spotted Yuan Xian, stationed in the center, but he laughed heartily, for slaying this grand general of the northern desert would be a monumental achievement. "Yuan Xian, prepare to meet your end." Elbu's roar echoed like thunder, sending shockwaves that knocked several northern soldiers off their feet. The red hare, understanding its master's intent, charged fiercely toward Yuan Xian. "Block him! Quickly block him!" Yuan Xian's face paled in terror at the sight of Elbu charging with murderous intent, and he hurriedly commanded his troops to intercept. "Those who stand in my way shall die." Elbu bellowed, his ferocity unmatched. With each swing of his Fangtian Huaji, he claimed the lives of over 100 soldiers, unleashing a storm of bloodshed, unstoppable as a tiger in a flock of sheep. The red hare neighed fiercely, as if urging on the carnage. Behind him, the 5,000 Bingzhou Iron Cavalry pressed relentlessly toward Yuan Xian's position. The air was filled with anguished screams. "General, we must retreat. This enemy commander is too formidable for us to withstand." A loyal aide of Yuan Xian, sensing the impending doom, pulled him away to flee. However, this retreat was perceived by the resisting soldiers, and instantly, panic spread through their ranks, exacerbating the chaos. "Yuan Xian, you shall not escape." Elbu charged into the throng, pursuing Yuan Xian relentlessly on the right flank. Qin Feng, witnessing Elbu's engagement, drew his sword and shouted, "Warriors, follow me into battle, kill!" The 2,000 Iron Cavalry responded in unison, launching an assault against Yuan Xian's right flank. The soldiers of the northern desert hurriedly adjusted their defenses, but in their haste, they could hardly hope to withstand the onslaught of Iron Cavalry. "Oh, not be arrogant, enemy general. I shall take your life." Qin Feng led the charge, reveling in the thrill of combat, when suddenly, a towering figure on a massive steed wielding a giant axe charged forth to challenge him. "That a mere martial master of the third tier dares to challenge me. Die." Qin Feng scoffed, executing the Ba Tian sword technique. In a blink, the burly man had no chance to resist, his body cleaved in two. What? He dares to call himself I? Chapter 61. The Bingzhou Iron Cavalry, Zhang Liao, is here. Just as Yuan Xian retreated to the rear guard, he heard Qin Feng's proclamation and was elated, for the only one bold enough to claim I here was the young emperor of the Great Xia. If he could capture this young emperor, he might just turn the tide of battle. Haha, heaven has not forsaken me. Archers, take aim and shoot that young general, a bounty of 10,000 gold to the one who kills him. In an instant, tens of thousands of arrows were loosed, darkening the sky as they rained down toward Qin Feng. Ha! You think this can kill me? Yet Qin Feng remained undaunted, charging into the rain of arrows toward Yuan Xian. Having attained the 4th tier of Martial Master, he was surrounded by a protective aura that shattered the incoming arrows. Moreover, the enemy forces lacked the strength to surpass his own, leaving him with little to fear. "Bring me a sword," grabbing a blade handed to him by a personal guard. Yuan Xian charged at Qin Feng. "Die, young emperor." With a sinister grin, Yuan Xian, at the pinnacle of the 5th tier of Martial Master, believed he could easily subdue Qin Feng. "You seek death." Qin Feng, unfazed, swung his sword in a downward arc toward Yuan Xian. With a resounding crash, immense force erupted, sending Yuan Xian and his steed stumbling back 2 paces. Astonishment crossed Yuan Xian's face. This young emperor was no ordinary foe. With a swift arc, Qin Feng unleashed the Chuan Yun step and the Ba Tian sword technique once more, aiming for Yuan Xian's neck. Yuan Xian, no slouch himself and a veteran of countless battles, utilized his extensive experience to narrowly evade what should have been a fatal blow, retreating rapidly on horseback. "Where do you think you're going?" Qin Feng bellowed, his form flickering as he pursued. "Protect the general." Yuan Xian's personal guards rushed forward to shield him. "Damn it," Qin Feng cursed under his breath, retreating to his mount. In the midst of a large-scale formation, individual prowess appeared insignificant, unless there was a vast difference in levels. Falling off one's horse amidst a throng could spell certain doom, even for a martial master. The strength of a formation is significantly influenced by morale. Should a commander fall, the morale of their troops would plummet, weakening the formation's effectiveness, while the enemy would gain confidence, solidifying their own ranks and amplifying their might. "Kill him!" Yuan Xian, recognizing the difficulty of dealing with Qin Feng, commanded his aides to surround and eliminate him. "Protect his majesty." Just then, El Bu, riding the red hare like a god of war, broke through the front and middle ranks. Reaching the rear guard, with his formidable strength, he carved a path as if traversing an uninhabited realm, swiftly arriving before Qin Feng. With a swing of his Fangtian Huaji, he unleashed a fierce killing intent, instantly slaying the personal guard surrounding Qin Feng. Retreat. Yuan Xian, witnessing El Bu's ferocity, could only fall back, cursing inwardly at the lack of intelligence regarding such a powerful foe. "Yuan Xian, where do you think you're going?" El Bu roared, charging at Yuan Xian with his weapon poised to strike. "This man is too terrifying. My 300,000 troops cannot withstand him alone." Yet there was no time for Yuan Xian to ponder. As he commanded, "Crossbows, fire at that general." Hearing the order, the soldiers swiftly adjusted the crossbows to aim at El Bu. Numerous specially modified ballistae unleashed a barrage of bolts, trailing ethereal blue flames as they soared toward El Bu. The sheer power of the assault momentarily halted even El Bu, a martial sovereign. However, this volley not only failed to harm El Bu, but also felled numerous soldiers of the northern desert, clearing a swath of the battlefield around him, leaving a radius of 50 meters devoid of standing enemies, the majority having succumbed to the devastating force of the bolts. Meanwhile, The surrounding cavalry quickly formed a protective ring around Qin Feng. Your Majesty, we must retreat to the main army. Otherwise, we risk being struck by the crossbows. Cheng Yu's expression was grave. After all, the crossbow's attacking power was exceptionally formidable, capable of momentarily halting even a fierce general like Elbu. Qin Feng nodded, refraining from idle chatter, and promptly led Cheng Yu back to the Iron Cavalry, charging alongside them toward the enemy formation with the singular aim of obliterating those crossbows. If left unchecked, those crossbows would inevitably inflict tremendous casualties upon their soldiers. Qin Feng bellowed, "Warriors, follow me to destroy the crossbows. Attack!" 2,000 Iron Cavalry echoed his call, surging toward the enemy ranks. Yu Wenxuan watched this scene with a sullen countenance. He wished to intervene, but found himself powerless. All the crossbows had already been ordered to target Elbu, leaving no spare ones to counter the cavalry charge led by Qin Feng. "General, we must leave quickly. If we don't, we may never escape." Several of his loyal guards urged him. Yu Wenxuan surveyed the battlefield, his expression shifting constantly. Though reluctant, he eventually nodded and departed with his men. He had no desire to accompany the army to its doom. He still commanded a force in the north, and even if the kingdom sought to hold him accountable, they would not dare to execute him. There was no need to remain here and await death. Yu Wenxuan, accompanied by a few hundred loyal guards, swiftly retreated from the battlefield on horseback. Although Qin Feng noticed Yu Wenxuan's retreat, he paid it no mind. He had the Iron Cavalry at his back and anticipated that Yu Wenxuan would soon be astonished by the turn of events. The immediate priority was to deal with the 30,000 enemy troops before him. Before long, Yu Wenxuan and his men had distanced themselves significantly from the site of the battle. "General, we should be safe now. They will surely be delayed in handling those 30,000 troops." One of his guards asserted, "We must return to Haifeng Valley immediately and then head straight north. By then, with the remaining heavy troops at our disposal. Even if the kingdom seeks to punish us, they will not dare to go too far." Yu Wenxuan's expression darkened, but faced with no alternative, he could only nod in agreement. Yet the thought of losing half of his northern army here pained him deeply. "This defeat has utterly tarnished my reputation. 30,000 troops, just like that, annihilated. General, victory and defeat are common in warfare. As long as we preserve our strength, we need not fear future challenges if we return to the north and regroup. There will surely be an opportunity for vengeance." One guard cautiously consoled him. Yu Wenxuan sighed heavily and resignedly replied, "It seems there is no other way. Daxia Kingdom, await my return. I shall reassemble an army of 100,000. No, 200,000 Iron Cavalry, and then I will trample the Daxia Kingdom beneath my feet." Yu Wenxuan seethed, a cold smile on his lips as he swiftly led his guard away. The other guards, observing Yu Wenxuan's actions, felt a wave of relief wash over them. They had feared he might impulsively wish to return and confront the cavalry, which would spell disaster for them all. Who would be foolish enough to take on tens of thousands of cavalry? That would undoubtedly be a path to self-destruction. However, before long, as Yu Wenxuan and his loyal guards fled, a sudden roar rang out ahead. "Zhang Liao of the Bingzhou Iron Cavalry stands before you. Enemy general, dismount and surrender at once." Startled, Yu Wenxuan and his men quickly turned to look. There, standing boldly in the middle of the road, was a lone figure. Upon confirming that it was only Zhang Liao, Yu Wenxuan's spirits lifted, and he boisterously declared, "You think you can block me with just one man? Charge!" With that, he led his guards forward. Zhang Liao merely smiled calmly and waved his hand at an instant. The ground trembled, and an army of 10,000 cavalry emerged behind him. Chapter 62. Great Victory, Slaughtering 30,000 Enemies. Yu Wenxuan, I, Zhang Liao, acting on the Emperor's orders, have been waiting here with my 10,000 Iron Cavalry for your arrival. You should surrender without delay. Thud. Upon seeing the cavalry that had suddenly appeared behind Zhang Liao, Yu Wenxuan's legs went weak, and he fell clumsily from his galloping horse. "General! General!" His guard were thrown into a frenzy, rushing to assist him. "Heaven is out to get me! Heaven is out to get me!" With that, he spewed forth a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. His guards, witnessing this, erupted into chaos. But before they could say anything further, Zhang Liao had already approached with his 10,000 cavalry. Looking at the panicking guards, Zhang Liao coldly inquired, "Do you still wish to resist?" Thud. The guards exchanged glances, then collectively knelt on the ground. Zhang Liao couldn't help but smile. He had not anticipated that merely cutting off their escape would yield such a significant catch. He brandished his crescent halberd, lifting Yu Wenxuan from the ground by his clothing, and commanded his soldiers, "Keep a close watch on these surrendered soldiers. If they dare to act recklessly, execute them without mercy." "Yes," the 10,000 cavalry responded in unison, their voices deafening, sending a chill through the guards. Zhang Liao hoisted Yu Wenxuan onto his horse and rode toward the battlefield. This moment, the battlefield resembled a scene from a nightmare, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. 8,000 iron cavalry faced 30,000 enemy troops, and in less than an hour, they had slaughtered every last one. The plains were saturated with the acrid scent of blood. Corpses littered the ground, and blood flowed like rivers, staining the earth a vivid scarlet. Qin Feng, Cheng Yu, and Elbu stood atop a previous embankment, gazing down at the lifeless bodies of the 30,000 troops from the Northern Kingdom. Qin Feng's gaze was complex. He couldn't help but reflect on his past life, where he had been an ordinary person. Such a large-scale war was something he had only witnessed on television, if at all, and he had seen it only in history books. Yet today, he had personally slain countless foes on the battlefield that, to be honest, he felt a tinge of melancholy. However, his resolve remained unshaken. As the Emperor of Daxia, he bore the weight of the entire nation's responsibility and future, and he must act for the sake of the myriad citizens of Daxia. The survival of these 30,000 enemies meant the potential demise of the Daxia populace. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng steadied his emotions and asked Cheng Yu, "What do you believe to be the true intentions of the Northern Kingdom, having initially dispatched 1,000,000 troops, and now sending an additional 30,000? Cheng Yu pondered for a moment before responding, "Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, the Northern Kingdom's grand display of force likely stems from an intent to see Daxia perish. They have seized upon your recent ascension to the throne, recognizing the turmoil within the country, and are thus attempting to exploit this moment of internal strife to provoke conflict and seize advantage." Just as I surmised, Qin Feng nodded slightly, then smiled. "Their timing is commendable, but sadly, they have chosen the wrong target." Cheng Yu continued, "Your Majesty, given the circumstances, it is highly probable that they will continue to reinforce their troops. We must swiftly seize Heifeng Valley. We cannot afford any delays." Qin Feng nodded in agreement and issued the order, "Relay my command. Let the soldiers rest in place for 2 hours, then proceed to Heifeng Valley immediately." "Understood." At that moment, a member of the Jin Yiwei approached Qin Feng, saying, "Your Majesty, the battle report has been compiled. Read. In this battle, our forces have slain 30,000 enemy troops and captured 36 siege crossbows, along with innumerable supplies. However, we suffered 265 fatalities, 600 serious injuries, and over 3,000 minor wounds. Your Majesty, we have achieved a resounding victory." Elbu laughed heartily. Aside from the 10,000 cavalry under Zhang Liao as command, the remaining 80,000 cavalry had faced off against 30,000 troops, incurring merely 265 fatalities and over 600 serious injuries. Such results were undeniably a great triumph. Yet upon hearing of the 265 dead, Qin Feng felt a pang of sorrow. These were the Bingzhou iron cavalry he had summoned, and each loss was a significant blow. It was particularly regrettable that they had not yet reached their peak capabilities. Had they been at their zenith, perhaps there would have been no casualties at all. That it was all the fault of the damned Northern Kingdom. Nevertheless, he understood that war inevitably brings death, and all he could do was strive to minimize casualties. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng solemnly addressed Cheng Yu. "Cheng Yu, at your service, compile the list of casualties that we must ensure that the families of the fallen soldiers receive generous compensation and proper care. Moreover, we must spare no effort in treating the seriously injured, and even the lightly wounded must receive appropriate medical attention to facilitate their swift recovery." "Yes, Your Majesty." Once the arrangements were made, Qin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Your Majesty, General Zhang Liao requests an audience with you, along with Yu Wenxuan, a Jin Wei reported. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was instantly elated and replied, "Quickly, let him in." Yes, the Jin Wei hurriedly departed to convey the message. Zhang Liao soon arrived before Qin Feng, dismounting and kneeling on one knee. "I am Zhang Liao, here to pay my respects to your Majesty. Long live the Emperor! Rise!" Qin Feng looked at Zhang Liao with great satisfaction. Standing tall at 8 feet, clad in armor, Zhang Liao's eyes revealed a steadfast determination. Although only 20 years of age, he exuded a remarkable composure and maturity. "Your Majesty, I have successfully executed your orders and captured the Northern Kingdom's General Yu Wenxuan," Zhang Liao announced, gesturing toward Yu Wenxuan. Qin Feng nodded slightly, smiling. "So you managed to subdue him?" "Not quite. It was Yu Wenxuan who, in his flight, encountered my 10,000 cavalry, and after exchanging only a few words with him, he was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground and fainted." Zhang Liao felt somewhat embarrassed, having captured a foe who had been rendered unconscious by fear. How could he possibly face the world after this? Rendered unconscious by fear? Qin Feng, upon hearing this, was left speechless. Is this truly the mighty general of the North? Qin Feng could not help but shake his head and let out a cold snort, declaring, "If that is the case, he serves no purpose. Let us execute him." Yes, upon receiving the command, Zhang Liao prepared to lead Yu Wenxuan away for execution. "I am awake. I am awake." Yu Wenxuan hurriedly opened his eyes. "Ah, the general of the North has quite the talent for feigning death." Qin Feng chuckled. Why Yu Wenxuan's gaze turned somewhat awkward, but he quickly composed himself and sighed. "Your Majesty truly possesses extraordinary courage to lead your army here. I presume your objective is the Black Wind Valley. You possess some wit, after all." Qin Feng responded with a smile. He gazed at Yu Wenxuan, his eyes filled with a complex array of emotions. "Intelligence has betrayed me." Yu Wenxuan's perception of Qin Feng shifted. He realized that Qin Feng was far from the incompetent emperor described in the reports. If the Black Wind Valley fell, Qin Feng's iron cavalry could swiftly advance upon the capital of the Northern Kingdom. Although there were 200,000 imperial guards outside the capital, his own army of 300,000 would easily overwhelm them. Even with the advantage of fortifications, the defenders would be at a severe disadvantage, and the capital would inevitably fall at that moment. However, he found himself captured and unable to relay this warning. Preserving his own life had become paramount. Yu Wenxuan looked at Qin Feng and said, "With your Majesty here, it is indeed a grave mistake for our Northern Kingdom to engage in war against the great Xia. It is too late to say this now. Take him away and execute him." Qin Feng gestured to Zhang Liao. "Wait, your Majesty, I am willing to surrender. I still hold value. I can persuade the northern border troops to submit to you and become a powerful weapon in your hands." Yu Wenxuan, desperate to survive, spoke hastily. "There is no need." Qin Feng shook his head, then waved his hand to signal Zhang Liao. "Take him away and execute him." "Yes, your Majesty, spare my life. I am truly sincere in my submission. Please have mercy." Yu Wenxuan pleaded repeatedly, but Qin Feng paid him no heed. Soon, Zhang Liao returned to report that Yu Wenxuan had been executed. Chapter 63. Capturing Black Wind Valley. Lu Bu was perplexed by Qin Feng's decision and could not help but ask, "Your Majesty, why not spare Yu Wenxuan? If he could indeed persuade the northern border troops to surrender, would that not be to our advantage?" Qin Feng glanced at Lu Bu and replied with a smile. "Feng Xian, if I had 100,000 infantry at my disposal, I would certainly have spared Yu Wenxuan. Attacking the Northern Kingdom would yield substantial benefits. But alas," Qin Feng shook his head and sighed. "Currently, I command only about 350,000 troops, of which merely 300,000 are combat-ready, including 100,000 Imperial Guards and 100,000 city defense soldiers, that we are utterly incapable of assaulting the Northern Kingdom. Moreover, I have only 90,000 cavalry at my side. Keeping Yu Wenxuan would necessitate assigning personnel to guard him, yielding no benefits and only drawbacks. Our foremost task is to address the million-strong army of Yel Qi, and retaining Yu Wenxuan serves no purpose." Upon hearing this, Lu Bu came to a realization, saying, "Your Majesty is wise. It was my oversight." Qin Feng waved his hand. enough with the flattery. Quickly organize the troops and prepare for the upcoming battle. Yes, Zhongde, instruct the Jinyue to investigate the current situation at Black Wind Valley. Qin Feng directed Chengyu. Rest assured, Your Majesty, even before the impending battle, I had already dispatched the Jinyue for reconnaissance. News should arrive shortly. Qin Feng nodded slightly, and seizing the moment of respite, he took out the Human Emperor banner. Collecting the souls of the 30,000 troops below, a dark aura enveloped the Human Emperor banner. Its power ascending dramatically from the original high-grade Xian rank to the superior-grade Earth rank. Before long, the intelligence from the Jinyue arrived. Chengyu, upon reviewing the information, was beaming with joy, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, good news." According to the Jinyue's report, the garrison at Black Wind Valley is fewer than 1,000 men, and their defenses are lax. If we attack now, we can easily seize Black Wind Valley. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng rejoiced. Excellent. Prepare for an immediate assault. We must capture Black Wind Valley. However, Qin Feng did not intend to deploy the several thousand iron cavalry that had just engaged in battle, instead addressing Zhang Liao. Zhang Liao, this subordinate is here. Quickly assemble the troops. Accompany me and Feng Xian to Black Wind Valley. This subordinate shall obey. Simultaneously, Qin Feng entrusted several thousand iron cavalry to Chengyu, his expression serious as he said, "Zhongde, these 80,000 cavalry are in your charge. Be vigilant and do not let your guard down. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will be cautious." Qin Feng nodded in acknowledgement and said nothing more. Soon, an iron cavalry unit led by Qin Feng, Lu Bu, and Zhang Liao arrived less than 5 miles from Black Wind Valley. Your Majesty, as the Jinyue reported, the soldiers defending Black Wind Valley are indeed sparse, and their defenses are lax. The 5-mile distance was not far, especially for a master like Lu Bu, who could easily discern the situation at the valley's gate. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and remarked, "That is only to be expected. Who would have anticipated that our great Xia kingdom could send 10,000 cavalry to breach Yelchi's 70,000 troops and reach this place? Furthermore, the two nations have enjoyed a long period of peace, leading to a decline in vigilance among the city defenders. Your Majesty, if that is the case, please give the order to seize Black Wind Valley." "Very well, charge." The three of them led their 10,000 iron cavalry like a black torrent towards Black Wind Valley. It was at this moment that the defenders finally sensed something amiss. When the commanding general of the garrison noticed the sea of black cavalry below, his face turned pale, and he shouted with all his might, "Close the city gates! Quickly, close the gates!" The soldiers below reacted swiftly, preparing to shut the gates. Seeing this, Qin Feng immediately called out to Lu Bu, "Feng Xian, we cannot allow them to close the gates." Black Wind Valley was easy to defend but difficult to attack. With only 1,000 defenders, if they were to hold their ground, conquering it would require a significant cost. In the case of the elite Bingzhou cavalry, it would likely cost dozens of lives. For a regular army, they would need to expend at least several thousand troops to achieve victory. "This subordinate shall obey." Lu Bu urged his steed forward, the steed whinnying like an arrow released from its bow. As he approached the gates of Black Wind Valley, Lu Bu leaped into the air, gripping the heavy Fontian painted halberd tightly, and roared, "Halberd, pierce the heavens!" The Fontian halberd, infused with dark energy, struck the gates of Black Wind Valley. With a resounding crash, the still closing gates were shattered, metal and wood splintering in all directions, dust rising in clouds. "Kill!" Seeing this, Qin Feng immediately led the cavalry into the city, the sounds of battle echoing thunderously. In less than a quarter of an hour, the 1,000 defenders within Black Wind Valley were utterly annihilated. Black Wind Valley had fallen into Qin Feng's hands. After capturing Black Wind Valley, Qin Feng arranged for the Jinyue to send word to Chengyu, instructing him to bring the remaining Bingzhou cavalry to Black Wind Valley. This Black Wind Valley is truly a strategic location. Qin Feng stood atop the northern gate of Black Wind Valley, gazing into the distance, sighing. Nestled between two towering mountains, its narrow entrance and sheer cliffs on both sides formed a natural fortress. Indeed, Your Majesty, Black Wind Valley is a formidable stronghold. It is not merely the Northern Kingdom's oversight. The cost of capturing it would undoubtedly be significant. Qin Feng nodded and smiled. Now that we have secured this stronghold, The Northern Kingdom will have a headache ahead, with Black Wind Valley in our possession. We can use it as a launch pad for assaults on the Northern Kingdom at any time that I estimate they will soon dispatch heavy forces to reclaim Black Wind Valley. Lu Bu added. Qin Feng nodded in agreement, recognizing that despite seizing Black Wind Valley, many arrangements still awaited him. Before long, Chen Yu arrived with the army at Black Wind Valley, the southern gate. Qin Feng and Cheng Yu stood together. Gazing in the direction of the Northern Kingdom's capital, they faced two choices. First, allow the soldiers a brief respite before returning to engage Yao Qi's army, catching them off guard to eliminate this considerable threat. Or second, march south to attack the capital of the Northern Kingdom, capturing their emperor and ministers to compel Yao Qi to surrender. Your Majesty, what are your intentions? Cheng Yu inquired, his gaze fixed on Qin Feng. Qin Feng chuckled softly and replied, the military strength of the Northern Kingdom is comparable to that of our great Xia. Their capital's imperial guards number no less than 200,000. What are our chances of successfully attacking the capital? If we strike unexpectedly, we have a 70% chance, Cheng Yu asserted. Qin Feng shook his head. A 70% chance is indeed high, but I cannot afford to gamble now. If we fail, losing thousands of cavalry would prevent us from addressing Yao Qi's 70,000 troops. The risk is too great and not worth the wager. Moreover, as long as we maintain a firm grip on Black Wind Valley, we will have the initiative to strike at the Northern Kingdom whenever we choose. Although the temptation to capture the Emperor of the Northern Kingdom is significant, my current confidence is still insufficient. Should I lose the gamble, the loss is one I cannot bear at this moment. In summary, the message was clear. Play it safe and develop steadily. Do not act recklessly. Your Majesty, I comprehend your command, and I shall make arrangements immediately, Cheng Yu declared. Very well. Let us appoint Zhang Liao as the commander of the city garrison. Yes, Your Majesty. Qin Feng nodded in agreement, and then Cheng Yu took his leave. Standing alone upon the city walls, Qin Feng gazed at the capital of the Northern Desert Kingdom and murmured, Northern Desert Kingdom, await your fate. I shall undoubtedly lead my great army to claim you as a territory of the great Xia. Once Cheng Yu had completed the arrangements, Qin Feng, along with Lu Bu and Cheng Yu, departed from Black Wind Valley with 60,000 cavalry from Bingzhou, heading towards the direction where Yao Qi's forces were located. In Black Wind Valley, Qin Feng left behind fewer than 30,000 troops, a modest number that included both severely and lightly wounded soldiers. Alas, with Yao Qi commanding an army of 700,000, he could not afford to leave too many soldiers for Zhang Liao to defend the city. Nevertheless, with Zhang Liao and 30,000 Bingzhou cavalry, the defense of Black Wind Valley should pose little trouble. Chapter 64. Night assault on the camp. 1,000 slay 70,000. Within Yao Qi's camp, less than a day's journey from Fushan City, Yao Qi sat at the head of the table, coldly observing Yao Feng, who was kneeling before him. Yao Feng, I entrusted you with 300,000 troops to serve as the vanguard of our Northern Desert Kingdom and seize Fushan City. Yet, not only have you failed to capture it, but you have also been pursued here by a mere girl from Fushan, and now your forces have dwindled to less than 20,000. What punishment do you think you deserve? Commander, this matter cannot be solely blamed on me. I truly had no knowledge that the Great Xia would possess cavalry. Our intelligence system failed to provide any information, Yao Feng hastily explained while kneeling. Very well. I shall not hold you solely accountable for that. However, in the 6 days prior, your 300,000 troops were unable to breach Fushan City. What punishment do you deserve for that? Commander, Yao Feng was perplexed. Had he known the defenders of Fushan were so resilient, he would never have volunteered to be the vanguard he had intended to earn military merit. Yet now he found himself facing punishment instead. Silence! You have committed such a grave error and still dare to argue. Yao Qi thundered. Bring him forth? Yes. Yao Feng, you have caused the loss of 300,000 elite soldiers and suffered defeat in your first battle. Execution. Yao Feng's complexion turned pale, and he urgently pleaded. Commander, spare me. I shall certainly follow your lead from now on. I swear. What are you waiting for? Drag him out and execute him. Several soldiers immediately seized Yao Feng and dragged him away for execution. After the execution of this guilty general, Yao Qi felt a measure of relief. He surveyed the many generals within the tent and declared, "Who among you dares to take up the mantle of vanguard to capture Fushun City?" The generals exchanged glances, none daring to respond. After a considerable pause, one general finally steeled himself and stepped forward, clasping his fists. "Commander, according to the latest intelligence, the great Xia's Grand General Chen Qingji has led an army of 180,000 to Fushun City. Should we not deliberate further? Deliberate further?" Yao Qi's expression darkened, his voice rising in anger. "As the Grand General of the Northern Desert Kingdom, leading an army of 1 million, you suggest I deliberate over a mere unknown general? Do you look down upon me, Yao Qi? Do you consider me akin to that useless Yao Feng?" Upon hearing this, the general's face paled, and he quickly knelt, exclaiming, "Commander, I am wronged. I would never dream of such a thought. I only wish to consider the welfare of the kingdom's troops. Enough." Yao Qi waved his hand and commanded, "Summon the troops. Execute my orders. Advance at full speed. We must reach Fushun City before nightfall." Understood. As the last rays of the setting sun faded, Chen Qingji, Mu Qing, and Wang Meng stood atop Fushun City. "Grand General, the vanguard of Yao Qi has indeed arrived, merely 10 miles from the city." Wang Meng pointed towards the distance. Chen Qingji nodded. "It appears this battle will not be easy." Wang Meng and Mu Qing exchanged bitter smiles, although their army of 180,000 was formidable. They faced Yao Qi, the Grand General of the Northern Desert Kingdom, who commanded 700,000 troops that seemed only a mere 40,000 more than the 30,000 led by Yao Feng. Yet the implications were entirely different. After all, Yao Feng, despite being the Grand General of the Northern Desert Kingdom, could not match the military prowess of Yao Qi. Yet, no matter how challenging it may be, I, Chen Qingji, shall fight, and we must prevail. We must defend Fushun City. Chen Qingji declared solemnly, "We vow to share the fate of Fushun City." Mu Qing, Wang Meng, and the others echoed in unison. Chen Qingji nodded and addressed Wang Meng. "Go at once and relay my orders. Allow the soldiers to rest, but they must not remove their armor. In my view, the Northern Desert Kingdom will likely refrain from a rash assault today. Yet we must remain vigilant." "Understood," Wang Meng replied and proceeded to convey the orders. Chen Qingji then turned his attention to Mu Qing, saying, "General Mu, I require your assistance with an urgent matter." "Grand General, please do not hesitate to speak." And Mu Qing responded readily, "I need you to lead 1,000 cavalry and 500 Imperial Guards to circumvent Yao Qi's forces and hasten to Black Wind Valley to inform His Majesty, urging him to accelerate his march and come to relieve the siege of Fushun City." "Understood." After Mu Qing departed, Chen Qingji let out a sigh of relief. He knew that Mu Qing was a capable warrior who had achieved considerable military merit. But ultimately, she was still a person close to His Majesty, destined to become a royal consort. Chen Qingji dared not allow her to remain in the heart of the battlefield. However, had Mu Qing been aware of Chen Qingji's thoughts, she would have undoubtedly harbored intentions to eliminate him, questioning why she could not stay on the battlefield. That night, shrouded in darkness, the moon concealed behind sparse stars, the gates of Fushun City swung wide open. 1,000 cavalry clad in black armor, riding black steeds with their hooves wrapped in cloth, surged forth from the city like phantoms. To the forefront was none other than Chen Qingji. This time, his objective was clear: a night assault on the camp. The vanguard of the Northern Desert Kingdom had only just arrived after a long journey, and now it was the dead of night. They were undoubtedly weary, making it unlikely anyone would anticipate that the defenders of Fushun City would dare to emerge and launch an assault. This was Chen Qingji's opportunity. The 1,000 cavalry he commanded were the elite among the 10,000. Possessing formidable strength, and under his leadership, they were sure to achieve remarkable results. The distance for cavalry is traversed in the blink of an eye. Grand General, the vanguard of the Northern Desert Kingdom is indeed unprepared. One of Chen Qingji's aides remarked. Chen Qingji nodded, observing that the guards surrounding the camp numbered fewer than 500, and each was slumped over, dozing at their posts, utterly oblivious to the impending danger. Below lay the nightmare for the 15,000 infantry camp. "Charge!" Chen Qingji brandished a spear, leading the charge. Upon reaching the camp's entrance, he shouted with a commanding voice, thrusting his spear forward to shatter the camp's gate, startling the sentries who had been dozing off. Yet before they could react, the cold blades of cavalry had already claimed their lives. All troops, heed my command. Divide into 3 teams, focused on destroying the camp, slaying soldiers and burning the granaries. Understood. Once the arrangements were made, Chun Xingji led 100 cavalry directly towards the vanguard's main tent, leaving no room for anyone who dared to obstruct him. Many soldiers of the Northern Desert Kingdom were still lost in slumber when their lives were mercilessly taken by the cold blades of war. Having no chance to resist, his 100 cavalry charged through as if entering an unguarded realm, a massacre unfolding. Finally, Chun Xingji found himself at the entrance of the vanguard's main tent. Who dares to assault the camp? From within the tent, a general wielding a great sword burst forth. He leapt into the air, swinging his sword towards Chun Xingji, but with a swift movement, Chun Xingji raised his spear, delivering a fatal strike. Before long, the camp supplies caught fire, and as the soldiers of the Northern Desert Kingdom scrambled to extinguish the flames, Chun Xingji led his 1,000 cavalry into the vanguard's camp, charging forth at an instant. Heads flew, particularly those soldiers who had set down their weapons to save the supplies. Each was slain. Chun Xingji glanced back, witnessing the fervor among his men. Turning back, he urged another charge, after several rounds of charging. The vanguard's main tent lay in ruins, a scene of utter devastation. Ha! Grand General, this night has been exhilarating. Those from the Northern Desert Kingdom surely never anticipated our daring assault. This massacre has been truly enjoyable. Alas, if only our strength were greater. We could have slain more than just 70,000 that upon our return, we must train diligently to vanquish even more enemies. Chun Xingji, listening to his men, could not help but smile. He had not expected this assault to proceed so smoothly that it was almost unbelievable. The 1,000 cavalrymen were all elite warriors, and as they fought until they could no longer continue, one could only imagine the number of lives they had taken as for their own losses. Well, there were none. A few had merely suffered minor injuries from their fervent slashing. Upon their return, each would receive a reward of 100 gold. Thank you, Grand General. Let us withdraw. Chun Xingji, leading his 1,000 cavalry, returned to the city, bearing significant military achievements. Chapter 65. The White-Robed Army Strikes. In the Northern Desert Kingdom, the esteemed General Yel Qi was nearly driven to the brink of madness upon receiving alarming news. If you dare tell me that out of my initial force of 150,000, only 50,000 remain. How could the provisions meant for a month for 150,000 soldiers be entirely consumed so swiftly? Most critically, you inform me that my 3,000 elite warriors stationed at the forefront have been utterly annihilated. Lin Yong, explain this madness to me. If Chun Xingji were to learn that their achievements exceeded their expectations, he would undoubtedly revel in joy. Yet, Yel Qi was far from pleased. Just a quarter of an hour prior, he had been indulging in dreams within the central tent, only to be abruptly roused by a stream of catastrophic tidings. A staggering 10,000 of his 150,000 troops had perished overnight. 10,000. Not a mere 1,000 or 10,000, but a full 10,000. This number included the 3,000 elite fighters he had entrusted to the vanguard. Capable of taking on 10 foes each, such valor extinguished, while their adversaries, a mere 1,000 cavalry, had been responsible for the massacre of his 10,000 men. Even if one were to unleash 1,000 individuals upon 10,000 swine, one night would scarcely suffice for the slaughter. Yel Qi's gaze bore down upon the trembling figure of his deputy, Lin Yong, who had fled at the first sight of the cavalry assault. His decisive retreat had spared him from the carnage surrounding the vanguard tent. It is all the fault of that commander, Chun Hui. I had advised him to erect barricades and position sentinels outside the camp. Yet he dismissed my counsel, claiming the defenders of Fushun would not dare to attack. Consequently, under the cover of night, the unprepared camp was invaded by Chun Xingji and his 1,000 iron steeds, wreaking havoc and claiming the lives of over 50,000 of my soldiers, many of whom were slain in their slumber, with over 50,000 burned alive, all attributable to Chun Hui's negligence. Where is that fool, Chun Hui? Summon him to me at once. Yell Qi bellowed in fury. Chen Hui has already met his demise at the hands of Chun Qingji. Consider it his good fortune. Had he survived, I would have seen him subjected to 1,000 tortures to assuage my wrath. Yell Qi seethed, his countenance aflame with ire, while the generals beneath him bowed their heads, unwilling to speak. After a moment, he inhaled deeply, suppressing his rage, and addressed the still prostrate Lin Yong. This is not your fault. You may leave. Thank you, great commander, for your mercy. Lin Yong exclaimed, elated, and hurriedly withdrew. Yell Qi turned to his assembled generals. His voice grave, gentlemen, given our current predicament, what strategies do you propose? The generals exchanged glances, acutely aware of Yell Qi's volatile temper, and remained silent. Finally, the highest-ranking general, after much hesitation, stepped forward. Great commander, I propose we deploy our trump card. The Tiger Ben Army, to challenge the defenders of Fushun. I have heard that Chun Qingji commands an elite unit known as the White Robe Army. Let our Tiger Ben Army engage them in battle. Our Tiger Ben Army is the mightiest force among the neighboring kingdoms. We shall undoubtedly decimate the White Robe Army, thereby revitalizing our own morale while simultaneously undermining theirs, which would greatly benefit our subsequent siege. Upon hearing this, a smile finally graced Yell Qi's face. He nodded. This plan has merit, but what if Chun Qingji cowers within the city and refuses to confront us? Rest assured, great commander, I possess a means to compel Chun Qingji to emerge and engage us. The general replied with a grin. Excellent. You shall oversee this matter. Tomorrow, I want the Tiger Ben Army to drink deeply of the blood of the White Robe Army. The next morning, as Chun Qingji inspected the city walls, a member of the elite Jinyui rushed forth to deliver a letter from Yell Qi. He quickly summoned all the generals within the city for a council. Esteemed generals, behold the missive from Yell Qi. After reading the letter, the generals were incensed. Great commander, Yell Qi has gone too far. He demands that we leave the city to engage him in a fight to the death. The letter's language was egregiously offensive, not only insulting Chun Qingji and the defenders of Fushun, but also disparaging the royal family and their venerable ancestors, an affront they could not tolerate. Yet one person remained silent. Chun Qingji turned to General Wang Ming, inquiring, "What is your perspective on this matter?" Wang Ming pondered for a moment before responding, "Great commander, although I share the indignation regarding the contents of this letter, given the current disparity in our forces, venturing outside the city may prove disastrous. Therefore," he paused slightly before continuing, "I believe we must endure this humiliation. We cannot fall into the trap set by the Northern Desert Kingdom. Previously, Yell Qi suffered greatly due to his obstinacy. We must not repeat his mistakes." Chun Qingji regarded him with approval. Wang Ming's ability to remain level-headed amidst fury suggested he could be molded into a capable leader with time. However, at this moment, Chun Qingji rose, his voice resolute. "Though I may endure the enemy's insults, I will not stand idly by while they defame his majesty. Such a transgression warrants death. Today, the forces of the Northern Desert Kingdom have insulted his majesty, and I, Chun Qingji, shall seek retribution on his behalf." Wang Ming's expression changed dramatically, and he urged, "Great commander, you must not, we cannot leave the city. If we do—" "Enough, Wang Ming." Chun Qingji waved dismissively. "I am aware of your concerns. But have you forgotten? The letter challenges us to a military contest and why White Robe Army fears no such engagement. Furthermore, Wang Ming, once I lead the White Robe Army outside the city, you shall command all forces within. Under no circumstances are the gates to be opened without my express order. Great commander, this—" Wang Ming hesitated, wishing to question the reputation of the White Robe Army and its past victories, yet Chun Qingji silenced him with a wave. "My decision is final. Do not attempt to dissuade me further." Wang Ming, recognizing the futility of altering Chun Qingji's resolution, clasped his hands in salute. "I shall obey your command, but please exercise utmost caution." General Chun Qingji nodded and proceeded to the encampment of the White Robe Army. The Tiger Ben Army, the elite force of the Northern Desert Kingdom, the strongest army among neighboring realms. Today, I shall use the heads of the Tiger Ben Army to bring glory to the White Robe Army of the Daxia Kingdom. Oh, the denizens of the Daxia Kingdom, Why do you not dare to confront the forces of the Northern Desert Kingdom? If you lack the courage, send your sovereign to beg for mercy, and I shall spare you. Are the people of the Daxia Kingdom merely spineless cowards? Or are they but turtles, lacking in courage? General Chen Qingji, if you are a true man, then bring forth your white robe army to face my Tiger Ben army in a decisive battle. The Daxia generals atop the walls glared, their faces pale with fury, longing to rush down and engage the enemy in a life-or-death struggle. They all turned to Wang Meng, demanding, General Wang, this is an unbearable insult. Can we not take action? Wang Meng, also suppressing his anger, spoke gravely. Gentlemen, remain calm. General Chen is poised to lead the White Robe Army into battle. We must hold our position and not allow the provocations of the Northern Desert Kingdom to disrupt our strategy. We have only just begun to gain the upper hand. We cannot squander it so easily. Must we simply stand by and watch? Several generals protested, discontent etched on their faces. Wang Meng replied, patience is essential for the greater plan. Trust that the great commander will ensure they pay the price. Suddenly, a loud clanking echoed as the city gates began to open. Look, it is the great commander and the White Robe Army. Haha, I knew the great commander would not allow these northern desert brutes to insult him unchallenged. The White Robe Army is the mightiest in the capital. As the soldiers on the walls witnessed this spectacle, their spirits lifted, anticipation glowing in their eyes. Wang Meng observed the White Robe Army below, awestruck. Their momentum is akin to a rainbow piercing the sun. Their formation is flawless. What a formidable White Robe Army. No wonder the great commander is so confident. Wang Meng, though experienced, had never encountered an army of such caliber. Chapter 66. 7,000 White Robe soldiers versus 50,000 Tiger Ben soldiers closed the gates. Chen Qingji commanded with a wave of his hand. Yes, Wang Meng promptly ordered the gates closed. All eyes were fixed upon the White Robe Army at the foot of Fushun. Hope ignited within them as they yearned for the White Robe Army to deliver a crushing blow to the Tiger Ben army of the Northern Desert Kingdom. You are Chen Qingji? Yao Qi approached, his gaze icy. Chen Qingji gestured, and 2 white robe soldiers dragged a chilling corpse before him. This is your fallen vanguard general from the Northern Desert. I seized him last night, and now return him to you. Yao Qi's countenance turned a deep shade of anger as he recalled the devastation of his 15,000 troops at the hands of Chen Qingji and his 1,000 cavalry. His heart bled at the thought. Taking a deep breath to stifle his fury, he refrained from uttering further threats, coldly stating, Chen Qingji, enough words. Let our actions speak for themselves. Tiger Ben army, charge. As Yao Qi stood at the forefront, the grand army gradually parted to the sides, revealing 50,000 Tiger Ben soldiers clad in heavy armor, their sharp long spears held firmly in hand, marching in perfect unison from the heart of the battalion. Damn it, the kingdom of Mabe boasts an army of 50,000 Tiger Ben. Yet the Grand General commands merely 7,000 white robe soldiers. 7,000 against 50,000, an utter disregard for martial ethics. Wang Meng, observing from the city ramparts the densely packed ranks of Tiger Ben, cast a glance towards the meager 7,000 white robe soldiers, his expression darkening considerably. Humph, what does it matter if there are 50,000? The Grand General's 7,000 white robe soldiers can surely make these 50,000 Tiger Ben regret their very existence. Yet the generals from the original city defense forces appeared filled with confidence. Wang Meng, uncertain of the combat prowess of the white robe soldiers, could only silently pray for Chen Qingji and his men, hoping for victory. Yao Qi, surveying the 7,000 white robe soldiers, let out a cold laugh and declared, Chen Qingji, although your 7,000 white robe soldiers possess formidable skills, they are destined for annihilation against my 50,000 Tiger Ben troops. Tiger Ben charge! The 50,000 Tiger Ben soldiers, brandishing their long spears, surged towards Chen Qingji. Stunned, Chen Qingji thought, isn't this supposed to be a battle formation? Is this all you have? You Tiger Ben soldiers don't even form ranks and simply rush forward. How utterly disdainful of my white robe army. With a swift swing of his spear, Chen Qingji shouted, Kill! Kill! The 7,000 white robe soldiers advanced step by step, effortlessly slaughtering any Tiger Ben soldiers they encountered, who offered no resistance whatsoever. Upon witnessing this, Yell Chi's brow furrowed slightly, muttering, "It seems I have underestimated your white robe army." Tiger Ben, form ranks. In no time, the scattered Tiger Ben soldiers quickly regrouped, encircling the white robe soldiers, their long spears aimed threateningly at the center. However, the outermost white robe soldiers immediately raised their shields, successfully deflecting all incoming spears. Now that they have formed ranks, things are becoming interesting. Chun Qingji, standing in the heart of the white robe formation, observed the changes in the Tiger Ben ranks, a sly smile creeping across his face as he commanded, "Archers, fire!" The soldiers at the back of the white robe army lifted their crossbows, firing in unison at a 45-degree angle towards the sky. In an instant, a rain of arrows descended upon the Tiger Ben soldiers like a horde of locusts. After a single volley, countless Tiger Ben soldiers fell, their anguished cries echoing, while not a single white robe soldier was harmed. "Damn it, Tiger Ben, throw your spears." The rear ranks of Tiger Ben soldiers immediately hurled their long spears towards the white robe soldiers. "White robe army, raise your shields, defend." All the white robe soldiers raised their shields, forming a massive defensive formation that thwarted every spear hurled their way. "Tiger Ben, charge!" Yell Chi's eyes gleamed with excitement. The white robe army was now in a defensive posture, and once his Tiger Ben soldiers broke through, they could force the white robe soldiers into hand-to-hand combat. With the Tiger Ben's overwhelming combat power and numerical advantage, victory was all but assured. Chun Qingji, however, wore a cold smile, commanding, "White robe army, split ranks into small teams of 7. Engage!" In an instant, the previously cohesive 7,000 white robe soldiers splintered into 1,000 formations of 7, plunging into the midst of the Tiger Ben ranks. The white robe soldiers shouted in unison, "Kill!" Their voices thundered, a surge of courage manifesting as they formed a counter-encirclement around the Tiger Ben troops. Ordinarily, this would be advantageous. However, due to the white robe army's insufficient numbers, a complete encirclement was unattainable, rendering them incapable of inflicting significant harm on the Tiger Ben. Yet soon the tide changed. Yell Chi, bewildered, witnessed Tiger Ben soldiers falling in droves, over 10,000 meeting their demise in an instant, the battlefield awash in blood. Chun Qingji continued to command the white robe army to split and regroup. The previous scene unfolded once more before his eyes. "Retreat! Retreat! Quickly retreat!" Yell Chi finally grasped the gravity of the situation. The combat effectiveness of Chun Qingji's white robe army far surpassed that of his Tiger Ben soldiers, especially after the white robe army had formed ranks, their combat power multiplying several times over. His Tiger Ben troops stood no chance against them. The best course of action was to retreat. White robe army, shoot to kill. However, Chun Qingji would not let them escape so easily. Yell Chi, true to his reputation as a great general of the kingdom of Ma Bei, recognized Chun Qingji's intentions that in a shameless bid to cover the retreat of his remaining Tiger Ben soldiers, he commanded his prepared 100,000 archers, "Release arrows." Instantly, 100,000 archers unleashed a torrent of arrows that obscured the sky. White robe army, defend. The white robe soldiers, well-trained, swiftly regrouped, their shields interlocked to shield against the deluge of arrows. Retreat. Chun Qingji understood that with the 100,000 archers covering the Tiger Ben soldiers, it would be impossible to eliminate the remaining Tiger Ben forces. He decisively commanded a withdrawal. Under Chun Qingji's leadership, the white robe army, shielded by their formation, retreated methodically through the rain of arrows, maintaining a swift pace. Yell Chi, observing this scene, smirked coldly and waved his hand. "All troops, charge the city." This was an opportunity. For the white robe army to enter the city, they needed to breach the gates. If his soldiers followed closely behind, they would surely seize Fushun City in one fell swoop. Yet his thinking was overly naive, as his soldiers stormed into the range of the city's archers. Wang Meng atop the city wall issued orders without hesitation. In an instant, 40,000 elite guards and city defense archers drew their bows, unleashing a storm of arrows. Despite the ferocity of Yell Chi's soldiers, undaunted in their assault, they fell one by one under the relentless rain of arrows. Ultimately, they left behind nearly 10,000 corpses at the base of the city walls, having failed to even touch the battlements before being repelled. Chapter 67. The doomed Yunlan Zong, upon Chen Qingji's triumphant return to Fushun City with the White Robe Army, a throng of generals quickly surrounded him, their faces alight with excitement as they congratulated him. Grand General, your White Robe Army is truly invincible. In this recent battle, they must have slain at least 30,000 Tiger Band soldiers, while suffering not a single casualty. Truly a divine army. Indeed, in this battle, the White Robe Army had emerged unscathed, with only a few dozen sustaining minor injuries. Chen Qingji, upon hearing this, merely shook his head slightly, humbly replying, "You flatter me, gentlemen. The Tiger Ben army is nothing but a paper tiger, lacking any substance. They have no means to bolster their combat morale, merely relying on illusion of strength. Moving forward, we must prepare ourselves thoroughly for the impending counterattack from the kingdom of Mabe." The generals, hearing Chen Qingji's words, could not help but feel a mix of admiration and disbelief. Who else but their Grand General would dare label the mightiest Tiger Ben army of surrounding kingdoms as insignificant? Yet, it was precisely because their Grand General possessed such capability that 7,000 White Robe soldiers could inflict such devastating losses on 50,000 Tiger Ben soldiers, emerging unscathed while decimating 30,000 of their foes. The Tiger Ben army was left in utter disarray, their morale shattered, their strength reduced to a mere fraction, a complete and utter defeat. Their pride was irreparably tarnished, and they must reclaim this humiliation. Send word for the entire army to attack the city. In 3 days, I will stand atop Fushun's ramparts. Understood. The forces of the kingdom of Mabe mobilized, preparing countless siege engines. This time, unlike before, they were thoroughly prepared for the assault. However, Fushun City was also ready, its defenses fully equipped. Thus, a great battle was set to unfold. The soldiers assailed the city with ladders and siege engines, surging towards Fushun like a relentless tide. The defenders, bracing themselves, unleashed a torrential downpour of arrows. The elite guards and city defense forces, under the rain of arrows, repelled the Mabe soldiers attempting to scale the walls. The ramparts ran red with blood. The battle growing increasingly fierce. 2 days later, Qin Feng, leading 60,000 iron cavalry, encountered Mu Qing on the way to Fushun City. "Your Majesty," Mu Qing, upon seeing Qin Feng, was about to dismount. Qin Feng waved his hand, saying, "No need for such formalities. Shouldn't you be at Fushun City? What brings you here to seek me?" "Your Majesty, the Grand General has sent me to inform you to hasten your march and relieve the siege of Fushun City," Mu Qing replied. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, feeling puzzled. Just moments ago, the Jinui had reported that, despite the fierce battle at Fushun, the Mabe forces had failed to breach the walls after 2 days of assault. Why the urgency for Mu Qing to deliver this message? Though curious, he refrained from asking further. "All right, I understand. Qing, slow your pace and allow the soldiers to rest. We have a day and a half of travel before reaching Fushun City, and we shall surely give the kingdom of Mabe a surprise." "Yes," Mu Qing, accompanied by 1,000 iron cavalry and 500 Jinui, moved to the rear of the army, reducing speed to rest. At that moment, Cheng Yu spoke up, "Your Majesty, I dare to speculate that the Grand General is perhaps worried about the safety of the Empress on the battlefield, which is why he sent you to convey this message." "Ah, truly a top-notch strategist. Your mind is astute," Qin Feng mused, shaking his head. "Regardless of the situation with Chen Qingji, we must remain vigilant. Pass the order for the front lines to accelerate their pace. We must hasten our arrival." Yes, in the city of Fushun, Chen Qingji surveyed the meager remaining siege equipment before him, his brow furrowed in deep concern that we have managed to deplete half of the supplies meant to last 10 days in a mere 2 days. "The battles over the past 2 days have been exceedingly brutal, General. The consumption of our defense resources has been staggering, and we are left with very little," reported the officer responsible for these matters. "What are the supplies from the court? Why have they not arrived yet? Is Xiangyang still yet to send the first batch after all this time?" Chen Qingji thundered in anger. "While we face bloodshed at the front, the rear logistics are failing us. Anyone would be furious in my position. One might even contemplate silencing the person in charge. Report. General, the captain of the Jinui, Wu Hao, requests an audience. Let him in. What business does the Jinui have with me at this time?" As soon as a Jinui captain clad in a flying fish uniform entered the tent, He knelt on one knee and stated, "General, the supplies sent by Prime Minister Shang were intercepted 3 days ago." Upon hearing this, Chun Xingji's face flushed with rage. Who possesses such audacity to rob our frontline supplies? The robbers were led by 3 esteemed elders from the Yunlan sect. Wu Hao replied solemnly. Chun Xingji fumed. What is the meaning of this? How dare the Yunlan sect act with such impunity? They have already offended His Majesty, and yet they still dare to plunder military resources. Do they not realize this is a capital offense? My subordinates are still investigating, but it is peculiar that the elders of the Yunlan sect seem to have an intimate knowledge of our transport routes, executing the theft with precision. 230 of our Jinhui brothers and 2,000 Imperial Guards were slain. Chun Xingji clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles cracking ominously as he exclaimed, "CTNND, the Yunlan sect must pay for this. Have you discovered how the Yunlan sect acquired such precise knowledge of our transport routes?" The fury emanating from Chun Xingji was palpable, enough to provoke him into expletives. Currently, my subordinates have not ascertained the details, but I suspect there may be a traitor among us who has leaked the route to the Yunlan sect. The more Chun Xingji pondered, the more incensed he became. Taking a deep breath, he rose abruptly and declared, "Relay my orders. Assemble 5,000 Bingzhou iron cavalry. I shall lead them to the Yunlan sect and annihilate it." Yes, after entrusting the defense of the city to Wang Ming, Chun Xingji, alongside Wu Hao, set forth with 5,000 Bingzhou iron cavalry towards the Yunlan sect, simultaneously, within the capital of the Daxia Kingdom. Shang Yang received word of the intercepted supplies, his brow furrowed, and his expression darkened. With a piercing gaze, Shang Yang commanded, "Inform the Jinhui that I give them 1 day to uncover who leaked the transport route for the supplies. If they fail, the responsible party shall personally present themselves before His Majesty to plead for mercy." Understood. This cold and stern edict caused the soldiers before him to tremble. It was well known that many malcontents in the capital had been covertly working against Shang Yang. Yet anyone brave enough to reveal themselves had met with swift retribution, not only for themselves, but for their families as well. Those who harbored ill intentions and sought to disrupt the status quo now found themselves akin to startled birds, their hearts racing in fear that they might be the next to suffer. Shang Yang understood that Chun Xingji was in urgent need of the supplies in Fushun, yet it would be challenging to gather sufficient resources from the capital in the short term. "It seems I must personally visit the Yunlan sect," he resolved. "Order the Imperial Guards to assemble 5,000 troops to accompany me to the Yunlan sect." Yes, Chapter 68. The army of 500,000 convicts. The journey from the capital to the Yunlan sect would take a day for infantry, while cavalry from Fushun would also require a day's time. 1 day later, just as Shang Yang arrived at the Yunlan sect, Chun Xingji and his 5,000 iron cavalry made their entrance as well. "General Chun," Shang Yang exclaimed in surprise, evidently taken aback by Chen's presence. "General, what is the current state of the defenses in Fushun? Now that you are here, what will happen to the city's guard?" "There are still defenders in Fushun. I have come here specifically to obliterate the Yunlan sect for daring to steal our frontline supplies," Chun Xingji replied with a voice full of wrath. Shang Yang, hearing this, felt a pang of guilt. "General, this is all my fault for not coordinating effectively. If I had been more vigilant, the supplies would not have been intercepted. Prime Minister Shang, discussing this now is futile. Let us first eliminate the Yunlan sect, and we can address the other matters afterward." Agreed. In an instant, the 2 masters of the martial realm surged forward, followed by 1,000 soldiers. They soon arrived at the gates of the Yunlan sect, only to find that a formidable defensive formation had already been established, indicating they had anticipated an attack. They were evidently prepared for this, Shang Yang remarked, his brow furrowing. "Allow me to dismantle this formation." "Do not waste time. Watch as I shatter it with a single strike." Chun Xingji leaped into the air, his spear gleaming with cold light as he thrust it down with all his might. The fierce spear energy surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, crashing into the formation with a resounding boom. With a single thrust, the formation was shattered into smithereens. Who dares to act so recklessly at the Yunlan sect? 3 furious roars echoed from within as the 3 esteemed elders of the Yunlan sect emerged. All 3 were pinnacle experts at the 3rd level of the martial realm. emanating an aura that could instill fear in the hearts of many. Yet, before the pinnacle, 7th level Chen Qingji, they appeared as mere trifles. Chen Qingji regarded them with disdain, a cold smile gracing his lips. You 3 old fools dare to show your faces here in disgrace. Prime Minister Shang, you shall lead the troops to exterminate the remnants of the Yunlan sect. I shall deal with these 3 old geezers. Understood, Shang Yang signaled. Warriors, follow me into battle. Kill. 1,000 soldiers surged into the Yunlan sect under Shang Yang's command, unleashing a bloody massacre. Stop this at once, one of the elders bellowed, attempting to intervene. Before he could make a move, Chen Qingji dispatched him with a single thrust of his spear, coldly scoffing, "You overestimate yourself." The faces of the other 2 elders turned pale at the sight, and they turned to flee. With a swift thrust of his spear, Chen Qingji's spear energy struck true, taking their lives in one motion. In less than a quarter of an hour, the Yunlan sect was left devoid of life. General, within the Yunlan sect, we discovered a substantial amount of military provisions, but there were no siege weapons to be found. Damn it! Chen Qingji's face contorted with rage as he gritted his teeth. Surely the Yunlan sect did not destroy the equipment? Impossible! Shang Yang quickly shook his head in denial. General, the siege equipment I dispatched was sufficient for 180,000 troops to hold for half a month. The Yunlan sect's forces could not possibly destroy it in such a short time. They must have hidden it away. Chen Qingji frowned. Where could such a large amount of equipment be concealed? In storage rings, the 2 exchanged knowing smiles, both arriving at the same conclusion. Aside from storage rings, there was no other plausible explanation. The Yunlan sect had developed over centuries and possessed far greater resources for cultivation than the Daxia kingdom. Just because the kingdom lacked storage rings did not mean the Yunlan sect did not possess them. Relay the order. Search the treasure vault of the Yunlan sect. Yes, soon, they discovered 3 storage rings within the treasure vault of the Yunlan sect. Chen Qingji opened one to examine its contents, revealing the very siege equipment they sought. Overjoyed, he exclaimed, "Ha ha! Excellent! With these siege weapons, holding Fushun will be a breeze." Shang Yang nodded in agreement. General, there is no time to waste. You must hasten back to Fushun with the equipment, while I take care of matters here. There are complications in the capital that require my attention. Chen Qingji understood the underlying meaning in Shang Yang's words and nodded. Prime Minister Shang, some individuals must be dealt with. Without further ado, Chen Qingji set off with his cavalry to return to Fushun. Shang Yang swiftly wrapped up the aftermath and returned to the capital with the Imperial Guards. Chen Qingji acknowledged, "Very well, Prime Minister Shang. I will leave this in your capable hands." Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the main quest of exterminating the Yunlan sect. You have received the following rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 summoning opportunities and 1 divine weapon summoning opportunity. As Qin Feng, leading 30,000 Bingzhou Iron Cavalry, journeyed onward, he suddenly received the system notification indicating the completion of the extermination of the Yunlan sect. He was momentarily taken aback. I haven't even begun to strike at the Yunlan sect yet. How could they have been destroyed? System, which kind-hearted individual took it upon themselves to eliminate the Yunlan sect. Ding! Host, the fall of the Yunlan sect was due to their audacity in seizing the frontline supplies dispatched to Fushun, leading to their joint eradication by Shang Yang and Chen Qingji. Goodness, the Yunlan sect truly met a swift demise. They could have survived a few more chapters, yet they provoked both Chen Qingji and Shang Yang. Together, they could wipe out the Yunlan sect with the ease of Zhang Fei eating bean sprouts. What a delightful surprise. This task has rewarded me with 2 summoning opportunities and 1 divine weapon summoning opportunity. Coupled with the 2 previously unused, I now possess 5 summoning opportunities. What is there to deliberate? It's time to summon. Qin Feng made the decision to exchange his 3 summoning opportunities for a single group summoning of troops, as regular summons did not guarantee the acquisition of characters and armies. And what he needed most at this moment was indeed an army. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng hesitated no longer. System, I will combine the 3 summoning opportunities and summon specifically 4 troops. A chime echoed, combination complete, summoning initiated. Another chime followed, congratulations host, summoning successful. You have acquired 500,000 criminal troops. This name is rather unappealing. It will later be renamed the Guanzhong Legion, and the renowned general of the Qin state. Zhang Han. Yet another chime announced, "Host, this time Zhang Han's identity is that of your personal attendant. 3 years ago, he assembled a great army at your command. The Guanzhong Legion consists of 450,000 infantry and 50,000 cavalry." "What? How many?" 500,000. "And Zhang Han as well. Am I really this fortunate? This is incredible. The Guanzhong Legion alone exceeds my current total military strength, effectively doubling my capabilities, and I have Zhang Han." Known as the last great general of the Qin dynasty, Chapter 69. The army has yet to arrive. Zhang Han achieved numerous victories while attacking the rebel army led by Chun Sheng and Zhou Wen. He subsequently annihilated the rebel forces under Tianzong and Xingyang, pushing relentlessly towards Chun Sheng, forcing him to flee. Later, he also killed the anti-Qin leaders Wei Jiao, Tian Dan, and Xiang Liang, before moving his forces across the river to attack Zhao. Perhaps throughout the long annals of history, Zhang Han may not stand out as the most exceptional general, but during that particular era, he was undoubtedly a prominent figure. Unfortunately, he was ultimately defeated by Xiang Yu in the Battle of Jiulu. Zhang Han's defeat in this battle was somewhat unjust. The army supplying provisions for his troops, led by Wang Li, was defeated by Xiang Yu, and coupled with the treachery of the scheming eunuch Zhao Gao, who disregarded Zhang Han's request for supplies. The officials Zhang Han dispatched, including Sima Xen, were not even granted an audience. With no provisions for his army, morale dwindled, making it nearly impossible to triumph over the formidable forces of Xiang Yu. After suffering a significant defeat, Zhang Han had no choice but to surrender. Ultimately, following the Battle of Jiulu, the 200,000 Qin soldiers who surrendered were slaughtered by Xiang Yu. Subsequently, Qin Feng accessed Zhang Han's system panel. Zhang Han, renowned general of the late Qin race, human realm, martial sovereign level 5. Note: Zhang Han's original strength was martial saint level 3, but due to system constraints, he can only exert the power of martial sovereign level 5. To unlock his full potential, the protagonist must elevate to a higher realm, which will then allow for the release of Zhang Han's 5 lower realms. Zhang Han can also advance through training or by the host purchasing a cultivation unlocking card for him. Loyalty, 100 Army, 500,000 Guanzhong Legion. Note: the soldiers of the Guanzhong Legion originally possessed cultivation levels above Martial Master. Their strength will gradually be unlocked over 3 months, and soldiers may also train to advance, or the host may purchase an unlocking card for rapid enhancement. Everything seems satisfactory, though this identity setting feels somewhat hasty. However, considering the chaotic state of the world and the system's concealment, it should not pose significant issues. With the peak power of martial sovereign level 5, coupled with the 500,000 Guanzhong Legion, not to mention the additional 50,000 cavalry, this configuration is exceptionally formidable. System: whereas the 500,000 Guanzhong Legion currently led by Zhang Han, it will not reappear at a critical moment. Will it? Ding! The army led by Zhang Han has received the host's secret orders and is en route to Fushun City, currently 1 day's journey away. Excellent, my lord. This time you have not faltered. The system remained silent in response to Qin Feng's remarks. Ignoring the system, Qin Feng began to contemplate the situation of the various military forces. With Zhang Han's army less than a day's travel for Fushun City, and his own advanced troops also capable of reaching the city within a day, it was clear that with this strength and configuration, victory was all but assured. The only uncertainty remained. Yelvqi, are your 70,000 troops prepared to face my onslaught? 1 day later, Qin Feng led his 30,000 cavalry troops to a position 50 li behind Yelvqi's 70,000-strong army. Yelvqi had not anticipated that cavalry would appear behind his forces, resulting in a complete lack of defenses at the rear. It was evident that if Qin Feng chose to charge now, he could easily breach the camp. However, he refrained from doing so, as he was not foolish. With only 30,000 cavalry, while he could penetrate Yelvqi's 70,000 soldiers, escaping afterward would certainly cost him 1,000 or 2,000 cavalry. Had he not summoned Zhang Han and the 500,000 Guanzhong Legion, he might have acted differently. But now Zhang Han's army should be nearing Fushun City. Why take unnecessary risks? This was not a trivial matter concerning the lives of his soldiers. After a brief contemplation, Qin Feng summoned Cheng Yu. Your Majesty. Cheng Yu rode over. Zhongde, Retreat with these 30,000 cavalry, another 30 li ensure that Yelf-Chi remains unaware of our presence. Await the arrival of the rear forces led by Feng Xian. And once we have engaged Yelf-Chi's army in battle, you and Feng Xian will execute a decisive charge from the rear. Do you understand? Your command is clear. Chen Yu promptly agreed, though after a moment of thought. He hesitated. Your Majesty, the Grand Commander only has 18,000 troops. I guess it prudent to engage with Yelf-Chi's 70,000 soldiers on the plains. 18,000 troops. Qin Feng chuckled and shook his head. You will soon discover just how many troops I have arranged. Cheng Yu was taken aback by the implication that the emperor had additional forces. However, before he could voice his inquiries, Qin Feng had already departed with 1,000 cavalry and 500 elite guards. Circumventing Yelf-Chi's army towards Fushan City. By evening, Qin Feng and his contingent arrive at the foot of Fushan City. Who goes there? State your name. The guard atop the city wall called out. I am Qin Feng, Emperor of the Great Xia Kingdom. Open the gates at once. What? His Majesty. Several generals of the city defense looked down and confirmed it was indeed their emperor, hastily declaring, quickly, open the gates and let His Majesty enter. The generals rushed down the city wall to greet Qin Feng. The gates swung open, and as Qin Feng led his men inside, they were promptly shut once more. Your humble servant pays respects to your Majesty. Long live the emperor! The generals knelt in unison, exclaiming in reverence. Your servant, Chen Qingji, pays respects to your Majesty. Long live the emperor! Chen Qingji, having received the news, hastened to present himself before Qin Feng. All rise. Thank you, your Majesty. Qin Feng dismounted and, addressing the blood-soaked armored generals, said, Gentlemen, your efforts for me, Qin Feng, and for the Great Xia Kingdom have not gone unnoticed. I am deeply grateful. Your Majesty, this is merely our duty. You must not thank us, the generals quickly insisted. Qin Feng recognized the kingdom's customs and did not press the matter further. He turned to Chen Qingji and inquired, What is the current situation of the battle? Chen Qingji replied with a bitter smile, Your Majesty, I am not sure what has spurred Yelf-Chi, but he has been relentless in his day and night assaults on the city, ceasing only today. Otherwise, your Majesty would not have been able to enter. Furrowing his brow, Qin Feng asked, What could have provoked Yelf-Chi? Have we ascertained the reasons? Chen Qingji chuckled, scratching his nose. Perhaps it is due to my forces. The white-robed army, having thoroughly decimated Yelf-Chi's elite troops, the Tiger Guards. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes brightened. He was aware of the formidable reputation of the Tiger Guards from the Northern Desert Kingdom. Renowned across neighboring realms, he had not expected them to be so thoroughly defeated by the white-robed army. Curiosity piqued, he asked, Please, do elaborate. Chen Qingji proceeded to recount the events of that day in detail. After listening, Qin Feng could not help but burst into laughter, declaring, Truly, my appointed Grand Commander, your white-robed army is indeed unrivaled in the world. Chen Qingji, hearing this, hurriedly expressed his gratitude. After a brief pause, Qin Feng inquired, Were the losses sustained by our army? Chen Qingji contemplated for a moment before gravely replying, Your Majesty, over the past days, we have lost 30,000 of our 18,000 troops, with over 10,000 severely wounded and 60,000 lightly injured. Currently, we have fewer than 80,000 combat-ready soldiers remaining. This is still thanks to the assistance of the white-robed army and the 10,000 iron cavalry from Bingzhou. Otherwise, our losses would have been even greater. Qin Feng's brow furrowed further. He had not anticipated such significant losses. It appeared that the Northern Desert Kingdom's military strength was formidable, explaining why the 80,000 troops led by the Princess of Liaodong had suffered over half their strength on the first day of battle. Seeing Qin Feng's concern, Chen Qingji quickly reassured him, Your Majesty, while our losses are considerable, the Northern Desert Kingdom's siege troops have suffered even more. They have lost at least 200,000, leaving them with barely 40,000 combat-ready soldiers. In comparison, we have achieved a significant victory. Once your cavalry arrives, we shall surely annihilate Yelf-Chi's forces. Qin Feng waved his hand, saying, I do not intend to lay blame. I merely did not foresee the Northern Desert Kingdom's military capabilities being so formidable. He then asked, Have any other armies come to our aid today? Chen Qingji, looking puzzled, replied, Your Majesty, what other armies? Do we have additional forces? That cannot be right. Did not the system indicate a journey of merely 1 day? Now that a full day has elapsed, why have we not yet reached Fushun City? Report, Your Majesty. General Zhang Han has transmitted a secret order. At that moment, the swift-footed Captain Wu Hao of the Jinyue hastily approached Qin Feng. Chapter 70. The moment of reckoning has arrived. Zhang Han. Chen Xingji pondered briefly before a light of realization sparked in his eyes. He recalled that a few years prior, there was indeed a personal attendant to the emperor named Zhang Han, who subsequently vanished without a trace. Could it be that the emperor dispatched him to assemble a formidable army? Much like the 100,000 iron cavalry led by El Bu, was the mighty army the emperor mentioned earlier. In fact, the one raised by Zhang Han. A secret order from Zhang Han. Qin Feng took the order, opened it, and was immediately struck by the first line. The guilty Zhang Han deserve 1,000 deaths. What has Zhang Han done? The opening line is an admission of guilt. Qin Feng continued reading and was filled with rage. What audacity from Zhang Han to dare disobey orders and mobilize troops on his own. Is he plotting rebellion? Chen Xingji glanced at Qin Feng and cautiously inquired, Your Majesty, what has Zhang Han done? I commanded him to lead 500,000 troops from Guanzhong to support Fushun City. Yet a day ago, he unilaterally altered his path, bypassing Fushun City and heading toward the northern territories of the Mo Bei Kingdom, intending to seize Shanyang City and attack the capital of the Mo Bei Kingdom from the rear. Qin Feng replied. Upon hearing this, Chen Xingji pondered for a moment and then exclaimed, Your Majesty, General Zhang Han's strategy is indeed ingenious. If we defeat the several 100,000 troops of Yelchi, we will successfully occupy all the territory south of the capital of the Mo Bei Kingdom, significantly expanding the territory of our Great Xia Kingdom and enhancing our might. Qin Feng sighed softly, saying, How could I not have considered this? Yet, what infuriates me is his audacity to defy my military orders and not provide support for Fushun City. He cannot be unaware of the significance of Fushun City, a strategic stronghold for our Great Xia. Even if he can capture the northern stronghold of the Mo Bei Kingdom, losing Fushun City would render it not worth the effort. In truth, his greatest disappointment lay in Zhang Han's unilateral decision to change the direction of his march without knowledge of the whereabouts of the cavalry he commanded. If this act stemmed from Chen Xingji's position as the Grand Commander, seeking to usurp power, it would be most troublesome. Although the system indicated full loyalty, one must remember that individuals harbor personal ambitions. After all, Zhang Han commands an army of 500,000, discontent towards Chen Xingji, who governs merely 200,000 troops, is not out of the question that if discord arises among his subordinate generals. It is a scenario I wish to avoid at all costs. A reprimand is necessary. Here I must clarify the issue of summoned characters' loyalty. Full loyalty merely signifies that the individual will not betray you. However, summoned characters possess their own flesh and blood, their independent personalities, and thus will inevitably have personal motives. It is akin to the notion that while I may crave power and wealth, I would still lay down my life for the protagonist Qin Feng. If anyone finds this unreasonable, I kindly ask for leniency in your critique. Hearing this, Chen Xingji spoke up, Your Majesty, if General Zhang Han was indeed en route to Fushun City a day ago, but has since altered his course, I may have an inkling of the reason. Oh, what is the reason? Qin Feng inquired. Your Majesty, a day prior, I transmitted a battle report to the capital, informing Chancellor Shang that Your Majesty's Iron Cavalry was on the way back to Fushun City. Assuring him that there was no need for concern, it is possible that General Zhang Han received this report en route, realizing our forces could hold Fushun City, which is why he decided to change course. Chen Xingji explained. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, about to speak when suddenly a voice interrupted. This humble officer, Dong Yi, pays my respects to Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. Qin Feng looked at the kneeling Dong Yi, puzzled, and asked, Who are you? Your Majesty, I am the deputy of General Zhang Han. He is acutely aware that this alteration in course is a grave error and has dispatched me to seek Your Majesty's judgment. Judgment? Qin Feng scoffed. What audacity from Zhang Han. He commands an army of 500,000 and yet seeks my judgment. Does he intend to threaten me with his forces? Clang. The surrounding generals swiftly drew their swords, their eyes coldly fixed upon Dong Yi, ready to strike him down at the slightest provocation. The deputy, pale with fear, hastily waved his hands. "Your Majesty, there is absolutely no such intent. General Zhang Han is wholeheartedly loyal to your Majesty and would not dare entertain even the slightest thought of betrayal. I implore your Majesty to see this clearly. Speak, what did Zhang Han send you here for?" Qin Feng coldly demanded. "Your Majesty, General Zhang Han understands the importance of Fushan City and has specifically dispatched me with 30,000 iron cavalry to provide support, which is now stationed outside the northern gate." Dong Yi respectfully replied, "Point 30,000 iron cavalry." Qin Feng turned to Captain Wu Hao, who immediately understood and went to investigate. Shortly thereafter, Wu Hao returned to report. "Your Majesty, there are indeed 30,000 iron cavalry outside the northern gate." Qin Feng nodded slightly. Dong Yi returned to Zhang Han with a letter. He waved his hand, and someone promptly presented ink and brush. He inscribed, "Zhang Han, capture the capital of the Mo Bei Kingdom. Merits and demerits shall be offset. If you fail to do so, return to my side and serve as an attendant." After finishing, he handed the letter to Dong Yi, saying, "Take this back to Zhang Han." "Yes, your Majesty." Dong Yi accepted the letter and departed swiftly. After Dong Yi left, Chen Xingji spoke solemnly, "Your Majesty, are you concerned that Zhang Han harbors ulterior motives?" Qin Feng, however, smiled and shook his head. "Zhang Han's loyalty is beyond doubt, yet he commands 500,000 troops, as the Emperor of the Great Xia. I must consider all angles. Enough of this for now. Let us first annihilate the several 100,000 troops of the Mo Bei Kingdom." "We shall comply," the generals present responded in unison. "Chen Xingji, come with me," Qin Feng commanded. "I have my thoughts on this. Come, let us proceed to the northern gate and inspect those 30,000 cavalry." "Yes," Qin Feng, accompanied by Chen Xingji, made his way to the northern gate, quickly locating the 30,000 iron cavalry and leading them into Fushan City. The following morning, Qin Feng, along with Chen Xingji, Wang Meng, and others, ascended the walls of Fushan City. Gazing down at the corpses strewn across the ground, he sighed, "Fushan City is a place where death reigns." Chen Xingji and the others stood respectfully behind Qin Feng. "Chen Xingji, here, your Majesty, deliver a challenge to Yel Qi. I shall lead 80,000 troops to engage him in a decisive battle today at the foot of Fushan City." "This humble officer shall comply." Chen Xingji immediately descended to issue the challenge to Yel Qi. Qin Feng looked towards the distant camp of Yel Qi and solemnly commanded, "Signal the three armies to prepare. The moment of battle has arrived. This humble officer shall comply." The generals behind him, including Wang Meng, were all filled with excitement. At last, the opportunity for battle had come, after having remained cooped up in Fushan City for so many days. Today they could unleash their full might in combat in the Yel Qi camp. Yel Qi's expression was grim as he surveyed his generals, speaking in a low voice. "Has General Yuan Xian's army not yet arrived?" Even now, Yel Qi remained unaware that the 30,000 troops under Yuan Xian had long since been dispatched to the afterlife by Qin Feng's iron cavalry, while he anxiously awaited Yuan Xian's reinforcements. "Commander, we have already sent someone to urge General Yuan," one of the generals reported, "but none of our soldiers have returned. Damn Yuan Xian, he has thwarted my grand designs." Yel Qi fumed. "When I return to the capital, I will certainly hold him accountable before the Emperor. If only Yuan Xian had not already met his demise. Otherwise, Yel Qi would have scolded him. I have already perished, and you still wish to hold me accountable? To whom do you think you are speaking?" Chapter 71. Striking when they least expect a commander, Chen Xingji has delivered a challenge from Fushan City. The Emperor of the Great Xia, Qin Feng, intends to lead 80,000 troops to a decisive battle with us at the foot of Fushan City. What? Yel Qi seized the challenge, and upon reading its contents, burst into laughter, declaring, "This Emperor of the Great Xia truly knows no bounds. Daring to engage my 40,000 troops with a mere 80,000? It seems he has lost his mind. What the commander says is absolutely correct. It appears that the young Emperor of the Great Xia has become overly inflated with pride after merely holding Fushan City for a few days. Today, let us teach him a lesson. Laughter erupted among Yel Qi's generals. Yel Qi scoffed, tossing the challenge to the ground, and waved his hand, commanding, "Where are the generals?" "Here, commander." "Signal the three armies to prepare for battle." In an instant, the 40,000 troops of the Mo Bay kingdom sprang into action, assembling at the foot of Fushan City and forming their battle lines. On the walls of Fushan City, Qin Feng raised his hand and shouted, "The army, out of the city!" Yes, Qin Feng led the charge, followed by Chen Qingji and the other generals, as they led their 80,000 troops out of the city and assembled their formation. Among his generals, Qin Feng noted the absence of one. Wang Ming. Chen Qingji stepped forward to challenge them, calling for a duel of generals. In military engagements, dueling generals serves as an excellent means to boost morale. Should they win, the troop spirits would soar, effectively doubling their combat capabilities. Conversely, should they lose, their fighting strength might dwindle to less than 80%. Thus, on the continent of Jiuzhou, armies typically engage in dueling before battles commence. This humble officer shall comply. Chen Qingji, wielding a long spear and mounted on horseback, rode to the center of the two armies, boldly proclaiming, "I am Chen Qingji, and I challenge the Mo Bay scum. Who dares to face me in combat?" As Chen Qingji shouted on the battlefield, the generals of the Northern Desert Kingdom exchanged glances, none willing to engage in combat. In the past, had Chen dared to issue such a challenge, they would have rushed forth to slay him and claim the glory. Yet now, none were foolish enough. Ever since two martial sovereigns from the Northern Desert were slain by Chen in a mere 2 strikes, no one dared to confront him again. They remained in the ranks, forming a defensive formation for the siege, for the military array could suppress the power of warriors. Nevertheless, during this period, the number of soldiers perishing at Chen's hands had reached no less than 8,000. Though Chen appeared cultured, he was, in truth, a reaper of souls. Now, how could they dare to provoke him? What is wrong? Are the generals of the Northern Desert Kingdom merely spineless cowards, lacking even a single brave soul to fight? Chen Qingji called out loudly. Upon hearing this, the soldiers of the Northern Desert turned their gazes towards their generals, hoping for someone to step forward and quell the might of this general from the Great Xia Kingdom. Alas, none of the generals moved to engage, leaving the soldiers disheartened and their morale considerably diminished. "Marshal, we cannot continue like this. If the soldiers lose all morale, this battle will become exceedingly difficult," a general whispered urgently to Yel Qi. Yel Qi understood the gravity of the situation, took a deep breath, and commanded, "Charge, all troops." Although it would be somewhat disgraceful to charge without daring to engage in martial combat, Yel Qi could no longer afford to be concerned about his dignity. If Chen continued his taunts, the morale of his army would truly plummet, and facing the Great Xia's 80,000 soldiers with his own 400,000 would be the ultimate humiliation, not to mention risking his life. Slaughter these soldiers of the Great Xia Kingdom and seize Fushan City. The first to breach the gates shall be granted a title and rewarded with a fortune. Though some generals sought to inspire their soldiers' spirits with such proclamations, the morale that had just been dampened by the previous encounter did not rise significantly. "Archers, prepare." The archers readied their bows, awaiting the command from Qin Feng. "Divide the army." Qin Feng did not hastily issue orders but allowed the army to separate. Observing this, Yel Qi was filled with confusion and remarked, "What is this little emperor of the Great Xia Kingdom doing? Our soldiers are about to charge, yet he is disrupting his own formation. It seems that Qin Feng is indeed the waste that the intelligence reports described. Alas, defeating such a fool brings no sense of accomplishment. I would rather face Chen Qingji, for that would be far more interesting." Yel Qi gazed at Chen Qingji, disappointment etched across his face. As Qin Feng commanded the army to part, the forces of the Northern Desert had already closed within 300 meters. Release the arrows. A storm of arrows was unleashed, creating a wave of death. This time, the close distance amplified the archers' power, resulting in even greater casualties. The Iron Cavalry of the Great Xia. It should be noted that this refers to the 30,000 cavalry led by Zhang Han and the 9,000 from Mugung. "Charge!" At that moment, Qin Feng bellowed, and the gates of Fushan City swung open. Wang Ming led 40,000 cavalry, charging into the ranks of the Northern Desert Kingdom like a black sword. Brothers, the time for vengeance for the 100,000 soldiers defending Liaodong has come. Kill, slaughter them mercilessly, leave no remnants, let rivers of blood flow. Wang Meng spearheaded the charge into the enemy forces, becoming the tip of this black sword, with his 40,000 cavalry transforming into a relentless harvesting machine. Bingzhou Iron Cavalry, forward from within the gates of Fushan City, the 1,000 cavalry that Qin Feng had brought back surged forth. Chen Qingji, I will lead the charge, Qin Feng declared, riding alongside 1,000 cavalry. With Chen Qingji at his side. However, their target was not to eliminate these frontline soldiers, but rather to reach the heart of the Northern Desertous army, specifically aiming for the commander Yao Qi. Charge! The remaining generals immediately rallied their 80,000 troops to follow suit. The frontline soldiers of the Northern Desert, already thrown into disarray by the cavalry's charge, barely managed to evade the onslaught, only to face the slaughter from the 80,000 soldiers behind them in less than 15 minutes. The Northern Desert soldiers had suffered no less than 50,000 casualties. They were caught off guard and had no time to mount any effective defense. Damn it, were we not informed there were only 10,000 cavalry? Is this really only 10,000? Is the Kingdom's intelligence department a bunch of fools? Did they grow up eating dung? Yao Qi glared at the slaughtering front line, his expression dark enough to drip water. Yet, anger aside, Yao Qi, as the Grand General of the Northern Desert Kingdom, was still capable. Center troops, form up, cut down the cavalry of the Great Xia Kingdom. 100 gold pieces for each enemy killed. The 200,000 central troops of the Northern Desert Kingdom, seizing the opportunity while the Great Xia cavalry was busy decimating the front line, swiftly began to form a military array, preparing to encircle and annihilate the Great Xia cavalry right there. Their morale was high, especially since the marshal had promised a reward of 100 gold pieces for each enemy slain, which was far more enticing than the prospect of breaching Fushan City for a title and a mere 10,000 gold. If they could slay a few more cavalrymen, they would have enough riches to return home and marry. With this thought, the speed at which the 200,000 troops of the Northern Desert formed their ranks increased. Your Majesty, what news from the Chancellor? Chapter 72. A defeat as steep as a mountain. Chen Qingji followed Qin Feng into the fray and noticed the Northern Desert Kingdom's formation beginning to solidify. His expression shifting slightly, that it should have begun. Qin Feng glanced towards the rear of the Northern Desert Army, and, as expected, the 60,000 Iron Cavalry had already begun their charge behind the Northern Desert Kingdom's forces. Elbu and Chengyu observed the disarray in the enemy's front ranks, exchanging knowing glances and nodding in agreement. Bingzhou Iron Cavalry, charge with me! Elbu roared, leading 50,000 cavalry into the rear of the Northern Desert Kingdom. Chengyu, glancing back at his own 10,000 cavalry, waved his hand and declared, "Follow me eastward, cut off the Northern Desert Kingdom's retreat." The 50,000 Bingzhou Iron Cavalry, under Elbu's command, swiftly arrived behind the forces of the Northern Desert Kingdom. The thunderous sound of hooves shook the earth, and the soldiers of the Northern Desert naturally took notice. Yet, what could they do upon realizing this? The cavalry had closed in, and at such a distance, they could hardly mount any effective defense. Instead, panic and fear spread through the rear ranks like a plague, completely disrupting their formation. Kill! Elbu swung his halberd, scattering dozens of soldiers as he charged into the rear of the Northern Desert Army. Like a tiger among sheep, he wielded his halberd with deadly precision, painting the ground with blood as heads flew and limbs fell. His steed, Red Hair, neighed fiercely, trampling the enemy underfoot, turning them into mere pulp. Elbu was fiercely unstoppable. Any enemy who dared approach was either sent flying by his halberd or knocked down by the fierce charge of Red Hair. Wherever he went, the enemy fell like wheat being harvested, none able to halt his relentless advance. Behind him, the 50,000 cavalry followed like a dark cloud, their momentum overwhelming in their wake. Countless severed limbs lay scattered. Not a single soldier from the Northern Desert stood upright in less than 15 minutes. The rear of the Northern Desert Army was utterly devastated. Report, Marshal, a large number of cavalry has appeared behind us. The rear formation has been thrown into disarray. Yell Qi finally received the news. What? How is this possible? Why did we receive no intelligence? What is happening? Yell Qi glared at the soldier, furious. Kill those who slay Yell Qi. A reward of 1,000,000 gold. Before the soldier could finish, a voice rang out in his ears. He turned to see Chen Qingji, clad in dark armor, charging towards him at the head of 1,000 cavalry. Chen Qingji, you arrogant fool! Yell Qi seethed with rage. Crossbows, shoot them down! Hundreds of crossbows in the center army immediately aimed at Qin Feng and Chen Qingji's Bingzhou cavalry, readying their bolts. Your Majesty. The crossbows are immensely powerful. They're the bane of cavalry and warriors alike. Should we retreat? Chen Qingji rushed to Qin Feng's side, anxious. Fear not. We shall not be attacked. Qin Feng replied confidently. Chen Qingji was momentarily taken aback. Although the crossbows were perilously close, even with his extraordinary strength, he could not cover the distance in time, let alone destroy all those hundreds of crossbows. What is the meaning of this? Who dares to harm my lord? Before Chen Qingji could comprehend, a furious roar echoed. Yell Qi, shaken to his core by the voice, turned to see a general adorned with a purple golden crown and beast-faced armor, wielding a halberd, cutting through his own 40,000 troops as if they were mere grass. Qin Feng also glanced over and couldn't help but exclaim, "Who is this valiant general? Such ferocity! Oh, it's mine. Then there is nothing to worry about. Yell Qi, prepare to meet your doom." Elbu let out a long howl, and with a sweep of his Fang Tianhua Ji, a wave of true energy surged forth, sending hundreds of soldiers flying, thus clearing a vast expanse of vacuum in front of him. His steed, Qi Tu, moved in perfect harmony with him, effortlessly leaping over the void and landing amidst the army. Elbu wielded the Fang Tianhua Ji once more, sweeping through the ranks like autumn winds scattering leaves, claiming yet another swath of lives, and the vacuum reappeared. Whose vassal is he? How can he be so ferocious? It is uncertain whether Yell Qi was merely flustered, but he uttered such a foolish question. The surrounding generals were left speechless, with the enemy at their gates, unleashing their might. How could he still ask such a question? Certainly he is not your vassal. Yell Qi. Elbu let out another howl, and Qi Tu soared in the air, charging directly at Yell Qi. Quick, quick, quick! Use the crossbows to shoot him. Kill him for me. Yell Qi. Now disregarding the command to target Chen Qingji, realized that Elbu's ferocity meant certain death if he charged forward. The soldiers obeyed Yell Qi's orders, hastily adjusting the crossbows that were initially aimed at Qin Feng and Chen Qingji, redirecting them towards Lbu. In an instant, countless bolts were unleashed at Elbu. Although Elbu possessed remarkable prowess, these crossbows were particularly effective against martial artists. If struck, his true energy would be obstructed, leaving him vulnerable to the barrage of bolts that would surely kill him. Humph, do you think such feeble attempts can harm me? With a mighty leap, Elbu ascended into the air, brandishing his Fang Tianhua Ji towards the oncoming bolts. Roaring, come down. The Fang Tianhua Ji, imbued with a dark wave of true energy, cleaved downwards, causing the bolts to rain down in pieces, along with many soldiers of the Mo Bei kingdom who fell victim to the attack. Quick, fire! Keep firing. Kill him. Yell Qi's face turned pale with fear as he urgently shouted at his soldiers. Chen Qingji, I am at your service. At this moment, it was the perfect opportunity to slay Yell Qi. You need not remain by my side any longer. Go and kill Yell Qi. I shall obey. Chen Qingji urged his steed forward, charging towards Yell Qi. Yell Qi, I am here. Prepare to meet your end. Yell Qi, upon seeing this, felt his soul nearly escape in terror. Behind him, Elbu descended like a wrathful deity, shaking him to his core, while in front, Chen Qingji charged like a fierce tiger, leaving him breathless. Bingzhou Iron Cavalry, forward! Follow me into battle! Yes, after entrusting Yell Qi's fate to Chen Qingji, Qin Feng led the Iron Cavalry towards the crossbowmen, aiming to minimize the casualties among his troops. With 1,000 Bingzhou Iron Cavalry, he plunged into the ranks of crossbow soldiers, annihilating all those responsible for firing. With the continuous fire of the crossbows now silenced, Elbu's pressure diminished significantly as he fixed his gaze on Yell Qi. Roaring, Yell Qi, your head is mine. Yell Qi, your head belongs to me. Chen Qingji, not to be outdone, charge alongside Elbu towards Yelchi's command post. "Marshal, we must retreat. If we do not leave now, it will be too late." A nearby general, sensing the dire situation, had lost all courage to resist, addressing Yelchi. "Yes, retreat. We must withdraw." With hundreds of thousands of troops, a strategic withdrawal could have sustained resistance for a while, but once the order to retreat was given, the morale of the vast army plummeted, soldiers discarding their helmets and armor as they scattered in panic. Yet, how could they escape the relentless pursuit of 90,000 iron cavalry? The defeat was catastrophic. With countless heads rolling, blood splattering, and corpses littering the battlefield, resembling a hellish scene, the 9,000 iron cavalry, driven into a frenzy, swung their blades mercilessly, slaughtering the defenseless soldiers of the Mo Bay Kingdom. This battle, though it lasted merely an hour, saw the massacre continue until the sun dipped low in the sky. Chapter 73. Did he escape? As the last rays of sunlight fell, the plain was drenched in crimson, and the battlefield reeked of the pungent scent of blood. Qin Feng refrained from participating in the slaughter, and once he confirmed the inevitable defeat of Mo Bay, he led the remaining 957 Bingzhou Iron Cavalry to the location of Yelchi's former command post. The area offered a broad view, allowing him to survey the entire battlefield. "I am Chen Qingji. I am Elbu. We pay our respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. No need for such formalities." "Rise." Qin Feng waved his hand and inquired, "What are the losses suffered by our forces?" Chen Qingji glanced at Qin Feng, pondering briefly, then replied, "Your majesty, out of the 80,000 troops that participated, 26,000 fell in battle. 15,000 sustained serious injuries, and countless others were lightly wounded, leaving us with fewer than 30,000 combat-ready soldiers. Your majesty, among the 60,000 Bingzhou Iron Cavalry and 30,000 Guanzhong Iron Cavalry, 3,000 cavalry were killed, 6,000 were severely injured, with many more lightly wounded," Elbu added his report. Upon hearing such staggering losses, Qin Feng's lips twitched involuntarily. Over 50,000 casualties was a figure he found difficult to bear. His soldiers were already few in number, each one invaluable, especially since many were elite troops he had summoned, loyal to him. This heavy toll was a devastating blow. Seeing Qin Feng's grim expression, Chen Qingji quickly reassured him. "Your majesty, although our losses are significant, compared to those of the Mo Bay Kingdom, we have achieved a great victory." Elbu hastily concurred. "Your majesty, General Chen speaks the truth. The Mo Bay Kingdom dispatched 130,000 troops, of which 30,000 were annihilated without a single survivor. Today's battle has nearly wiped out their entire force, with only a few thousand managing to escape. It is tantamount to having slain their entire army of 130,000. A victory unparalleled in history." Qin Feng sighed deeply, speaking solemnly. "I am aware that this is a great victory, yet I cannot help but grieve. The casualties are simply too many. Your majesty, death is an inevitable aspect of war. It is an unfortunate reality. Our soldiers sacrifice themselves bravely to defend their homeland, and their sacrifices bear great significance." Chen Qingji responded earnestly. He feared that Qin Feng, upon witnessing the tremendous loss of life, might abandon the previously unwavering spirit of fight or die, which would spell trouble for the generals going forward. Qin Feng waved his hand, saying, "Chen Qingji, I understand your sentiments. Do not worry. I am merely reflecting. I am not afraid of battle." Chen Qingji breathed a sigh of relief, replying, "I congratulate your majesty." As for what exactly he was congratulating, only Chen Qingji knew. Qin Feng did not inquire further, instead waiting for the system's notification. But it remained silent, and no task completion message appeared. This felt amiss. The 130,000 troops from Mo Bay had been eradicated, with only a few thousand escaping. Why had the system not indicated that I had completed the task? "Your majesty, I must convey some bad news." Elbu cautiously addressed Qin Feng. "Bad news? What is it?" "Your majesty, I had my men search the entire battlefield, yet we could not find the body of Marshal Yelchi. He may have escaped among the fleeing few. Damn it, he actually got away." Qin Feng had thought Yelchi was already dead, and oh wonder the system had not notified him of task completion. It turned out Yel Qi had fled. The mission explicitly stated that Yel Qi must be killed. Now that he had escaped, the task was undoubtedly incomplete. Your Majesty, there is no need for concern. Yel Qi is likely heading east towards Shangyang City. Prime Minister Cheng had predicted this before the battle began and has been waiting there with 10,000 iron cavalry. If Yel Qi heads east, he is doomed. Seeing Qin Feng's troubled expression, Elbu hastily reassured him. Alas, I fear that Yel Qi may have gone west, circumventing through the northern grasslands to return It will not be so easy to hunt him down again. Qin Feng sighed softly. This? Elbu hesitated. If Yel Qi truly fled northwest, they would have no means to pursue him, as the northwest grasslands belong to the barbarians, and their forces currently dared not venture there. Enough. Let us set this matter aside for now. Qin Feng shook his head and turned to Chen Qingji, saying, Chen Qingji, go and ensure that all fallen soldiers are registered. Their families must be well taken care of. Additionally, we must do everything possible to aid the severely wounded. Yes, Your Majesty, I shall arrange this immediately, Chen Qingji replied. Qin Feng looked at Chen Qingji's blood-stained battle robe and sighed. Qingji, this matter is of utmost importance. It requires your utmost diligence. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will ensure everything is arranged properly, so as not to disappoint you. Chen Qingji responded respectfully. Very well. Qin Feng nodded, and Chen Qingji promptly withdrew. Subsequently, Qin Feng regarded Elbu, pondering for a moment before asking, Feng Xian, I need you to assemble an army of over 300,000 Bingzhou iron cavalry for me. Can you accomplish this? Elbu considered the request and replied, Your Majesty, forming 300,000 iron cavalry is not an insurmountable task, but to achieve the same level of combat effectiveness as our current Bingzhou iron cavalry will require considerable time. How long? At least 2 years. 1 year. Qin Feng placed his hand behind his back, fixing his gaze on Elbu. I shall provide you with funds and all the necessary support, but I grant you only 1 year. You must deliver a cavalry force with combat capabilities comparable to the current Bingzhou iron cavalry. This, Elbu pondered briefly, clenching his teeth. I shall obey. Qin Feng gazed at Elbu and sighed. Feng Xian, I understand that the time is rather short, but you must comprehend the difficulties I face. The current Xia is exceedingly weak, so weak that it is viewed as a tempting morsel by the surrounding kingdoms. They are eyeing us with predatory intent. Although the Mo Bei Kingdom has recently suffered defeat, they will undoubtedly regroup and return stronger than before. You are also aware of the attitudes of the other neighboring nations. They may strike at any moment. Moreover, there is Jing Cheng and Prince Qin Yi, who wields considerable military power and harbors ulterior motives that a year is already the maximum time I can estimate. It is even possible that Prince Qi may rebel sooner than we think. Now you ought to understand the magnitude of the crisis I face. Your Majesty, rest assured, I will accomplish the task within 10 months. If I fail, I shall present my head to you. Elbu declared solemnly, I have given you an order. If you can fulfill it, there will be rewards that if you cannot, there is no need for you to present your head. You are one of my great generals. If you perish, who will charge in a battle for me? Qin Feng replied with a smile. Yes, Your Majesty. Elbu scratched his head and chuckled. Qin Feng nodded. After a moment of contemplation, Elbu spoke, Your Majesty, there may be a way to acquire a significant number of cavalry in a short time. Qin Feng was taken aback and immediately inquired, What method? The northern grasslands. The northern grasslands. Qin Feng furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Your Majesty, it is like this. Elbu proceeded to articulate his thoughts. As Qin Feng listened, his expression gradually shifted to one of seriousness. After a considerable pause, he finally said, This matter is of great importance. We cannot act hastily. Once the troops return to the capital, I must consult with Chancellor Cheng and Chancellor Shang. Understood. I shall obey. Qin Feng nodded and continued. Very well, you may leave now. Transfer the severely injured soldiers in your care to Chen Qingji, so he can arrange for their treatment. What is it? Is there a problem? Qin Feng inquired, frowning. Thud. Elbu suddenly knelt. Pleading, Your Majesty, I beseech you to show mercy and allow me to send 6,000 severely injured brothers to rest. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's expression changed dramatically. Elbu's words implied the execution of those 6,000 wounded soldiers. His anger surged. Elbu, what are you saying? You dare to ask me to issue an order to kill those wounded soldiers. Elbu's face was filled with sorrow as he replied, Your Majesty, I do not wish for this. It is simply unavoidable. Qin Feng furrowed his brow tightly. Realizing there must be hidden circumstances, the Elbu he had summoned was not the historically arrogant figure who disregarded others' feelings. In this world, Elbu was kind to his troops, even loving them like sons. There had to be a problem for him to speak this way. Qin Feng asked in a deep voice, Feng Xian, tell me what is truly going on. Your Majesty, many of those severely injured soldiers are barely clinging to life. The military physicians are utterly incapable of saving them. Our Xia kingdom has a dire shortage of alchemists, and the few we have are controlled by those merchant guilds. Rather than allowing these soldiers to suffer in agony while waiting for death, it would be more humane to grant them relief. And in doing so, we could also provide their families with compensation. Your Majesty, I am most unwilling to do this. They have fought alongside me through thick and thin for years, and now I must. Elbu's voice broke as he, a towering figure and a great general, wept openly before Qin Feng. These men were his brothers, forged through years of shared struggles, trained under his command, and now he was to send them away himself. How could his heart not ache? Qin Feng opened his mouth to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, he had never considered such matters. However, upon reflection, it was clear that Xia was merely a small kingdom, lacking skilled alchemists, with the few available being in the hands of merchants, as for the physicians. The medical standards of Xia left much to be desired. They could not save the severely injured soldiers on the battlefield. As Elbu had said, it was better to grant those wounded soldiers a merciful end than to let them suffer in agony while awaiting death. Such occurrences were quite common in Xia and the surrounding kingdoms. Severely injured soldiers were essentially marked for death. However, I cannot permit this. Qin Feng took a deep breath, fixing his gaze on Elbu. Feng Xian, I shall not concern myself with past events. But from this moment forth, as long as there remains a glimmer of hope, all severely injured soldiers must be treated to the utmost of our abilities. They must not be sent away directly. But Your Majesty, enough? I know what you are thinking. I shall find a solution regarding the physicians. Qin Feng replied firmly. Your Majesty, Elbu wanted to say more, fearing that Qin Feng might not find a solution and that those soldiers would suffer unnecessarily. However, Qin Feng waved his hand, stating, This is an order. You are to inform Chen Qingji immediately. No severely injured soldiers are to be killed. I shall obey. Elbu glanced at Qin Feng before bowing and departing. Qin Feng stood atop the hillside, surveying the ravaged battlefield, but he took a deep breath and inquired of the system. System, can I utilize 3 summoning opportunities to specifically summon someone from the field of medicine? Ding. Yes, you may, but you currently do not possess 3 summoning opportunities. Qin Feng nodded, acknowledging that he indeed lacked the necessary summoning chances. However, as long as he could complete this side quest, that would suffice. The key to fulfilling this task lay in eliminating Yel Qi, that I cannot simply wait here for Chengyu to complete his task. What if Yel Qi does not head east? If that occurs, the mission will fail, and those severely injured soldiers will be lost. With a wave of his hand, he led the several hundred Bingzhou cavalry westward to investigate any signs of escape, that, if anyone had fled, traces would surely remain on the plains, and they would need only to follow those traces. Your Majesty, look, those ahead are soldiers from the Mo Bei Kingdom. After pursuing for nearly an hour, Qin Feng and his Bingzhou cavalry finally spotted fleeing soldiers from the Mo Bei Kingdom. Speed up, cut them off. Understood. Qin Feng spurred his horse forward, reaching the group of soldiers swiftly. These soldiers, terrified by the Xia cavalry, had pale faces. Having barely escaped the battlefield, they were now being pursued again. One by one, they fell to their knees, trembling and begging for mercy. Qin Feng rode to the front of the line, regarding the soldiers coldly as he demanded, Where is Yel Qi? However, the soldiers were paralyzed by fear, bowing their heads and pleading for mercy, unable to utter a word. Clang! Qin Feng drew his sword, pointing it at them as he shouted, I ask again, where is Yel Qi? Speak, or face death. Kill! 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 The surrounding Bingzhou cavalry echoed his threats. Although they numbered only in the hundreds, having recently slain many foes, they exuded an overwhelming aura of murder that rendered the fleeing soldiers weak with fear that General Commander Yao Qi is not among us. Finally, one soldier stammered in response. Your Majesty, these men are merely ordinary soldiers of the Mo Bei Kingdom, not Yao Qi's personal guards. That it is possible that Yao Qi is truly not here. A cavalryman reported to Qin Feng. Phew. Though Qin Feng felt a pang of disappointment, he also breathed a sigh of relief. Yao Qi was not present, and there were no signs of escape ahead. Thus, the only direction remaining for the fleeing soldiers was eastward. Cheng Yu had been waiting there for quite some time. With Cheng Yu's strategies and skills, it was highly likely that he would capture Yao Qi without fail. As Qin Feng exhaled in relief, he failed to notice that among the fleeing Mo Bei soldiers, two individuals exchanged knowing glances, each perceiving a flicker of surprise in the other's eyes. They were great generals under Yao Qi's command, who, after suffering defeat on the battlefield, had disguised themselves as ordinary soldiers to escape. Both possessed formidable strength, being fifth-tier martial masters. Amidst the chaos, they had overheard the soldiers refer to the young general clad in dark armor as Your Majesty, leading them to conclude that this person was indeed the young emperor of Xia. They had not anticipated encountering such an opportunity during their escape. While the cavalry were strong, with many martial masters among them, most had only recently broken through to the martial master realm. Furthermore, the two were positioned near Qin Feng and could easily eliminate him. They could then escape back to the Mo Bei Kingdom and, despite the army's defeat, would surely be rewarded by the emperor. With a flash of determination in their eyes, they discreetly reached for the swords at their waists, preparing to strike down Qin Feng. Chapter 75. Waiting for a long time, at the end of the road attack, the two shouted in unison, drawing their swords and charging at Qin Feng. Being fifth-tier martial masters, their prowess was such that even the nearby Bingzhou cavalry could not react in time. Merely watching as the two lunged toward the emperor. Your Majesty, move! A few quick-thinking cavalrymen shouted urgently, rushing forward in an attempt to shield Qin Feng. However, they were too slow. They would not reach him in time, and it appeared as though the two would soon strike the emperor. Wait, where is the emperor? They noticed that the two had aimed for the back of Qin Feng's horse, but the emperor was nowhere to be seen. Are you looking for me? A cold voice suddenly emanated from behind the two individuals. Startled, they mechanically turned their heads, only to behold Qin Feng standing behind them. Before they could react, a flash of sword light flickered before their eyes, and they promptly lost consciousness. Qin Feng then returned to his steed, casting a glance at the lifeless bodies of the two men, his eyes filled with contempt. Although their cultivation was a minor tier above his own, their prowess was of an entirely different caliber. How audacious of them to attempt a sneak attack. It was akin to dreaming of the impossible. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying two fifth-tier martial masters and earning 12,000 experience points. Your Majesty, what shall we do with these individuals? Inquired the soldiers of the Bingzhou Iron Cavalry, their gazes fixated on the soldiers of the Northern Barbarian Kingdom. The hundreds of Bingzhou cavalrymen glared with murderous intent. These intruders had nearly harmed their esteemed sovereign, and now they yearned for retribution. After contemplating, Qin Feng realized these men intended to traverse the northwest plain to return to the northern barbarians. However, should they relay the situation here back to their kin, it could summon the northern barbarians, leading to further complications. Preferring to avoid trouble, he resolved that they must be eliminated. Just as he was about to issue a command, someone stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, "Do not await death. Slay them, and we shall..." Puff! Before he could finish his sentence, a crossbow bolt pierced his throat. The Bingzhou Iron Cavalry then charged forward, ready to annihilate the remaining foes. No orders were necessary. If they surrendered, it would require Qin Feng's command to execute them. But to dare resist their most revered emperor, these bloodthirsty warriors could no longer contain their urge to kill. They had to be eradicated, Qin Feng observed, shaking his head. Clear the battlefield. Yes. Meanwhile, 60 miles east of the battlefield, Yao Qi and his 2,000 personal guards were taking a brief respite. Marshal, what shall we do now? The main force has been lost. The faces of his personal guards turned pale, their eyes fixed anxiously on Yao Qi, awaiting his orders. Yelchi's expression was equally grim. The psychological trauma inflicted upon him by El Bu and Chun Qingji weighed heavily. He took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. I have dispatched 2,000 soldiers to flee westward. Upon discovering our footprints, they will undoubtedly pursue us, but we have concealed our tracks. We shall now continue eastward toward Shangyang City. Then return to the royal capital to regroup and launch another assault on the great Xia kingdom. Wise as ever, Marshal, we bow to your sagacity. Very well, let us depart. We cannot delay in the west for long. After issuing his command, Yelchi hastily led his personal guards towards Shangyang City. To minimize noise and avoid leaving traces, they chose to travel on foot rather than horseback. 2 hours later, Yelchi and his personal guards, having marched swiftly, finally arrived at the Heishui River. The Heishui River served as the sole waterway connecting the great Xia kingdom's Fushan City to the northern barbarian kingdom's Haifeng Valley across the vast plain of 800 miles. It was long, wide, and formidable, originating from the 10,000 great mountains outside Haishi City in the Great Xia Kingdom. Furthermore, the Heishui River formed a natural barrier, preventing the outbreak of war between the Great Xia and northern barbarian kingdoms. Thus, there had never been a battle here, and the river was traversed by only a narrow wooden bridge, little more than a meter wide, so narrow, in fact, that even two individuals walking side by side would feel cramped. General, once we cross the Heishui River, we shall be close to Shangyang City and swiftly return to our northern barbarian kingdom. The personal guard surrounding him gazed at Yelchi with excitement. Yelchi breathed a sigh of relief. The journey from Fushan City to the Heishui River typically took at least 8 hours, yet he had managed to bring his guards there in just 2 hours. Though they were now utterly exhausted, everyone, muster your strength. Let us cross the river swiftly. Once we are across, we will be safe, Yelchi urged, waving his hand. Yes, upon hearing this, the guards, invigorated, quickened their pace towards the narrow wooden bridge. Yelchi stood by the riverbank, gazing in the direction of Fushan City, and coldly snorted, Great Xia! Wait for me. In no more than 3 months, I shall muster 300,000 troops and exact vengeance. May I inquire if this is the esteemed General Yelchi? At that moment, a voice suddenly called out from behind him. Yelchi's heart jolted as he turned to see a scholar on horseback atop a slope. A smile playing at the corners of his mouth, he pondered for a moment before responding, Who might you be, and what business do you have with me? It is indeed you. The scholar laughed heartily. Gesturing behind him, where 7,000 cavalrymen emerged. Yelchi, I am Cheng Yu, the left chancellor of the Great Xia Kingdom, and I have been awaiting your arrival. What? Cheng Yu? Yelchi's eyes widened in shock. His face turning ashen, quickly turned back, but as he turned, he saw another 3,000 cavalrymen on the opposite bank, armed with bows and crossbows, aiming at the bridge. It's over. Yelchi's body weakened, collapsing to the ground. Several personal guards rushed to support him, urging, Marshal, you are a pinnacle expert of the 9th tier. With your strength, there is a chance to break through the siege. We shall protect you and fight our way out. Yes, Marshal, you have treated us well. We will give our lives to ensure your escape. Kill. Let us carve a path to freedom for our Marshal, with weary bodies but fierce resolve in their eyes. The personal guards charged forward, swords raised. Cheng Yu observed them with a sigh, muttering, Alas, a loyal group of soldiers. Too bad we are enemies. You must perish. He raised his hand and commanded, Fire! The 3,000 cavalrymen released their arrows. And within a minute, all the personal guards lay dead on the ground. Yelchi at this point, surrender. Perhaps His Majesty will show mercy, seeing your potential, and spare your life, Cheng Yu said, eyeing the still-standing Yelchi. Surrender? Yelchi, upon hearing Cheng Yu's words, forced a bitter smile and shook his head. Cheng Yu, we are both intelligent men. Do you think I would believe such deceitful words? How could Qin Feng spare me? I led an army here with the intention of annihilating the great Xia kingdom. Find myself in this predicament is fate's decree. Puff! With that, Yelchi drew his sword and committed suicide. Collapsing into the Heishui River, that he understood Cheng Yu's strength and knew he was no match. Rather than be captured alive, he would choose to die with dignity. Chapter 76. Always inventing new strategies for oneself. Cheng Yu observed, shaking his head, and then waved his hand, clean the battlefield, and ensure the iron bridge set up by General Zhang Han is properly restored. Yes, Jin Yui, at your service, quickly report to His Majesty, informing him that we have successfully intercepted Yel Qi at the Heishui River, and he has taken his own life. Yes. After arranging everything, Cheng Yu smiled. This protracted battle lasting nearly 20 days had finally concluded with Yel Qi's demise. Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the side quest to eliminate the invading army of the Northern Barbarian Kingdom and slaying the Northern Barbarian General Yel Qi, earning the following rewards. Ding, congratulations, host, for receiving 1 designated summoning opportunity and 2 ordinary summoning opportunities. Ding, congratulations, host, for acquiring 800,000 experience points. Ding, congratulations, host, for leveling up. Your current cultivation is at the 9th tier of Martial Mastery. Just as Qin Feng returned to Fushan City, he was suddenly greeted by a series of system notifications, causing him to freeze momentarily before his face broke into a jubilant smile. Yel Qi was dead, and the mission was accomplished. Your Majesty, what is the matter? Mu Ging inquired, noticing Qin Feng's elation. That I'm fine. I was merely reminded of some joyous matters. With the completion of this mission and the rewards received, particularly the 800,000 experience points, his cultivation had surged, advancing him to the 9th tier of Martial Mastery. It was regrettable that he had not reached the Martial Sect level. Otherwise, the limitations on El Bu and Chun Qingji strengths would be significantly alleviated. Now that he had sufficient summoning opportunities, it was time to summon. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng internally addressed the system. Utilize the designated summoning opportunity, with the specified summoning direction being a healer. Ding, initiating summoning. Ding, congratulations, host, for successful summoning. You have summoned the renowned physician Sun Simiao from the Tang Dynasty. Sun Simiao. Qin Feng was taken aback, then elated. He had never anticipated summoning such a legendary figure. Initially fearing he might end up with an obscure individual, he immediately opened Sun Simiao's profile information. Sun Simiao, celebrated medical scholar from the Tang Dynasty, revered as the king of medicine, author of the first clinical medical encyclopedia in Chinese history, the Qianjin Fong. His medical philosophies and treatment methods continue to be widely utilized and are regarded as an invaluable legacy of traditional Chinese medicine. Race, human cultivation, 4th tier of Martial Sect, currently poisoned, strength severely diminished. Note, Sun Simiao's true strength is at the 6th tier of Martial Saint. Due to system restrictions, he can currently only exert the 4th tier of Martial Sect strength. To unlock his further capabilities, the protagonist must elevate to a higher tier of cultivation. Sun Simiao may also train normally or use a cultivation unsealing card purchased by the host to restore his abilities. Martial Arts, 13 methods of health preservation divine ability. Alchemical spirit transformation loyalty level. 100, hidden, character setting. Sun Simiao is a renowned divine physician from Qingzhou, who has recently wandered into the Great Xia Kingdom. System. What is this? Why does it show that Sun Simiao has been poisoned? Isn't he a divine physician himself? How could he possibly be poisoned? Qin Feng was filled with doubt, even questioning whether this was indeed the Sun Simiao he knew, or if it was merely someone with the same name. However, judging by his cultivation, it was undoubtedly the historical figure he was familiar with. Ding! Host, he has been poisoned because he was testing medicine on himself, which has left him with only a fraction of his strength remaining. Goodness, what a bold individual to test medicine on oneself. Alas, this infernal system always conjures up something new. Can't it just conduct a summoning in a straightforward manner? By the way, system, why is the loyalty level marked as hidden? Ding! Friendly reminder. Sun Simiao is currently in danger, having been restrained by a prominent family in Liaodong County that seeks to coerce him into serving their clan. Given his weakened state, he is at risk of losing his life at any moment. Once the host rescues him and offers his allegiance, the loyalty level will be established. Ding! Also, host, do not inquire about his current location. You must investigate it yourself. Goodness, this system can even predict outcomes. Although it hasn't explicitly stated the specifics, it has provided some hints, confirming that it is indeed a major family in Liaodong County, which narrows down the search considerably. However, what concerns Qin Feng is the system's warning that Sun Simiao is in peril and may lose his life at any moment. Furious, Qin Feng cursed vehemently. Damn. Those wretched families. He turned to the members of the Jinyui beside him and commanded, I give you 5 hours to locate Sun Simiao within Liaodong County, specifically the illustrious divine physician from Qingzhou. Focus on investigating those noble families. Yes, your majesty. The Jinyui responded in unison before departing to carry out the investigation. Your majesty, what is the matter? Mu Ging inquired, somewhat puzzled that I.T.S. nothing. Ging, I just thought of someone who could heal the severely injured soldiers. Although Mu Ging felt a bit perplexed, she refrained from pressing further since Qin Feng was the emperor. Qin Feng sighed inwardly, hoping that Sun Simiao would be safe if he were to perish. Over 20,000 of his severely wounded soldiers would be beyond salvation, and he would also waste a precious opportunity for a designated summoning. System, has Sun Simiao reached the 6th level of Martial Saint? Will there be any accompanying characters? Ding. Yes, there is. Yin Ziki. Yin Ziki. Qin Feng was bewildered. Who is this character? I have never heard of him. He then opened the information panel for Yin Ziki within the system. Yin Ziki, a general under in Lushan during the Tang Dynasty. Race, human realm. Martial zone first layer. Note, Yin Ziki's original realm is Martial Sovereign 6th layer, but due to system restrictions, he can only exhibit strength at the Martial Zone first layer. The subsequent realms will be unlocked once the host advances a major realm. Loyalty level 0. What is this? Why is the loyalty level 0? He blinked and rubbed his eyes, but the number remained stubbornly at 0. Instantly, Qin Feng was taken aback and questioned, System, why is this loyalty level at 0? What is going on? Ding, the host, due to his identity as a member of the royal family of the Northern Desert Kingdom, cannot have loyalty towards you. Furthermore, I had previously warned you that the loyalty level of special characters is pending. So, you mean to say that I have summoned an enemy for myself? Damn, is this even possible? I am utterly astonished. Are you sure there is no mistake? Ding, indeed, it is as such. Moreover, System, this doesn't seem right. Yin Ziki is my enemy. Why would he also advance 5 minor realms when I elevate a major realm? Shouldn't he be treated differently from my ministers and generals? Qin Feng inquired, puzzled. Ding, as long as individuals appear in this world due to the host's influence, their strength will fluctuate in accordance with the host changes. Although Yin Ziki is an adversary, he still derives his strength from the host as presence in this world. Thus his power will also rise as the host advances. Damn you. So, you're saying that enhancing my own strength is akin to empowering my enemies. Qin Feng felt somewhat speechless. Oh well, if that is the case, I must simply accept it. Besides, Yin Ziki is merely a minor character. With so many formidable generals and strategists under my command, he is hardly a threat. Chapter 77. The Self-Destructive Families upon returning to the City Lord's mansion. Within less than 5 hours, news from the Jinyui arrived. However, upon seeing the report, Qin Feng's expression darkened, and a murderous intent began to coalesce around him, making him resemble a god of death. And Yu Bing, standing behind Qin Feng, observed his demeanor and pondered for a moment, her cheeks slightly flushed. She reached out, grasped Qin Feng's hand gently, and said softly, Your Majesty, please do not let your anger harm your health. Huff. Qin Feng took a deep breath, calming his emotions, and with a wry smile, remarked, King, do you think these noble families truly place their own interests above those of the nation? The Jinyui had conveyed that Sun Simiao had been detained by the largest family in Liaodong County, the Leaf family. However, this was not the only piece of information they brought back. The Jinyui also discovered that various families in Liaodong County were hiding private armies. Over 100 families existed in Liaodong County, with a total of private soldiers exceeding 100,000. This indicated that Liaodong County had not been devoid of military strength. Had these families chosen to aid, the defense of Fushan City would not have been so arduous. Yet throughout the entire campaign, those families contributed not a single ounce of effort, not even a fraction. This was the source of Qin Feng's intense fury, driving him to contemplate violence. These noble families enjoyed the provisions of the kingdom while indulging in its protection. Yet when the kingdom faced peril, they offered not even a modicum of assistance, entirely prioritizing their clan's interests over the nation's welfare. Hell with them. Mu Ging reflected for a moment, then sighed gently, saying, Your Majesty, these families have always behaved this way. They rely on their numerous warriors and hold the kingdom in disdain. Moreover, before she could finish, she hesitated, as if grappling with unspoken concerns. It's fine. Speak your mind, Qin Feng urged. Then Yu Ying glanced at Qin Feng, nodded, and whispered, in the past, the kingdom indeed lacked the strength to command their respect. Thus, before she could complete her thought, Qin Feng already understood her implication. Qin Feng pondered briefly, his voice cold as he declared, things are different now. These families must face the consequences, regardless of whether they had detained Sun Simiao or their prior inaction. Qin Feng resolved to act against these noble families. He would simply expedite the process. Come in. Your subordinate is here. Summon Cheng Qingji, Elbu, and Wang Meng to the city lord's mansion for a council. Yes, soon, Cheng Qingji, Elbu, and Wang Meng arrived at the council hall of the city lord's mansion, along with Cheng Yu, who had unexpectedly returned. Qin Feng had initially thought Cheng Yu was still away and hadn't summoned him. But to his surprise, he had come back on his own. Seeing Qin Feng, who sat at the head of the table exuding a murderous aura, Cheng Qingji stepped forward and respectfully inquired, Your Majesty, has something occurred? Qin Feng relayed the information uncovered by the Jinui. Scoundrels! Cheng Qingji and Elbu seethed in anger, exclaiming, Your Majesty, these families stood by while the kingdom faced peril. They no longer deserve to exist. Wang Meng observed the situation and immediately stepped forward, kneeling on one knee, stating, Your Majesty, during the war, I commanded repeatedly for the families to send troops to support Fushan City, yet not a single one responded. Showing utter disregard for the kingdom, that I believe we should annihilate their entire lineage. Upon hearing this, Cheng Qingji and Elbu also knelt, declaring, Your Majesty, give the order, and I shall lead the army to eradicate these families at once. Qin Feng did not respond immediately, but turned to Cheng Yu, who had remained silent, asking, Zhongde, what do you think we should do about these families? Cheng Yu pondered briefly before replying, Your Majesty, these families cannot be spared. They must be destroyed. Otherwise, should a similar situation arise in the future, they may very well rebel against us. But what is it? Cheng Yu glanced at Qin Feng and said, Your Majesty, the kingdom is still largely controlled by these families. If we act now, we must consider the consequences of our actions. Realizing what Cheng Yu was implying, Qin Feng waved his hand, saying, Zhongde, I understand your meaning, but when do you think Prince Qi Qinyu will make his move? Cheng Yu was taken aback, unsure why Qin Feng would suddenly pose this question. After contemplating, he responded, After Your Majesty's significant victory over the northern desert, Prince Qi will undoubtedly be restless within a month. He will surely raise an army in rebellion. How does my reputation stand in comparison to that of Prince Qi within the great Xia kingdom? This question is rather difficult for Cheng Yu to answer. However, it is undeniable that Qin Feng's reputation within the kingdom pales in comparison to that of Prince Qi, for Prince Qi is indeed His Majesty's royal uncle, commanding an army of millions, with skilled warriors aplenty at his disposal. Furthermore, in the circles of the noble families, Prince Qi wields far greater influence than His Majesty. Yet, such sentiments cannot be articulated aloud. Cheng Yu fears for his life. To speak falsehoods would be tantamount to deceiving the sovereign. The crime of deceiving the sovereign is, after all, a death sentence. Do not be afraid. I grant you immunity from guilt. Speak frankly, Qin Feng declared. Ah, thank you, Your Majesty. Cheng Yu sighed in relief, dismissing his worries, and said, Your Majesty, I must speak candidly. Your reputation indeed does not match that of Prince Qi. Before he could finish, Cheng Yu was suddenly struck by a realization. Staring at Qin Feng in shock, exclaiming, This is my plan. Cheng Yu pondered briefly, beginning to assess the feasibility of this scheme. After a while, he knelt and said, Your Majesty, your wisdom is unparalleled. I am unworthy. Cheng Qingji, Elbu, and Wang Meng knelt as well, exchanging bewildered glances, utterly clueless about the conversation between His Majesty and Cheng Yu. Yet they too did not inquire further, echoing, Your Majesty, your wisdom is unparalleled. We are unworthy. Enough with the flattery. Rise. Yes, Your Majesty. However, you three, are you aware of my plan? Qin Feng inquired with a smile at Cheng Qingji and the others. Well, The trio awkwardly shook their heads. Qin Feng chuckled and addressed Cheng Yu. Zhongde, enlighten them. Yes, your majesty. Cheng Yu regarded Chen Xingji and the others, saying, Your majesty and Prince Qi will certainly engage in a great battle within a month. At that time, many will rally to support Prince Qi. Therefore, your majesty wishes to strike first, seizing the initiative. Those noble families in Liaodong who deserve punishment can serve as the catalyst for this plan, making your majesty's blade all the more bloody, imposing, and unstoppable. Chen Xingji contemplated for a moment and replied, I understand now. Your majesty truly possesses far-reaching foresight. Elbu scratched his head, appearing confused, but upon seeing that Chen Xingji comprehended, he quickly chimed in. I understand as well. Your majesty is truly formidable. Wang Ming discreetly glanced at Elbu and Chen Xingji. Realizing he could not admit his own ignorance, lest he appear foolish, thus he hastily declared, I understand too. Cheng Yu, observing the perplexed yet feigning cleverness on Elbu and Wang Ming's faces, discerned that they had not truly grasped the concept. However, he found it tedious to explain further to them, so he opted for silence. All right, assemble 30,000 iron cavalry and prepare to uproot those noble families in Liaodong. Yes. Chen Xingji and the others immediately set off to prepare. Chapter 78. Annihilation of the Li family. Half an hour later, Qin Feng departed from Fushun City with 30,000 iron cavalry. Once the army left Fushun, they divided into groups, heading towards various targets. The noble families in Liaodong were not situated in a single location, but were spread across different cities within the region. Qin Feng and Cheng Yu led 10,000 iron cavalry directly towards the formidable Li family, while Chen Xingji, Elbu, and Wang Ming took the remainder of the troops to other noble families. Your majesty, what if those noble families do not fall for our ruse? Cheng Yu asked Qin Feng. We shall see how effective our actions tonight will be. Qin Feng replied with a cold smile. Cheng Yu nodded. His majesty is truly remarkable and requires no further elaboration. Qin Feng's plan was straightforward. Eliminate these noble families. Instilling fear in the others, if they harbor any guilt, they will undoubtedly seek out their lord. Prince Qi Qin Wai, to that point, the Jinyui will gather intelligence, and we shall strike them down, unbeknownst to them. In this manner, we can eradicate Prince Qi's minions while simultaneously gauging his reaction, achieving a dual purpose. Although the Li family is but a single clan, they possess a city in Liaodong, housing over 50,000 members, making them the foremost noble family in the region. According to Jinyui intelligence, the Li family boasts more than 10,000 capable fighters, with numerous experts among them, making them quite formidable. Nevertheless, Qin Feng believed that with his 10,000 iron cavalry and the martial prowess of Cheng Yu, they would be sufficient to vanquish the Li family. An hour later, Qin Feng's forces arrived outside Lixing City. Upon seeing the name of the city, Qin Feng could not help but snort derisively. Humph, truly arrogant, Li Xing. I shall turn you into Li Wang. Who dares to be brazen at my Li family's gates? 4 individuals emerged from the Li family ancestral home, all possessing considerable strength. 3 elders at the 5th level of martial mastery and a middle-aged man at the 4th level. This made Qin Feng reflect. No wonder it is said that the truly powerful experts within the kingdom reside among these families and sects that, in contrast, the previous Great Xia Kingdom had scarcely any martial artists above the 3rd level among the court. Yet here, the Li family had 4. How audacious! Upon seeing His Majesty, you do not kneel and pay your respects. Cheng Yu rebuked. His Majesty? The expressions of the 4 shifted dramatically as they beheld Qin Feng clad in obsidian armor, followed by the vast legion of iron cavalry, unmistakably the military garb of the Great Xia Kingdom. Curse it! Why has this young emperor come to my Li family? When did my Li family offend him? The middle-aged man, the head of the Li family, though his countenance was grim, had no choice but to step forward and say, unaware of your majesty's arrival, my Li family has failed to offer a proper welcome. I beg your majesty's forgiveness. His words were indeed polite and respectful. Yet the members of the Li family remained standing stiffly, showing no semblance of a deference due to the emperor. Cheng Yu and the iron cavalry were visibly displeased. Qin Feng is the emperor, the one they hold in the highest regard. Yet these individuals, mere subjects of the kingdom, dared to show such disdain. truly deserving of death. Qin Feng cared little for the courtesies owed to these doomed individuals. Instead, he coldly inquired, "A fortnight ago, during the battle at Fushun, General Wang Meng repeatedly sought your assistance. Why did you refuse to support?" The Li family head's expression faltered, his gaze evasive as he replied, "Your Majesty, my Li family is but a civilian clan, truly lacking the strength to assist." Lacking the strength to assist. Qin Feng scoffed. "I brought troops to slay 5,000 of your Li family soldiers within this city. And yet behind you in the ancestral home, there are at least another 5,000 soldiers. You dare tell me you are unable to assist? Your Majesty, Enough. Bingzhou Iron Cavalry. Present. Fire. Yes." Qin Feng had no intention of engaging in further discourse. He waved his hand, and the Iron Cavalry at his back drew their bows, unleashing a volley of arrows that felled row upon row of Li family members. The Li family head and the three elders hastily retreated, realizing that with so many family members falling, today would not end well. This young emperor had no intention of sparing the Li family. With that, he bellowed, "Attack together! Kill this dog, emperor!" The four charged toward Qin Feng in unison. Chengyu was about to intervene when Qin Feng raised his hand to halt him. As they reached Qin Feng, he drew his sword, Ganjiang. In an instant, in a flash of steel, for heads fell to the ground. At this point, Qin Feng had reached the 9th level of martial mastery. Killing these four did not even yield a noticeable increase in his experience bar, leaving him somewhat speechless. Now was not the time for such thoughts. He gestured, "Kill them all." Yes, the Iron Cavalry surged into the Li family ancestral home, resuming their massacre. "Chengyu, I am here. Bring the Jinyui and locate Sun Simiao. Bring him to me." "Yes, Your Majesty." Qin Feng was accompanied by 1,000 elite Iron Cavalry, stationed outside the Li family ancestral home, refraining from joining in the slaughter. Soon, Chengyu returned with a group of Jinyui and a robust old man. The old man, with his white hair and appearance nearing a century, yet full of vitality, exuded strength, embodying that type of elder who might not be easy to reason with but possessed considerable martial prowess. "Your Majesty, this is Sun Simiao," as Qin Feng regarded Sun Simiao. The latter was also appraising him. After a moment, it was Sun Simiao who spoke first, kneeling and saying, "Commoner Sun Simiao, pays respects to Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. Rise." After Qin Feng finished speaking, he inwardly inquired of the system. "System, how can I help Sun Simiao restore his strength?" Ding. The system responded, "Host, the poison within Sun Simiao will gradually dissipate on its own, and his cultivation will slowly recover. Alternatively, if the host can break through to a higher realm, it will facilitate the unlocking and breakthrough of the summoned character S cultivation, causing the poison within him to vanish instantly, and his strength to be fully restored." Chapter 79. Who says fallacies are not reason?